The signing system was activated and Sulu realized wealth freedom. Chapter 1, at this moment, it was as if Prime Minister Chow was possessed. Parallel world. Blue Star, China, Jinling City. In a duplex floor, a man smoked a cigarette with a disheveled face. 10 minutes ago, his girlfriend broke up with him. He forced himself not to laugh out loud. Nah, he really couldn't help it and laughed happily. It has been 3 years since Sulu graduated, and 4 years since he has been with his girlfriend. In these 4 years, he worked desperately, did not socialize, and did not even have any female contacts in his phone. The reason why they have been together is probably the maintenance of responsibility and habit. In the end, the two still lost to reality. Peacefully break up. He cannot give her a sense of security, whether it is economic or other. Sulu, 26 years old. Orphans, face like carving-like features. Angular face handsome exception. A pair of peach blossom eyes, full of amorous. Let a person accidentally will fall into. However, it is counted as nothing. Working as a design engineer in a company. This duplex floor, Sulu just rented one of the rooms of about 20 square feet. In Jinling, a month's salary to pay the rent is already less than a quarter. Not to mention the expenses of having a girlfriend. After graduating for 3 years, Sulu did not say save money, but instead owed a lot of money. In the end, laugh enough Sulu, or just full of despair. Slowly spit out the smoke ring. Sulu will smoke out. Eyes scanned a circle. Sighed. Indeed, who would like to live in such a place? Jingling. Sulu's phone suddenly rang. After Sulu picked it up and saw the caller ID, she frowned, but still picked it up. Supervisor Wang. Sulu said in a flat tone. You still know to answer the phone. Why didn't you come to work today? The supervisor's serious voice came. I lost my love today and don't want to go to work. Still don't want to. Wait, lost love? Okay. Xiao Sua. Adjust well. Remember to come back to work tomorrow. Come on. This supervisor is still a wonderful person. Sulu's idea of spraying people couldn't even be exerted. Ding. What? Sulu raised her eyebrows. Ding. The sign-in system is bound. This system can sign in every day. Sign-in rewards are randomized. Sulu's face revealed excitement. Silently thinking in his mind. Is there a newbie gift pack? No. Not signed in today. Do I need to sign in? There is no newbie gift pack. Poor review. System unbinding in progress. Don't. I'm wrong. Brother Unity Sulu was shocked and immediately retained. Not signed in today. Do I need to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations on signing in successfully. Rewarding 1 million yuan in cash. The money has been hit into the bank card with the tail number 8888. There is no problem with the source of funds. Please rest assured that you can use it. Ding. The SMS came. Blue Star Bank, your account 8888 was credited on August 30th at 17:30 with 1,000,000 Huaxia dollars. The account balance is 1,000,258.34 yuan. Looking at the balance tip in the SMS, Sulu's excitement overflowed, but soon Sulu calmed down. $1 million seems a lot, but in reality the house can't even be bought. But with the system, what's not, right? Sulu immediately paid off all the money he owed, and then looked at the balance which still had 880,000. An unprecedented sense of relief came over him. Right at this moment, the completely soundproof next door came from the quarrel. Today is my birthday. You said you want to accompany your wife. What do you mean? A female voice came. Sulu's heart stirred. There was a young and beautiful woman living next door. He was aware of it, and this sister also had a godfather. Of course, Sulu did not know, although they lived under the same roof. In reality, the several households in the duplex floor had absolutely no interactions with each other. There's no way, baby, my wife has been in strict control lately. Don't worry, I will definitely accompany you tomorrow. A male voice with a somewhat old voice came out. Scram! The woman snapped. Sulu shook her head, got up and cleaned up, opened the door, locked the door, and prepared to go out for a meal. At the entrance foyer, and that old man nodded to each other as a greeting. Suddenly some small rich, but Sulu heart does not have too many fluctuations, at least in his thought. Suddenly have some money, then must not be impulsive. That kind of revenge type of consumption. He felt that it is not very suitable for him. Of course, Jinling City is after all a first-tier city. Some shopping malls can't close before 10 p.m. Sulu ran to replace the cell phone he had used for nearly 5 years and bought the latest model of Huawei M30. By the way, he ate a Western food that her ex-girlfriend had pushed so hard. It really wasn't great and, well, it wasn't full. Returning to the rental house, the time was almost 10 p.m. Sulu took her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the middle of the shower, Sulu vaguely heard the sound of the door handle turning. Then, at that moment, Sulu could only watch, and could not even stop it. The bathroom door opened, and a big long leg stepped in, only to see this woman. Fair skin, delicate face, black silk short skirt. It was the woman next door to Sulu. No wonder that man was willing to raise him. At this moment the entire space was quiet. Sulu slowly lowered her hands, blocking the key parts. However, she saw that woman, with a drunken face, looking at Sulu's face suspiciously, then looking at Sulu's hands, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, slowly closing the door behind her, oblivious to the shower that was spraying water. Wait! Sulu immediately tactically leaned back. The woman was oblivious. The bathroom rose and fell. Omit 10,000 words here. 1 hour later, Sulu softly said, "Happy birthday." Sulu was walking to the door when a sound came from behind. "Thank you. There's still an hour before the birthday is over." Sulu immediately turned around. Back in the room, the time had already passed the early hours of the morning. Signing in. Congratulations on signing in successfully. Rewarding Fighting Shark Fin 1 million. What? Fighting Shark Fin? Virtual coins? Sulu was not too disappointed. After all, you can sign in every day, and a little goes a long way. Looking at the time, there are still 20 minutes before 1 o'clock. For Sulu, who likes to sleep at the whole time, it means that he can still play for a while. Sulu downloaded the shark fighting platform, using his cell phone number to log in. Looking at the background of 1 million shark fins, Sulu nodded. It seems that the future has to leisure life in more than one. Yes, Sulu was ready to resign. Of course, I should say that today is August 31st, the last day. There is a beginning and an end. Sulu is naturally ready to finish this day and then resign. With the system, he could be said to be wealth-free. He didn't need to desperately squeeze himself for $6,000-7,000 every month. Instead, he was ready to start really enjoying life. He was an orphan. His parents got into a car accident right after he finished high school, and with the compensation money, he went to college. Before that, it was fine, because there was nothing to it. Now, he planned to go back to his hometown to see it when he had the time or not. Rich people do not return to their hometowns. It is like a brocade coat walking at night. Chapter 2 High School Reunion Invitation. Sulu, who had been thinking for a long time, didn't pay attention to the time and quickly fell asleep. As usual, woken up by the alarm clock, Sulu shook her confused head, got up, and went to the restroom to wash up. Someone is there? Soon, the door opened. It was the beauty next door, only to see that beauty's face blushing, nodded at Sulu, considered a greeting, and left. Sulu washed himself in the bathroom, but Sulu didn't intend to develop. This wasn't a pick-up. After finishing washing up, Sulu walked towards the room. At this time, the beauty next door suddenly opened the door, handed Sulu a card, and then immediately closed the door. Sulu shook his head, returned to the room, then looked at the card. What? A timetable? 2, 4, 6, all the time? Phone number 159 ***3695. It turns out that it is looking at brother's waist strength. Sulu casually threw the card into the drawer. Although yesterday was an accident, Sulu did not intend to develop with her. First, she has a charger now. Accidents are fine, but cannot always help her charge. Secondly, now Sulu is also considered a small amount of money. He is not prepared to commit himself. Sulu organized the next dress, then walked towards the company. The only advantage of living here, actually closer to the company, more convenient to go to and from work. It didn't take long for Sulu to arrive at the company. Smiling, she followed a group of people to greet them. Good morning, little Sue. Have you heard? Just sitting on the workstation, a co-worker next to him, with a sliding drift. The person with the seat arrived next to Sulu. Brother Lee, what have you heard? Sulu curiously looked at this co-worker. The boss of our company has changed. Brother Lee whispered. Oh, it's fine. I'm going to resign. Sulu faintly spoke. What? You're going to resign? Lee was instantly surprised. I'm going to play seriously over here for a while, and then I'll go back to my hometown to develop. Sulu said seriously. However, Sulu didn't have much to pursue right now, and planned to take one step at a time. Alas, first-tier cities are too difficult. Lee patted Sulu's shoulder. Little Sue, come here. At this time, Supervisor Wang called out from the doorway of his office. Sulu got up and walked towards Supervisor Wang's office. After opening the door, Sulu realized that there were two people in the office, Supervisor Wang, and then there was a woman. She was dressed in a professional suit, cool as frost with stunning eyes, although her features were exquisite and her posture was overwhelming. The whole person exuded a sense of distance that could not be approached. High and cold. Supervisor Wang. Su Lu called out. Little Su. This is our new boss. Mr. Wei Miling Wei. Wang Wei introduced to Su Lu from the side. General Manager Wei. Although Su Lu wanted to resign, this was clearly not the right time. General Manager Wei. This is the little Su I mentioned to you. Flexible mind, strong design ability, and great public relations ability. A few difficult customers of our company were also taken down by little Su before. Wang Wei smiled and introduced Su Lu to Wei Miling. Oh, okay. I'll find you again if something happens. Wei Miling sized up Su Lu below, nodded her head, and then got up to leave. Supervisor Wang. I have something to tell you. I'm ready to resign. Su Lu watched Wei Miling leave and then decided to say it immediately. Otherwise it would be bad to really delay Wang Wei's plan instead. What? Little Su. It's not me who is talking about you. Isn't it just a lost love? What's wrong with you? Wang Wei looked at Su Lu in surprise and immediately opened his mouth to retain. Supervisor Wang. It's not because of this, but I want to go back to my hometown. My parents left me some industries there. I want to go back and take care of them. Su Lu thought of a wording. I just recommended you to Mr. Wei. Would it be a pity to leave like this? Wang Wei had a look of regret. Thanks to Wang's supervisor cultivation, but I will not leave N City immediately. I intend to turn around on this side. Graduated a few years ago and have not yet turned around. If Wang's supervisor really need help, a phone call. It's not that Su Lu bragged, but some workplace socializing relies on the amount of alcohol. And Su Lu's amount of alcohol can be said, to the drinking game, that is like a fish into the river. That is the living wave of the little white stripe. The whole process is a wave off. A person put over a table. That is no problem. Because Su Lu is also an ordinary employee. Wang Wei agreed to resign. The resignation report to the personnel. It is okay. On the last day, Su Lu seriously completed the handover of work, as well as the day's work content. Freedom. Su Lu stood on the company's floor, her hands spread out, feeling the wind passing through her fingertips. Ding. Su Lu pulled out her cell phone. High school classmate group. Su Lu took a taxi back to her place while looking at the group. Classmates. Counting. We haven't seen each other for 6, 7 years. Why don't we get together? I'm fine with it. Why don't we go to 11? Find a place to travel together, play for 2 or 3 days, and relive our high school days. That's a good suggestion. Does everyone agree? Wang Zhengfa arrived. This was Su Lu's high school class president. I have no opinion. +1. A series of replies. Tian Li. Coming? Wang Zheng sent to. The group instantly quieted down. After all, it was the goddess of high school, and many people seemed to be looking forward to it. It depends. After all, the child has to be brought up by someone. Tian Li replied. Wow. So soon? Goddess Tian is even married. With Goddess Tian's face value, that child isn't going to have to look like a heavenly fairy. Yes. At Sulu. They all said it. You're all that's missing. Coming or not? After Wang Zheng finished counting, it was just Su Lu who didn't make a statement. At Su Lu. You have to come. You didn't even come for my wedding. You're dying you. Tian Li instantly replied. Su Lu looked at Tian Li's message and smiled bitterly. At that time, don't say classmates get married, but if there is a little bit of the opposite sex, it's a quarrel. Now that he is back to being single, it's quite good. At Tian Li. At Wang Zheng. Let's see when the time comes. Really don't always have time. Su Lu replied. Su Lu really didn't care much about this reunion. He considered it for a while. He guessed that the probability was still that he wouldn't go. Su Lu cooked a bag of instant noodles. The life of a rich man had not yet begun. The last bag of instant noodles still had to be eaten. Su Lu decided to go ahead and stay in a hotel for a while tomorrow. No, we have to move out tonight. Ding. You received an add friend. Tian Li requested to add you as a friend. Su Lu immediately agreed. Little Susie, you actually deleted me. Tian Li's message immediately sent over. I'm sorry, it's hard to say. I won't in the future. Su Lu replied while smiling bitterly. Split up? Split up. I just think that one doesn't work. The control is too strict. Our high school classmates are deleting. It's impossible to say all in the past Well, do not say. Recently still in Jinling City? Yes, but just resigned. Relax over here and see what's next. Su Lu lit a cigarette, took a puff and replied. This just resigned If you can't, go back to your hometown. Sister will cover you. Cover you sister I still need you to cover. Feed your milk to go. Pictures. Ha ha ha. Tian Li posted a breastfeeding picture. As if it showed and as if it didn't show anything. Crawl. Don't seduce me. You married woman. Ha ha ha. Well, enough of that, off to breastfeed the baby. Okay. Then Sulu finished the instant noodles and threw it into the trash can. Jingling. The phone rang. Chapter 3 Happy at the bar. Add a bookshelf if you think it's okay. Thank you all greatly. Supervisor Wang. Sulu picked up the phone. Little Sue. There's a bureau at night that needs you to save the day. Wang Wei was obviously slightly drunk. What situation? Sulu frowned. Wang Wei's drinking capacity is not bad, and he still needs him to save the day? The client brought 2 northeastern ones. They drank a bit fiercely. And Mr. Wei can't carry it off a bit. Huadu Bar. Come quickly. Oh. Sulu answered. Landlord, this house I do not rent, the inside of the sundries and so on do not want. It just so happens that there is still a month's deposit, so you can help me clean and clean. The deposit doesn't need to be returned. Well, I'll move out this time. Sulu packed all the important things on her body, and finally hesitated and took the card left by the beautiful girl next door. Soon, Sulu arrived at the Flower Capital Bar. The night shrouded the bar, and the sound of tantalizing music echoed in the thick smoke. The guests traveled through the bar, low-key and sexy, emitting a passionate aura, wearing fashionable clothing, smiling, and conveying infinite beauty. They whispered and talked easily in the bar, relaxing and drinking beer and wine, together, enjoying the party atmosphere. Sulu did not appreciate it, but came to the private room, pushing the door to enter. Wei Meiling was sitting in the corner with her eyes mesmerized, and Supervisor Wang was blocking the front, still blocking the drinks, but it looked like she was almost done. A few people on the other side are the customers. Right. Just 3 people, 2 northeastern dudes, and that middle-aged man is the customer? Sulu frowned. Supervisor Wang? Sulu softly called out. This is Mr. Wu. Wang Wei pointed at the middle-aged man and said, then sat aside to catch his breath. Sulu was speechless. A few people came to the bar to drink. A girl is not called. People do not irrigate you to irrigate Hua. This way is too young. Middle-aged people are just the time to play. Then Sulu turned her head to look at the 12 bottles of foreign wine on the table and nodded. Mr. Wu, I am Mr. Wei's assistant. You see, our Mr. Wei is not capable of drinking. We can't let you have fun. I'll first have 3 bottles of foreign wine to punish myself. Then I'll arrange it, okay? After Sulu finished, she didn't wait for Mr. Wu to reply. She picked up a bottle of freshly opened foreign wine and started blowing. 10 minutes later, even with Sulu's alcohol capacity, 3 bottles of foreign wine down at once. There was still a little bit of head. General Manager Wu. Next, let me arrange it? How about it? Sulu looked at General Manager Wu at this time and opened his mouth. General Manager Wu was obviously subdued by Sulu's aura of coming up and blowing 3 bottles, and subconsciously nodded his head. Seeing this, Sulu clapped her hands and a waiter came in at the door. Arrange for me to have the atmosphere group over first. Remember, it should be young girls that can be taken away. Sulu looked at the waiter and nodded, then said, 2 more Divine Dragon sets, with some fruit plates. Understood? Understood. The waiter nodded. Sulu spoke again in the waiter's ear. Good. Go and arrange it quickly. After Sulu finished speaking, she walked towards Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, this drinking is not fun for us to drink. I called a few beauties to drink with us. How about it? Sulu said to Mr. Wu. This is good. Mr. Wu's eyes obviously lit up. Who came to the bar really purely for drinking? This Wang supervisor in order to pat Mr. Wei on the back. This can all cooperate. Really is a lantern in the toilet. Then, Sulu and Mr. Wu hooked shoulders and sat together. At this time, the box lights suddenly lit up, and 1 big long legs in uniform walked in, looking at General Manager Wu's eyes constantly glowing. Mr. Wu, choose 2. Sulu picked up the microphone and said. General Manager Wu was obviously a regular customer and did not push back, reaching out and calling for 2. These 2 brothers? Sulu looked at the 2 brothers that Mr. Wu brought over. The 2 people were a little embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Sulu directly signaled to the 2 beauties. With that the 2 beauties walked towards the 2 men separately. Then Sulu looked at the mesmerized Supervisor Wang who was also squinting and peeking, and in his heart, he laughed and pointed at one of the beauties. Then pointed at Wang Wei. The beautiful woman instantly laughed. Then walked towards Wang Wei, who instantly sat upright. Sulu waved her hand and the beauties all went out. Then Sulu took a few cards handed over by the waiter. The music started again and the lights dimmed. Sulu held a wineglass and walked to General Manager Wu, signaling a girl to make way for a seat, and sat next to General Manager Wu. General Manager Wu was obviously much happier. General Manager Wu, how about letting these 2 little beauties drink with you next? Yes, yes. General Manager Wu's eyes narrowed. This is the room card. If you feel satisfied, bring it upstairs and let them take care of you. 18th floor. Sulu handed over the room card before whispering in Mr. Wu's ear. Little brother. Not bad. Like this. Let's sign the contract first and then continue? General Manager Wu squinted his eyes and said, Okay, General Manager Wu. After Sulu finished speaking, she signaled with her eyes to Wang Wei who was at the side. Wang Wei immediately understood and took out the contract that had already been prepared and handed it over. Still, this little brother of yours will come to things. Not bad, Mr. Wu said with a smile while signing. If Mr. Wu can have fun today, we will all be happy. Sulu politely made a scene and put away the contract. Then, Mr. Wu, let's continue. Then play the music. Then dance. The powerful music sounded. Sulu handed the contract to Wang Wei, then sat down next to Wei Meiling. It was estimated to be almost an hour. Wei Meiling was a little sober. Looking at the situation in the box, her face was a little blushing. Then looking at Sulu looking at her funny, rolled up her eyes and blanked Sulu. Then seeing Wang Wei nodding at her, she glanced at Sulu in surprise. However, when she saw the left and right embracing General Manager Wu at the scene, she got up and wanted to leave. Sulu hurriedly pressed Wei Meiling's hand, shook her head at her. Wei Meiling suddenly got up, coupled with the fact that the wine was indeed a little too much. Immediately a little dizzy, directly fell back to the sofa, leaning on Sulu. Sulu was confused and looked at the disoriented Wei Meiling. Sister, what's wrong with you? Spoke Sulu. Wei Meiling didn't say anything, just quietly leaning against Sulu. The manly scent coming from Sulu's body, which still had a faint lavender flavor, made Wei Meiling a little disoriented. She began to wriggle in Sulu's arms, and her small hands began to caress Sulu's body. Sulu bitterly laughed. What is this woman's situation? Just when Sulu was in pain and happy, General Manager Wu walked over with two sisters. Little Su, I'm old and a bit tired, so I'll leave first. You guys continue to play. General Manager Wu smiled and opened his mouth. Sulu got up. Wei Meiling on the side also followed, just still looking at Sulu. Okay, General Manager Wu, have fun. Sulu finished and extended her hand to General Manager Wu while leaning over. 30 minutes ahead. General Manager Wu didn't move and took what was handed over from Sulu's hand. Smilingly, he waved his hand and then left with the two sisters. Sulu handed the room card to Mr. Wu's two little brothers and said to the two sisters, take them to rest, take care of them at night. Chapter 4 Live Broadcast Daily. Supervisor Wang, what do you say? I have the room card here. You go home. Or, Sulu looked at Wang Wei who was playing high. Why don't you give me the room card? Wang Wei touched his head and said with a smile, okay. Sulu handed over the room card. Ugh, wait. Sulu looked at Wei Meiling, who had been sticking to him, and looked at Wang Wei with a bitter smile. What about this one? You open a room for her as well. Wang Wei finished speaking and left with his little sister. The entire box was left with Sulu, and Wei Meiling whose hand was constantly probing downwards. Alright, don't pretend. Sulu faintly opened her mouth. Wei Meiling's face was flustered, but she still acted as if she didn't hear it, constantly teasing Sulu. I see that they are all like this. I also want to try. Wei Meiling said with embarrassment. Alright, didn't blame you. Can go back by yourself? Sulu looked at Wei Meiling. I want to try. Can I? Wei Meiling's face turned red. Try you big head. Sulu held his forehead. What a situation. Just want to try. Humph. You don't learn. Wei Meiling didn't know why, but she felt especially good about Sulu. You drank too much. Hormones went to your head. You. Asleep will be good. Sulu finished and went out to settle the bill. $220,000. Then smoothly stuffed the invoice into Wei Meiling's pocket. The money was definitely not missing. Then took Wei Meiling to the 18th floor, and after bringing Wei Meiling to the room, he ignored her retention, but directly closed the door and left. This kind of obviously inexperienced, cannot be indiscriminately left in love, when the time cannot be shaken off, will be in trouble. Of course, if sober, then Sulu will certainly not refuse. Of course, the premise is not so much entanglement. Sulu returned to the room, bitterly smiled and looked at the empty room, but there is no regret. Casually took out his cell phone, opened the shark fighting platform, and casually took an aim. Flowing water, casually flipping through. Soon a figure let Sulu's eyes light up. There is no big brother on just PK and lost, has lost a month. Song Euro Jinling College of the Arts, a junior dance student. Sophomore year when the start of live broadcasts, at first with a clear face, or to attract a part of the big brother to reward. But big brother reward, the purpose is very clear. Song Euro 3 times refused. Gradually, there is no big brother is willing to continue to reward. There is no improvement. I may have to find some other work, or the rent cannot pay. Song Euro said with a sighing face. You guys should also stop swiping gifts. It's just like that anyway. Let's swing for the fences. Song Euro quickly adjusted and spoke with a smile. Ding! A connect application. Song Euro hesitated for a moment, but still chose to connect. Hello? I'm Little Candy from Sweet Guild. Let's have a PK. The anchor on the opposite side was also an anchor from the dance zone. Little Candy had already PK won several times, but they were all small anchors, and winning for a few $100s was considered better than nothing for her. However, the PK at night was officially arranged by Fighting Shark, so if she won more, she would naturally have more recommendations. Miss Sister. Hello? Later I wonder if there's a medical fee? Song Euro's gentle voice came out. Song Euro has no confidence in PK at all. The daily list is not even 100. Completely pounced. Miss Sister, not necessarily it. In case you win. Little Candy obviously didn't want to pay the medical bills. Maple Leaf, who wanted to eat imported candy, don't worry. Eat this one. As Little Candy's recent big brother, who had already opened Duke, he had spent tens of thousands of dollars, and taking this PK was no big deal. Brother Maple Leaf is bullish. This one is a sure thing. The opposite side is a small puffer who doesn't even have 100 on the daily list today. I'm sure I'll win this game. The opposite side doesn't even have a big brother. Maple Leaf Brother Mighty. User, Maple Leaf, who wants to eat imported candies, gave anchor, Little Candy, Rockets X1. Thank you Brother Maple Leaf for the rocket. Love you. Oh. Give you a heart? Wahahaha. Little Candy compared a heart. Indy was happy in his heart. A rocket was already steady. The opposite anchor didn't even move yet. Song Euro was embarrassed and could only force herself to smile, but she also no longer wanted gifts. She did plan to give up live broadcasting, but if there was really a big brother at this time to brush a rocket for him, it is estimated that she can be moved to death. Little Candy is indeed powerful. The big brother set to death. User, Running Water is relentless, gave anchor, Song Euro, a super rocket X1. A golden rocket instantly swiped the screen and brushed up the entire station's advertisements. Wow! Flowing Water Ruthless is a new number. Is Sister Euro waiting for Big Brother? A word is super fire. Bull batch. I already have a feeling that the anchor is going to stop broadcasting tomorrow. Wow! This anchor is quite good looking. First click a follow. Song Euro's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw a super rocket suddenly appear in her live room. Could it be that she really had a big brother? Thank you Brother Emotionless for the super rocket. Brother Maple Leaf. The opposite side is beating us. Although Little Candy had a miserable face, he was indeed unusually excited inside. If you come and go, there will be more gifts, or else with one rocket, the other side would be gone, and she would only have more than $100 in hand. Candy, don't worry, this hand must be taken. Maple Leaf, who wanted to eat imported candy, first went to Song Euro's live room for a bit, and looked at the account of Running Water Emotionless, which was just over 20 levels, and swiped such a gift. At once, he left the live room. Opposite Big Brother came to try. How to leave at once. Not should put down harsh words? Didn't understand, but maybe it doesn't look at Ultra Fire. After all, people just came in. The tip is a Duke. Spend more than a Super Fire. User, Maple Leaf, who wants to eat imported candy, gave host, Little Candy, Super Rocket X1. Maple Leaf followed up with a Super Fire. The other party was just a low-level number and probably didn't have much money. He felt that this month had just begun, and the other party was afraid that he was going to eat dirt behind him. Maple Leaf also went up, leading the opposite side by 500 points. I guess the opposite side won't go up again. Still, Brother Maple Leaf is great. The weekly leaderboard is over 10,000 points. Little Candy's live broadcast began to lick. This made Little Candy exceptionally happy. Thanks to my Brother Maple Leaf's Superfire. Everyone support it too. Don't let Brother Maple Leaf fight alone. Song Euro was helpless. She wanted to give up, just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade not to go on anymore. User, Running Water Ruthless, opened a king in Song Euro's live room. Red King, Red Flowing Water Ruthless. User, Running Water Ruthless, gave anchor, Song Euro, Super Rocket X1. User, Running Water Ruthless, gave anchor, Song Euro, Super Rocket X5. Instantly, another 5 Superfire floated on the screen. I'll go, directly opening the king at the drop of a hat. Big Brother, is there a lack of pendants on your body? Big Brother, can the gender not be stuck so dead? Upstairs, get lost. I'm the king of love's bull, broken voice. Song Euro's heart thumped wildly. She really had met Big Brother. Thank you Brother Emotionless. Really, thank you. You can do whatever you want me to do now. I'm too excited. I don't even know how to say it. Song Euro, as a small transparent anchor, for the first time, someone directly opened the king in her live room, and also continuously sent 6 superfire. Chapter 5, New Reward. At this point, the PK winners and losers were no longer anyone's concern, and Maple Leaf was somewhat abashed. In the end, Little Candy admitted defeat. I don't know if there's any medical expenses, brother emotionless, but Sulu didn't pay attention to it, because he had already fallen asleep. Although he had a good amount of alcohol, he ended up going to his head, and after delivering the rocket, he fell asleep. Sulu fell asleep. Some people couldn't sleep. Looking at Sulu, who never replied, Song Yuro was apprehensive inside. Song Yuro's house manager urged her to hurry up and send the contact information. Satisfy all the requirements of Big Brother. Remember, it is all the requirements. Song Yuro was full of reluctance, but the house manager only said 2 words. We're only suggesting. Whether or not we can tie Big Brother down is up to you. You yourself have known before what it's like without Big Brother. Song Yuro nodded with an inner tangle, and then sent her microchat number over. But waiting left and right, a night passed, completely without any added messages. When Sulu woke up, it was already almost noon. Signing in. Congratulations on the success of signing in. Rewarding 20% of the shares of the Fighting Shark live broadcast platform. The procedures are legal and reasonable. The contract transfer book and related documents have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Sulu looked at this reward and smiled. Cloudy, jingling. An unfamiliar caller called. Hello, is this Mr. Sulu? A serious middle-aged voice came from the opposite side. Hello, I am Chen Gajie, the president of Fighting Shark. Because Mr. Su has become the second largest shareholder of Fighting Shark. Therefore, I would like to ask if you have any suggestions for the future development of Fighting Shark? Sulu instantly understood that the other party was here to test him. Then he smiled and returned. Mr. Chen, I don't have any suggestions. I just plan to take some dividends every year. For the rest, I believe in Mr. Chen's professionalism. Thank you, Mr. Su. I also hope that Mr. Su will support me more in the future. Chen Gaojia instantly said with a smile. Then I won't bother Mr. Su anymore. Chen Gaojia hung up the phone after saying that. Sulu, who hung up the phone, got up and washed up, came to the front desk, and found that several other people had left. Just as she was about to leave, she realized that Wei Meiling was still sitting in the hall. Wei Meiling apparently also saw Sulu, got up and walked over. Ta, accompanied by the sound of high heels, Wei Meiling walked over to Sulu and muttered, not a man, then turned around and left. Sulu cried and laughed. I wonder how long she waited just to say this sentence. Sulu had a simple lunch in the hotel restaurant, sitting by the window, looking down at Jinling City, suddenly felt that she had lived quite a failure in front of her. Not even a friend. But Sulu to not too sad. Everything is in time. After eating, Sulu took a taxi to the nearby shopping mall, and did not encounter any dog-eyed scenes, and smoothly changed clothes, which is also considered a new look. Sulu returned to yesterday's hotel, opened a room for half a month. It is estimated that by then he will leave Jinling City. Ding! You received an add friend. Wei Meiling applied to add you as a friend. Sulu had no choice but to agree to add a friend. Do you want to drink together at night? Wei Meiling's message came. What? With this amount of alcohol you have? Sulu immediately replied. What do you know? That's me pretending. Taking advantage of me yesterday was also on purpose? Aha! A beast is worse than a beast. Sulu instantly felt like crying and laughing. Yesterday he was still a gentleman. But as a result, but Sulu really didn't intend to have anything to do with this female president. After all, people's family conditions don't allow this. If he foolishly followed up, it would be a big problem. Sulu, who was lying on the bed, no longer paid attention to Wei Meiling, and opened Do Shark. Good guy. The background message 99+. Aha! There is a familiar one. Song Yuro sent a private message. Brother emotionless. This is my micro chat number. Sulu directly added it. Brother emotionless. Thank you for your support. Sulu just added it. And a message came from the opposite side. So I'm afraid that she hadn't been waiting for it. Song Yuro waited until the morning before she fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, she just woke up, heard the sound of the microchat, and immediately had a burst of spirit, almost passing in seconds, and then immediately sent. After yesterday's night of thinking, she also figured out some things. Her family conditions are not good. An uneducated brother, and a sick father. The family pressure was almost too much for her to breathe, especially when she entered the anchor circle, a small transparent who didn't have anyone's support yet. There were some things that she was starting to understand a bit. Sulu began to pull. That said, Big Brother rewarding. Basically have something to ask for. If you are thankful, then simply be more direct. Brother emotionless, where is it? I want to treat you to a meal. Not long after, Song Yuro's message replied. I'm in Jinling City. What a coincidence. So am I. I don't know if Brother Emotionless is free tonight. I'll treat you to a meal. Just dinner? Sulu typed. All at Brother Emotionless arrangement. Positioning, come over first. Sulu looked at the balance of more than $600,000 left. Theoretically enough. Okay, Brother Emotionless. I'll be right there. Sulu did not wait too long when the doorbell rang. Song Yuro outside the door was unusually nervous inside. She knew what she would face next, but since she chose to do it, she could only tough it out. Sulu opened the door and saw a tall beauty standing at the door. Song Yuro? Sulu slowly opened her mouth. Song Yuro looked at Sulu's eyes lit up. So handsome little brother. If it was by him, then it shouldn't be so mindful. Come in first. Sulu walked towards the room. Song Yuro was still more or less apprehensive inside. Song Yuro's face was flushed and she lowered her head without speaking. Sulu looked at Song Yuro's appearance and was more or less amused inside. It was really an imperial lady's body and a lowly's heart. Sulu directly hugged Song Yuro. Wait. Song Yuro forced herself to wake up. Sulu's face showed displeasure. Brother Emotionless, can you lend me $200,000? My father needs surgery. Song Yuro seemed like she was about to cry out. So, just because of $200,000, Sulu lost interest and took out his cell phone to transfer $200,000. Song Yuro stared blankly at the $200,000 that arrived on her cell phone. Her eyes reddened slightly. Thank you, Brother Emotionless. Song Yuro was touched and looked towards Sulu, then pasted towards Sulu. Sulu lost interest. He didn't like this feeling, because there was a feeling that as long as there was money, it was okay to change someone else. He admitted that he was a bit pretentious. Brother Emotionless, I'm sorry, but even without this $200,000, I'm still willing. Song Yuro saw Sulu's expression, understood his thoughts, lowered her head and whispered, alright, then in the future, you're my personal assistant. When you're not doing anything, help me drive the car. And in the future, after you graduate, help me take care of the house. Sulu opened his mouth and said, okay. Song Yuro instantly relaxed, but there was still a bit of loss in her heart. Let's go eat. Chapter 6 Spending rebate card 100 times. After eating, Sulu brought Song Yuro back to the hotel. Brother Emotionless. After entering the room, Song Yuro murmured in a low voice with a red face and lowered her head. After a battle that turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain, Sulu lay on the bed looking at a splash of red color, smoking a cigarette and thinking in his heart. Signing in successfully. Rewarding $1 million in cash. Rewarding one consumption rebate card 100 times. Consumption rebate card, consumption within 24 hours of consumption. Rebate 100 times. Rebate money source no problem. Note, my property only. Ding. Blue Star Bank, your account 8888 was credited on September 2nd at 048 with 1,000,000 Huaxia dollars. The account balance is 1,410,169.34 yuan. Sulu looked at the consumption rebate card and the 1 million credited to the account. Come on. This is forcing himself to consume then consume a wave during the day. Then Sulu extinguished his cigarette and slept. The next morning, Sulu patted Song Yuro. Song Yuro smiled sweetly. Brother Emotionless, my name is Sulu. Okay Brother Lu. Song Yuro, how does the body feel? Sulu opened his mouth and asked. There's nothing wrong with it. Alright then, accompany me out to buy something. Sulu opened his mouth and said. Okay, then Brother Sulu wait for me to change my clothes. Song Yuro said sweetly. The fair skin made Sulu's heart flutter as well. But Sulu was not a man who couldn't walk when he saw a female. Since he decided to go out and spend money today, he wouldn't delay at this time. Okay, wait for you. We'll go buy something later. Song Yuro quickly ran back to the room. Not long after, Song Yuro walked out of the room with a slightly reddened face. She had just been in her room and saw a torn stocking, which she immediately threw into the trash. My own bowl. I don't want to take it to others. Sulu opened his mouth and said. Brother Luke, I understand. Song Yuro touched her bare thighs and said shyly. Have a driver's license? Sulu looked at Song Yuro. Yes. Let's go buy a mobility scooter first in a while, and then go buy something else. Sulu considered spending all of this 1.4 million, so that 100 times, it would be almost 140 million. Then it would be true wealth freedom, plus the sign-in system. It could be a complete swing. An hour later, Song Yuro and Sulu came to the hotel downstairs. What brand of car do you like? Sulu looked at Song Yuro. Song Yuro looked dumbfounded at Sulu. Was this to buy herself a car? What are you froze for? Say it. I like Maserati. Song Euro smiled and said. Okay, Sulu said, bringing Song Euro to take a taxi straight to the Maserati 4S store. The two people just went in, and immediately a sales manager walked up. Good day, sir. May I ask if there's a model you're looking at? Wang Ran walked next to Sulu and asked. We'll take a casual look first. Sulu replied. In Maserati, there weren't too many cars, and Sulu didn't plan to buy too good a car, so he took Song Euro around. Wang Ran of course didn't choose to leave, based on her experience. Although these two looked young, they did have the desire to buy. As for purchasing power, she didn't feel that the two who had the courage to come in and had a clear sense of purpose couldn't afford it. How about it? Is there anything you fancy? After turning around, Sulu looked at Song Euro. Song Euro was obviously a little embarrassed and didn't answer, but her eyes gently glanced in one direction. Sulu looked over obediently, pointed at the car over there, and asked Wang Ran what car that one was. That one is Maserati Ghibli, more popular with girls. You are buying it for your girlfriend. Right. Wang Ran smoothly began to introduce. Sulu nodded and led Song Euro towards the Jeberet. Song Euro saw that Sulu did not object, and she was happy inside. Go ahead. Sit in it and try it out. Sulu patted Song Euro, gesturing for her to sit up and take a look. Song Euro sat in the driver's seat under Sulu's encouraging eyes, and Sulu also sat in the passenger seat. Do you like it? Aha! Like it. Song Euro's eyes were full of delight. This car did compound her aesthetic. Manager Wang, what colors does this car have? Sulu turned her head to Wang Ran in the back seat. Currently we have white, blue, light blue, gray, and red in the store. Euro, what color do you like? That one. Is there a pink one? Song Euro said hesitantly. There is, but the pink color of the current car is the 3.0T configuration is higher. The relative price will be a little higher. No problem. Just take us to take a look? Yes. Wang Ran nodded and got out of the car to bring the two to the garage. Song Euro took a fancy to this pink one at a glance, but thinking of manager Wang's words just now, she carefully pulled Sulu. Brother Lu, why don't we buy the white one? Sulu touched Song Euro's head, then looked at Wang Ran. This is the one. Can we pick it up today? Yes. The whole process will take about an hour. Good. Start. Okay, sir. This car has a landing price of 980,000. May I ask if you have a mortgage or full payment? Wang Ran looked at Sulu after calculating the price on the side. Take the contract. Full payment. Okay, sir. This way. Wang Ran led Sulu and the others into the VIP room and started to prepare the contract. Song Euro lowered her head at the side and didn't say anything. After all, they didn't say they would buy it for her. She didn't have the good sense to say it was expensive again. Alright sir, the total is 980,000. In addition we send you 3 years free maintenance, as well as a 10,000 yuan fuel card. Do you think it's okay? Wang Ran took out the contract, as well as 2 cards and handed it over. Sulu took the contract, looked at it, nothing wrong, nodded, signed the contract, swiped the card, all in one go. Sir, please take your ID card. Euro, take yours. Sulu touched Song Euro's head and said with a smile. Oh, okay. The dumbfounded Song Euro hurriedly took out her ID card from her bag and handed it over. A trace of envy flashed in Wang Ran's eyes, but it's a pity that old mom is already old. Brother Locke, this car is too expensive. I can't afford to pay it back. Song Euro lowered her head and whispered. You're my assistant. In the future, the main thing is to be on call. All this is nothing. Song Euro listened and nodded seriously. How to say it? He did feel that this little girl was good. As long as this girl didn't make any mistakes, a lifetime of clothing and food, that was still no problem. An hour later, Song Euro carefully drove the car, slowly out of the 4S store. I think, at this speed, it would still be faster for me to walk there. Sulu held his forehead and said helplessly, Brother Luke, I'm a little nervous. Song Euro tightly gripped the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the front. It's fine. Drive boldly. The insurance is already in effect. Sulu smiled. You are now my personal assistant, so these skills still need to be learned. Then, Sulu spoke again. Okay, boss. Song Euro nervously looked at the road, fearing that she would accidentally bump into it. Come on, listen to me. See that person in front? See it. Step on the gas. Hit him. Boss, it's illegal. Why don't you brake if you know it's illegal? Oh. Sulu held her forehead. Helpless, this Song Euro's guts were indeed a bit small. Chapter 7, I still like your unruly and untamed look. An hour later, Sulu and Song Euro finally arrived at Ida Plaza. Patting Song Yuro, who still had a nervous face, Sulu smiled. Let's go. Take you to buy something. Today we are out to consume. Ding bell. Song Yuro's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Xiao Shui. You Ro. Why didn't you come to class today? Just now the teacher called the roll. I answered for you. A female voice came from the other side of the phone. Yeah, little Snow. I forgot. Song Yuro spat out her tongue. You're not going on a date, are you? Ah, Song Yuro exclaimed, sneaking a glance at Sulu, who was looking at her with a smile. Her face blushed slightly and she whispered. You made a boyfriend. Yo. No don't talk nonsense. Song Yuro whispered. Sulu on the side laughed and shook her head. I'll hang up first. Song Yuro immediately hung up the phone, then looked at Sulu in embarrassment. That my roommate. I know. In the future you can say to others that I am your boss. It's fine. Sulu dotingly rubbed Song Yuro's hair. Really? Good. Song Yuro covered her head with both hands and looked at Sulu with a smile. Really? Let's go. Do you still have classes in the afternoon? Yes. Song Yuro lowered her head. It's fine. Go to class. I'll find you when I'm free. Be good. Song Yuro instantly understood Sulu's words and nodded her head obediently. Let's go. Go buy some clothes, have a meal, and you'll go back to class. Sulu pulled Song Yuro into Yida Plaza. Come try this. Sulu took out another white dress. Then looking at Song Yuro, who was wearing a white dress, Sulu's eyes lit up and nodded. Wrap up those pieces just now. Check out. Good day, sir. Your total consumption is 325. 300 renminbi. I'll be the master of erasing a zero for you. 320. 000 RMB whole. The manager walked next to Sulu and said respectfully. Okay, thanks a lot. Sulu handed the card over. Accompanying Song Yuro for lunch, he let Song Yuro send himself back to the hotel. Sulu looked at the balance in the bank card. There was still more than 100,000 yuan. Directly took out his cell phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Song Yuro. Not long after, in the micro chat, Song Yuro's message replied. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Giving you pocket money, can't run out of money. You've already bought me so many things and lent me $200,000. It's all for you. Can't be my personal assistant and still not have much money to use. Use it first. I'll transfer it to you often. Take care of yourself. Sulu didn't mention anything else. This female may indeed like him a little now, but after all, the time spent together is still short. Come what may. Thank you, Brother Lu. Sulu put down his cell phone and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Standing on the 18th floor, looking at Jinling City, Sulu couldn't help but sigh. Standing high, in order to see far the next life must be easy to live up. All wealth freedom. If you still live so hooked and tired, then I'm sorry for the system. I'm sorry for the money. Bored Sulu once again opened the bucket shark. There are still hundreds of thousands of shark fins inside. Just casually look at random reward. Is single a persona? You've heard that single is a persona. I whacked you guys just into the live broadcast room. Su fell almost not by this throat to dry confused. Who is this? Not called Zhou Shui? Sulu knew that this was the legendary mute bride He used to watch her live often. What is this situation? But inexplicably felt particularly funny. King, running water emotionless, gifted anchor, Bu Airbusher Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X1. Thank you for the super rocket sent by brother emotionless. Quill. Sister Joe immediately staged a lightspeed face change. One moment, a raging wind and rain. The next a small chicken peck. Sulu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. King, running water is relentless, gifted anchor. Bu Air is not called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X1. King, running water emotionless, gifted anchor, Bu Air Bu called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X34. Thank you for the super rocket loosened by brother emotionless. Wow. Big brother is domineering. Big brother is unrivaled in the country. Sister Joe immediately danced with her hands. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room was triggered by pop-ups, and those who brought the rhythm before were also immediately triggered by the rocket brush screen. Sulu was also brushing off the zeros of the shark fins. Looking at the remaining 900,000 shark fins, Sulu nodded with satisfaction. This is the newly promoted king. Sister Joe quickly kneeled. However, for Sister Joe, it doesn't really matter if it's big or not big brother. The fan base is there. But if there can be a big brother, it's also the icing on the cake. Sister Joe directly private message. Sent a contact information in the past. Sulu received. And did not add. In fact, this kind of frankly, is the studio account? Not much use. Who knows who when you chat? Shook his head. Sulu wandered for a while. Back to Sister Joe live room. Continue to watch the live broadcast. Today let's come to the whole live. A super rocket shut up for 5 minutes. How about it? Brothers, didn't you tell me to shut up every day? Why are you wimping out now? Sister Joe grinned widely. The king, running water is relentless, opened the emperor in, Buer is not called Zhou Shui. Wow. Emperor of love. Thank you brother Ruthless for opening the emperor. Everyone stand up to honor the emperor of love. Zhou Shui got up and shouted. Shut up. Sulu sent a pop-up. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the love emperor and I have the same aesthetic. I equals love emperor? The corner of Sulu's mouth twitched as she looked at the pop-up screen. Love emperor. What an unpleasant name. Emperor, running water is emotionless, gifted anchor. Buer is not called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X1. Emperor, times 436. Sister Joe looked at the screen full of rockets without tears, inwardly surprised and helpless. 436 times 5 equals 36 hours and 20 minutes. Unable to speak. This, ha ha ha. Sister Joe can't talk for more than 36 hours. I thank you. Brother emotionless. Sister Joe typed pop-ups with desire for rain and no tears. Sulu laughed and typed. I still like the unruly look you just had. Ha ha ha. Support the Emperor of Love. Emperor of Love is bullish. Ding. The backstage private message came. Sulu opened it. Brother emotionless. This is my private microchat. Sulu would smile. There is nothing in this world that Les can't do. If there is, then it's not enough money. Sulu opened the microchat and added it. Ruthless brother. I was wrong. The opposite side of Sister Joe's message came. Sighing at Sister Joe's incompetent rant, Sulu replied with a question mark. 36 hours of live broadcasting without talking. Dying. For these top anchors like Sister Joe, even if she was titled the Mute Bride, if she didn't speak for a long period of time, this loss of popularity would be huge. Brother emotionless. Brother emotionless. Pictures. Sulu's eyes instantly lit up. Sister Joe's aesthetic pictures were really top-notch. Sulu sighed. Chapter 8 Sister Joe's Invitation. Brother emotionless. When you're free to come to Magic City, I'll treat you to dinner. Please please please. Ding. The time is already midnight the next day. Does the consumption rebate card need to be settled immediately? Settle. Your cash consumption is $31 million. Your shark fin consumption is 960,000 shark fins. Rebate settlement. Cash to the account 131 million yuan. Shark fins 96 million. Funds, and shark fins source no problem. Please rest assured to use Blue Star Bank. Your account 8888 was credited at 010 on September 3rd. 131,000,000 Chinese dollars. The balance of the account is $131,000, 169.34. Fighting sharks shark fins turned into 96 million. Sulu shook his head helplessly. He didn't even realize that there was a rebate for shark fins. Originally, he was planning to casually play around and tease Sister Joe. The result was actually still an unexpected joy. Sulu shook his head and returned to the live broadcast. Alright, Sister Joe is joking. Sulu popped up and sent a sentence. My almost suffocated me. Sister Joe wiped the non-existent sweat. Ha ha ha. The way Sister Joe just looked made me inexplicably want to laugh. Right at this moment. User, Little Prince of Magic City, gifted anchor, not Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X10. Keep shutting up. Magic City Little Prince's pop-up screen came. Who is this? So douchey? Sister Joe's face changed slightly. She was being targeted. There was no way but to obediently shut up. Who let herself set a flag? Sulu's side face changed slightly. This is not hitting his face. Thinking of this, Sulu's fingers began to operate. Emperor, running water is relentless, gifted anchor, not called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X1000. Sulu's fingers were almost pressed to waste. This flurry of super rockets appeared. He instantly became Sister Joe's list 1. And the heat in the live broadcast room instantly broke 100 million. If you want to make Sister Joe shut up, first become rank 1. Sulu's pop-up screen just stood out from the pile. Wow. Sister Joe has really met a super big brother. Is Sister Joe really going to stop broadcasting tomorrow? I just want to say to the Love Emperor, lighten up. Sister Joe looked at the pop-ups, her face slightly red. This person wouldn't really be interested in her. Rather, it's almost 3 million in this moment. Where's that what's his name Little Prince of Magic City? How to run away? Care about that too then why? This is not pretending to be a bully not to be that what? Ha ha ha. Sister Joe laughed and thanked Sulu for the reward. Then with a somewhat gloomy face, she took out her cell phone and sent a text message over. Love Emperor, you look like this. I'm a bit flustered. Why don't I return the money to you? Sulu looked at Sister Joe's message with amusement. So your bar. It's all trivial. I like the ones I can't grasp with one hand. Sister Joe blushed slightly and looked at herself. Small is good. Firmness? What do you know? Sulu laughed at what Sister Joe sent over and just wanted to reply. Joe Shuyi withdrew a message. Let me know when you come to Magic City. I'll treat you to dinner. Sulu looked at the address Wang Zhang finalized in the high school group. October 1st. Magic City Walton Hotel. Early next month, we'll go to Magic City. Sister Joe's face flushed red. She didn't know why she sent that one text message. Maybe she was really stoned today. 3 million she could take out. But taking out and taking out a reward are two different things. Okay, when the time comes, you call me. 158 ***** 6688. This is my cell phone number. Private. Sulu looked at the last three words. Ha ha, misunderstood. Sister Joe probably thought that she was just wanting private contact information before she swiped so many super hot ones. Saving the number for a moment, Sulu did not explain. Alright, get off the air early. I'm going to sleep. Sulu sent a pop-up screen. Big brother sent word. Sister Joe go to sleep. Big brother sent word. Sister Joe quickly go to sleep. Sister Joe bitterly laughed as she looked at the clear pop-ups. But of course, she wouldn't be able to tough it out. Okay, little sister will get off the air now. Sister Joe clamped her voice back. I'm numb. Sister Joe's clamped voice. I'm stone shifted. U1S1. Such a Sister Joe can punch. The live broadcast room directly blacked out. Withdrawn. Sulu closed the fighting shark. Although there were still a lot of shark fins, he didn't want to reward for the sake of rewarding. Sister Joe's brash character, as well as her face value and figure were all his favorites, so he was naturally willing to reward. And the others that he hadn't yet taken a liking to, naturally, he wouldn't go spreading coins just for the sake of pretending to be a pussy. Sign in. Sulu put down her cell phone and shuffled around for a bit before signing in her head. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with a house buying subsidy card. Buying house subsidy card. After purchasing a property, the expenses incurred will be stormed 1 to 10 times. The time limit is 1 day. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't plan to be based in Jinling City, it didn't matter if he bought a house and put it there. Without continuing to think further, Sulu quickly fell asleep. Sulu slept soundly. Sister Joe's side was indeed insomnia. It was said that Sister Joe had a house in Thompson, but in reality, she just rented it, and the rent alone was almost $4 million a year. Of course, after all, the head anchor. There is a lot of money. There are a lot of real estate. But Tangchen Ipin house prices are too expensive to buy, it is not cost effective, and finally chose to rent it. The actual cannot be rented for 2 years, for there is a big brother. She can be a lot easier, but she did not want to do that kind of thing against her will, so her heart is full of worry for Running Water Ruthless. Humph, Running Water Ruthless, by the sound of his name, he's like a scum. Sister Joe frowned and murmured. The next day at noon, Sulu woke up. This feeling of sleeping until he woke up naturally made him feel that his entire being was filled with pleasure. After washing up, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Song Yuro's number. It's Saturday. She shouldn't have classes. Hello, Brother Locke, came Song Yuro's surprised words from the opposite side. Do you have classes today? There are no classes today or tomorrow. Song Yuro replied in a small voice. Alright, come pick me up. Today you will take you to see the house. Sulu heart slightly smiled. This little girl just understands things. Half an hour later, Song Yuro arrived downstairs at the hotel. Sulu opened the passenger seat and sat up. Have you eaten? Sulu softly said to Song Yuro. Not yet. Song Yuro squinted her eyes and said with a smile on her face. Then let's go eat a meal first. Let's go. Eat more. Look at how thin you are. Sulu smiled and gave Song Yuro dishes. Song Yuro looked down and saw. Well, couldn't see her toes. Red face didn't say anything. The two people talked and laughed as they finished their midday meal. Let's go. Take me to a better neighborhood near your school and buy you a house. Sulu patted Song Yuro at the entrance of the restaurant. Sulu also wanted to test whether this house buying subsidy card included all the properties purchased, or only the properties in her name. Song Yuro beamed and looked at Sulu in surprise. Well, in the future, you won't have to worry about life. Just enjoy life and do what you want to do. Brother Luke. Song Yuro looked at Sulu with a touched face. Alright, let's go. Sulu pulled Song Yuro towards the car. Hello sir. I'm Little Lee, the sales manager. May I ask if you're here today? Are you looking at a wedding house? Or, Shelly watched as a pair of handsome men and women walked in hand. We are still. Song Yuro immediately blushed and wanted to explain. Sulu pulled Song Yuro. Shaoli, help us recommend something. A better one. No need to consider the price or anything else. Okay, Mr. Mrs. This way. Shaoli's eyes were full of smiles as he brought Sulu and the two of them to the office. This building is the king of our Fairview neighborhood. The location is convenient, and the lighting of the whole building is very good. Xiaoli pointed to one of the buildings in the sand tray and said. Sulu nodded. How about the decoration? How is the property? Don't worry, sir. The decoration of our Fairview community are all high-level fine decoration. All materials are guaranteed to use non-polluting, non-hazardous environmentally friendly materials, so you can directly turn in your bag and move in. In addition, our property is also the top 3 property companies in the entire N city, including the most luxurious golf villa area in Jinling City. Is also the use of this property service company? So, this point Mrs. You can completely rest assured. Sulu nodded in her heart. The golf villa area. It is also you who are responsible for selling it. Sulu heard the man's words. Her heart stirred, and she immediately asked. Yes sir. We are all from one family. It's just that this is a high-class apartment and that side is the villa area. Sir, what are you? Xiao Li's heart stirred. Could this gentleman be looking at the villa? Well, the golf villa area. Is it far from here? Sulu opened his mouth. After all, the main thing he considered was that Song Euro would still have to go to school in this neighborhood for the next 2 years. Chapter 9, The Windstorm of Property Sales. Sir, golf villa area. About 20 kilometers away from this side. The location is at the west of Jinling City. Well, then Euro. First pick a set over here. Convenient for you to go to school. Sulu rubbed Song Euro's hair. Sulu found that rubbing Song Euro's head was especially fulfilling. Especially Song Euro's reaction of a kitten. Okay, then let's have an 8th floor. Sulu looked at the floor plan and thought for a moment. Can we go take a look? Yes sir, please follow me. Xiaoli quickly ran towards the manager's room and pushed open the door. Manager, there is a customer who wants to take a look at building 16, room 808. Little Li automatically chose the highest door number for Sulu and the others. Who is it? The manager looked at Sulu behind Xiaoli. His brows furrowed. Little Li, what am I saying to you? Look at these two. They are obviously students. Our house here costs $8 million less. Do you think the two of them can afford it? Manager Ma's face revealed contempt and looked sternly at Little Li. Sulu frowned, listening to this manager's words. Manager, they really want to buy it. What? Let's forget about this matter. Hurry up and tell them to get lost. I'll leave this house for someone else. Manager. Xiaoli was a little anxious. Sulu looked at the manager in front of her, frowned and walked forward. Well, never mind. Little Li, where is your more senior leader? Help me contact them. What are you? I am the highest leader. Just like you guys. How can you still afford to buy 16 building 808? Let me tell you, that house is $12 million. Do you have the ability to buy it? That manager spoke condescendingly. The surrounding people who were looking at the house were immediately attracted over. Seeing the situation, helplessly shaking their heads. This sales office is also absolute. Invited such a manager to come over. If this person is not a relationship, can still be a manager? Simply, just at this moment, Xiaoli suddenly bowed. Lin Dong, only to see a slightly older man walk in. Lin Yukai was the owner of Run City Developer. 20% of the properties in Jinling City were under his banner. His value was close to $80 billion. Today was just a whim to go to the various sales offices to take a look. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Who are you? Can you be a manager? Who recommended you? Lin Yukai frowned at the manager in front of him. That Lin Dong. I'm Wang Jian. That, Vice Minister of Sales Wang Zhenghua is my father. Wang Jian's heart immediately panicked, but still answered honestly. Not answering, when others investigated, that is even more no room to turn around. Notify the audit department. Verify Wang Zhenghua. In addition, this Wang Jian directly dismissed. Lin Yukai directly to the side of the secretary commanded. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Lin Dong, this house was booked by someone. That's why I didn't sell it to him. Wang Jian immediately nodded and ran next to Lin Yukai. There isn't even a system record, and you still say it's booked. We ourselves are in the service industry. We have to treat any customer courteously, regardless of whether they can afford to buy it or not. As long as you come to our Runcheng Group's sales office, then you have to experience the feeling of being at home. This is something I've always emphasized from the very beginning when I created the company. So whatever reason you have, it won't work with me. After Lin Yukai finished speaking, he then turned his head to look at Sulu. Little brother. Sorry to make you laugh. Lin Yukai looked at Sulu guiltily. Sulu did not pay any attention. Even though Lin Dong handled it swiftly and fairly, this Wang Jian had already disgusted Sulu. I'm very sorry. Like this, I'll let this person apologize to you first, then we'll talk in detail? After Lin Yukai finished speaking and saw that Sulu did not have a look of opposition, then he said sternly to Wang Jian, don't come over and apologize to the client. Wang Jian showed a sad face and fumbled all the way to Sulu and Song Euro. I'm sorry. It was me who was dog-eyed before. Sulu skimmed his mouth in disgust, then waved his hand. Alright, since I've apologized as well, I'll leave first. The big deal is to change a family to buying and selling this kind of thing. There is no need to get on the pole. My own subordinates have offended me. Then after the subordinate apologized, this matter was even turned over. Sulu, since she had no intention of purchasing a house here, she was ready to leave. Little brother, please stay. Lin Yukai quickly walked a few steps, caught up with Sulu, handed over his business card. Lin Dong, is there anything else? Sulu frowned slightly, then took the business card and looked at it. It's like this time to bring you the experience of buying a house. Very poor. All the customers in the store today, each person a discount coupon for purchasing a house. After going to all the discounts, 10% off. Mr. Sulu, your side, we give you 20% off. Lin Yukai said solemnly. Sulu secretly nodded in his heart. This boss does have pattern. Today this matter, even after exposure, will only enhance the corporate image of Run City. Originally a small crisis, instantly reversed by Lin Yukai. Okay, time is not early. Then Xiao Li, take us to see the house. Sulu holding Song Euro said to Little Li. Okay. Little Li bowed to Lin Yukai, then walked towards the manager's room and took out the key. Sir, let's go. Little Li, who had taken the key, led Sulu and the two of them away, walking towards the neighborhood. This little brother is not simple. Lin Yukai looked at Sulu's back as he left inside. Not in a hurry, not impatient, with a shrewd chest, capable of accomplishing great things. Lin Yukai simply commented, wow, it's really beautiful. Just as soon as they entered, Song Euro sighed. The three people wore shoe covers and took a brief tour. The area of this house totals 188 square feet, 4 rooms, 1 hall, 2 bathrooms, and of course the 2 master bedrooms have separate bathrooms. Xiao Li briefly explained the house. Not bad. Does anyone live across the street? Sulu pointed to the opposite room 807. Not yet. Mr. Su, the opposite side has the same layout as this room, but it's symmetrical. Euro, how is it? Do you like it? Like it. Song Euro squinted and nodded. Alright, Little Li, I'll take these 807 and 808. Also, let's go back and sign the contract first. I still want to take a look at the villa area. Okay, sir, this way please. Xiao Li was overjoyed. He really wasn't wrong. These two people were here to buy a house today, and they were all very bold. Not long after, Xiao Li trotted back, carrying 2 contracts in his hands. Sir, the unit price of this house, after removing the discount, is at 58,000 per square meter. According to our chairman's intention, to give you a discount according to 20%, the final price is 17,446,400. Our chairman has just instructed as well, indicating that the number 4 is unlucky. In the end, the price given to you is 17 million. Yes, full payment. Swipe the card. Sulu took out her bank card and handed it over. Euro, your ID card pass over. These 2 houses, bought for you to use. Sulu looked to Song Euro who was at the side. Okay. Song Euro didn't say anything. Sulu gave. She took it. This is what she thought about in the past 2 days. In the future, as long as she is obedient. If Sulu doesn't give, she doesn't want it. Be good and obedient. Sulu looked at Song Euro's appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Half an hour later. Sir, it's already done. This is the voucher. The real estate license will be completed within 7 working days. Xiao Li handed the contract as well as various documents to Song Euro. Good. Next, take me to the villa area. I want to buy a villa. Sulu said flatly. Okay sir, will you guys take my car or drive yourselves? Take your car. Don't live over there today. Sulu said. Okay. Xiao Li brought the car to the entrance of the sales office and welcomed Sulu's 2 people into the car. Sir, do you have any heart expectations for the price of the villa? On the way, Little Li asked curiously. Sulu considered for a moment. Well, if it's suitable, 100 to 120 million. The main thing is to be comfortable. Don't worry, sir, the golf villa area. The people who live there are all high-end people. There definitely won't be too many dispute problems in the neighborhood. In addition, our property will also regularly arrange cleaning for the villa. So, sir, rest assured. Sulu nodded. About an hour later, Su fell out of the car. Seeing this piece of neighborhood that seemed like an earthly paradise, Sulu instantly fell in love with this place. Sir, our villa here, the main focus is to be close to nature, so the geographical location is slightly remote. but the environment is in Jinling, it is definitely the top. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. Sir, what I am recommending to you is Villa number 8 and 10, both priced at 140 to 150 million, because today the chairman promised a 20% discount, so the discounted price is at 120 million. Is that okay? Sulu stood at the entrance of Villa number 8, looking at the surrounding birds and flowers, nodding her head in satisfaction. Nor was she going to go in and look around. It's it. Sulu pointed at Villa no. 8 and waved her hand. Chapter 10, actually, I just have a heart broken into many pieces. It's it. Sulu pointed at Villa number 8 and directly finalized it. An hour later, Sulu's several people returned to the sales office. Sir, the original price of Villa number 8 is 140 million. After discount 112 million, which exempts the property fee of the Fairview community for 1 year 200,000, and the property fee of the Gulf for 1 year 1 million. Sulu nodded. Okay, then handed over the ID card, and the bank card. Full payment. Half an hour later, Sulu and Song Euro came out from the sales office. Brother Lu, I feel like I've been dreaming all afternoon, Song Euro said with some confusion. Silly girl, get in the car. Let's go. After dinner, we'll go back. Afterward, you choose your own day to move. Let me know when it's time. Sulu patted Song Euro. The two found a place to eat dinner, then returned to the hotel. Just after closing the door, the two of them played a song of Smiling Proud Wanderer together. But Sulu really didn't know the Guqin, so she only had to hum a few times in tandem. Next, the two played a few games. Song Euro played Soraka. Sulu chose a cold ice. Then Sulu let Song Euro choose a cold ice shooter. He himself chose NAL. A few games down, but also very happy. The next omitted 10,000 words. Sulu had to sigh. It is often said that the scenery in a foreign land is good, and in the azalea flower, Zi Gu Ming, Song Euro's good behavior is what he likes. Not acting, not pretending, quite good, and now also not live, just seriously learning the dance. After all, no matter how to say is also the art college. After smoking, Sulu turned around and fell into a deep sleep. The next day sleep until noon. Yesterday the two played a long game. Sulu managed to fall from gold to silver, by property subsidy card in effect. Multiplier, 8x. Your cost to buy property, 112 million. The rebate is 896 million. The source of the asset is not a problem. Please feel free to use it. Sulu looked at the prompts. The two sets of properties given to Song Euro were not calculated. It seems that this buying property subsidy card can only work on himself. Blue Star Bank, your account 8888 was credited on September 4th at 11:58 with 896,000,000 Chinese dollars. The account balance is 898,000,169.34 yuan. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, Investment Forecast Card. Investment Forecast Card. You can view the yield of each investment. After using it, it will lock in the returns, and there are no other circumstances that will cause the returns to change. Sulu looked at the reward, as well as the bank balance, and nodded. He wouldn't specialize in investing, but if there was an opportunity, then it would be something to go with the flow. Having said that enjoying life, then it was just enjoying it. Looking towards Song Euro's room, which hadn't woken up yet, Sulu picked up his cell phone and dialed the hotel service. Hey, help me arrange a lunch for two. Well, as long as the flavor and nutrition is good, don't think about the rest. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Sulu pushed the dining table in, looking at Song Euro sleepily walking out of the room. Sulu smiled and came to eat. Wow, boss, you're so handsome. Song Euro was instantly energized. Quickly go wash up and eat. Sulu ignored Song Euro's horse's ass and patted Song Euro. Okay, boss. Then with a twist, she walked towards the bathroom. Sulu shook his head and waited for Song Euro to finish washing up and ate lunch with her. Brother Luke, I'll go back in the afternoon. Song Euro opened her mouth. Okay, be safe when you go back. Sulu finished, picked up his cell phone. Microchat transferred 200,000 in the past. Why don't you turn more? Ask is the limit. Sulu then went through the Blue Star Bank app and transferred 1 million over. These money take to spend. I see you come over this time. There is no jewelry. When I'm not there, and friends shopping or something, want to buy. Sulu himself doesn't care about these, but as his own personal assistants, he still wants to improve their abilities, whether it's their ability to spend money or their eyesight. Brother Luke, you gave me too much. Song Euro whispered. Alright, it's nothing. There are some words I won't say much. You know it in your heart. Just tell me if there's anything. Sulu rubbed Song Euro's hair. In the afternoon, accompanied Song Euro to brush up the drama. did not play the game again. After all, she went back and had to drive. That would be too dangerous. Fatigue driving was not to be avoided. Brother Luke, I'm leaving. Song Yuro looked at Sulu. Alright, your life shouldn't be all about me. Do what you want to do and go. Sulu smiled and sent Song Yuro to the car. Okay, bye-bye Brother Luke. Song Yuro waved her hand. Sulu nodded and watched the Maserati leave, turning his head back to the hotel. The villa he was going to go back in a few days. This side had gotten used to living here for a few days, so he lived there first. Sulu, who returned to the hotel, took out his cell phone. Looking at the text messages sent to her by Sister Joe in the past 2 days, he smiled. These 2 days he was adapting to the rhythm of spending money. After meeting Song Yuro, he tried to cultivate her. This girl started out for money. Indeed, this was undeniable. But now it was no longer the case. After all, Sulu removed her worries completely. The purpose was so that she could work well in the future and do well in her position as a personal assistant. But if you want to say test, this Sulu won't go for it. Because the human heart can't be tested. Because this kind of test represents a kind of condition assumption. Sometimes the result makes people feel a little scary. But the actual real life will never appear this kind of condition. Take a simple example. If you found $100 million in cash, would you pick up the money? But if someone really prepared 100 million in front of you, would you pick up the money? Think carefully. You fine. Sulu returned a message to Sister Joe. I'll go. I've been messaging you for the past 2 days and you've only just returned. What kind of reaction speed are you? Sister Joe replied back in seconds. Sulu looked at the time. It was just 1800 hours. She hadn't started the live broadcast yet. Well, there are too many girls who like me. Wife, you need to line up. Sulu replied. You still have girls who like it? Bah! Who is your wife? Whoever promises to be is chanting. Humph! You really are a scum. I'm not a scum. In fact, I'm just a heart broken into many pieces. Each piece fell in love with a different person. Bah! Sister Joe laughed loudly. On the side, Shuna, Nai and Egbo, looking at Sister Joe who had been giggling and looking at her cell phone. The two of them glanced at each other. Sister Joe wouldn't be in love. Right. No way. How many pieces are you broken into now? Sister Joe asked as she laughed and typed. She didn't know why she was curious about this. You guess? Do you guess if I guess? You guess I guess you guess no? Ah, roll you. Say or not. Ha ha, just don't tell you. Straight your broadcast it. How could Sulu let the girls guess through? Curiosity is the beginning of the fall. Chapter 11. A glass of foreign wine in one sip. There's still 2 hours to go before it starts. Sister Joe's reply was indeed quite quick. Alright, I'm going to eat then. Okay. Sister Joe closed the microchat with a depressed face. Shu Bao, Egbo, has the takeout arrived? Sister Joe shouted. Not yet. Ah, so angry. Sister Joe felt really angry chatting with this ruthless brother. Cho, Sister Cho, what's wrong with you? Shuna Nai asked cautiously. Ah, nothing, I'm hungry. Sister Joe waved her hand. This side Sulu picked up her cell phone and went out the door. The night color of Jinling was still quite beautiful. Neon lights flashed, and the light and shadows were harmonious. The previous Sulu did not have the time to appreciate it. Jingling. The phone rang. Hello. Sulu saw that it was an unfamiliar number and picked it up. Old 4, it's me, Wang Shilong. A familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. This was the college roommate. After graduation, he went back to his hometown. I heard that he inherited the family business to go. Is considered the second generation of the rich. His family has small assets. Yo, Lao San, how come you have time to call me? You changed your number? Still in Jinling? Yes. Why? Are you free to come out for a drink? What's wrong with you? Listening to Wang Shilong state on the other side of the phone was not quite right. Sulu asked. Dude fell out of love. What the hell? You lost your love to Jinling? Don't bullshit. Come or not. Send me the address. Ding. Location, box 666 I go. It's in the Huadu bar. Sulu immediately turned her head and walked back. From the door next to the hotel, he went in and came to Huadu bar. Su Shao. Sulu turned his head to see that it was the waiter from last time. Nodding at him. Take me to box 666. As soon as Sulu entered, he saw a handsome man with slightly dark skin and a short inch, who was drinking alone again. Lao San, why are you alone? Didn't call one? Sulu nodded to the waiter, and after adding his microchat, she signaled him to go first. Here just want to drink some wine today, said Wang Shilong in a low tone. Tell me, what's wrong? Sulu pressed the wine glass, stopping Wang Shilong who wanted to continue drinking. Alas. Wang Shilong sighed deeply. Buddy, I planted it this time. What? Let someone cut off your waist? Fuck you. Wang Shilong slapped Sulu without any good humor. I met a girl online, chatted for a long time. These 2 days been now. The result is actually a married woman. Wang Shilong depressedly drank a mouthful of wine. Got on yet? On. Cool. Ha ha ha. Wang Shilong revealed a silly smile. Just this? Just this? You're telling me you lost your love? Are you sure it's not Versailles? Sulu helplessly rolled her eyes. I'm serious. Wang Shilong had a serious face. Sulu took a careful look at Wang Shilong, took out her cell phone, and notified the waiter on WeChat to come over. Not a moment later, the waiter walked in. Su Xiao, what is the name of the little brother? Sulu patted the sofa, signaling the waiter to sit down. Su Xiao, call me Ajay is fine. Ajay obediently sat on the sofa and took the drinks Sulu handed over. This buddy of mine has lost his love. Arrange something for him. Sulu pointed at Wang Shilong and said, do you want it, Su Xiao? Ajay glanced at Wang Shilong. I'll forget about it. Just arrange a random one to accompany me for a drink. Sulu shook his head. After having Song Euro, it wasn't any female Sulu could look at. Okay, Su Xiao. Wait a moment. Okay, arrange to go. Ajay finished the wine in his cup and went out. Alright, Lao San. I'll arrange some programs for you. Your old home. It's not as fun as this side. What project? Wang Shilong asked stupidly. Wait and see. Not much later, Ajay walked in with a few girls. At once, Wang Shilong's eyes were attracted. Indeed, the quality of the small city was not as good as that of the big city. Lao San, pick yourself. Wang Shilong scanned the circle and took a fancy to a slightly plump girl. Sulu looked at it. Not to mention, this kid's vision is really good, although the body is not the best, but it is definitely the youngest. Rather, it looks like it just came out to break in. Sulu waved her hand to signal the girls to go out. This was Ajay walking up. Young Su, brought a girl over for you. First day of work today. Ajay brought a girl behind him. Sulu looked over. Young face. Should have just started freshman year. Nodded. Okay, can you drink? Sulu said, looking at the girl. Will. The voice was soft. Really good. Then stay. Ajay. The drinks you watch on. Okay. Su Xiao. Ajay nodded. Generally, letting the watched on is actually just to ensure that the wine is constantly on. There is no need to specialize in good wine. This point Ajay still understands. Of course, this also depends on the situation. If the guest is ready to pretend to be a bully, then it is definitely. But Su Xiao obviously does not need to pretend to be a bully. After saying this, Su Lu looked at, speechlessly, Wang Shilong, who had already nodded together on the side. This child. Su Lu turned her head to look at the girl next to her. What's the name? My name is Xiao Xiao. Su Lu nodded and didn't say anything else. Although the atmosphere outside was great, the people in the box were indeed a little less. Su Lu herself didn't intend to come out to get high. She was purely tricked into coming. Smiley saw that the scene was a bit cold, and took the initiative to a cup of foreign wine. Big brother, I toast to you, said in a gentle voice to Su Lu. Su Lu looked at Xiao Xiao with surprise, then looked at the full cup of foreign wine. You have to know, the cup in the bar box, not the kind of drink white wine small cup, usually almost 240 to 300 milliliters look, equivalent to the amount of about half a caddy. This foreign wine is about 40 degrees. Look at the girl's appearance, is to be a mouthful of dry. Su Lu did not open his mouth. Since people want to drink, let them drink. Bang! Su Lu clinked with her, took a sip and put the wine glass down. Just saw this, sister. Gulp 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 gulp. A cup was directly drunk. Su Lu gave a thumbs up. Xiao Xiao smiled stupidly at Su Lu and directly lay down on the sofa. Su Lu held his forehead. This sister really came for the first time drinking like this. Lao San. Su Lu called out to Wang Shilong. What's wrong? Are you still out of love? Who lost love? I just purely want to drink. Wang Shilong had a nasty look on his face. Alright, hurry up and get lost. Su Lu threw Wang Shilong a room card. Let the beautiful woman take you there. Thanks, brother. Wang Shilong pasted over and whispered to Su Lu. Remember the small umbrella. Safety first. Su Lu reminded. OJBK. Retreat first. Let's talk tomorrow. Wang Shilong, with his index and middle fingers together, pointed near his temples, then gently waved. Chapter 12, recently a little dry. On fire. Su Lu looked helplessly at Xiao Xiao, who had collapsed on top of him. It's not really appropriate to leave someone here. Take them away. This drunk like this. Su Lu took out her cell phone. Ajay, is this girl so tigerish? Half a caddy of foreign wine clicked dry. This will people lie. Su Lu sent a microchat over. Not much later, Ajay walked in. This, Su Xiao. I'm sorry, originally thought that she just did this business, said Ajay with an embarrassed face. It's fine. Open a room for her. Let her go back and rest. Sulu waved his hand. Young Su, why don't you just take her back? Ajay had a difficult face. She's in this condition. Frowned Sulu. It's fine if she's not drunk. What can she do in this condition? And wake up, and cause some more trouble. Don't worry, Su Xiao. When I brought her here, I have already explained to her. She has no opinion. Ajay patted his chest and assured. The main thing is, if she's like this and you didn't take it away, according to the company's regulations, she won't earn a single penny today. Sulu nodded. Alright, send me to my room first. After saying that, he handed the room card over. Ajay took the room card and called 2 female waitresses to carry Xiao Xiao directly away. Su Xiao, do you want to call another one? Ajay looked towards Sulu. No need. The rest of the wine, you arrange it, Sulu said, pulling out his bank card to settle the bill. 66,000 right. Swipe 4,000 more. For your tip. Hard work. Sulu patted Ajay's shoulder. Thank you, Su Xiao. Ajay received the bank card with a happy face and swiped $70,000. Sulu didn't get up. The room card hadn't been retrieved yet. Around 10 minutes, Ajay came in. Young Su, your room card. Okay, I'll go back first. Come back next time. Okay, Xiao Su, take care. Returning to the room, helplessly looking at Xiao Xiao lying on the bed. The long is very beautiful. White and tender skin. Look some of the gentle wind of Jiangnan. Sulu took Xiao Xiao's shoes off. Then the quilt covered it up, and ran to the sofa to Nestle himself. With such a smiley, Sulu could not raise interest at all. Looking at the time, it was just over 9 o'clock. Sulu sighed, took out her cell phone, and opened Do Shark. Emperor, running water emotionless, entered the not called Zhou Shui live broadcasting room. Wow! Emperor of Love is here. The Emperor of Love is here. The crowd is retreating. Welcome the Emperor of Love into the live room. Sister Zhou, who was playing the game, greeted with a smile. What the hell is the Love Emperor? Sulu typed a pop-up screen. Ha ha ha. Emperor of Love is not satisfied with this title. Brothers, change the name. Sister Zhou laughed loudly. Water Emperor? Upstairs is afraid that you don't want to be blocked by the Emperor of Love. Yo! Falling flowers have the intention to follow the flowing water. Flowing water has no love for falling flowers. Sister Zhou suddenly popped up. The Emperor, flowing water is relentless, gave the anchor. Buair is not called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X100. Good job when rewarded. Sulu sent a pop-up after ordering the gift. I didn't expect Sister Zhou to be so literate. I'll go. Is this still Sister Zhou? But then again, the name of Big Brother Flowing Water and Emotionless is really bad. Emperor of Flowing, Emperor of Water, Emperor of Emotionless, Emperor of Emotion. My surname is Su. Sulu sent out a pop-up. Emperor Su. This is good. Emperor Su. The heat of the entire live broadcast room also instantly reached more than 20 million under the stimulation of Sulu's 100 rounds of superfire. The pop-ups were even denser. Emperor Su. Ding. Sulu opened the microchat. It turned out to be Sister Zhou who opened the message with 2 minds. Emperor Su, didn't you accompany those girls chasing after you today, and still have time to watch me live? To take care of the wife. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Sulu looked at the several cool pictures sent by Sister Zhou, and immediately felt her nose burning a little. You are stirring up the fire. I'm just doing it on purpose. Slightly. You guys see that Sister Zhou has been keeping her head down and giggling. The game isn't moving. It can't be that she's chatting with Su Huang. Ah, kill Su Huang and rob Sister Zhou. Sulu saw this and smiled slightly. Walking to the bathroom, she unbuttoned her shirt and took a picture and sent it over. Sister Zhou's side received a picture with her white shirt open and 8-pack abs in the center. I go. So sexy? This is Su Huang. Everyone, look. Sister Zhou has a nosebleed. I'll go. What is Sister Zhou looking at again? Sister Zhou also found something wrong. Immediately wiped her nose. Wow, a handful of blood. Immediately paused the live broadcast and ran to the bathroom. Emperor Su, you did it on purpose. Sister Zhou sat back in her gaming chair after cleaning up her nosebleed. To come and not to go is not a gift. Non your sister. But Sister Zhou was also moved in her mind. This is you? You guess? Ah. Sister Zhou was frantic. This person just likes to hang on to people's appetites. Big scum. Sister Zhou adjusted and reopened the live broadcast. Sister Zhou, what's the situation? Why is there a nosebleed? Looking at the pop-up questions, Sister Zhou's face was slightly red. Pretending to be calm, she said, the weather has been dry recently. Some fire. Well said. Well made up. Obviously some people didn't believe it anymore. But Sister Zhou ignored it, absent-mindedly broadcasting live. Her heart kept thinking about that photo, whether it was Su Huang or not. If it was, it wasn't unacceptable. Blah blah blah. What are you thinking about? Su Huang is a scum. Su Lu shook her head, looking at the absent-minded sister Zhou, also did not continue to watch the live broadcast, exited the dough shark, then nestled in the sofa to sleep. Big brother, big brother. Listening to the voice, Su Lu slowly woke up. Outside the sky was already bright. In front of him was Xiao Xiao, who was calling out to him. Big brother. Sorry, I didn't expect that wine to be so powerful, Xiao Xiao said with an embarrassed face. This business doesn't suit you. Aren't you in school? Su Lu shook his head. I was greedy in the past and owed a lot of money. Some classmates said that this place is fast money, so I wanted to come and try. Smiley said with embarrassment. Alright, the path you choose. You should be able to take responsibility yourself. Su Lu got up and walked towards the bathroom. You go first. Smiley's face was torn, and finally a touch of firmness came through her eyes. Can you support me? Su Lu was brushing her teeth, then turned her head to look at Smiley. I still have my first time, Xiao Xiao said with an embarrassed face. Looking at the Xiao Xiao in front of her, Su Lu shook her head helplessly. Rather, Som Euro was for the sake of her family. So, Su Lu let her become her assistant. This Xiao Xiao, that was purely because of herself, her own love of fun, and as a result, she owed a huge debt. It was completely different. How much money do you owe? Su Lu finished washing up and walked out. 200,000. Smiley said hesitantly. Collection code. What? I said collection code. Oh, microchat arrived at 200,000 yuan. Smiley, who heard the content, looked at Su Lu with a shocked face. This money will help you pay back, and I won't support you. This business is not suitable for you. So just you go to school and be good. Alright, you go. Su Lu didn't just give it casually. On one hand, the actual situation of Xiao Xiao blowing off a bottle of foreign wine in one breath yesterday was there. On the other hand, Su Lu also owed money before he obtained the system. He knew what it felt like to owe money, and being poor was. It was also considered a remembrance of his past self. Chapter 13, Moving. Xiao Xiao looked at Su Lu, did not look like he was joking, lowered her head and said thank you, then opened the door and left. Su Lu shook his head. For this girl, he still had some good feelings. He could see that she was indeed a little desperate. Therefore, since Su Lu had the ability, he chose to help. But Su Lu just gave her a chance to choose whether she could grasp it or not. It was up to her. Of course, Su Lu actually didn't hold hope. What's the saying? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality before spending money generously. Now, it's hard to go back to the previous state. It was a toss-up whether she would take the 200,000 and pay it back. Not to mention, she was just a freshman with no financial resources. If she could pay back the money immediately and go to school properly, then her life was bright. Su Lu did not continue to think about it. To him, it was just a passerby. Signing in successfully, rewarding 10% of microchat shares, signing in for 7 consecutive days, rewarding a special bonus, Fighting Master. The share transfer agreement, as well as the contract, is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Fighting Master, just a talent, through exercise and learning can quickly improve fighting ability. Su Lu nodded. The reward was quite good. Now in a peaceful society, fighting is basically not used, but there is always a bit of self-defense ability. It is still good. Ding bell. Su Lu's phone rang. If not wrong, it should be the president of WeChat. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Brother Xiao Ma's phone. Brother Xiao Ma, I don't participate in the company's operation, take dividends, and support you when necessary. Su Lu made a long story short. Thanks a lot. I'll invite you for dinner sometime. Little brother Ma said respectfully. Don't look at the fact that Su Lu only had 10% of the shares, but it had actually become the #1 shareholder of WeChat. Okay, I'm going to have breakfast. You get busy. Su Lu hung up the phone after saying that, then dialed Wang Shilong's phone. Lao San, are you up yet? Hello. Wang Shilong had a sleepy face. He looked at the time and then looked at the phone. Alright, you continue sleeping. I'm going to eat breakfast. Su Lu hung up the phone. Su Lu sat alone by the window, eating breakfast, leisurely. Ding. Brother Lu, I plan to move this afternoon. Are you free? Song Euro's message sent over. Free. Su Lu replied. That, my girlfriends are coming along. Do you mind? It's fine. When the time comes, I'll bring a friend over to contribute as well. Su Lu instantly thought of Wang Shilong. Well, this bastard just has too much energy. He needs to be given the exertion to consume it. Okay, Brother Luke. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. It's fine. No need. You send me the address. My friend is driving. Okay, location, Building 11. Room 103. Okay, see you this afternoon. See you in the afternoon. Brother Locke. Son Yuro smiled sweetly. He promised? Yang Xiaoxue looked at Son Yuro curiously. Aha, he'll come over this afternoon. Son Yuro smiled sweetly. Yang Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. What was this BFF's boss like? She had to be a good gatekeeper. The corner of Sulu's mouth slightly twitched as she waited until noon. Only then did Wang Shilong get up in a dignified manner. Lao Si. Wang Shilong rubbed his head with an embarrassed face. Yo, isn't this the Wang so-and-so who fell out of love yesterday? Sulu looked at Wang Shilong with a derisive face. Lao Si. I was wrong. Wang Shilong raised his hands. Since you're wrong, come with me this afternoon. Sulu waved her hand. Okay, this 100 or so pounds of body will be handed over to you. Wang Shilong patted his chest. Where's your car? Sulu opened her mouth and asked. Parking garage now. What's wrong? Nothing, eat first. The two people simply ate a lunch. Sulu hitched a ride on Wang Shilong's BMW 730, and drove towards Son Yuro's rented house. Yuro, I'm here. After Sulu arrived downstairs, he sent a microchat to Son Yuro. Not 2 minutes later, a playful figure appeared, with a smile on her face, running towards Sulu, and after running in front of her, she stood still, bowing, playfully shouting, Good day boss. Well, hello, is everything arranged at home? Sulu nodded. Aha. Son Yuro nodded and looked at Sulu with gratitude, then quietly stood aside. At this time, a girl walked over, the beautiful figure that was vaguely visible, the ink hair under the long flow. The corners of her mouth smiled lightly. Her face did not have a trace of rouge. She looked like a small family. Brother Luke, this is my best friend, Yang Xiaoxue. Son Yuro immediately introduced to Sulu. Wang Shilong on the side frantically shook Sulu's arm. This is my dish. Sulu first nodded to Yang Xiaoxue, then pointed to Wang Shilong on the side. This is my college roommate, Wang Shilong. Just call him third brother. Third brother. Son Yuro called out sweetly. Yang Xiaoxue on the side similarly nodded her head. Then, continuously looking Sulu up and down. Have you packed everything? Sulu looked at Son Yuro. Alright, it's all placed in the trunk. Son Yuro pointed at the Maserati in the distance. Then let's go. Sulu opened her mouth. Son Yuro wanted to follow Sulu into the car, but was directly pulled away by Yang Xiaoxue. Missy, you don't have your things with you? Yang Xiaoxue said to Son Yuro. Oh. Son Yuro confusedly walked towards the Maserati. Sulu sat in the car and sent the address to Wang Shilong. Go here. Bro, that Yang Xiaoxue is my favorite. Wang Shilong said with an excited face. Look at your own skills. I say Lao Si, the four of us. Am I the only one who's average? Jinqiu Neighborhood Building 16808. Wang Shilong sat paralyzed on the sofa. Not many things, just 4 boxes, but heavier. Those who can do more. Sulu sat on the other side of the sofa. The two girls were packing things in the room. Little Snow, how is it? In the room, Son Yuro looked at Yang Xiaoxue with an expectant face. It's pretty good. You said, he bought all this here for you? Yes there's also the opposite side. Do you want to stay and live with me? I stay with you? That's your boss. If I stay, will I not treat you too well? Yang Xiaoxue looked at Son Yuro worriedly. Yo, my boss is very nice. Don't worry, but he's usually busy. Son Yuro patted Yang Xiaoxue. It seems quite rich indeed. Yang Xiaoxue's voice was flat, even though her family was average. Because she had started her own business and had once had some small savings, she was still living quite delicately, so she still had a slight understanding of houses, cars, and all. Seeing another house purchase and car delivery, thought to herself, this rich second generation is not a general mentality. Well, not bad, more than not bad. I also want such a boss. Yang Xiaoxue looked enviously at Son Yuro. How about it? I'll introduce you. Son Yuro looked at Yang Xiaoxue with a smile. This is your boss. How can you arrange employees for your boss? Yang Xiaoxue looked at Son Yuro with a surprised face. Chapter 14. The fighting master shows his might. Which is not true. Actually, I'm just one of his assistants. Son Yuro looked at Yang Xiaoxue and whispered. Having you as an assistant isn't enough? Yang Xiaoxue's face showed anger as she opened her mouth and said, Don't be anxious. He also bought me a car and a house. Son Yuro continued. Buy a house. Buy a car? Still open. I'll go. Such a good boss. I want it too. Yang Xiaoxue's eyes were glowing, but her heart was still slightly sunken. She was worried that her bestie was being taken advantage of. Yang Xiaoxue had once fantasized about finding a rich man to marry, but in reality, those rich men, or rich men, are all masters who don't see the rabbit. If it wasn't for her being careful, she would have already fallen into the path. The main thing is, my boss is too powerful. I'm a bit unable to keep up with him. Song Yuro's voice became more and more whispered. You ninny has learned the hard way. Yang Xiaoxue looked at Song Yuro in surprise. She wouldn't interfere with her best friend's choice. Alright, let's go out. After a busy afternoon, I'll treat you to dinner. Song Yuro dragged Yang Xiaoxue outside. Brother Locke, you've waited long. Song Yuro came out and smiled sweetly at Sulu. Okay, let's go. Go eat? Sulu kicked Wang Shilong, who was lying on the sofa and huffing and puffing. Wang Shilong's face carried a confused look. The four of them ate at a nearby restaurant. Let's drink some wine, Wang Shilong suggested. I'll do it. Yang Xiaoxue obviously saw Wang Shilong's thoughts, but Wang Shilong was obviously not her cup of tea. Then she looked at Sulu. Song Yuro's words caused a little bit of a small thought to arise within her as well, but she didn't say anything. It couldn't be that Song Yuro was just talking casually. Then let's have some. The four of them would be at a Chinese restaurant outside of the Fairview neighborhood, so a few people asked for 2 cases of beer. Song Yuro didn't drink. She couldn't, so it was just Yang Xiaoxue, Wang Shilong, and Sulu who were drinking. Wait, I'll go to the restroom and come back to continue. Yang Xiaoxue got up and walked towards the toilet. Brother Luke, is your friend alright? Song Yuro pointed at Wang Shilong, who had already gotten down. It's fine. This little chicken. Sulu shook his head. With this amount of alcohol, he still wants to spar. He doesn't know himself. Waiter, Sulu called out twice. Ready to check out. But there was no response. Wait for me. I'll go check out. Seeing that no one came in, Sulu prepared to go out and settle the bill. Get out of the way. The door had just opened when Yang Xiaoshue's angry voice was heard. Sulu and Song Yuro immediately walked in the direction of the toilet. Miss Sister, how meaningless to drink alone. Drink with us? The 3 of us can definitely satisfy you. A stray male voice could be heard from afar. Get lost, or else I'll call the police. Yang Xiaoxue took out her cell phone. Ready to call the police. Let you come and drink with your brothers. And you still want to call the police. Sulu and Song Yuro had just arrived when they saw a male youth covered with various accessories and with an inch head, reaching out and knocking away Yang Xiaoshue's cell phone before pulling Yang Xiaoshue's arm and walking towards the box. At that moment, Yang Xiaoxue was scared and confused, completely unaware of resisting. You wait for me here. Sulu spoke to Song Yuro, then quickly stepped forward and gripped the youth's wrist. The powerful force caused the youth to instantly loosen his hand. Yang Xiaoxue took the opportunity, broke free, then hid behind Sulu. Who the hell are you? Let go. The youth's face was in pain, struggling and shouting. You Ro is over there. You go over first. Sulu first turned his head to Yang Xiaoxue and said. Yang Xiaoxue immediately nodded her head, picked up the cell phone on the side, and quickly ran to Song Yuro's side. That's my friend. Brother, isn't it a bit too much? Sulu said as she increased her force. Pain. Quickly come out. Sharpen him for me. The youth cried out in pain. At this time, the box instantly came out with 2 people, just like the youth, flowing in and out. Quickly release my brother Liang. These 2 people screamed and rushed up with bottles. Sulu sent the youth's arm, slightly crouched down, then rushed forward, dodging the 2 arms holding wine bottles. She formed a fist with her left hand and directly struck a person's stomach, and bent her right hand with an elbow strike. The 2 men instantly fell to their knees. Then Sulu walked back to the person called Brother Liang. Brother Liang, right? Come, is there anything else to say? Sulu patted Brother Liang's face. Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know that was your woman. Sorry. The pain coming from his arm made Brother Bright was now in a cold sweat. This time he couldn't care about being arrogant, and immediately begged for forgiveness. Sulu took out her cell phone and directly called the police. This is how it happened. Sulu explained to the police who came. Well, through the camera, as well as the parties involved. The situation we have understood. These 3 are also through offenders, so we took them away. The police nodded, and didn't ask Sulu and the others to make a statement. These 3 people had a bunch of stains. They didn't even need to file a case. They were directly counted and punished. They didn't need to think about coming out this year. Alright, let's go back. Sulu looked at Yang Xiaoxue without that lively energy just now. After settling the bill, she proposed to leave. He made a call to Ajay and asked him to arrange for someone to come over, drive Wang Shilong's car and bring him back to the hotel. Ajay, trouble you. Sulu watched the BMW leave and made a call to Ajay. Young Su, where are the words? Okay, then let's do this first. I'll remember this favor. Sulu hung up the phone and transferred $10,000 over. Treat a few brothers to a late night snack. Sulu made a note. Thank you, Su Xiao. Brother Luke. Today Xiao Shui is a bit frightened. I want her to sleep at my place, Song Yuro said with an embarrassed face. It's fine. It was originally an employee benefit, gifted to you. You naturally have the right to invite friends. But, I'm going to occupy one today. Thank you boss. Take your pick, Song Yuro said, excitedly. Okay, I'll sleep first. Sulu finished speaking and headed to the next bedroom. Sulu, who was lying on the bed, was still a little excited inside. Just now the fight those few times, it was completely subconscious. Whether it was force, or speed, reaction power, there was a great improvement. Su Huang, accompanied the girl chasing you again today? Sulu took out his cell phone and saw the message sent by Sister Joe 10 minutes ago. You don't broadcast properly every day now. You get off the air at 11 o'clock. You're opening the pendulum. It's not because of you. How did I cause harm? You now become my big brother. Many of my fans are off the powder. Does my becoming your big brother have anything to do with fans leaving? They think I already have a man. It's all you. Blame me. Don't dare. Who dares to blame Emperor Su? Okay, go to sleep. Next time, I'll brush you with superfire. Sleeping before it's even 12 o'clock. What kind of routine are you? Tired from playing games with the girls for too long? You scum. Crawl. Chapter 15. Xiao Shui also wants to be an assistant. Sulu smiled, put away her cell phone, and washed up. Instead of waiting for the early morning signing opportunity, he directly slept. Sulu would not become a slave to the system, but rather treat the system as an aid for him to enjoy life. In a daze, Sulu felt someone calling him. Sulu opened his eyes, and in his eyes was Yang Xiao Shui in her pajamas, with a banana in her hand that she was eating. 2 rabbits ran out. Sulu turned his head to look, but he saw Song Yuro hiding in the doorway, secretly watching. I'm still silver. You guys play. I can't play ranked with you guys. You guys continue, Song Yuro said with a red face, slowly retreating out. Still playing? Yang Xiaoxua rubbed the rabbit's head and said, one more hand. A little sleepy. Want to sleep? Sulu opened her mouth and said, okay, then I'll pick a Saraka to assist you first. A game ended. Sulu was ready to sleep when Song Yuro ran over. Take me with you. My ash is very powerful. Let's match, Song Yuro said. Helpless, Sulu only had to accompany them to continue playing. The next day at noon, Sulu woke up and smiled. Ding bell, the phone rang. Old 4, I'm going back here. Wang Shilong's voice came from the other side of the phone. Don't you want to play for 2 more days? Sulu opened his mouth to stay. No, this time I've come out for several days already, and I still have to watch over the business at home. Okay, then I won't keep you. Well, when you have time, also go to my side to sit, although it's not as fun as this side, but there are roads. You know, Wang Shilong said with a cheap smile. Okay, go over there when you have time. Sulu responded. Sign in. Sulu, who had finished washing, sat in the living room. Sign in successful. Reward funds doubled. No problems with the source of funds. Please feel free to use it. Sulu nodded. It seems that the usual sign-in is usually some asset rewards. Special sign-in such as a week, a month, a year. There may be some special rewards. Blue Star Bank, your account 8888 was credited on September 6 at 11:58 with 897, 638, 169, 34 Chinese dollars. The balance of the account is 795, 276, 338, $68. The funds exceeded 1 billion and there was an investment prediction card. At this time, Song Yuro and Yang Xiao Shui came out of the room. Brother Locke, Yang Xiaoshui called out with a shameful face. Come, sit down and talk. Sulu beckoned. Yang Xiaoshui lowered her head, not opening her mouth. Brother Luke, let me say it. Song Yuro, who had washed up, walked over and sat next to Yang Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui, her mother ran away with someone when she was a child. His father was an alcoholic. When we were freshmen, Xiaoshui went out to start her own business. Some time ago she was pitched against someone and the company closed down. Although she's not in debt, she doesn't have the capital to start another business anymore. Speaking of this, Song Yuro was a little embarrassed. So you want me to help? Sulu spoke. His tone was flat. No, Brother Luke, I think you are reliable. The first time I encountered what happened last night, I was terrified, and you rushed out and saved me, making me feel at ease. Yang Xiaoshui lowered her head and whispered. So, giving your body in return? Or let me raise you? No, I'm not, said Yang Xiaoshui while she seemed to have thought of something, and tears began to fall. Seeing her best friend like this, Song Yuro looked at Sulu pitifully. Sulu flicked Song Yuro's forehead. Yuro. That said, I haven't gotten to know your family yet. Sulu ignored Yang Xiaoxue, but let her calm down first. Brother Luke. I have a younger brother. He is in his second year of high school this year. He doesn't study all day. My father was sick and hospitalized. Because of your 200,000. Now my father is in the recovery period. That's good. If you have any difficulties in the future, talk to me. Sulu rubbed Song Yuro's hair. Turning her head, she looked at Yang Xiaoxue, looking calmed down. Only the body was still twitching. Yang Xiaoxue right, came Sulu's voice. Brother Locke. Yang Xiaoxue responded in a small voice. There are some things that I want to say in advance, so that we won't be unhappy later. Do you agree? Nodded Yang Xiaoxue. Yuro isn't an outsider, so I'll be straightforward. Song Yuro is my assistant because I think she's motivated and willing to work hard. The main thing is to be obedient. An assistant who doesn't listen, I naturally don't need. Of course there aren't a lot of things I need you guys to handle. The main thing is, I want to cultivate some people I can trust. Sulu's serious voice slowly came out from her mouth. Hearing Sulu's words, even Song Yuro, who was on the side, also followed suit and straightened up. Brother Luke, don't worry, I will definitely not betray you. Song Yuro said firmly. Brother Luke, I think I can too. Yang Xiaoxue looked at the backstabbing from her best friend. Her heart ached. The statement was also too rolled up. Sulu looked at Song Yuro, and Yang Xiaoxue, okay, that's two assistants. In the future they can arrange things for them to do. However, it is imperative that they graduate first, as well as improve their abilities. You have 1 year left next year. I hope you two can learn more about talent, as well as management. As for life, as my assistants, you can be carefree for the rest of your lives, and I will give you security. Of course, provided that it doesn't touch my principles. I know, we'll always follow you, and I'll be obedient. Yang Xiaoxue raised her head at this moment and firmly looked at Sulu. What a workplace PUA. But since he decided to make them assistants, he would definitely be responsible for them to the end. I can't let them end up only knowing how to enjoy themselves and not knowing how to learn. Thinking of this, Sulu took out the phone. Shaoli, this side of the Fairview neighborhood. Building 16, 908, 907 sold? Well, okay, these 2 rooms I want. I'll send you the information in a moment. The formalities help me do it. I'm in 808. You can come over anytime to swipe your card. Okay. Sulu hung up the phone. Xiao Shui, bring me your ID card to take a picture. The 2 houses upstairs were bought for you. Sulu said to Yang Xiaoxue. Brother Luke. Yang Xiaoxue looked at Sulu in surprise. Don't look at me like that. A bowl of water should always be leveled. What Yuro has, you also have. Report the bank card number to me later as well. Tell me if you don't have money. Yuro. You too. Nothing to do and Xiaoxue go out more. Buy some accessories. Buy some cosmetics. Don't be afraid to spend money. Sulu opened his mouth and said, he didn't care about these, but his female assistant should be able to spend money, educated, and have temperament. If it was a male assistant, it would be different. He would run errands, drive, and work. Well, don't say Sulu double standard. The same sex repels, opposite sex attracts. Everyone should understand. Alright, take an early rest. I'll stay in the second bedroom today. It's too late, don't want to move. Sulu waved her hand at the 2 girls, signaling them to go back to their rooms. Sulu quietly recalled her recent behavior on the sofa. Sister Joe's side also seemed to have some curiosity about herself because of her usual behavior. However, this was not a ruse that Sulu used, but rather, after Sulu obtained the system, she was mentally unstable, sometimes frivolous, sometimes steady. These were things that needed time, as well as experience to precipitate. But Sulu cautioned herself that the richer she was, the more self-control she needed. If one drifted, then it would really become a tycoon. This kind of person, in the circle of the upper economic class, can be a despised existence. Thinking of this, Sulu shook her head. The road still needs to be taken one step at a time. First go and see, corrupt life, experience it, in order to endure the temptation. Ding dong. Chapter 16, Encountering the Nerdy Girl. Ding bell came the doorbell. Song Yuro ran to open the door. Brother Luke, it's Manager Lee. Song Yuro turned her head to look at Sulu. Little Lee, is everything done? Sulu welcomed over. Sir, it's already done. The total price is 21.8 million, and the property fee is waived for 1 year. Shaoli handed over the contract. Sulu looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it. Xiao Shui, come over and sign. Alright, Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. I'll contact you next week when the real estate license is ready. Thanks a lot. Sulu nodded his head. Sulu took out his cell phone again, asked for Yang Xiaoshui's bank card number, and transferred 1 million over. If you want to start a business, go ahead and start a business. No need to have worries. You can bring Song Euro along. You can tell me if you need investment. Sulu smiled and opened his mouth. Brother Lu. Thank you. Yang Xiaoshua softly looked at Sulu. Alright, let's go out for dinner next. It's a bit tiring, Sulu said. The two women looked at each other, then followed out. On the way back after eating, Little Snow, want a car? Sulu spoke. Don't want it. I'll be with you, Ro. I'll earn money to buy a car by myself, and I'll also buy you a car. Yang Xiaoshui firmly said. Well, not bad, quite ambitious. Cheers. Sulu encouraged some. Sulu accompanied in the afternoon. The two women bought clothes, cosmetics, all the way to walk, all the way to take. Let Sulu secretly sighed. Said what not to accompany girls shopping, too tired. However, the appearance of the two girls let Sulu still feel pleasure inside. There are two kind assistants are really good. Even the exhaustion is a few points less. Back to the room. The two girls knew that Sulu would not be over here often, so they cooperated with Sulu. This time and the two women together to play the Laughing and Proud Rivers. That tune is melodious and melodious. The different shout techniques on the left and right really made Sulu feel inferior. He had to use the Shaolin technique, dragon bucking stick technique. The left side was swept. The right side was also stick shadow constantly. This battle is very voluminous. The two of them took turns to fight. Sulu each soul after a short rest, revitalization. The game was finished. The three people sat together and chatted. Brother Luke, are you preparing to leave Jinling? Xiao Shui asked. Well, there's this plan. Go to a magic city in a while, and then go back to Pengchang. Where to settle behind? Haven't thought about it yet. Then when we graduate, we'll be in the same city as you. Is that okay? Yang Xiaoshua asked nervously. Looking aside, Song Euro had the same look of nervousness. It's okay. Since I hired you guys as assistants, then naturally I won't leave you guys alone. Don't worry, Sulu said and smiled. Alright, you guys go back to your rooms? Come on. Sulu woke up again. It was already noon. Song Euro and Yang Xiaoshui had already left the house to go to school. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded with 100 times consumption rebate card. Sulu nodded. Consumption rebate card. Consumption can choose to rebate 100 times. There was a similar reward before. Well, there is a chance to use it in the future. You row. Little Snow. I'm leaving. I'll come see you guys sometime. Sulu microchat pulled a group and sent a message. Okay, Brother Locke. Brother Locke. Be safe on the road. Looking at the two people's replies, Sulu guffawed. Taking a taxi back to the hotel downstairs, suddenly a girl rushed over. Little brother. Little brother. Hello, I'm the Battle Shark anchor, Dol Meyer. Can I interview you for a few questions? Sulu saw that cell phone in her hand. You are live broadcasting? Yes, but, little brother, don't worry, without permission, I won't film you. This little brother's voice is crispy. Old woman. Quickly look at the face. Old woman. Hurry up. Don't eat alone. Dull sister looked at the pop-up screen and didn't say anything. Instead she smiled and waited for Sulu to return. Interviews are fine. Appearances are even. Sulu shook her head. Cooperating is fine. Hitching a ride on herself is over. Okay, little brother. What are you doing? Dull girl asked. I'm riding a horse. Ha, I thought you were getting ready to go to the hotel. Yeah. Knowing that you're still asking, Sulu rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha. Dull sister is disliked. This little brother has personality. Dull Meyer was a little embarrassed, but as one of the first sisters of the Fighting Sharks, this bit of embarrassment was still held, and with a turn of her eyes, she immediately opened her mouth. Little brother, the weather is starting to get cold. My best friend still always wants to wear stockings. How do I advise her? I advise you to mind your own business. Well said. Ha ha, so little brother is also in the same boat. Little brother. Last question: if you were given $20 million to cover your face and run naked, would you be willing to do so? Sulu listened to this question and laughed in her heart. Her eyes turned. That, ask for me. If I don't cover my face, can I add $2,000? Ha ha ha. This little brother has a good idea. Dull girl laughed as her screen kept shaking. Stop shaking. Anchor. Little brother. Thank you for your cooperation. Can you borrow your microchat for me? Dull girl had some good feelings for this funny and handsome boy. No. Give it to you. What do I use? God reply. Old woman. Give up. This little brother is not something you can tease. Sulu looked at the dumb sister with an embarrassed face. Do you know Sister Joe? Sulu opened his mouth and asked, "Wow, this little brother doesn't seem to know Doll Meyer. He knows Sister Zhou." "Old woman. You can't do it anymore. Old woman. You've been compared to Sister Zhou. Ah. Recognize? Ah, that's my best friend." Doll's sister returned. Sulu took out her cell phone and sent a message. "Sister Zhou, Doll's sister. Your BFF? Ang? How do you know? Did you meet her?" "Aha! This side." Sister Zhou took a look and immediately took out her cell phone to call Doll's sister. Jingling. The Doll's sister's phone rang. Wow. Little brother said he knew Sister Zhou and the old woman's phone rang. It can't really be Sister Zhou. "Hello, Sister Zhou." Doll's sister picked up the phone. Ah. Doll's sister looked at Sulu in shock. Well, not very good looking. 50 plus grades. Snap. Doll's sister hung up the phone. Wow. I don't believe that such a nice voice is more than 50 years old, but rather an old woman still wants to Weibo. Obviously cheating Sister Zhou. Ha ha ha. Backstabbing from a BFF. Plastic sister's real hammer. Only to see hang up the phone. Doll's sister's shocked look at Sulu, but didn't say anything because the live stream was still on and she didn't know if the other party minded. Emperor, running water is relentless, entered Anchor, Doll's sister's live broadcast room. Wow. Emperor Su has come. Emperor Su came to pamper our old woman. Emperor, running water emotionless, gifted Anchor, Doll Meyer, Super Rocket X100. Instantly the entire screen exploded with rocket effects. Chapter 17 is Sister Zhou's personal visit to Jinling. Emperor Su, wait, I'll go over tomorrow. No, today. Sister Zhou was in a hurry. Just after hanging up the phone, she immediately opened Doll's sister's live broadcast and watched the replay. Although she didn't show her face, but that voice, and Doll's sister's reaction. Su Huang is really a handsome man. Ah, that time, the photo was definitely him in person. Sister Zhou felt the backstabbing from Doll's sister. To be stolen from home. Ah, what are you doing here? Sulu returned a message. Ha? Sister Zhou was puzzled. Yeah, what am I going to do? I'm not her woman. Sister Zhou was silent. This side, Doll's sister looked at the special effects in the live broadcast room, and rushed to Sulu and dully said, "Thank you, Emperor Su." Sulu waved her hand, turned around and left, walking into the hotel. Old woman, wake up. Emperor Su has left the live broadcast. What happened to the old woman? Scared me to death. It looks like Emperor Su didn't look at the old woman. I'm relieved. The broadcast won't be cut off tomorrow. Ding. The microchat message came from Sister Zhou. Old woman, you're lying to me, aren't you? I'll fly over to get you now, said Sister Zhou, giving herself an excuse. Is that really Emperor Su? Yeah. Just now he asked me if you're my BFF. I'll go. What are you doing here? You went out to play, didn't even call me, and lied to me. I'm coming over to teach you a lesson. He, I think you're here to find Emperor Su. Quick, push the microchat to me. Dull girl replied. You didn't ask for the microchat. Humph. I'll let you trick me. When I arrive, I'll treat him to dinner. I'm here to find my BFF. Slightly, Sulu looked at the message sent by Sister Zhou and smiled. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Sulu returned. Sulu returned to the room, looked at the time, more than 3 p.m. It is estimated that if Sister Zhou comes over, she will arrive at 5 or 6 p.m. Then take a shower and rest for a while. Ding bell, the phone rings. The confused Sulu picked up the phone. Hello, Su Huang. You're not sleeping, are you? It's only 5:30. Ah. Sister Zhou's characteristic timbre came through. Well, I accompanied 2 girls yesterday. I'm a bit tired. Sulu got up while smilingly replying. I go. Just these 2 days of work. It's just 2. You big slag. Sister Zhou was instantly a little angry, and at the same time thought in her heart, she just ran over here, but also for this kind of scum. Is she stupid? It's fine. You will always be the rightful wife. Don't worry. Sulu joked. The main room. You're a big head of shit. Come out. Please eat. I'll treat you to dinner. Can't let you spend money when you're over here. Sulu finished and sent the hotel location over on the microchat. Location. Dull's sister also come over. You don't mind, right? Sister Zhou hesitantly said. It's okay. Come. Emperor Su, why is this address a hotel? You're not really going to canon me, are you? Sister Zhou said with some uncertainty in her tone. Can't you grow your brain? Where can't I go if I want to canon you? Sulu rolled her eyes. Alright, Emperor Su, we'll be right there. I say, Sister Zhou, this look of yours feels like a 1,000-mile delivery. Dull's sister rolled her eyes next to Sister Zhou. What? I just want to see what Emperor Su looks like with my own eyes and thank him in the meantime. Sister Zhou said with a slightly reddened face. Come on, see for yourself. Do you believe me? Dull's sister took out a lighted mirror and handed it over. I don't know. I just think it's quite fun to chat with him. And I think he has a special feeling. It's that kind of, serious life feeling. I quite like it. Sister Joe raised her eyes and imagined. You're hopeless You've said that he's a scumbag. And you're still pouncing on him like that. You're not sick, are you? I don't know. Maybe it's just the kind of thing you want to kill yourself. Sister Joe thought of this and also opened her mouth with some loss. Forget it. I don't care about you. But Emperor Su is really handsome. Doll's sister first rolled her eyes, then staged an instant face change. A face of philandering. Looking at Sister Joe in a daze. Alas, I say. No. The way you just kind of advised me to give up is completely at odds with your current state. Sister Joe looked at Doll's sister speechlessly. Isn't it good to talk you out of it so I can have Emperor Su all to myself? Beautiful. Sister Joe slapped her forehead. But, say, are you really prepared to give it away today? Doll's sister suddenly looked at Sister Joe skeptically. No. Sister Joe shook her head violently with a red face. Then you came here so excitedly. What's the picture? And you yourself know he's scum. You're still like this. Are you ripping yourself off? I don't know. But, I just think. I'm 29. Soon to be 30. I haven't had a relationship yet. Thinking that if I can, even if I end up being cheated, I won't regret it, Joe Shuyi said with an appraising face. Knowing that you're complicated inside. Well, then experience it for yourself. If you don't want to regret it, don't drink at night, Doll's sister said seriously. Alright, got it. Let's go. Sister Joe carried a small bag and pulled Doll's sister out of the hotel. Emperor Su, we're here. At the entrance of the hotel, edited a microchat to Su Lu. Well, Qiankuan Hall. You guys go straight to the second floor and you'll see it. If you don't know, ask the waiter to take you guys. Su Lu's message was quickly replied. When Sister Joe and Doll's sister arrived on the second floor, in a flash, they saw Su Lu, who was waiting at the entrance of the private room. Sister Joe's eyes lit up and pulled Doll's sister over. Emperor Su, why are you waiting here? Sister Joe curiously looked at Su Lu. With respect to you guys, it's not appropriate to sit inside, Su Lu said with a smile. Su Lu's words made Sister Joe and Doll's sister instantly feel better. Their guild dinners, including shark fighting events, never had anyone waiting for them specifically, just treating them as money-making tool people. Even the guild would let them go to accompany alcohol. They refused. The guild gradually reduced their resources. Now, looking at the fan base, so not to be eliminated. After entering the box, to nothing too stunning decoration, Su Lu itself is not the pursuit of this kind of external things. Think that the grade here is enough, and will not deliberately go to find the kind of gold decoration, diamond decoration place. Sister Joe, Doll's sister, you guys see what you want to eat? Su Lu handed the tablet over, while signaling the waiter to record. The price of the dishes on the price to also not very exaggerated. Sister Joe and Doll's sister two people each ordered 2 dishes. At the same time, she handed the tablet back to Su Lu. Su Lu took the tablet and ordered a few more dishes and opened her mouth to ask, "Want to drink?" "No." "Drink some." Doll's sister looked at Sister Joe in surprise. Seeing that her face was slightly flushed, she suddenly slapped her head. This is really coming to give away heads. Piggyback. Drink some then. Chapter 18. Relaxing and drinking a little wine after dinner. Su Lu looked at the two with amusement. Rushing to the waiter, she said, "That's fine. That's it. And serve a slightly better bottle of red wine. Then let's have a bottle of 2017 vintage Lafite. How about it? This one is also the better one we sell here," the waiter recommended. Okay. Su Lu looked at the two women who did not object, so she nodded. The waiter saw that there were no more problems, so he walked out and brought the door of the box with him. "Sister Joe, are you hot? Face so red?" Su Lu looked at Sister Joe with amusement. "Ah, no, it's just that there was a stretch of road just now, and I jogged a bit." Sister Joe waved her hand in panic. Su Lu's heart actually could probably guess. After all, being handsome and gold could always leave a good initial impression on others. But if this went on, the atmosphere was not right. "Sister Joe, this state of yours, I feel like you've been taken over. Quickly say, where did you hide Sister Joe?" "Put." The dull sister who was drinking water at the side immediately spewed out a mouthful of water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Emperor Su, what was taken over? That was the first time I saw Big Brother. Mustn't I pretend a bit?" Sister Joe's eyes immediately glared and the table slammed. Only then did Su Lu feel normal. "This is the normal you are. Okay, nothing to be formal. My name is Su Lu. Just call me by my name," Su Lu said with a smile. At this time the waiter also brought red wine in, opened it in front of several people and let Su Lu sniff it. But Su Lu, which knows what red wine, if you ask white wine, but also know a little red wine, can only symbolically sniff, signaling the waiter to continue. The waiter poured the wine and served the food, then retreated. Welcome Sister Zhou, dull sister to Jinling to play. I, too, do not like too much rehearsal. I guess you are also under pressure. Just a simple hospitality. Sulu raised her wineglass and said a little bit of scene. This was also considered to say to the two anchors' heart. Too high-grade place. They are expected to be fidgety. Not worried about this. Have to worry about that. Might as well just this medium high grade on the line. Thank you Emperor Su. Sister Zhou and doll sister both raised their glasses. Let's eat. Sulu said and took the lead and started eating. Emperor Su, can I go live? Sister Zhou looked towards Sulu. Yes, but I'm not showing my face. Sulu waved her hand. Okay. Thank you Emperor Su. Sister Zhou smiled at Sulu. That sweet smile made Sulu straighten up and couldn't stand it. The dull sister on the side rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to live broadcast. Her live broadcast was long enough. Brothers, guess where I am? Sister Zhou held up her cell phone and greeted the live broadcast. Wow. This place is nice. Quite charming. Dull sister is there too? Sister Zhou went to Jinling? Wow. Sister Zhou went to face Big Brother. Oh. Sister Zhou is no more tonight. Emperor Su is gentle. Brothers, don't talk nonsense. But it's indeed suitable for Su Huang to dine together. And there's also dull sister. Sister Zhou took her cell phone and turned around, then flipped the camera when she reached Sulu. Sister Zhou, what's going on? I want to see Su Huang. Sister Zhou, quickly hand over Su Huang. Brothers, Su Huang is not an anchor. We can't just let people show their faces, right? Today's live broadcast is eating podcasts. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhou fixed her cell phone with a stand, pointed it at herself, and then started eating furiously. Sister Zhou, can you move a little more elegantly? The dull sister and Sulu on the side were dumbfounded as they looked at Sister Zhou who was wolfing down her food. That. Sister Zhou, is it possible that Emperor Su is watching you? This pop-up instantly caught Sister Zhou's attention, only to see that Sister Zhou didn't care and swallowed the meat in her mouth before burping. Brothers, when you eat, it's all about the food. Sister Zhou picked up the red wine and just muffled it in one mouthful. This big mouthful of meat, big mouthful of wine. This is life. Get it? Sister Zhou said with bravado. The meal was enjoyable, and Sister Zhou wiped her mouth, then closed the live broadcast. Emperor Su, I'm sorry for the long makeup time. There's no way. Sister Zhou embarrassedly spoke to Sulu. It's okay. Sulu smiled and shook her head. Emperor Su, seeing you come here in the afternoon. Do you live here? Dull sister opened her mouth at this time. Recently all live here. The home is a bit remote. It's just me. I don't really want to live. Sulu did feel that living in a villa alone was a bit boring. Su Huang, what do you do? Sister Zhou asked. Well, technically speaking, I am researching non-directional money flow science, Suyu said in a serious manner. What? Sister Zhou and dull sister were in a daze. It's about spending money. Sister Zhou blankly glanced at Sulu. She didn't believe that Sulu was just spending money. Sulu looked at her cell phone, and realized that it was already more than 9 p.m. This meal lasted for 3 hours. The red wine had only drunk 1 bottle. How about it? Almost done, right? Are you guys going back to the hotel next? Or? Sulu opened her mouth and asked. Sister Zhou's face was hesitant. She quite wanted to spend more time with Sulu. The dull sister on the side had a twinkle in her eye. There's a bar right next door. Emperor Su, interested in going together? Sulu goaded her shoulders. The 3 people walked towards the flower capital bar. Su Xiao. Just as they entered, they saw Ajay. What is Su Xiao going to arrange today? Ajay naturally saw dull sister and Sister Zhou who were following Sulu. Listen to them. Sulu pointed at Sister Zhou and dull sister. The 2 beauties? Ajay looked at Sister Zhou and dull sister. A trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. Have a card seat. Dull Meyer spoke. Coming to a bar and not doing it outside. That was an atmosphere that could not be experienced. Okay. This way please. Ajay brought Sulu's trio to the V888 card seat opposite the DJ, which could be said to be the best location in the bar. Young Su, 2 beauties. What to drink? Ajay opened his mouth and asked. The neon flashed and a strong sense of rhythm filled the entire bar, making people unconsciously excited. Emperor Su, some foreign wine? Dull girl raised her eyebrows and looked towards Sulu. I'm fine with all of them. Sulu shrugged. Okay, then foreign wine. What's here? Nerd sister asked as she held onto Sister Zhou. Sulu felt that it was time to speak at this time. Otherwise people would definitely be too embarrassed to order something too expensive. Ajay, just Remy Martin Louis XIII. 2 first, Sulu said to Ajay. Then she turned her head to look at dumb girl. What else you want to drink? Order it yourself. No need to consider the price. Sulu gave Dollmeyer a sample, also indicating that she was willing to spend money. Then another ace of spades? Said the Dollmazier as she looked at Sulu. Ah Jay. Then another divine dragon set. For red wine. Romane Conti. You watch on it. Sister Jo, what would you like to drink? Just these will do. Sister Jo's body was swaying slightly along with the music. Alright, Ajay. That's it for now. Suyu nodded to Ajay. Chapter 19, Sulu's thoughts. Emperor Su, magnificent. Dull girl gave Sulu a thumbs up and raised her eyebrows at Sulu. Those who came to the bar to play. As long as you dared to open a divine dragon set, the big divine dragon of a 6 of spades, there was basically no one who couldn't take it away. To know that 888, in itself, was already a year's salary for most people. Come on, Emperor Su, let's play dice. Sister Jo and Dollmazier at this time. The two of them sat beside Sulu on the left and right. Especially the two people, Dollmazier and Sister Jo, were still holding Sulu. Sulu immediately felt that she had become the most beautiful boy in the entire bar today. Left and right embrace. This is not a feeling that ordinary people can experience. Come on. Sulu raised her eyebrows. You have to drink if you lose. Dull sister gave a wink to Sister Jo. No problem. Sulu secretly laughed in his heart. His drinking capacity was completely okay. These two little girls wanted to get him drunk. It was a bit up in the air. 3-1. Open. The dull girl shouted. I go. I just called you to open. I feel like you guys are targeting me. Sulu opened the dice cup. 2 ones. Neither Sister Jo nor dull sister. Ha ha ha. Drink quickly. Sister Jo laughed and poured half a cup of Louis XIII. Half a cup? Sulu was surprised. Drink. Sister Jo nodded her head vigorously. Sulu tilted her head back and smothered it, lifting her sleeves. Come on, continue. For 6s. Open. For 6s you open. Drink you. Sulu laughed out loud. After the three of them played for a while, 2 bottles of Louis XIII were gone. Dull sister was not a problem. Her drinking capacity was good. Sulu's left side leaned against Sister Jo, already confused. Looking at the time almost. Drinking again is estimated that the dull sister will also have to get down. Dull sister. Withdraw or not? Sulu spoke to the dull sister. I'm not even drunk. You want to run? Dull sister's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Sulu. Sister Jo has already collapsed. If you collapse again, I can't handle you guys. Sulu said helplessly. Just as Sulu's words fell, dull sister had already leaned over. Soft and light touch. Is this okay? I haven't played enough. Dollmeyer beamed and looked at Sulu. Sulu scat her mouth. It tasted good. Sneak attack me, Sulu said, silently sitting a little farther away. Humph. Dull sister's face looked at Sulu with a somewhat unfavorable expression. You dislike me that much? Dollmazier glared at Sulu, while being somewhat aggravated. Sulu faintly smiled. She could feel the Dollmazier's youthfulness. Probably through the alcohol, the feeling was amplified. Are you drunk and disorderly? Sulu teased. Humph. Not at all. Dull sister instantly bristled. Sister Jo said you're a scum. Looking at you really are. I'm a scum guy. So don't like me. Sulu's face suddenly became serious. The dull sister froze in place for a moment. Go. Sulu looked at the somewhat embarrassed dull sister, picked up Sister Jo, and walked outside. Wait for me. Dull sister reacted and immediately followed. Only at this time did Dollmeyer realize that she had just been too impulsive. And just went up, looking at Sulu's way of holding up Sister Jo. Her eyes flashed. Was this liking Sister Jo? I'll give you guys a room right over here. Sulu arrived at the door and Princess hugged Sister Jo. The bewildered Sister Jo just wrapped her arms around Sulu. Listen to you. Dull Sister Jo lowered her head, all the time recalling the words Sulu just said. I'm scum. So, don't like me. The two people, along with the hugged Sister Jo, just walked towards the room. When they reached the room, Sulu gently put Sister Jo down, helped her take off her shoes, and the quilt covered her, then arrived at a cup of water and placed it next to her. Dull sister just quietly watched Sulu busy herself. Alright, rest early. Sulu finished her busy work and walked towards the door. Emperor Su. Dollmeyer called out in a small voice. Sulu turned to look at Dollmeyer in doubt. Are you really a scum? Dollmeyer seemed to be undeterred. Yes. Sulu nodded her head and looked at the Dollmeyer who was in deep thought and reached out to flick her forehead. Dollmeyer covered her forehead with both hands and looked at Sulu. What are you doing? Don't think blindly. Go to bed early. Sulu said gently. After saying that, Sulu opened the door and walked out. Bang, listening to the door of the room being closed. Dull girl fell into deep thought. Sulu returned to the room alone, thinking back to the dull sister's reaction. she couldn't help but smile. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Rewarded 15% of the shares of the Fighting Shark live streaming platform. The share transfer contract has been put into the system space. The acquisition procedures are problem-free. Please rest assured. Looking at the reward, Sulu nodded. 35% now. Although it was still only the second shareholder, but the absolute controlling power was no longer going to appear. It was considered to have real power. But for this, Sulu did not care. Ding. Emperor Su. I'm a bit impulsive tonight. Give me some time. Dull Girl's microchat message was sent. Go to bed early. Don't think too much. Good night. Emperor Su. Good night. Dull Girl had thought about it for a long time, but it was rare to meet such a boy who would make her heart flutter. She didn't want to give up that easily, and she kind of understood why Sister Joe ran over here even though she knew he was a scum. If he wanted to, it should have been easy to be eaten up by him today, right? When it was obvious that she herself was already in love. Maybe this is the same feeling that sometimes girls know that it is a fire pit, but still want to jump into it. The slagging was clear as day. Unconsciously, Dull Sister's arm wrapped around Sister Joe and fell into a deep sleep. Sulu at this time gave herself a cup of water and sat on the sofa and slowly drank it. Thinking back on the events of this period of time, the short period of outrageous wealth was smoothly overpassed by him, and in terms of women, he had always maintained the principle of not easily messing with them. But Sister Joe, he was a little heartbroken. Sulu murmured, it seems that he has to plan a little for the future. Sulu, who rarely smoked, at this time, took out a cigarette, lit it up, and took a hard drag. Could Sister Joe accept it? Of course, this will probably also just Sulu was a little pretentious. After all, people are not with him yet, but Sulu's heart is to have a home. He graduated from high school. He had no family, and his relatives in his hometown had broken off. Alone, in Jinling, stayed more than 7 years. Wait, you say ex-girlfriend? The ex-girlfriend had already broken up, so there would be no more interactions. However, Sulu originally intended, and Joe's sister to cultivate feelings, and may end up with Joe's sister, but did not expect, before the casual flirting, let his image of scum deep into the hearts of the people. Take a step, see what happens. Stick to yourself. If you are not destined to be with Sister Joe, then he will not force himself. As for finding a door-to-door, or what kind of high achiever, Sulu currently does not have that kind of idea. Maybe someday he would start studying to enrich himself, but right now, he didn't have that kind of idea, and mainly focused on enjoying life. Chapter 20. Some fatigue. Time management. Sister Joe's character and otherwise, was something he appreciated. Yes, he had to admit that he didn't hold back today and was subjected to Sister Joe's image. Don't look at Sister Joe's airfield, whether it's her body, or her appearance, it's all top-notch, and her character is also saltable and sweet. Online, although flirting with Sister Joe is a mute bride, but that's all the persona in the live broadcast, who has nothing to do will talk like that in reality. Alas, Sulu extinguished his cigarette. It seems that he has to consider where to settle in the future. Jinling sighed. He didn't think of staying here. The future might be Magic City, a place where Sister Joe stayed. As for his hometown Pengcheng, he would just go back to see it. Sort of a thought. If Sister Joe doesn't have that intention, then forget it. Of course, he will not take the initiative to confess to Sister Joe, since the image of scum has been preconceived by her, and did not think of taking the initiative to whitewash. That is quite tired. That do not take the initiative. Do not reject or quite suitable for him. In the future, how the relationship with Sister Joe will be, Sulu himself does not know, but if it is possible, he also wants to seriously manage a relationship. Sulu thought of this, smiled, went to take a shower, and went to sleep. The next day, Sulu once again slept until she woke up naturally. Little Patty, awake yet? Sulu sent a text message to Sister Joe. Then after thinking about it, he sent another text message to Dull's sister. Awake? Half an hour ago. Sister Joe slowly opened her eyes. Unfamiliar place. Wait, whose hand is this? She was a bit flustered and slowly turned her head. Seeing Dull's sister, she was relieved, but her heart was a bit lost. Wei. Sister Joe called out to Dull Meyer. Ha? Dull Meyer answered in a daze. She had thought about it all night last night, and on one hand, she felt that she really seemed to have gone a bit overboard yesterday, and felt a bit sorry for Sister Joe. Sister Joe, the Dull sister slowly called out. What was the situation yesterday? I was confused back there. Sister Joe pulled the still dazed Dull sister. So sleepy, tossed and turned all night yesterday. Ah, Emperor Su tossed you? Sister Joe shouted. What ah? The Dull sister sat up violently. Yesterday, you kept moving around, and you made so much noise that I couldn't sleep. Dull sister's face blushed slightly. thinking that she had been thinking about Sulu yesterday. Dull sister said. Dumping the pot, I'm serious. Sister Zhou's face showed embarrassment. I didn't make a fool of myself yesterday, right? How do you want to make a fool of yourself? Dull sister looked at Sister Zhou with a bad smile. Phew. Sister Zhou let out a long breath. Ding. Little Patty, awake yet? Sister Zhou saw the text message and called out. Humph. Woke up. The dull sister at the side's face darkened. Immediately after, she received a text message and was immediately delighted. Forcing herself to hide her inner happiness, she replied. Awake. How about you? I'm not waking up. Playing sleepwalking with you? Ha ha ha. I'm silly. Sister Zhou strangely glanced at the dumb girl who was giggling somewhere. Then get up and eat your lunch. Sister Zhou looked at the microchat and then looked at Dull Meyer. Didn't think any further. Not long after, the three of them sat at the hotel table. You guys can this is no makeup? Sulu looked at the two people whose veiled faces were indeed still able to fight, smiled and teased. This is not afraid that you will wait too long. Dull girl said with a big grin. Still drinking? Sulu looked at Sister Zhou with a bad smile. No more drinking. My head still hurts right now. Sister Zhou immediately waved her hand. Then do you have any plans for the afternoon? During the meal, Sulu asked. Well, we are ready to go back. Sister Zhou hesitated for a moment. This time it was originally an impulse to come over. She didn't bring anything, and she didn't know what to think at that time. Sulu nodded, and did not stay. There would be another chance in the future. Me too. I've been out for a few days. I have to go back too. Dull sister also had a face of regret. She'd wanted to spend more time with Sulu, but Sister Zhou had left. She was not too good to face Sulu alone. Sulu afternoon, accompanied the two women shopping for a while, bought some cosmetics, let them bring back specialties and what not to buy. Mainly now, unlike in the past, inconvenient transportation, said specialties. In fact, all have to sell, so there is no need. Cosmetics mainly in addition to their own use. To their second stage people also bought some. Emperor Su, I'm leaving. At the high-speed train station, Sister Zhou and Dull sister stood playfully at the entrance to the station. Sulu waved her hand. Looking at the two women, their silhouettes disappeared. Sulu sighed. It's time to buy a car. Just now when he took a taxi, the driver's slightly strange eyes made him a little uncomfortable. Well, decided. Shall we inquire about something? Sulu, who returned to the hotel, took out her cell phone and sent a message to the manager of the sales office. Mr. Su, you say, is there any car show recently? It's best to be a quality and large one. Sulu thought about it for a while. Look at it on site, and buy if it's suitable. Otherwise, you still have to turn from one house to another, so you might as well just go to the car show to see it. Mr. Su, there's a car show tomorrow in N City West. If you're interested, I'll send you a ticket over. Okay, thanks a lot. Location, 1808 on the 18th floor. Sulu directly sent the location over. Sulu browsed some information about cars on her cell phone. Well, a sports car can be bought, but this time, she mainly bought a sedan. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Sulu opened the door. At the door was Shaoli. Mr. Su, this is the ticket for tomorrow's car show. Thanks, Mr. Su. Do you need to arrange someone to show you tomorrow? No need. I'll just go around by myself tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Su, you rest early. Shaoli finished, bowed and left. Sulu looked at it. The car show was from September 9th to September 12th. Sulu considered for a moment. This side of the room is not for a few days. Then simply check out. Buy a good car. Then go back to his hometown. Then go to Magic City. You row. Xiao Shui. I won't be in Jinling during this period of time. Sulu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Song Yuro and Yang Xiao Shui. Okay, Brother Lu. When will you be back? Not sure yet. Probably next month. Okay, Brother Locke. We'll wait for you to come back. Aha! Sulu separately transferred another 10 million to the two girls. You guys can try to start a business. This is my investment in you too. It wasn't a test or a trial. It was simply to develop a little industry that might surprise him in the future. Ding, a message. Emperor Su, I'm home. It was a message from Sister Zhou. Good. Rest early. Aha! Ding, another message. Brother Locke, I'm home now. Dumb sister's message. Okay, are you tired? Okay, just a little sore. Too tired from the high-speed train. Then rest early. Okay, drop. Sulu felt like a time management master now. This side of the message, that side of the message, suddenly felt a little annoyed. He didn't like this feeling. In the future, use microchat as little as possible. Sulu secretly thought inwardly. He got up and washed up, then lay down on the bed and slept. The next morning, Sulu woke up and ate a breakfast downstairs, directly called a cab to send him to the Western District. The entrance to the car show. Chapter 21, Buy a car and get a car model? Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward special privilege. Cumulative sign in. Cumulative sign in. You cannot sign in on the same day. Make a cumulative. According to the cumulative number of times to increase the sign-in reward. The original special period sign-in included. Sulu nodded. Now a single sign-in is not too attractive to him anymore. So accumulating it and signing in, the reward should be good. Sulu withdrew his mind and looked at the car show in front of him. The scale was indeed not small. Sulu looked at the entrance. There was a luxury car area, which was not too far away. This might also be a deliberate arrangement by the conducting party. Sulu walked for 2 minutes, and then came to the luxury car showroom. The people were obviously a lot less. Sulu roughly scanned a glance. The entire exhibition hall staff then look at the car. More people, especially wearing a bikini car model. That is more accounted for a large portion. Sir, may I ask if you are looking at a car? At this time a staff member walked up. Sulu nodded her head. Sir, our showroom requires a capital inspection to enter. No wonder there were so few people. Sulu took out her bank card and handed it over. The staff took out the POS and checked the balance, instantly widening their eyes. 1.7 billion. Sir, you can go in now. The staff respectfully handed the bank card back to Sulu. Sir, do you need to arrange someone to accompany you to look at the car? The staff member inquired at this time. Yes, help me arrange one. Sulu nodded. Okay, sir, please wait. 5 minutes later, the staff member brought over a girl with a tall figure, wearing a professional OL outfit. The skin was fair and the face was exquisite. Hello sir, I'm Nana, the shopping guide. My surname is Su. Sulu nodded. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll have me accompany you to look at it next. Nana said and took Sulu's arm. Feeling the softness at her arm, Sulu nodded. Mr. Su, I wonder, do you have any goals or needs? Seeing that Sulu did not object, Nana smiled and opened her mouth. Well, I want to buy a sedan. If there is a limited edition sports car, I can also buy it together. Sulu wanted to buy a sedan for normal use, and a sports car would be a man's romance. Mr. Su, our showroom currently happens to have a limited edition sports car. Koenigsegg 1:1. Want to take a look? A trace of excitement flashed in Nana's eyes. As guides, they had a 1% commission. If this big man really bought a Koenigsegg 1:1 worth around 80 million, then she would have more than $800,000 in commission alone, which couldn't be turned around in a year. Okay, then let's go and take a look first. Sulu nodded. Nana brought Sulu to Koenigsegg 1:1's booth very quickly. The Koenigsegg 1:1 features a silver body complemented by black line decorations, equipped with a 5.0 LV8 twin turbocharged engine. The maximum power output will reach 1,400 horsepower, with a peak torque of 1,371 Nm. Nana introduced the sports car on the side. The first time Sulu saw it, she was attracted by this sports car, as if it was a ghost-like shape. The car model on the side of Koenigsegg 1:1 was tall, and her whole face looked even more gorgeous under the light. Mr. Su, Nana, looking at Sulu in a daze, called out. Well, then buy it. Sulu said casually. Bought it? Nana said in surprise. She had never seen this kind of buying a car before. Before it was either all kinds of hints to her or the car model, or it was just dilly-dallying, just not buying. Well, bought it. Sulu nodded. Since she liked it, she would just buy it. Okay, Mr. Su, you wait a moment. After Nana finished, she quickly ran up to the booth and muttered a few words in the car model's ear. Apple, that Mr. Su next to me, is ready to buy this car. You know. Nana secretly pinched Apple's, but when no one was looking, Apple sneakily sized up Sulu for a few moments at this time, and a flash of surprise surfaced in her eyes. Mr. Su, long time waiting. After Nana finished talking to Apple, she brought over the sales. Sulu nodded. Mr. Su wants to buy this car? The sales manager inquired again. Yes, how much? This car is limited to 6 units worldwide, and this is the last one for sale, so it will be more expensive in price. 96 million Chinese dollars. Good, buy it, Sulu said, handing over the bank card. Oh, good. The sales manager also rarely saw such a quick buy. Sir, provide your ID card. Also, Mr. Su, do you need help arranging a license plate? The sales manager opened his mouth and inquired. Yes, is there a number that starts with SL? Sulu handed over his ID card and driver's license. Yes sir, can you see Jiang ASL 888? The sales manager consulted the license plate inventory after the results of the ID card and driver's license. Yes, arrange it. In addition, the car helped me to the golf villa area, the parking space of villa number 8. After Sulu signed the contract, she was ready to take a look at the sedan. Mr. Su, hello, I am Koenigsegg 11's narrator, Apple. At this time, the car model Apple walked up. Sulu laughed in her heart. Goddamn narrator. Next, it will be me who will accompany the Koenigsegg 11 throughout the entire journey and provide you with guidance services. Apple respectfully said. Well, I'll go check out the sedan first. You guys watch the arrangements. Sulu nodded. Then let Nana lead him. Go and take a look at the sedan. Nana, any recommendations? Sulu looked at Nana beside him and spoke. The best sedans we have here are Rolls-Royce's Phantom and Phantom. Go over and take a look. Sulu nodded. Nana brought Sulu to the Rolls-Royce booth. Sulu listened to the introduction Nana gave him while looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him and nodded. Alright, he's the one. Can you arrange to drive away? Sulu inquired. Mr. Su, because it's in the showroom, so it can't be driven away directly, but you will be able to see him in your parking space tonight. The salesperson saw Sulu frowning a little and immediately explained. Good. Sulu helplessly nodded. Still want to buy a sedan directly drive away. The results. Also blame him for being stupid. After all, in addition to limited edition cars, other cars will generally transfer inventory. Mr. Su, it is estimated that you did not drive over. Or not. Next, just I accompany you? Nana opened her mouth at this time. Okay. Currently having 2 cars was also enough. Sports cars were usually just a collection. Nana first went to change her clothes. Black silk short skirt, long-sleeved t-shirt, showing off her shapely figure. You don't have to go to work? Sulu looked at Nana who had changed her own clothes and asked. Today Mr. Su's 2 orders are more than I would normally earn in a year, so I can stop working today. Chapter 22 Preparing to leave Jinling. Nodded Sulu. Mr. Su, where to next? Nana opened her mouth and asked. Sulu did not expect buying a car to go so smoothly. The original plan was to shop around a bit. It would take almost a day. But it turned out that it was all done in one morning. Let's find a place to have a meal. Sulu opened his mouth. It was also almost noon. Mr. Su, if you don't mind, why don't you go to my house? I cook quite well. Nana glanced at Sulu. Okay. Sulu naturally knew Nana's thoughts, but there was no objection, no initiative, no rejection, and an external irresponsibility. Entering the door, Sulu surveyed Nana's home. It was quite good. Mr. Su, you sit down first. I'll go change my clothes. Nana pulled Sulu to sit on the living room sofa. Opening her mouth, she said, with a hint of pettiness in her voice. Nana went back to her room, thought about it, changed the clothes she bought before, and just walked out. At the same time, casually pressed the photo frame of a photo with a boy on the bedside table. Sulu was waiting to be bored. Suddenly heard a little movement, turned his head, his eyes lit up. However, Sulu did not move. Nana took the initiative to walk up, came to Sulu's ear and whispered, "Hungry? Want to eat?" Although Sulu felt good, and this visual impact was still there, he wasn't going to be taken casually. Nana saw that Sulu did not respond. Her face slightly reddened, and once again came over. My boyfriend gets off work at 5. 10,000 words omitted here. Sulu nodded her head and left Nana's house. After an afternoon of Wei Wu Legacy's literary exchanges, as well as exchanges about the car show and Koenigsegg configuration, Sulu felt that she did learn a lot, and it was still good. And the oncoming man nodded and saluted each other a little. Just always felt that this man's head was not quite right. Sulu found a place to eat something, directly called a car and sent him to the golf villa area. Coming to the underground garage, 2 cars were parked side by side. Wait, there's someone on the Koenigsegg? Sulu approached to see that it was Apple who had fallen asleep in the car. No way? Really buy a car and send a car model? There was no one on the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Sulu gently knocked on the window of the Koenigsegg. Apple immediately woke up with a start, and when she saw Sulu, her face immediately blushed, and her double doors lifted up. Apple somewhat squirmed and said, "Mr. Su, sorry, I fell asleep after waiting for too long. What are you doing here? Wouldn't be specifically waiting to teach me to drive, right?" Sulu asked. "Yes, there is a slight difference between the operation of a sports car and an ordinary sedan. We'll have to make it clear to you," Apple said seriously. "Alright, let's introduce it first. In a moment I'll take you to dinner. I guess you haven't even eaten." Sulu waved her hand, then sat on the driver's seat. Apple walked to the passenger side. The car door closed. The whole space suddenly turned dark. Mr. Su, then I'll start, Apple whispered. Aha. Sulu nodded. Apple knelt down directly from the passenger seat, lying on Sulu's body, and began to introduce the function of each button for Sulu. Sulu instantly felt Apple's body, constantly rubbing against him. Is this the explanation service? Apple's left hand was propped on Sulu's leg, and his right hand was pointing while explaining at the same time. Sulu's original state that was already in sage mode revived once again. Mr. Su, next, is the last step. Apple suddenly looked at Sulu at this time. The last step. Test drive. Apple said. Omit 10,000 words. Sulu took the special elevator and entered the villa. At the same time, he helplessly shook his head. This woman was really extraordinary. Then Sulu found the master bedroom and laid down on it. The next day, Sulu woke up and it was already noon. Called the property to clean. Sulu was in the kitchen, casually cooking a bowl of instant noodles, eating while looking at her cell phone. It was already September 10th. Can consider leaving Jinling first. Wang Shilong is Fengcheng, not far away. Go and play a little, then go to Pengcheng, and finally go directly to the Magic City. Suyu nodded. Feasible. Hello? Suyu took out the phone. Lao Si. On the other side of the phone, Wang Shilong answered. I'll go to your place for 2 days in the afternoon. Arrange it. Sulu said with a light smile. Don't worry, no problem. Just in time. Lu Pei is also over here. Oh, Lu Pei? Sulu was puzzled, and for a moment, she couldn't think of anything. I go. You won't forget, right? Our class flower. She came to my company for an interview, not to mention the rest. Let's say it like this then. Well, let's talk about it when we meet. Wang Shilong hung up the phone. Sulu then remembered. Lu Pei, freshman year, sophomore year, and he was particularly close. Junior year seems to be estranged. There was very little contact afterward. In fact, he also understands the reason for the estrangement. To the third year of college, everyone began to plot their own development, and Sulu at that time, to put it bluntly, there was some lack of progress. In fact, it is immersed in the last relationship cannot pull themselves out, until the fourth year of college. Shaking his head, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tianli. First go to Fengcheng to play for 2 days, then go back to Pengcheng. Okay, in 2 days, my husband is not at home. Tianli replied back in seconds. Your husband is not at home. It's none of my business. Sulu was dumbfounded. This Tianli was a woman. Still so raw, but it seemed to be only so to him. To others, it was goddess level. You don't know this having a child and not having a child. It's really different Tianli sighed. What's different? Without a child. It's Sai Shi sure. With a child, a dog would dislike it. Quick, hurry back. Let me have a good time. You're not possessed, are you? Are you so horny? It's hard to explain. Say, give or not give a good time. Are you still a good brother? Give. Did something happen to you? Sulu felt that Tianli's state was a bit off. Ha, I told you. Old lady's charm is still there. The corner of Sulu's mouth twitched. You're insane. Ha. Little drop. Wasn't that exciting just now? Crawl. Let's talk about it when you come back. In short, things are complicated. Your husband cheated on you? Sulu suddenly sent a message. Can you not be so smart? There is evidence? Well, it's already divorced. He's netted out, and the child belongs to me. Wait a few days. I'll go back and visit you. Okay, thank you. Little Dropsy. Don't shout Little Dropsy. Still a good friend. Little Lock Z. Little Lock Z. Little Lock Z. Sulu sighed. Tianli was his friend in high school. He didn't think that after a few years of not seeing her, she actually got married and divorced. At that time, she was the class flower of their class. Didn't expect that her life in the end wasn't considered perfect. Well, let's go and take a look when the time comes, and help if we can. Chapter 23, A Childhood Friend from the Skies. Sulu drove the Mirage, and attracted all sorts of attention along the way. He suddenly realized that this car was a little too high profile. Originally, he didn't go back to show off his wealth. His family doesn't have any relatives anymore. So who is he showing it to? Thinking of this, Sulu went to the Fairview neighborhood and parked the car in the parking space. Ro. I'm here in your downstairs parking space. Sulu took out his phone and called Ro. Brother Locke. Wait for me. 2 minutes later, 2 figures appeared. Brother Locke. Song Ro and Yang Xiaoshui tenderly called out. This is the car I bought yesterday. When I drove it today, I realized it's a bit high profile. The car will be put here for you guys. You can drive it if you want. I'm going to get a car. I'm going to Phoenix City in the afternoon. Sulu looked at the 2 men separately. Okay, Brother Lu. Why don't I send you to the 4S store? Song Euro said. No need. Look at the two of you. It takes a long time to wash and put on makeup. Go up and continue to sleep for a while. Sulu said casually. Okay, brother Locke. The two girls then realized that they were still wearing pajamas, and went upstairs with red faces. Sulu looked at the time. It was already more than 10 o'clock. Not bad. Go to the 4S store to pick up the car. It should not be a big problem. Took a taxi to Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz's handling is still good. Hello sir, may I ask what car to buy? A female voice came from next to Sulu. Sulu then looked over. Sulu? Sulu looked at the person in front of her. Then the corner of her mouth spread a smile. Sister. This person was Sulu's former neighbor. Li Yao, 28 years old. Her looks were considered pretty, and when she looked closely, her face was slightly worse. Sulu, haven't gone back for several years. Now you can mix it up. Li Yao nodded her head and looked at Sulu. Dressed in a famous brand, the whole person had a lot of spirit. Sister, when did you come over here? Sulu asked curiously. Came for several years. Li Yao's face darkened. Sulu took a look. There is a story here. Looked around. Sister, accompany me to have lunch to go? I'm still at work. Li Yao whispered. That Maybach S-Class. I'll take it. Is this okay? Sulu said, winking at Li Yao. It's okay. Sister, you first help me with the formalities, then go out for a meal with me. This is not the place to catch up. Sulu said, took out his ID card and bank card and handed it out. Soon Sulu drove a Maybach S60L twin turbocharged 4 million, took Li Yao, and found a Western restaurant. The turnover rate is obviously not as high as before, which is okay. Sis, you said you came a few years ago? Why didn't you tell me? Sulu looked at Li Yao. I called your phone. It was empty. I then wasn't looking for it. Sulu then remembered that at that time, his cell phone was set up so that strangers couldn't call in, and the reason, naturally, was also a monstrous love chant. So, love must be equal. Everyone should remember. If you keep lowering the bottom line in a relationship, then, sis, then what? You just keep doing sales? Selling cars? Sulu's heart was not too guilty. People contacting you, itself just telling you that she came this way, and not counting on you. Not to mention, at that time, he himself was in school. At that time, my parents found me a blind date. You don't know. That grade is older than my dad. Li Yao recalled the situation at that time. I don't even know. My dad how he was willing. He had to ask me to marry him. Isn't it just a few crappy dollars? I ran out in a fit of anger. At that time, I didn't know that you were going to school here, so I thought that I could take care of you. So I came here. Li Yao said here and glanced at Sulu. Shook her head. As a result, I didn't contact you. I thought that if I came here, I would look for a job here. And after going around in circles, I am now selling cars here. Sulu looked deeply at Li Yao. Got a boyfriend? Whom? Li Yao looked at Sulu for a long time, and finally lowered her head and hemmed. Not good for you? Li Yao lowered her head and didn't say anything. Sis, say it. Sulu could clearly see that Li Yao was malnourished. Rather now Li Yao was very thin. The second year I came here, I met a guy. Not long after, we dated. Then, he secretly took my ID card to get a loan. Owed more than $1 million, and the person ran away. Li Yao said. Tears began to fall. Sulu handed a piece of paper over. Looking at Li Yao like this, he realized that these 4 years of love really made him lose himself. He and Li Yao, that is over life siblings, together pressed through the train tracks. Li Yao didn't go to college. After Sulu went to college, there was no contact anymore. Today encountered in this way, to the extent that it was also overwhelming. Sister, how much money is still owed? Sulu opened his mouth and asked. Still owe more than $600,000. Li Yao spoke in a small voice. Report the bank card number to me. Li Yao froze and looked at Sulu. Although the relationship was good when they were kids, but now everyone has grown up, and they are still non-relatives. What? Bank card number give me. First pay back the money. Sulu said with a smile. That. I can only pay you back 10,000 every month. Li Yao whispered. Sis, can you drive? Sulu ignored Li Yao's statement. Yes, I have a driver's license. Help me drive in the future. Every month. Set 20,000 first. Sulu happened to not want to drive herself either. Now there was a suitable candidate, and a credible one at that. Sulu. Really? Li Yao looked at Sulu in surprise. Sister, of course it's true. You weren't this kind of character before. Sulu flirted with Li Yao. After entering society, I realized how ignorant I was before. I'm being smoothed out. Li Yao sighed. Alright, don't sigh. Eat first, go resign after eating, and drive to Phoenix City in the afternoon to play for 2 days. Sulu opened his mouth. Go to Phoenix City to play for 2 days? Little Fall, you are wealth freedom Ha ha, know how powerful brother is, right? In the future, remember, call me dad. Sulu pointed at himself and exaggerated. Dad, you damn it. Li Yao directly pushed Sulu, then her fists kept waving. Sister, I'm wrong. Sulu begged for mercy. Little drop, thank you. At this time, Li Yao seriously said, Sister, you're welcome. We are siblings. Not so fancy. Before I didn't know. Now since I know, how can I not let my sister drink the northwest wind? Okay, then the words of thanks. Not to say. It's all in the heart. After Li Yao finished speaking, she lowered her head and started eating the steak. After eating, Sulu accompanied Li Yaosu to handle her resignation, and promised that the previous salary, as well as today's commission would also be paid to her immediately. Xiao Lu, look, it's arrived. This is $200,000. It's the first time I've earned so much money. After leaving the 4S store, Li Yao's money arrived. Okay, don't get excited. Drive. Let's go to Phoenix City in the afternoon. Sulu said and made her way to the passenger seat. Chapter 24, Lu Peipei's decision. 2 hours later. Sister. Next. It's my free time. Make your own arrangements. I'll call you when I leave. Arriving at Phoenix City, Sulu transferred 100,000 to Li Yao. Good. Li Yao red face, looked at Sulu, probably knew what he was going to do. Didn't say anything else, drove the car and left. Sulu nodded. A man's field. You can't bring a woman. Li Yao he helped, but if he doesn't know what to do, it is also that way, then it will always pay the salary, just as a neighbor. Now Li Yao's performance shows that it is a qualified driver. Lao San, I'm here. Sulu picked up the phone and dialed Wang Shilong's number. Lao Si, where is it? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Location sent you. Sulu sent the location over. Okay, be right there. 10 minutes later, a BMW stopped in front of Sulu. Sulu opened the passenger door and sat in. Lu Peipei? Sulu looked at the driver's seat. A girl wearing a professional outfit. Doll face, long straight black hair. A somewhat cute looking girl. Sulu, long time no see. Lu Peipei smiled and greeted. What are you? Sulu asked curiously. Well, I'm currently Wang Shilong's assistant. Lu Peipei said with a smile. Well, trouble you. Sulu returned the sentence and stopped talking. This was obviously to show off. This old third is really. 10 minutes later, the BMW stopped. Su fell out of the car. Old 3, your family business is not small. Sulu looked at the factory area that could not be seen, and marveled. Fortunately, now is the market for new energy vehicles. Took advantage of this wind and expanded a bit. Wang Shilong smiled back. He is also more confident. After graduation, go home and take over the company. 3 years, taking advantage of this wind of new energy. The company's output value is also considered to expand more than 100 times. From the original small workshop, but now the group company. Just 3 years. Not bad. Sulu nodded. Don't say it here. First go to my office. Wait a while and let's eat together. Wang Shilong put his arm around Sulu and walked towards the office. Lu Peipei, what's going on? You won't be looking at someone else, right? On the office sofa, Sulu results in a cigarette handed over by Wang Shilong. Took a puff and asked. She came to interview for the assistant general manager on her own. I can only say it's a coincidence. Old for you fancy? Wang Shilong explained. No, I'm just asking. Just a bit of a sigh, I guess. Lament what? Lamenting that people didn't get along with you in the first place. As a result, they still have to work under your brother now? Wang Shilong looked at Sulu with a bad smile. It's all in the past. I didn't think of developing in that direction at that time. Knock, knock, knock. Came the knock on the door. Enter. Wang Shilong said solemnly. Manager, this order needs your signature. Lu Peipei walked in with a document. Old 4, wait. Wang Shilong greeted Sulu and took the document and read it. Lu Peipei did not make any other movements during this time, just standing behind Wang Shilong. Sulu didn't open her mouth either. Okay, tell the other party that the time can't be advanced any further. Agree and sign. If you don't agree, this order won't be done. It's too late. Wang Shilong handed the document to Lu Peipei. Good. Lu Peipei took the document and left the office. You can this just came not long ago, and you are in charge of the business Sulu complimented. I have to say, it does have ability. Wang Shilong opened his mouth and added. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll arrange it tonight. Do you want to call Lu Peipei? Wang Shilong looked at Su Lu and raised an eyebrow. You're pushing her out, ah. Don't you think that if she becomes my secretary, your assistant will be gone, ah? Su Lu said with a smile. Assistant is not a much complicated job. Don't you see our college students come out and seem to have a good culture? But in actuality when you enter the company, it still depends on the ability. It doesn't take long to train an assistant. Wang Shilong said casually. This Lu Pei is not his dish. He likes to be more mature. This kind of cute type, he does not like. That's fine. You can ask her. If you don't want to, forget it. Su Lu was also not the kind of person who forced others. This big night to go out with two guys to get high. Everyone understands what it means. Refusing, it shows that people are not willing. Since going out with others at night is eating, spending money and drinking, then don't be unintelligent at that time and say, I should go back. Wang Shilong directly called Lu Pei in. Su Lu, no need for an introduction, right? I'll arrange it at night. Do you want to come along? Wang Shilong opened the door and said. A thoughtful look flashed across Lu Pei's face. She naturally understood what Wang Shilong meant. After entering the society, unless they were classmates with particularly good relationship, this kind of workplace classmates wine date was not a simple classmate catching up. Wang Shilong's words meant to tell her to follow Su Lu in the future. Willing or not, Su Lu she is quite familiar. Big two, that is the lovers not yet. Friends above the relationship. Just to the big three. She is also considered to see the other side of the society. The relationship gradually faded. Just did not expect. 3 years after graduation, meet again will be this state. Don't look at Su Fel did not drive over. That a brand name clothes, and temperament, is not ordinary people can have. After considering for a while, Lu Pei, or choose to agree. No matter what, it was also considered an opportunity. Even if Su Lu didn't give her the right salary in the end, Wang Shilong always had to take her favor once. Lao Si, the three of us have a bit of atmosphere tea. I call 2 more friends? Wang Shilong looked at Su Lu and solicited. I have no problem. Su Lu nodded. Okay, then Pei. You drive Su Lu to Tai Hao Hotel first. I'll call 2 friends to pick me up, Wang Shilong said, throwing the key over. Looking at Lu Pei who wanted to speak. Su Lu smiled. What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say? Will you think that I? Said Lu Pei hesitantly, and in the end, she still didn't say it. Think you what? Worship gold? Su Lu was able to understand. Well, and you are also my classmate. Lu Pei's heart was a little bitter. Some embarrassment as the most wretched appearance was seen by former friends or classmates. Even that what object is him. This depends on how you consider yourself. If you feel embarrassed, or unwilling, you can leave. No need to force. Rather, both Lao San and I will not look at you in a different way. Su Lu was very direct. Everyone struggling in this realistic society has their own choices, but every choice is made by themselves. There were plenty of people who wanted to take shortcuts, and everyone was just unspoken. Su Lu also never felt superior. He can only say wealth freedom now. Chapter 25, This is a tricky situation? Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. Su Fall wealth freedom. He longed for a have love and family to bring him stability, but he will not blindly to pursue wealth to bring him the benefits of choice is always in their own hands. Similarly, there is the spiritual pleasure that wealth brings. This is not only embodied in the fun. There is also the world of vision. No money all day long, think about things is to make money, and so on. Really rich, you can go to understand the world, to talk about some other things. Su Lu was now through a variety of experiences, constantly to enrich themselves. Perhaps one day will complete the metamorphosis. Su Lu may be able to find their own positioning, to find the things they want to pursue. Lu Pei listened to Su Lu's words and did not continue this topic. She already had an answer in her heart. Su Lu was not bad, after all. He was very handsome. Not a loss. Arriving at the parking lot of Tai Hao Hotel, Lu Pei parked her car, opened the door, intending to get off. Wait. Su Lu suddenly opened her mouth. Lu Pei was first puzzled, then closed the car door with a blushing face. What are you doing? Su Lu looked at, confused, Lu Pei, who put the seat down and lay down with her eyes closed. Ah. Lu Pei immediately opened her eyes and looked at Su Lu, who had a puzzled face. That, you didn't want to. Lu Pei explained with a red face. You get up first. You make me feel like you have a lot of experience. Su Lu touched her head. Ah. No. It's all my girlfriends who taught me. The first time is still there. Lu Pei said and lowered her head. Alright, letting you wait is simply waiting. Su Lu did not explain to Lu Pei. After waiting for about 20 minutes. Let's go. Su Lu opened the car door and got out. Lu Pei took the initiative to take Su Lu's arm. Feeling the softness at her arm, Su Lu faintly smiled. Miss, may I ask if you have a reservation? A waiter greeted her. Fortune Hall. Surname Wang. Lu Pei opened her mouth. Okay, sir, miss, this way. Lao San. Su Lu led Lu Pei into the box. Wang Shilong and his two friends were already sitting inside. Wang Shilong saw Lu Pei holding Su Lu, and nodded in his heart. Old four, let me introduce you. Wang Shilong immediately got up and pointed to the two people on the right. These two are my friends, now engaging in a live broadcast guild. Maple Leaf Guild is owned by the two of them. Xie Chunran, Lu Chao, Old Xie, Old Lu. This is my college roommate, Iron Buddy, engaged in investment, Su Lu. Wang Shilong knew that before they studied design. This time went to know that Su Lu resigned and engaged in investment by himself. Mr. Su, nice to meet you. Xie Chunran and Lu Chao got up and sort of said hello. Xie Chunran's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Pei beside Su Lu. Mr. Xie, Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. Su Lu nodded in response. Old four, come sit. Wang Shilong pulled Su Lu to sit on his left. Lu Pei on the side sat next to Su Lu. Inwardly there was indeed some embarrassment and bitterness. On this kind of occasion, she didn't even have the qualification to be introduced. Everyone was unspoken. At the same time, she also saw the way Xie Chunran looked at her, making her very uncomfortable. Su Lu felt Lu Pei's uneasiness. Her left hand patted her and gave her a look, which also made Lu Pei feel better. Ah Long, why don't I call a few anchors over? Xie Chunran suddenly spoke at this time. Wang Shilong's face changed slightly, glanced at Su Lu, saw that he didn't have any reaction, and immediately put down his heart. Calling a girl over at this time, that was a sign that Lu Pei was also the kind that was just playing around. If it was a girlfriend, then it was something that could only be called a girlfriend or wife. On the contrary, Lu Pei, under the table's hands clenched tightly. Su Lu was amused in her heart. This meal also had a sense of deceit. Just when he came in, this Xie Chunran's face was not right. This is fancying Lu Pei ah. How is it? Ah Long, otherwise this meal is afraid to eat some boring ah. Xie Chunran spoke again. Wang Shilong, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. Although he was a hairdresser, he was just a foxy friend who often played together and had a superficially iron relationship. Hasty, Wang Shilong sighed in his heart. Old Xie, today I invite my old classmates to dinner. This first game, we do not engage in those. After all, Lu Pei one is his assistant. In addition, it is estimated that Su Lu then and she has already talked. How to say, also want to give some face. Su Lu then has checked the Maple Leaf Guild, is a small guild. Also, after all, Phoenix City itself is only a small city. The volume is too small. 80% of the anchors of this guild were in shark fighting. Su Lu heartily laughed. That's fine then. What are we going to drink today? Wang Shilong secretly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Lu. Lao Si, sorry, I didn't know that these two people are this virtuous now. I guess I'm looking at Lu Pei. Today brother's hospitality is not good. In a while when this ends, we will disperse. Tomorrow we won't call others. Just the two of us. It's fine. Lao San, it looks like you don't know them well? We usually play together. I thought that if you came today, we'd have a good time. That's fine. Then I have something in mind. Since he wasn't familiar with Lao San, then if he went too far later, Su Lu wouldn't let them off the hook. Whatever, drink whatever you want. Su Lu shrugged. Old Xie, Old Lu, I suggest you guys keep a low profile. This brother of mine's drinking capacity can only be described as deep. Wang Shilong immediately stopped Xie Chunran and Lu Chao. No matter what, these two people he called. This scene has to be covered. That's even better. Waiter, first come 5 bottles of Wolianye. 1 bottle per person. Put it away first. Xie Chunran directly shouted. Lu Pei, her heart tightened. Her 2 small hands clutched Su Lu. It's fine. Leave it all to me. Su Lu immediately came over and whispered in her ear. Feeling the hot air coming from her ear, Lu Pei's face gradually turned red. When Xie Chunran saw the scene, a wave of anger bubbled up inside him for no reason, but it was well concealed by him. The wine was quickly delivered. Come. Let's fill up the wine first. Xie Chunran took the lead in opening the wine. Old Xie, there are only 4 of us. Opening 3 bottles is almost enough. Wang Shilong advised from the side. How come it's just 4 people? Obviously 5. Isn't there a beautiful woman here? 1 bottle for 1 person. Xie Chunran clearly did not intend to give Wang Shilong face. Wang Shilong's face sank slightly. This scene was afraid to be smashed. Mr. Xie, let's do it this way. My girlfriend is not feeling well. Her share, I'll drink it for her. Su Lu saw Wang Shilong's appearance and knew that he was about to lose his temper, and reached out to hold him down. Su Lu had the ability to lift the table, but he had to think about his brother. After this table was lifted, he patted his ass and left. His brother still had to do business locally. Okay, no problem, brother bravado. Siechuanran's face was happy. This woman he will play today. Chapter 26, Pretending to be a bully doesn't work. Come on, this first cup of wine. I'll start it off. Welcome my brother to Phoenix City. Wang Shilong raised his cup and took a sip to smother it. Sulu smiled, raised his cup and similarly muffled it in one sip. Then, poured another cup and drank it without changing his face. Lu Pei on the side looked at Sulu worriedly. Come on, brother, let's drink one. Next, Xie Chunran and Lu Chao both took turns to start looking for Sulu to drink. Sulu did not change his face. One by one, he drank. Pa! Wang Shilong slapped the table. Old Xie, old Lu, today you guys have gone a bit too far. Wang Shilong frowned and said, Ah Long, isn't this your brother coming? We are both happy and drank 2 more cups with Mr. Su. What are you doing? Xie Chunran slowly put down his wineglass. With a displeased face, he looked at Wang Shilong. Today is a reception for my brother. What are you guys doing? Not giving me face? Wang Shilong spoke in a deep voice. He couldn't look away. Ha, face? Usually it's just to see how much you're willing to spend. Brothers take you to play. What face do you have? Xie Chunran said with a cold face. Wang Shilong on the side had an ugly face. Old 4, you guys go first. Sorry, I didn't make any arrangements today. Wang Shilong apologized and looked at Sulu. Leave? Today this kid can leave. This woman has to stay. Xie Chunran had a lewd face at this time. Beauty. Follow brother. I'll help you become a big anchor. That's a lot of money to earn at will. Saying that, Xie Chunran got up and walked towards Lu Pei. Sulu, who hadn't said anything. At this time, while gently rotating his wineglass, he faintly opened his mouth. Xie Chunran, right? Xie Chunran stopped and looked curiously at Sulu. Today is Lao San's venue. So, I didn't bother anything with you, since everyone is now in this mess. Saying this, Sulu looked at Wang Shilong. Old 3, next, I'll handle it. How about it? Sorry, old 4. Wang Shilong nodded with a face full of guilt. Yo, this kid is still stranded here pretending with me. Xie Chunran looked at Sulu in surprise and said to Lu Chao with a smile. Look at your character. In T-City is also considered a bit of status. Otherwise, you like this has long been gone. It doesn't matter. I looked at it. You counted on just your Maple Leaf Guild is it? Sulu said indifferently. A year's profit of tens of millions of dollars. Let you live a little floating in Phoenix City Sulu said. Took out his cell phone and made a call. Chen Dong. Sulu telephoned Chen Gajie. Su Dong. How is this Maple Leaf Guild? Sulu opened his mouth. Half a minute later. A small guild. Mainly face anchors. Engage in a bit of rubbing. The earnings are good. Is this offending you? Aha. Sulu faintly said. Xie Chunran and Lu Chao looked at Sulu with a shocked face at this time. Just said Chen Dong? The president of Fighting Shark? Alright, I've already made arrangements to target Maple Leaf Guild's anchors for banning and lifting the cooperation behind. What do you think? Thanks, Dong Chen. Count me as owing you a favor. You're welcome, Dong Su. If you have time to come to Jiancheng, I will definitely receive you personally. Thanks, when I'm done with this period of time, I will definitely go. Sulu nodded and hung up the phone. At this moment, Xie Chuanran's phone suddenly came up. Boss, we are now a few anchors. All of them have been blocked by the super management of the live room. But just now the Do Shark legal department also came to the phone to cancel the cooperation. The small assistant's panicked voice on the other side of the phone pierced through. Xie Chunran at this time which can still not understand that he is loaded today. Punt. Xie Chunran directly knelt in front of Sulu. Lu Chao on the side saw it. Naturally also understood that something big had happened. Immediately got up and knelt next to Xie Chunran. Wang Shilong looked at the two in surprise, then looked at Sulu. Sulu shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. Xie Chunran said while kowtowing. Sulu extended her hand and placed it in front of Lu Pei. At the same time, she gave a wink to Wang Shilong. Lu Pei placed her hand in Sulu's hand and followed by getting up. Originally, Lao San's friend. No matter what, I won't care. Since you guys tore your faces off with Lao San, then I naturally won't be soft. After saying that, Sulu held Lu Pei and walked out of the box, only leaving behind Xie Chunran and Lu Chao who were paralyzed on the ground. Boss, this will be the anchors below our guild. All of them have cancelled their contracts with us. The other guilds Chen Gaojie would naturally notify. After all, anchors were still a resource, and it was the easiest thing to poach at this time. Xie Chunran and Lu Chao, two people looked at each other, knowing that this time planted, completely gone. At this time, A bunch of police came outside. Xia Chun ran. Lu Chao. We suspect that you have threatened female mice and are involved in multiple cases. We are now arresting you to cooperate with the investigation. This is the arrest warrant. This is naturally Su Lu's handiwork. He had long ago contacted Xiao Ma, through some means, retrieved the chat records of the two people, and submitted these records to the relevant departments of Phoenix City. Since the decision to pack them, then Su Lu's principle is to pack a hard, save the back and then come out to pop up. After all, Wang Shilong's company was not small. They all dared to offend, to say that there is no problem in here. Su Lu definitely did not believe it. Old 4, sorry, outside the hotel, Wang Shilong had an apologetic face. Okay, it's okay, Lu Peipei will not work at your place in the future. Alright, took it? Wang Shilong glanced at Lu Peipei in the distance and raised an eyebrow at Su Lu. Alright, haven't even eaten. Hurry up, where to go next? Su Lu pushed Wang Shilong. You still have this with you? Wang Shilong pointed at Lu Peipei. Don't bring it, just the two of us brothers, Su Lu said, walking towards Lu Peipei. Pulling out his cell phone, he transferred $50,000 over. Go get a room. Get yourself something to eat. I'll be back later. Nodded Lu Peipei. Su Lu walked to Wang Shilong and patted him. Let's go. Starving. Okay, take you to the barbecue that I usually eat. Absolutely delicious. Wang Shilong wrapped his arm around Su Lu and walked forward. Lu Peipei looked at the $50,000 transfer on her cell phone, hesitated for a moment, tapped accept, then turned around and walked into the Taihao Hotel. Ding! Taihao Hotel, 25th floor, room 2508. Su Lu looked at the room number and raised it at Wang Shilong. See, Lao San, take it. I go. Still really took it. I didn't expect our class flower also fell. Wang Shilong had a saddened face. Why? There isn't a girl who can simply like my temperament? Wang Shilong sighed. Love and bread. Obviously bread is a necessity. Su Lu said indifferently. Boss, get my brother 10 large cashews. Just after walking to the barbecue stall, Wang Shilong shouted at the boss. Su Lu covered her face and couldn't wait to leave immediately. Chapter 27, Katwa Pleasure Grounds. What do you say? Want to play the next game? Wang Shilong, who was full of wine and food, raised an eyebrow at Su Lu. All listened to third brother's arrangement. Su Lu spread his hands. You're also not afraid that Jiaran will be waiting anxiously? Wang Shilong said with a smile. It's fine. Su Lu shook his head. For Lu Peipei, he really didn't know how to deal with it. Don't look at letting people open a room again and don't think about it first. Then the music was played. Then the dance. That's fine. Let's go. Next show. Wang Shilong got up and settled the bill. Then directly called a car. Royal. After getting into the car, Wang Shilong said to the driver. Alright, please fasten your seatbelt. After the driver opened his mouth, he started the car. Lights and wine. Paper and gold. This kind of life is really, Mr. Wang. The two had just arrived at Royal, when a male gentleman greeted them. Kai. Which box? Wang Shilong opened his mouth and asked the one called Kai. Ferrari 888, everything has been arranged. Kai nodded and walked in front, starting to lead the way. Su Lu followed in silence. There was still a difference between this KTV and the bar. At the very least, the sound above was much quieter. The two people came to the box, just pushed open the door, and found that there was already a row of girls standing in front of the screen. Su Lu and Wang Shilong directly sat on the sofa. Young Wang, the prettiest batch are all here. Kai smiled and first handed Wang Shilong a cigarette, then helped light it. Afterward, he handed a cigarette towards Su Lu as well and lit it. Lao Si? Wang Shilong gestured at Su Lu. Su Lu scanned it. Not to mention, the quality was indeed good. However, Su Lu did not open her mouth, but looked at Wang Shilong. Lao San, what to say? What bureau today? Look at you chanting, as long as you are happy. Wang Shilong shrugged indifferently. That's fine. Then I'll come. Su Lu picked up the microphone. Those who can drink take a step forward. Only to see all the girls take a step forward. Su Lu smiled at Kai. It's okay. This way. The name is Kai, right? Su Lu suddenly looked at Kai at this time. Yes. Kai nodded his head. First, 20 bottles of foreign wine. Su Lu opened her mouth. Kai looked at Wang Shilong and nodded. Then arranged it. Not much later, 20 bottles of foreign wine were neatly placed on top of the coffee table. Su Lu nodded and looked at the girls in front of her. Those who can directly blow a bottle. Step forward. Su Lu's faint voice came out. Can old 4, can play. Wang Shilong looked at Su Lu in surprise. The 20 girls looked at each other and didn't move. Kai made a wink from the side. Between them one of the petite girls, the color of determination flashed in her eyes, directly walked forward, opened a bottle of foreign wine, under the eyes of a group of girls shocked, gulp, gulp, drank it down. Then, with a slightly reddened face, he looked at Sulu. Well, sit down first. Is there any more? Sulu then looked at the other girls. In itself, they only had $1,000 for one class. For 1,000, blowing a bottle of foreign wine, that was a bit uneconomical. They were shrewd in their hearts. What's the name of the handsome man? Kai saw the scene cold, opened his mouth and asked. My surname is Su. Su Young. This, I blow a bottle can stay? Ah, Kai made a joke. Can. Sulu nodded. The main thing was to get high. He wasn't trying to get girls drunk, but he had to choose something special. When Kai heard this, he picked up a bottle and started blowing it without saying a word. This bottle of foreign wine, in there this is 1,600 a bottle. The result of a bottle of blowing, this how to get commission, and the guests to figure a fun. If you do not have fun, then there is not much chance later. Today Wang is obviously invited to the Su Yun to get high. Wang Xiao is a rich young man in their circle. Today, another will play, usually tens of thousands of dollars of consumption. Today will not take off. After blowing up a bottle of Kai, also some tops, face reddened and said, Sisters, good liquor are assured on. Akai thought to himself, can only point to this. What's your name? Sulu looked at the girl sitting next to him in a daze. Xiao Shui. The girl said in a daze. Alright Kai, just little snow. Sulu looked at the fact that still no one moved and said, then passed the microphone to Wang Shilong. It was when Wang Shilong was about to call. Suddenly a voice came. Microchat arrived at 100,000 Chinese coins. Over here. Sulu directly took out her cell phone and had Xiao Shui open the collection code. All the girls immediately looked at Xiao Shui with envious eyes. But they didn't dare to go forward again. Just now was an opportunity. Not grasping it, who is to blame? Kai did have a move in his heart, but he was also too embarrassed to take the initiative to mention it. Sulu waved her hand at Kai at this time. At the same time, she shook her cell phone. Kai was immediately excited in his heart and opened the collection code. Microchat arrived at 100,000 Chinese dollars. Brother, it's okay to play like this. Wang Shilong looked at Sulu and said with a smile. Sulu shrugged his shoulders. On the side, Xiao Shui had already looked at him with mesmerized eyes. 100,000 yuan. She would not eat or drink for at least 3 to 4 months before she could earn it. As a result of this blowing a bottle of effort, she earned it. It felt like a dream. She felt light all over. Alright, brother, you've opened the way. Then I'll have one too. One that can blow off 2 bottles. Forward. Wang Shilong had no choice. If he chose again, the 2 girls had different incomes, so naturally the scene would be cold. In coming to blow a bottle, it is estimated that everyone can get on. Those who can blow a bottle can almost all. But 2 bottles, it will really need courage and alcohol capacity. The girls who originally showed surprise on their faces, instantly changed their faces slightly. Blowing 2 bottles, that is really going to get down. One by one again hesitated not to dare to go forward. I'll do it. At this time at all, the girl directly went forward, continuously opened 2 bottles of foreign wine. Gulp gulp. Wang Shilong scanned the room. It seemed that no one was there. Stop. It's just you. Wang Shilong watched the girl blow a bottle and directly opened his mouth to stop. Microchat arrived at 100,000 Chinese dollars. Alright, Kai, help me keep 4 more girls to pour the wine. Wang Shilong said to Kai. Okay, young Wang. Kai finished and ordered a few well-behaved looking girls. Let's start getting high then. Seeing that the people had all gone out, ensuring that there were only 6 girls and Sulu, him left in the room, Wang Shilong directly took the microphone and roared, pour the wine. The atmosphere instantly turned hot. Sulu looked at Xiao Shui who kept drilling into her arms with amusement. This was really drunk. The Wang Shilong one was similar. After getting high for a while, the whole person was in Wang Shilong's arms and allowed to be claimed. When Wang Shilong saw Sulu look over, he gave Sulu a thumbs up and then took the girls into the bathroom. Chapter 28. This is your arrangement? The corner of Sulu's mouth twitched. This goods is that what on the brain? However, he was not prepared to disturb. This kind of thing that you love is a personal control. Waved his hand. This side is over. You few go first. Sulu waved her hand, letting the other few girls go out first. Little Snow, called Sulu softly to the girl. What do you say? Sulu wouldn't be like Wang Shilong. Monkey Rush. The taller girl came out. Lao San. Withdrew? Sulu looked at Wang Shilong. Okay. Wang Shilong called Kai over and settled the bill. You this take away? Wang Shilong looked at Sulu in surprise. Otherwise? Drinking like this. Sulu smiled. Okay, then I'll arrange the hotel. Wang Shilong said, directly calling, Tai Hao Hotel. Let's go, Wang Shilong said, wrapped his arm around the girl beside him and walked towards the outside. Obviously, this girl he also decided to take away. Sulu arrived at the hotel and sent the girl into the room, and left as soon as the door was closed. As for whether he could take care of himself, then he didn't care. Just drink too much, not drink down. The whole person still know what the situation is. Sulu also did not Sulu Pei's room. After all, his intention was also just a joke. We are all classmates. The previous relationship is also not bad. Can help a hand. Just help a hand. Thinking of this, Sulu walked downstairs and opened a separate room. Looking at the empty room, Sulu's heart actually had no reason to emerge a sense of loneliness. Took out his cell phone, opened the Do Shark, invisible login, and entered the live room of Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou's own female group origin, but recently it rarely sings. This time Sulu is also coincidentally, is hearing Sister Zhou sing. I can think of the most romantic thing. An old song, slightly hoarse voice came, instantly let Sulu sink into it. Slowly closing her eyes, she fell asleep. Early the next morning, Old 3, up yet? Sulu's phone call went over. Ah, it's only 8 o'clock. Too early. Sleep a little more. Sulu mumbled. It seems that he was too tired last night. This young man's body is not working. Come, accompany me for breakfast. Sulu made another call to Lu Pei. Ah, Sulu, calling so early, annoying you. Lu Pei, who had insomnia last night, shrieked. Gotta eat breakfast by yourself. Sulu muttered to herself. Sis, I guess I'll go back to Pengcheng tomorrow. Do you want to go back? Well, I'm a little less eager to go back, Li Yao said hesitantly. Well, I'll support you. Just do what you want to do. Sulu persuaded. Thank you. Ah Lu, you go there behind you. I can go and wait for you, Li Yao whispered. That's fine. The car you drive to Tai Hao Hotel. You go to Magic City to play for a while first. Sulu heard that Li Yao didn't want to go back. It was completely understandable. This family treated her as goods trying to sell. She naturally didn't want to go back. Originally, Sulu was still planning to pay a visit, but now it seems that there is no need. Thinking of this, Sulu transferred 1 million over. You go over there and just play openly. There are ideas you can also try to start a business. Thanks. Ah Lu, you're welcome. Alright, I'll eat breakfast and go back to sleep later. Sulu ate breakfast and went to find Lu Pei. The knock on the door woke Lu Pei up. Don't you even sleep? Lu Pei looked at Sulu with a grumpy face. So this isn't coming to sleep? Sulu said with a bad smile. Lu Pei immediately had a nervous face. Alright, just kidding. I'll sleep on the sofa. Sulu looked at Lu Pei's appearance and smiled, walking to the sofa to sleep. Although she slept soundly last night, sleeping poorly for a long time still made Sulu somewhat tired. Lu Pei looked at Sulu, who had already fallen asleep, with surprise, her face returning to normal. But there was still some peace of mind in his heart. He felt that Sulu was not as cynical as he showed. Thinking of this, Lu Pei bent down and looked at Sulu. The curves of the body were undoubtedly visible, but no one saw it at the moment. The eyelashes are so long, murmured Lu Pei in a low voice. This sleep. Sulu slept exceptionally comfortably. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Sulu looked at Lu Pei, who was sitting on the windowsill, and smiled. Good afternoon, god of sleep. You finally woke up. Sulu shook her head, ignoring Lu Pei's flirting. Alright, I'll go down first. You come down later. Aha. Lu Pei answered in a low voice. Bang! The sound of the door closing came. Lu Pei let out a long breath. Her face flushed red. She shook her head, then stood up. Lao San, what do you say today? If there's no arrangement, I'll go back to Pengcheng. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Pei had not yet arrived, Sulu was chatting with Wang Shilong. Brother, you're too good. Yesterday Maple Leaf Guild directly lost. Those two people went straight in. Wang Shilong said while watching the news. Bro, you have to arrange it today. Make sure you've never experienced it before. I've eaten too much big fish and meat. I'll give you something small and fresh today. Wang Shilong said and raised his eyebrows. Not long after, Lu Pei came down, and the three started eating. You go back first. I'll take Lao Si out for another round. After finishing their meal, Wang Shilong opened his mouth. Humph. Lu Pei blankly glanced at Wang Shilong and didn't say anything. She just looked at Sulu with a grudge and twisted her body to go back to her room. Conditioning can be Wang Shilong said with a smile. Not bad. Sulu nodded, knowing how to advance and retreat. Still shy. Quite good. Let's go. It's just after 5 p.m. This time is just right. Wang Shilong looked at the time. With a smiling face, he said. 20 minutes later. This is your arrangement? Sulu looked at the chess room in front of him. Don't worry, brother, watch my eyes in a moment. Wang Shilong laughed evilly and wrapped his arm around Sulu and walked in. Boss, spring color. Arranged. Wang Shilong walked in, said to the boss, and then stuffed a stack of money in the past, estimated to be almost $10,000. Okay Lu, wait a moment The boss understood, and immediately took the two to the spring garden box. Wang Shilong's luck is really good. A few consecutive hands or self-touch. At this time, inside the box, there are two girls, wearing very youthful. Makeup is also just right, giving the feeling of two girls next door. Taking advantage of the gap, Wang Shilong sent a text message to Sulu. Bring back to see my hand signals. Just don't win. At this time both girls were not looking too good. This had just started and they had lost a lot. After a few more self-touching hands, Wang Shilong stretched out his finger and hooked it, then gestured it to again. The two girls nodded without moving. Then, Sulu saw Wang Shilong's left hand gesture. Okay? Sulu nodded. The girls started winning. Sulu herself wasn't very good at playing mahjong, so she casually played. Chapter 29, this is the plot you don't usually get to play. Played until about 9:30 p.m. Pretty girl, why don't we call it a day? Let's go have dinner together. Wang Shilong opened his mouth at this time. The two girls looked at each other and nodded. The four of them then walked out of the chess room in pairs. Get some barbecue? Wang Shilong looked at the two girls. We're all good. Barbecue stand. I don't know what you two are called yet. My name is Wang Lingxue. One of the slightly taller girls spoke. My name is Chen Yali. Another petite, but plump girl followed suit. Well, my surname is Wang and his surname is Su. Just call us Brother Wang and Brother Su. Brother Wang, Brother Su. The two girls smiled and called out. Since we all know each other, then, let's start drinking? Drink! The two girls were not afraid. Benjamin, Xiao Chen. After eating and drinking, let's find a place to rest? When he was almost done drinking, Wang Shilong opened his mouth. The two women nodded. Wang Shilong nodded at Sulu. Benjamin, then you should come with me, Wang Shilong said and wrapped his arms around Wang Lingxue. Sulu looked at Chen Yali and nodded. 10,000 words were omitted here. Lu Pei once again lost sleep. Not coming back again. You scum! And at this time Sulu was playing chicken with Chen Yali. Sulu started with a simple spray, with a slower attack speed, but also took the girl to run through the first wave of the poison area. The girl panted and followed Suyu's rhythm. Shaoli, you take the front. I'll cover you from behind. Okay, Brother Su. There are people in front. I'll get down first. So you saw Chen Yali lying down in the grass, and immediately switched to M4 and followed suit. Not to mention, this game screen was really realistic. The breeze was blowing the grass constantly floating. Next, Sulu led Chen Yali, constantly charging towards the center of the safe zone. 1 hour later, successfully eat chicken. Sulu, on the other hand, looked at Chen Yali in the game, and the last barrage of bullets whistled at her face. Nasty. A few games down, Sulu looked at Chen Yali's departing figure and smiled faintly. Getting up and leaving, she went back to her hotel room. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lu Pei excitedly ran to open the door. The smell of perfume on my body is so heavy. Don't come near me. As soon as Lu Pei opened the door, her nose twitched and she opened her mouth, at the same time pushing Sulu with force. Sulu was helpless. Went to take a shower. Then, walked to the bedroom and slept. Murmured sound came. Tossing and turning, but also sleeping in a daze until noon. When Sulu woke up and looked at Lu Pei sitting on the balcony, she walked over. Go down to eat? Sulu spoke gently. I haven't washed up yet. Lu Pei shrieked and rushed to the restroom. I'll go down first, you come over later. Sulu shook her head and said, Good, old four, how is it? This kind of plot that you can't usually play. Wang Shilong smiled badly at the dining table. Not bad, nodded Sulu with satisfaction. Don't worry, brother, it's absolutely clean, and none of them are professional. Wang Shilong had a retrospective look on his face. Didn't see it. You still have this kind of way, Sulu said with amusement. This is something that ordinary people don't know. Those two girls yesterday, both just graduated and came back to work. You know. Wang Shilong raised his eyebrows. Alright, let's not talk about this. I will be in Pengcheng in the afternoon. Sulu opened her mouth. Not playing for 2 more days? Wang Shilong opened his mouth to retain. No, after returning to Pengcheng, I still have to go to the magic capital behind me. How are you going back? Do you want me to give you a ride? There's a car. Sulu threw the keys she got from the front desk on the table. Maybach. It can be. When did you buy it? Wang Shilong said in surprise. I bought it in Jinling before. My driver drove it here. Let her go to Magic City first. The car stayed behind. Lao Si, now have a driver. Next time there is a good investment. Call me Wang Shilong's waist ached with envy. At this time, Lu Peipei also came down, and the three of them simply ate. Lao San, Pepe will follow me from now on. Be a personal assistant for me, and you find another assistant. At the entrance of Tai Hao, Su Lu opened her mouth to Wang Shilong. Okay, I'll just recruit another assistant. Wang Shilong shrugged his shoulders. That's fine. Pei, go drive the car, Su Lu said, and handed the key to Lu Peipei. In the underground garage, Lu Peipei turned out the key and headed towards the hotel. Bro, you won't eat for the next 2 days. The other girl will end up running away again. Wang Shilong naturally knew what Su Lu did these 2 days. Don't worry, I can't run away. But you, it's time to set your heart right. Life matters, don't worry about worrying. I still have to play for 2 more years. Not urgent, Wang Shilong said with a smile. Joke, not enough to play. How can I close my heart? The car is here. I will leave first. You go back and pay attention to safety. Su Lu watched the Maybach S come over. Maybach, really good looking. Okay, then you pay attention to safety on the road. Wang Shilong snorted. Su Lu opened the passenger seat and sat up, waved her hand at Wang Shilong. You play every day. Be careful of kidney loss. Lu Peipei looked at Su Lu with a disgusted face. Kidney loss or not, you'll know if you try it. Su Lu said with a smile. I would like to try. You don't have time. Lu Peipei's face turned red when she finished speaking. It's okay to try it now. Su Lu flirted. Rascal. Scum. Lu Peipei didn't stop the car, directly opened the navigation and drove towards Pengcheng. You also didn't ask me what I gave you, and just followed me? Su Lu looked at Lu Peipei at this time. I don't know, but I think you won't treat me badly. Lu Peipei hesitated for a moment, then said, you work as an assistant. How much does one do? 12,000. That's fine. I'll give you 50,000 a month in the future. What do I need to do? Well, there is something for the secretary to do. Nothing. Su Lu said with a smile. Rascal. Lu Peipei's face flushed red. You can't bully me. Lu Peipei finally opened her mouth. Don't worry. Definitely won't. Su Lu felt that just sleeping on the sofa every day was quite reassuring. Lu Peipei had a lavender flavor that could make him sleep well. Looking at Lu Peipei's quiet driving, Su Lu slightly smiled, took out his cell phone. Recently a lot of messages came from his cell phone. Su Lu didn't even bother to look at them. Where did you die? You won't go pick up girls again. Sister Zhou's. Yes, picking up every day. Su Lu replied casually. Although he had a good feeling about Sister Zhou, he wanted to be himself. Wouldn't deliberately change anything for Sister Zhou. Of course, maybe one day his feelings for Sister Zhou got deeper. Then it was quite possible that he would change into something other than himself for Sister Zhou. Most of the time Su Lu was a very peaceful person. If one day his body was filled with hostility, maybe, it was for Sister Zhou. Emperor Su, you haven't watched the live broadcast recently. Dull Sisters message. Su Lu did not reply. It was mainly a bit of not wanting to delay others. Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoshui didn't send any questions. They just sent what they did every day. Sometimes send some selfies over. Chapter 30, Show me my little nephew. Su Lu shook his head. Didn't reply to the message again. Mainly because micro-chatting made him feel a little troubled. On Sister Zhou's side, he didn't have any offense. Mainly still recently overworked. Wait for leisure to say. Putting away his cell phone, he put the seat back and slowly lay down. Su Lu, said Lu Peipei suddenly. Su Lu opened her eyes and looked at Lu Peipei, who was driving. Are you unable to see me? Why do you ask that? You'd rather go out and play than with me. I slept by myself for 2 days. Lu Peipei said, her voice lowered. That's it? You're a self-starter. Ha? Su Lu laughed at this. No. It's just that I think that since you want me, you can't really look at my ability, right? I'm just like you. Graduated just 3 years ago. Well, for you, I actually don't care. It's nothing more than that we've been sort of ambiguous for a while and want to help you. Su Lu was silent for a while and spoke. As for whether to do it with you or not, this I don't care. I'm not lacking anyway. Su Lu put her hands behind her head and just said so indifferently. You made me lose my job, and you're still in the same room with me, even though you didn't touch me. Lu Peipei skimmed her mouth. Then what do you think I should do? Raise you? Su Lu said flatly. No. Lu Peipei reddened. She didn't know how she should explain. Can't say it, right? Let me say it. The corner of Su Lu's mouth curved up. It's nothing more than that you think I'm rich, and now you have nothing to tie me down but yourself, and as a result, I didn't ask for it. And you want to make sure that there's no need to spend it on me. Sulu said it very directly. Also very cruel. Lu Pei was silent and didn't say anything. Only some tears began to form in her eyes. Sister. Let's not cry. You drive again. Sulu took a look and was shocked. This Nima, said crying Lu Pei exerted herself to control herself. I originally did not think so. The result is that you take me out to eat. And take me. There is to protect me. But also give me a high salary. But also molest me. I cannot think more. Lu Pei more and more thought, the more aggrieved. Originally did not hold the idea of big money. The results of you to tease some. The result is not out of the trick. This does not make people on not on. Down not down well. Sulu instantly felt embarrassed. This thing to do. Okay, don't be aggravated. It's my fault. This way, at night brother will give you sausages. Put. You rascal. Lu Pei scolded with a red face. But surprisingly, her mood improved a little. Phew. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately she didn't collapse. Otherwise, this is afraid that human life will be handed over. Pepe. Sulu suddenly opened her mouth seriously. My life. You've seen it. This fire pit. Are you even willing to jump? I'm not willing. Is 50,000 a month still available? Yes. Sulu nodded her head. Then I'll do it first. Lu Pei said with a smile. Dry what? Sulu was curious. Was this a refusal? Or not? Rascal. You are drying. Is it bad for me to be direct? Hate you. I'll follow you first. Listen to your arrangement. Okay. Since she couldn't figure it out, she would just go with the flow. At least, she didn't hate Sulu now. She even had a good feeling. Or else she wouldn't have been willing to be in a room with him. Well, then I have an appointment tonight. Be self-conscious. Sulu smiled and spoke. Scum. You went from Jinling to Fengchang and then to Pengchang. You're gunning it all the way over here. Lu Pei rolled her eyes. This paragraph of yours came 666 shrugged Sulu. Just take it easy and watch out for your waist. 4 hours of driving. This little ninny didn't cry out of tiredness. Open a room. Go and have a good rest first. You should be back at night. Transferred 1 million to Lu Pei. Sulu considered the fact that going to ask a young woman to go and milk a child. There is always no need to come back. Well, Lu Pei nodded and walked into the Sunshine Hotel. Sulu looked at Lu Pei's youthful back and shook her head. This girl is too capable of self-rating. However, this is quite good. Not making a fuss. Not tossing and turning. Being able to get along. Hey. Sulu took out the phone and dialed Tian Li's number. Back. Tian Li's soft voice came out. Worthy of being a first-time mother. Shining with a maternal light. Well, how about? Find a place to talk? Sulu opened her mouth. Come to my house. The child is at home. Can't leave. Tian Li opened her mouth. You're leading the wolf into the house. Sulu flirted. Che, if you had the guts, you would have become a father long ago. It's still someone else's turn. Alright, send the location. Sulu said and hung up the phone. Ding. Location, building 25603. When you come, remember to buy some condoms. Set you sister. Sulu was speechless. This young woman was just fierce. No condom is fine. 20 minutes later, Sulu carried 2 boxes of milk to the 603 door. Ding dong. Rang the doorbell. The door to the room opened, and a young woman with an enchanting figure opened the door. Surprised, she looked at the 2 piles. This is afraid of not having an F. Regret it. It was all yours originally. Tian Li gave Sulu a glance. Just come and bring something. You're welcome. Ha ha. Sulu laughed awkwardly. Come, take a look at little nephew. Tian Li pulled Sulu towards the bedroom. Very much like you. Good looking. Sulu saw the child lying on the bed. How many months old? Born on New Year's Day. A few days over 9 months. Are you bringing it all by yourself? Where are your parents? Sulu asked while teasing the baby. My parents went back home. They think it's wrong for me to divorce. Tian Li sighed, saying that it's all for the sake of the child. It's normal for a man to make some mistakes. Ugh, so you're just bringing it up on your own? You can't work that way, can you? It's fine. My ex-husband left more than $500,000 to me. At the very least, I'll wait to take the kids to school and think about work then. Wahoo! Wahoo! The child suddenly cried. Tian Li immediately lifted her clothes up, picked up the child and fed it. Cough! Cough! Sulu saw a flash of Snow White. Subconsciously coughed. This is not a hand that is difficult to control anymore. Well, hands are not working. Tian Li's face reddened and blanked Sulu. Still not going out. Oh. Sulu nodded, got up and walked to the living room. Looking around. Not long after, Tian Li came out and gently brought the bedroom door with her. The child is asleep. Tian Li whispered. Sulu looked at Tianli's chest. What a piece. Awkwardly turned away. I'm sorry, no one has come to the house either. Just drink some plain water. Tianli took a cup of warm water and handed it to Sulu. Look at you. Divorced for a long time? Sulu opened her mouth first. Today was supposed to be about finding old friends to catch up. Sulu still took the lead. Chapter 31. Want to stay for the experience? Well, almost 3 months. Tianli nodded. Is there any trouble now? Sulu's meaning was obvious. That is, her ex-husband was still pestering her now. No. The day after the divorce. This man married that woman. Before the divorce also talked about it. Completely cut off. Alimony also don't want. Now has broken off the communication. So what's your parents' attitude now? Still blame you? They're probably a little twisted. They're not willing to come over right now. It'll probably take a while to get used to it. Your mindset is quite good, Sulu said with a smile. What can I do? I can only say that I was blind at that time. Now it's all in the past. Raise the child. After all, no matter what, it's also my son. Time is also not early. I will go back first. Sulu looked at the time in the living room. It was already more than 6 o'clock. Stay and have a meal together. Tianli got up and walked towards the kitchen. How about I order a takeaway? Sulu thought about estimating that it would take quite a bit of time to cook a meal. That's fine. Usually I just make something myself. I'm afraid it won't be to your liking. Tianli sniffed and nodded, turning back to the living room. What do you want to eat? Sulu took out her cell phone and started to pick. You look at it. Something light. Okay. Sulu ordered a few dishes and placed her order. You always feel like it's not too good to be alone like this. Sulu put away her cell phone and looked at Tianli. It can't be helped. Now that I have a child, no one wants me. Sulu was silent. He really couldn't say much in this regard. It feels like you've changed now. Tianli suddenly spoke. Sulu curiously looked at Tianli. Changed in confidence. Quite good. Tianli also fell silent after saying that. Well, after doing a bit of business, I also have some money, so if you need help, you can talk to me. Sulu said seriously. Well, won't be polite with you. Half an hour later. Ding dong. The takeout delivery arrived. Sulu opened the door and took the takeout. You ordered so many. Tianli looked at the takeout box in Sulu's hand in surprise. Well, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered more. Sulu put the takeout down in the kitchen and started to clean up. Time to eat. Sulu smiled as she looked at Tianli. Okay. Tianli nodded. It's almost time, so I'll leave first. After eating the meal, Sulu got up, ready to say goodbye. Shall we stay and feel the young woman today? Tianli looked at Sulu with a teasing smile. Next time. Sulu fell and fled. It wasn't that Sulu didn't want to, but this relationship between friends, once it turns sour, then it would be completely impossible to take it back. Moreover, Tianli obviously said this on purpose, just teasing him. Sulu, who went out the door, looked at the slightly saluted brother and smiled bitterly. I will stay over here for a while. If something happens, you speak. Sulu took out his cell phone, sent a message, and left. Sunshine Hotel. Have you eaten yet? Sulu gently asked. Eaten. Went to meet my high school classmate today. What happened? Divorce? Husband cheated on me. Scummy man, Lu Peipei said in an atmosphere. You too. Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. Go to sleep. Tomorrow accompany me to sweep a grave. My parents. Sorry. Hearing Sulu's words, Lu Peipei lowered her head. It's okay. It's all in the past. Go to sleep. Sulu closed her eyes. What are you screaming for? Sulu was helplessly woken up. Look at you. Lu Peipei pointed at Sulu in a sly manner. I'll go. Alright, back off. Little Peipei. Sulu looked down. Well, normal reaction in the morning. What little Pizzi? You rascal. Lu Peipei slapped Sulu. The two people joked and laughed for a while. Sulu sat up, probably also used to it, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Lu Peipei also didn't have a huge reaction like she did in the beginning. A lot of girls are like this, with the lights on, or during the day, reserved as hell, but when it's dark, or the lights are off, it makes you sometimes wonder, is this the same person? At noon, the two had a lunch at the hotel. Then they went to the cemetery. Mom and Dad, I came to see you. Sulu and Lu Peipei held flowers and arrived at the cemetery. Uncle and Auntie, how are you? Lu Peipei called out with a red face, then respectfully put down the flowers. Sulu gathered the fallen leaves. While collecting them, she casually talked about the current situation. Lu Peipei, who was on the side, accompanied Sulu in collecting the fallen leaves, quietly listening to Sulu's words. In the car, Sulu looked out the window, not in a good mood. Lu Pei didn't open her mouth either, and just drove quietly. What do you want to do in the future? Sulu suddenly spoke slowly. Me? I don't know. Think about it. You can't just help me drive like this. Is this not good? I feel like you need some company. You're affecting my ability to pick up girls. Sulu laughed. You scum. Lu Pei wrinkled her nose. Besides calling me a scum every day, what else can you do? Sulu just laid down on the passenger seat and lazily said, Lu Pei didn't know what to say for a moment, and didn't have much of a position to say. Alright, you go back to the hotel first. I'll look for my old classmate. You're not coming back again? Lu Pei beamed. You understand? Sulu gave a smile. Humph. The car stopped. Lu Pei lightly grunted, turned off the engine and got out of the car. Sulu opened the car door and turned to Lu Pei. Behave. Lu Pei nodded with a red face. Watching Lu Pei walk into the hotel, Sulu smiled faintly, taking out her cell phone. Meow. I'm back. Sulu took out his phone and called his high school classmate. Li Miao. Brother Lu. Where is it? I'll go pick you up. Let's have a meal together. Old Devil Han is also there. Li Miao's cheerful voice came out. The old Devil Han he was talking about was called Han Li. The three of them from elementary school to high school are in the same class. This relationship, together with the same window relationship, when I was a child, the three people's family conditions were almost the same, but Sulu's family property, after his parents passed away, were also sold off, and Li Miao and Han Li family's industry is to take advantage of the rapid development in the past few years, but also considered a small success. Alright, name a place, I'll go over, Sulu said with a smile, although there was not much socializing after graduation, but many times, the previous relationship, that was really iron, experienced the precipitation of time. That's fine. I'll send you the location later. Han Old Devil said to call three girls. All of them are our Pengcheng school students. Li Miao's lewd voice came. Okay. Sulu smiled, hung up the phone, lowered his head, looked at the old buddy. It seems that today we have to work hard again. Chapter 32 Unwelcome Guests. Pengcheng, the northern city of China, loved barbecue and drinking. This would be Sulu, Li Miao, and Han Li sitting in a box in a barbecue restaurant. Accompanying them were three girls in JK outfits, plus black silk, white silk, and meat silk. What's the name? Sulu looked at the white silk JK girl next to her. Wei Wei. Wei Wei smiled sweetly. Indeed, for the first time in society, a feeling of first love made Sulu feel young. Brothers, let's not get drunk today. Li Miao picked up a bottle of beer. No drunkenness. Bang! The crisp clash of beer bottles rang out. This was the feeling of home. Sulu would smile. Brother, what's next? Red romance away? Li Miao looked at Sulu, hemmed and hawed, and said, walk up. Old Devil Han nodded his head. A commercial vehicle parked in front of the barbecue restaurant. You can. Little Han. You're mixing well now. Sulu patted Han Li's shoulder. Brother, just fooling around, said Han Li, scratching his head. Okay, let's not talk about anything else here. We'll talk in detail later. Sulu could see that Han Li was hesitant to speak. Okay, brother. Han Li nodded. Brother, private room or card seat? Li Miao looked at Sulu. Boxes it is. Sister Zhang, take us to the box. Li Miao rushed at the manager who welcomed him. Alright, Mr. Li, Mr. Han, this way, said Sister Zhang with a happy face. What can I drink today? Sister Zhang entered the box and asked. 2 to 5 first. Li Miao opened her mouth and spoke. In Red Romance, 9 to 5 was actually 5 colors of champagne, similar to the Ace of Spades, a set of 999,999. Alright Sister Zhang, that's it for now. Li Miao waved her hand. Not long after, 10 bottles of delicately packaged champagne were brought up. Nothing branded, but the golden dragon patterned appearance was truly domineering. Fruit plates and drinks and snacks piled up on the long table. Let's get high then. Li Miao roared and jumped up with his arm around that meat silk JK girl of his. Sulu pulled out a cigarette and signaled Wei Wei to light it for him. With the cigarette in his mouth, he sat next to Han Li and chatted. Nor did he notice that the two girls ran out. Han, what's wrong? I'm a bit distracted seeing you today. Sulu took a drag on his cigarette and asked. Brother, you went to college. You're more educated than us. It's like this. My family opened a factory before. You also know. Recently, live broadcasting is not relatively hot. So Li Miao and I thought of starting a live broadcasting guild. And these girls are actually the ones I've been looking at. But, engaged in a long time, but there is no fire up. The money Les said also invested 1,000. Feel all blew the water. Han Li said, also somewhat lost. You too, this money is nothing, right? Sulu smiled. It did in the past, but it never took off. And recently the factory's benefits are not so good, so we are also considering whether we should continue to engage in it. Then this game today? One is to give you a welcome. And also since brother came back, I thought brother give some ideas. Hanli smiled in embarrassment. I'm a university just graduated 3 years ago. Newcomer. You 1000 business. Let me give you ideas. How do you think? Sulu flirted with Hanli. That's not the same. Since childhood we three grew up together. Brother, what people we do not understand well. It's just that Sanchue and I didn't go to college. Thinking that if you've been outside, you'll have some ideas. Brother, here's to you. At this time, suddenly an unfamiliar voice interrupted the two people's conversation. Sulu and Hanli frowned and looked at the person who spoke. An unfamiliar male stood next to what looked like two students. Doubtfully, he looked at Li Miao, only to see him pointing at Wei Wei and Hanli, the black silk girl. The two boys looked at Sulu and Hanli did not move and looked at Wei Wei. Wei Wei's face changed. Immediately walked to Sulu's side. Brother, they are our classmates. It just so happens that they just met, so they thought of playing together. Sulu heard. Good guy. This is pending classmates to rub wine ah. The two boys looked at Sulu and they ignored them. So they walked to the corner and chatted with that black silk JK girl. Sulu snapped her fingers at the waiter at the door. Give me 20 bottles of XO. And take a few big cups. Sulu did not want any Remy Martin to pretend at this time. That would be hurting the enemy 1000 and damaging himself 800. Not long after, in the eyes of several JK girls and those two boys who were surprised, the waiter served all the foreign wines. Here, pour it for me, Sulu said to the waiter. Opened a bottle herself and directly poured it into a large cup. A cup was just right. Sulu took the cup and walked to those two boys. Friends, since we're here to play, we're all brothers, come on, let's drink up, said Sulu. Passed the wine cup over, taking a small cup himself to a mouthful of wine. He tilted his head and drank it down. Then he gestured at Hanli. Then it was Hanli and Sulu sitting on the sofa, just holding up their empty cups and watching the two. If you want to dabble with the wine, fine, drink the wine first. Sorry, two big brothers, we still have things to do, so we'll leave first. The two boys bowed repeatedly. Today these 2 cups of wine, if you don't drink them, you won't be able to walk out of this door. Sulu faintly opened her mouth. At once, the two boys showed bitter colors. Before dabbling in wine and fun, how had they seen this kind of situation? Li Miao quietly watched the show from the sidelines. His meat silk JK beauty was still a bit complacent. Those two JK girls is not just going out to try to pretend, bring people to rub play. The result screwed up. In the end, the two boys had no choice but to forcefully finish their drinks, cover their mouths and run out. Sulu faintly glanced at black silk and white silk. Didn't bother with the two of them. This is the two of them, obviously. I scared. Honestly, sitting next to Hanli and Sulu. Little Han, this matter like this. What about us? We won't talk about it today. Tomorrow we'll make a lunch appointment at noon and talk in detail. Sulu felt that today this is a bit unsuitable for chatting. But just now he suddenly thought, since the wealth is free, taking his brothers to get some assets is also possible. It just so happens that the live broadcast this piece is equal to his industry. Alright, brother Locke, here's to you. Hanli arrived with half a glass of foreign wine, clinking with Sulu. He tilted his head and drank. Sulu looked at the two frightened sisters, which would seem to be a bit emotional, and just sat on the side, not speaking or drinking, shook his head, walked to the door, muttered in front of the waiter for a while. The waiter nodded and went out. Since it wasn't on the road, there wasn't this chance. Sulu secretly shook her head in her heart. Within a few minutes, the female wearing a short skirt with an explosive figure and delicate face walked in. All come over and sit down. Start getting high. Sulu didn't even care that there were a few people. Black silk JK and white silk JK then changed their faces, but it was already too late. Directly 4 girls sat next to Sulu and Hanli respectively. The remaining few pushed away the 2 people as soon as they sat down directly. The 2 JK girls just sat in the corner. No one cared about them either. Chapter 33. The atmosphere got high. Want to come to rub wine to play together? Can. At least with sincerity. Table 295. Then you at least add one. Otherwise, rub wine to drink. No one look up to. Girls, since with Big Brother out to play, do not bring other people to discuss Big Brother. Big Brother is a little cute. The one who ends up being dumbfounded is herself. Sulu didn't care what that JK girl was feeling in her heart right now. Waiter, 20 bottles of XO again. Tonight, give me openly drink. Sulu took out his bank card and directly swiped. The appearance of throwing thousands of dollars. There was a kind of Changshan Zhao Zilong, breaking into the enemy camp alone. 7 into 7 out of the air. Watching the crowd of young ladies keep screaming. The balance is not enough. I'm just kidding. $460,000. Straight out. For Sulu this is just a hair's breadth. Han Li on the side, looking at brother Locke so pretentious, naturally also not willing to show weakness, scanning the whole scene, well, all wearing stockings. One stocking 10,000. Before he finished, already 2 stockings were thrown over. Sulu was dumbfounded. One chubby. Another Hello Kitty chubby was thrown over. Han Li directly picked it up. Whose is this? Only to see the young lady beside Han Li, her head lowered and her hand raised, whispering in a low voice. Mine. Good job. When the reward, said the direct transfer of $20,000. This time the scene went directly crazy. Fat times flying around, making Han Li shout that he couldn't carry it. Sulu saw that when Han Li shouted, a fat man directly landed on his face, covering his face speechless. After getting high, the girls looked directly at Li Miao. Li Miao looked around. Getting up, he took 15 cups. The cups were 100 milliliters cups. Then he took the briefcase and took out 5 dozen cash. Then he placed 5 cups at the bottom, and under each cup was 10,000 Chinese coins. He picked up the foreign wine and started pouring it, and all of them were filled up. The ladies at the scene went completely crazy. Today this is to meet the lord of the coin. Sulu said no, he just called for more wine, did not spread the coin. The whole scene that can be described as a wine pool. The young ladies fell down, drunk, all lay down, and the 2 JK ladies were sitting awkwardly in the corner. But Li Miao that meets Silkmith's sister, gentle accompanied Li Miao. A night also relatively good behavior. Just stick to Li Miao. Looking at the pile of white flowers on the floor, and black cats, Sulu shook her head, walked to the door and called Sister Zhang over. Sister Zhang, this is playing a bit high. Can you guys get them back here safely? Sulu handed a cigarette to Sister Zhang. Mr. Su, don't worry, we have a special dormitory over here. Sister Zhang glanced towards the box and looked at Sulu in shock. Alright, arrange for people. Get them out first. Sulu shook her head. Not long after, a few female managers came in, looking at the scene with a shocked face, and then looking at the girls with smiles on their faces. A few of them were still holding cash in their hands in death. They were also envious. Sister Zhang, the people are handed over to you. Their money can't be less. All of them have worked hard to earn it. Sulu mentioned. Don't worry, Mr. Su, but if it's less, you find me. Sister Zhang also understood that it wasn't easy for these girls to make money. Well, then, pull away. Sulu nodded. In no time, the entire box was left with Sulu's group of 6 people. Brother Han, the black silk girl called out in a small voice. Alright, you 2 go back earlier. Han waved his hand. Clearly, these 2 wouldn't have much of a chance in the future. The 2 girls left the box with disappointed faces. That, Sanchue. You hear? Han Li looked towards Li Miao. Brothers, tonight, I'll be leaving first. Li Miao wrapped his arm around the neat silk girl and walked towards the door. Bastard! Sulu and Han Li shouted. Little Han, call up Li Miao at noon tomorrow. Sunshine Hotel. Let's chat at the table. After seeing Li Miao and the girl leave, Sulu spoke. Okay, brother, your night? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Han Li spoke. No need. Sulu mysteriously smiled. The time was already more than 2 a.m. Sulu returned to the Sunshine Hotel and took a shower, then walked to the bed and looked at the sleeping Lu Peipei. Get up tomorrow and accompany me to talk about something. Ah, okay. The confused Lu Peipei turned around and continued to sleep. Sulu smiled faintly, changing into her pajamas. She slept. 11:30 at noon. Sulu brought Lu Peipei to the restaurant box. Li Miao and Han Li were already waiting there. Brother, this is it? Li Miao's neat silk girl didn't show up. You guys can just call little sister-in-law, Sulu said smilingly. Lu Peipei blankly glanced at Sulu, but didn't object. Her heart was beautiful for some reason. Good day, little sister-in-law, said Han Li and Li Miao as they immediately got up. Hello, you guys. I'm not little sister-in-law, so don't call me that. Lu Peipei replied in a small voice with a red face. Eat first, let's talk about something in a while. Sulu opened her mouth and said, good. Half an hour later, it was just a casual meal, and the eating was not slow. Ah meow, I'll be straight with little Han. Sulu wiped her mouth. Brother, you say it. The 2 men squared their shoulders. I've made some investments over the past 2 years and earned a little. Sulu was lying without a draft, but strictly speaking, there was no problem. It was indeed earned in these 2 years, and within half a month it was also within 2 years. It's also considered wealth freedom. Before that, I was also thinking about enjoying enjoyment. Yesterday Xiao Han said this thing. Also let me think about it. enjoyment is enjoyment. But starting a business with brothers is not a contradiction. Han Li and Li Miao didn't interrupt, but listened quietly. So, what I'm thinking is to take you guys, have some fun, and start a business. How about it? Do you want to get it together? Sulu did not say that he had shares in Fighting Shark, but first looked to see if his two younger brothers had this intention. Brother, we're engaged. Han Li and Li Miao immediately replied. We don't have much culture ourselves. We each guarded our family's factory, and with the recent poor benefits, there really isn't much of a way out, so we have to be flexible. Okay, since the two brothers are willing, then I'll talk about the program first. We don't look so far, just first engage in the live broadcast industry. We directly register a company, your original guild, as your capital into the stock. Brothers, we understand in the early stage, so that we will not be contradictory. Right, brother, just say, how do we do it? Han Li opened his mouth and said, as for me, I don't care how that guild of yours is doing now. Since it's not profitable, I'll give you a discount of 50 million. Brother, which is worth 50 million. Li Miao opened his mouth and said. Sulu waved his hand. They are all brothers, there's not that much to talk about, but the exact shares to be taken up will also depend on the final scale of investment. Do you guys agree? Okay, brother. The two people looked at each other and replied. Chapter 34, The First Signs of Entrepreneurship. That's it. Pro brothers are clear about their accounts. This bit of confusion, it'll pass. If there really isn't any brotherly love, then this business is too cold. Alright, listen to me. I'll make up for the shortfall of 50 million, and then I'll personally contribute 500 million. Little Han, Meow. You two each have 5% of the shares. Do you have any opinions? Brother, no opinions. Han Li and Li Miao both understood that it was equal to a direct gift to them, and that their original guild was basically an empty shell. Pepe, 10% of the management shares. Lu Pepe looked at Sulu in shock. Me? Sulu patted Lu Pepe's hand and shook her head at her, signaling her not to speak, then said, Pei, she was in the same class as me in college, studying financial management. This stall of ours, with me in it, it definitely won't be yellow. I'm a shareholder of the Fighting Shark live broadcast platform. So, in terms of support policies, there is a certain tilt, so as long as it's not a selective problem, the guild will definitely have no problem. What? Fighting Shark shareholder? Several people looked at Sulu in shock. Well, so, there's definitely no problem with the live broadcast getting going. Sulu smiled and rubbed Lu Pei's head. Now Lu Pei had a head full of question marks. So, next, this is what I plan to do. The live broadcasting company is opened in Magic City. That is after all a first-tier city. The resources are relative to Pengchang. That is not a little bit of a gap. As for the rest, Sulu looked at the gazes of the crowd looking over, and guffawed. Next, Pepe, you're the president and have experience in planning, so you'll be the one to plan it. Ha? Me? Lu Pepe was surprised, but was still a little excited inside. This company, you're the general manager. Of course you're the one to consider. I'm at best your father. Ha? Several people stared angrily at Sulu. Party A, the Fighting Sharks representative. Sulu rubbed her leg that was pinched by Lu Pepe. Little Han, Li Miao, whether you want to participate in the management or share the dividends, it's up to you, because once you go to the Magic City to develop, you'll definitely have to give up some of your things. Brother, I don't have to think about it. My family's industry. Let my parents continue to manage it. If it doesn't work, then find someone to manage it. I want to start my own business. Han Li took the lead in stating his position. Brother, I'm the same. Li Miao also followed suit and took a stand. The three people immediately looked at Lu Pepe. I'll definitely follow Brother Lu. Lu Pepe whispered. Alright then, it's settled. For the specific program, Lu Pepe will prepare for it in the next few days, and after 2 days we'll meet again, and set off to Magic City, to start a business. Okay brother. Alas. Wait, haven't asked what your guild is called? It's called the Sweet Guild. Put X2. Sulu and Lu Pepe sprayed out a mouthful of water directly. This name is a bit of a big contrast with you two, Sulu said with a wry smile. There seemed to be a small candy anchor before. Well, it's from our guild. The long ones are quite good, Han Li said. You guys can't do it this way. This little candy's pattern doesn't work. No wonder it can't catch fire. Sulu shook her head. Sulu suddenly thought of Sister Zhou, but didn't say anything. Alright, go back to your own homes. Sulu ignored Lu Pepe who was furiously rolling her eyes, so she got up and left. Sign in. On the way Sulu chose to sign in, since the first thing to do next had already been done. Signing in wasn't too much, right? Sign in successful. Accumulated 5 sign-ins. Reward designated industry card X1. Designated industry card. You can designate any industry and allocate it to the host's name. The acquisition procedure will last for a few days. At that time, there is no problem in following up. Sulu's heart moved. This is dozing off. Come to the pillow. Get an office building. So that the company headquarters also have. Brother Lu, why did you give me shares? After the two returned to the hotel, Lu Pei couldn't wait to ask. I see that you have a career mind before. Just in time. This time is also a heed. Let you try it. Sulu spread his hands and said indifferently. For him, not being a slave of funds that was basic. His own woman had a career ambition. Then she should be supported. Lu, you are so good to me. Lu Pei directly sat on Sulu and wrapped her hands around Sulu's neck. This is Lu. Sulu put her hands around Lu Pei's waist. Aang. Lu Pei tilted her head. Lu, I'm a bit tired. Lu Pei yawned. Okay, you sleep for a while. Sulu extinguished her cigarette and opened her mouth. You can't go out tonight. Not going out. Sulu looked outside and saw that the sky was already dark. Watching Lu Pei go back to her room, Sulu laid down on the sofa. Ding bell. The phone rang. Brother, come out for dinner and get high. When Sulu picked up the phone, Li Miao's voice pierced through. No, I'm a bit tired recently. Oh, understand. Li Miao's obscene voice came. Sulu helplessly hung up the phone. Lu Pei also opened the door and walked out. Your friend is looking for you. You can go. I'm not trying to control you. Lu Pei said in a low voice. I understand, but I just don't want to go out tonight. The corner of Lu Pei's mouth curved up. In a low voice, she answered. Are you hungry? Hungry. Then get up and go eat. Don't want to move. Tired. Lu Pei frowned. Fine. I'll ask someone to send it up. Okay. Thanks Lulu. Trojan horse. Sulu covered her face and looked at Lu Pei with an aggrieved face. Sneaking up on me. Ha. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. I'm such a big beauty kissing you. You're taking a big advantage. Lu Pei said with a smile. Just you. Still a big beauty. TSK. Shook Sulu's head. I'll fight you. When Lu Pei saw Sulu's disgusted face, it was as if she had returned to the time of her freshman and sophomore years. Charged up. Lu Pei versus Sulu. Round 1. Lu Pei, waving her hands and rushing up, was pressed by Sulu's head. The imagined picture should be Lu Pei waving her hands continuously, unable to advance half a step. In the actual picture, Lu Pei turned around, and her leg directly swept into Sulu, causing him to stagger. Lu Pei took the opportunity to break away from Sulu's grip. Moving forward, a hand pinched Sulu's waist and began to rotate. 30 degrees, 90 degrees, 120 degrees. I'm going. It hurts, shouted Sulu as she felt the pain on her waist. Am I beautiful? Lu Pei had a smile on her face. Beautiful. You are the absolute beauty. Lu Pei, beautifully let go of Sulu. The first round Sulu lost. Treating the boss like that. Be careful, I'll fire you. I'm wrong. Lu Pei immediately changed her face. Alright, don't be nervous. How we got along before. How we get along now. I'm joking. Sulu said. In her heart, she did secretly sigh. As the perception of reality became stronger and stronger, the relationship between people became less and less simple. Chapter 35. Am I cool with you? The two bantered for a while before having dinner together. After dinner, go out and buy some clothes? Sulu gave Lu Pei a dish. I'm still a little tired. Lu Pei blushed slightly. And buy a laptop. You'll have to get the planning done in the next 2 days. And by then, you'll be busy. Sulu said as she ate her food. That's fine. Lu Pei accelerated her eating speed. Aren't you tired? How come you're fit as a fiddle? Yida Shopping Center. Sulu was surprised and looked at Lu Pei. Actually not too tired. Don't you know that women shopping is just buffed up? Lu Pei winked at Sulu. Alright, the clothes and stuff are almost bought. It's not like I'm planning to stay over here permanently, so I'll just buy 2 or 3 sets to change. Let's go. Sulu looked at the several bags in her hand. She was also drunk. Why did she have to bring up the need to come and buy clothes? It's not good to directly find someone to send them. Okay. Lu Pei nodded. From Sulu's hand. Took a few bags. Bought 2 laptops. Don't ask. Ask is Chinese. Support domestic production. The two people returned to the hotel. A face of excitement. Lu Pei has opened the computer, began to do the planning. Sulu lay on the sofa, took out his phone and searched for several office buildings in Magic City. A center building that operated not long ago caught Sulu's attention. Its total area was 440,000 square meters. The main body of the building was 118 floors. The total height was 632 meters. The structural height was 580 meters. And the motor vehicle parking spaces were arranged underground, which could park at least 10,000 vehicles. As a comprehensive super high-rise building, the center tower is mainly for offices, with other businesses such as convention and exhibition, hotel, sightseeing and entertainment, and commerce. And it is located in the location of the center of the Magic City. The whole building cost about 15 billion. The actual value is afraid to double. Its rent is usually at 16 to 20 yuan per square meter/day. And after a preliminary estimation, the rent alone is more than 3 billion a year. Of course, removing the related overhead and other expenses, almost 2 billion. It's decided that it's center building. Sulu used the designated industry card. Designated industry card used successfully. The acquisition has begun. It is expected to be completed within 3 working days, when the relevant procedures as well as the contract will automatically appear in the system space. Feeling the system's reply, Sulu nodded. His heart did not fluctuate too much. Next, Sulu opened the Fighting Shark live broadcast, casually browsing. Lu Pei, who was doing planning on the side, heard the sound and glanced at Sulu, but did not say anything and continued to conceptualize. Sulu did not find anything suitable. Clicked into Sister Joe's live broadcast. Emperor, running water is relentless, entered anchor. Biru doesn't see Joe Shui's live room. Emperor Su is here. All rise. Welcome Emperor Su. Looking at the pop-up suddenly swiping the screen, the corner of Sulu's mouth twitched slightly. This was the trouble of rich people. Welcome Emperor Su, Sister Joe said casually, then continued playing the game. Sister Joe, floating ah. Sister Joe, this is Emperor Su. What's your attitude? Sulu did understand. In the past few days, Sister Joe sent messages every day. Sulu just casually scanned and never returned, including Dull Sister. Emperor, running water is relentless, sends anchor. Buair is not called Zhou Shui, Super Rocket X500. After ordering it, Sulu exited the live broadcast room. Sister Joe, who was playing the game, immediately changed her face. Thank you for the 500 rounds of super rockets sent by my Su Huang. Su Huang is bullish. Su Huang wahaha. Sister Joe, stop it. Su Huang left a long time ago. After delivering the gift, Su Huang left. Is this the capriciousness of the rich? When Sister Joe saw the pop-ups, she instantly felt a little bad in her heart, ignoring people for a few days, sending some gifts, only to run away after sending them. What do you take yourself for? Brothers, let's broadcast here today. Sister Joe wasn't in much of a mood to continue broadcasting. After saying that, she directly closed the live room, leaving behind more than 8 million viewers staring stupidly at the black screen, half of which were popularity that had just been attracted by Ultra Fire. This is off the air? This is going to find Emperor Su? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Emperor Su isn't in Magic City. Look, Emperor Su went to Dollmeyer's live room again and swiped 500 Ultra Fire. Nerd Girl's live room. Thank you for the 500 rounds of Ultra Fire sent by my Emperor Su. I'm not proud to repay you. I'll be an ox in my next life, said Dollmeyer with a high-pitched mouth. Good guy, making white whoring sound so literary. Brothers, keep up. Old woman, broadcasted well. In my next life I'll definitely brush you with 1000 Ultra Flames. There's a kind of repayment called giving your body in return. And there's a kind of excuses called being an ox in the next life. Sulu looked at the pop-up screen replies with amusement. What a bunch of cows and horses are these? Emperor Su, what program do you want to watch? Dull Sister this time looked at the pop-up screen getting more and more crooked and opened her mouth to speak. Is this considered a paid live broadcast for me? Sulu smiled and typed. Emperor Su is bullish. Emperor Su, Emperor Su. Everyone listen to me? Put Su Huang on the public screen and play on the cards. Don't get excited if you're straddling the top. I just want to see something different. Upstairs, what are you cradling? The gas one? Silicone ones? Emperor Su, let me give you a dance. I've newly learned it. The dorky girl smiled sweetly. Good. Dynamic light wave. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou on the screen. Dollmeyer was wearing a short black silk skirt and danced. Sulu straight away called out that she couldn't stand it. Another 500 rounds of superfire. Sent. Thanks to Emperor Su. Generosity. Emperor Su is a groom night after night, and changes brides night after night. Does Emperor Su want to play the game together? Said Dull Sister. Old woman. At your level you still play games with Emperor Su. Old woman. You have to recognize yourself. Crawling. My strength. That's a casual fight. Su Huang. Don't look at their nonsense. Dull Sister said sweetly. Sulu glanced at Lu Pei who was frowning. Not fighting. It's inconvenient today. Sulu sent a pop-up. Okay, then let's play games together next time. Dull Girl didn't think about it that much. Although Sulu didn't reply to her messages in the past few days either, but she didn't put it on her mind either. If it just faded out, she felt it was also quite good. She thought about it later. That day was also considered impulsive. It was also quite good to just chill out. As for the future, then let it be. Sulu was likewise the same, looking at Lu Pei who was typing seriously in front of her. Was she frowning? Wait, there is a message coming. Sulu, if you don't like me, don't tease me. What do you mean when you tease me halfway like this? Sister Zhou's message came. Sister Zhou, calm down. I'm calm you. A while ago, you teased me every day, and then in the past few days, you suddenly didn't reply to a single message. And today, you ran over to swipe the rocket. Are you trying to trap me? Playing with desire to escape? Sulu bitterly smiled and looked at her cell phone. This sinning Chapter 36, trying to change a circle? You're not returning again. Do you believe that I will kill and gank you? Sulu looked at the message and smiled. The main thing was that no matter whether it was Sister Zhou, or Doll Sister, they were more or less a bit formal in front of him, and this kind of identity difference was hard to ignore. I'm not in Jinling. You can't find me. Ha ha ha. If you have the ability to report your address, I'm going to get you killed. Don't report it. Just don't report it. Slightly, I'm going to sleep. You scum. Crawl you. Sulu watched Sister Zhou break her defense, smiled, and put away his cell phone. Today he didn't go to the various big anchors to pay his respects. The guild's matter is estimated to take some time. When the time comes, there's a possibility that he won't show up himself. As for Sister Zhou, now that she wasn't even in the same city, what she said was all bullshit. Did you get it done? Sulu, who had put away her cell phone, asked when she saw Lu Pepe let go of her computer and stretched her back. Almost done. Lu Pepe took the computer and walked to the window. Take a look. Sulu took it and took a cursory look. It was really well done. About the anchor positioning piece, how did you consider it? Sulu suddenly opened her mouth at this time. Lu Pei froze. What other positioning could an anchor have? Face value anchor, talent anchor, aren't these? Pepe, I have an idea. It's the high-end route. High-end route? It's to make them into a big anchor that is sought after by all. Isn't that a star? Lu Pei still knew the relationship between the entertainment circle and the live broadcast circle at the bottom. No, they are not stars, but they are more grounded than stars. Sulu thought for a moment, then said, how to say it? Actually, I don't have the right words in my heart. I just want to try to see if I can make the circle change a little bit. Sulu also didn't know why he had this thought, but the messages that Sister Zhou sent him, although he didn't reply to them, he would read every one of them. There were trolls and gossip, the helplessness of renting the Townsend, the embarrassment of being ignored at the shark fighting carnival event, the lowly voice of facing showbiz stars. So, Sulu thought, whether it is the entertainment circle, and the anchor circle, in the end, it is to entertain the public. Of course capitalizing on money is inevitable, but that's a different perspective. They are all a profession. There is no high or low. It was probably this thought that gave Sulu a seed in her heart, although he couldn't quite think of how to do it now, but taking the first step would lead to the second step. Leave the piece about anchoring to me. When Sulu thought of this, she opened her mouth and said, Humph, you rascal, are you going to pick up girls again? Lu Pei blankly glanced at Sulu, then said with a red face, remember to bring a condom. Ha, you're not right. Sulu looked at Lu Pei strangely. That, I don't want to get a disease. Lu Pei lowered her head and said helplessly, what to do? The man she likes is a womanizer. The most crucial thing was that it was still his own boss. Sulu wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. She had gotten a little high a while ago. Don't worry, it won't happen. Sulu shrugged. Say, how many assistants do you have now? Lu Pei got up and sat on Sulu. 1, 2, 3, 10. Sulu extended her hand and started counting. So many, said Lu Pei bitterly. Just kidding, it's just 5 right now. Su Heartedfall went online. First report a quantity that is more, then lower the number a bit. This girl's heart will fall a little less, but in actuality this number was still a false report. In this wave, Su Fall indicated that she was in the atmosphere. 5 Am I the 5th? Lu Pei, as expected by Sulu, accepted. Dear readers, don't use this method to blow yourself up. The main palace will always be the main palace. Nodded Sulu. Alright, Lu Pei did not continue this topic. Sulu also stopped opening her mouth. This topic was point blank. Sulu only had a rough idea in her heart right now. We'll see how to deal with it later. Pei, after I get the anchor planning done, the live broadcast guild will all be handed over to you in the future. Sulu said, then picked up the notebook and handed it over. At that time, I'll get the company's place. I have the space. Really? Lu Peipei said in surprise. Well, by the time we get to Magic City, I'll take you to see it. Su Lu nodded. Then I'm going to take a bath first, said Lu Peipei, blushing a little. Together? Su Lu said with a smile. Don't. Hate you. Lu Peipei pushed Su Lu. Su Lu was pushed back to the sofa, smiled, and laid down. Lu Peipei, on the other hand, walked back to the room. The next day, Su Lu, who had nothing to do, was kicked out of the hotel by Lu Peipei. The reason was that it was affecting her work. When Su Lu went out, she was scolded by Lu Peipei with a red face. Animal. Su Lu, who had left the door, made a call to Han Li. Come on, come out and turn around. Big brother, it's only morning. Where are we going to go around? Han Li was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. I'll be right downstairs at your house. Brother, this car is not bad. Han Li saw Su Lu come to the Maybach S. Not bad. Where's Sanchuei? Han Li looked at the back row. No one was there. This animal called up that meet Silk Girl again yesterday. This will just go to sleep. Su Lu said breathlessly. This bastard won't be trapped. Han Li frowned. Although the other girl is a bit of a gold worshipper, but the person is not bad. At least there is no hanging on to him. He loves to keep it. Just keep it. Su Lu shrugged indifferently. Alright, brother, where are we going today? Han Li sent out a yawn. Pengcheng Art Academy. Saying this, I'm not sleepy Han Li's eyes immediately glowed, and his entire body became excited. As for that you don't know, the girls in here, they're all beautiful one after another, and one after another, their bodies explode. Are you talking about that? At the entrance of Pengcheng Art Academy, Su Lu was only holding a 200-pound Shenjin who had just come out. This is the exception. Alright, let's go in and stroll around. Su Lu opened the door of the car, fell first and walked down. Brother, what are you doing here today? Han Li said curiously. Picking the wind, said Su Lu with a mysterious smile. Brother, it's still you. Han Li said in a bitchy manner. Look at you. Your saliva is coming down. More or less a young master worth over $100 million. Don't be so building that brother you are unaware of. Don't look at my family market value of 100 million, but in reality, I'm only a few tens of thousands of dollars pocket money every month. Han Li said with a bitter face. Alright, let's come and search today to see if there are any suitable ones to be an anchor. After all, since we're going to have a guild, we always need a bit of platitude. Chapter 37 Interview with the Dean of the Academy of Arts and Letters. Alright, then let's split up? Han Li smiled cheaply. Good. Walking on the forest path, the drifting fallen leaves, slowly flying, Su Lu could not help but feel some sense of loss inside. Oncoming a lilac-like girl, long black hair flying with the wind, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, two pair swirls gently embellished, narrow bright eyes, like a gurgling water. Collect. Too literary, not Su Lu's style. Su Lu was looking around at the girls around her at this time, and a strong artistic flavor came to her. So white, so long. Little brother, can you give me a contact? The lilac-like girl walked up to Su Lu. Can. Nodded Su Lu. Taking out his cell phone, he released the QR code. My name is Liang Liping. Remember Liang Liping, after walking out a few steps turned her head and shook her cell phone. Su Lu smiled. Mission accomplished +1. Told you. That melancholic state just now wasn't an act for nothing. Then Su Lu found the dean's office. Knock knock knock. Su Lu knocked on the door. Please come in. A slightly aged voice came from inside the door. Su Lu opened the door and entered, and saw a long-haired old man. You are? The old man looked at Su Lu in doubt. Dean Zhao. Hello. Su Lu saw the sign on the desk in front of her. Zhao Wei, Dean of the Art Academy. Opening his mouth, he said, My name is Su Lu. I'm the owner of a live broadcasting company. You go. Zhao Wei waved his hand. Dean Zhao? Su Lu was puzzled. Under the name of recruiting people, we let our academy students go to be anchors, but as a result, at this moment, Zhao Wei was filled with anger. Originally, someone had already hit this side of the student's idea. It seems that it was still a simple thought. Su Lu framed it and didn't leave. Dean Zhao, in addition to being the owner of the anchor company, I am also the owner of an investment company. Microchat I also have some shares. So, you and I will chat for a while. I will choose a portion of the students to invest. The total investment degree of 100 million yuan. How? Su Lu could see that Zhao Wei was a good dean who genuinely thought about the students. So he didn't engage in those fancy things and started directly from the students. You're serious? A trace of excitement flashed in Zhao Wei's eyes. Well, regardless of whether they use it for their graduation works or to participate in a talent show. Su Lu nodded. Mr. Su, please sit down. Zhao Wei walked to the sofa and accompanied Su Lu to sit down. Dean Zhao, what are the main majors in our art academy? Well, if we divide it up by major categories, the main ones are painting, dancing, singing, and acting. Then I'll be blunt. Other than painting, the best outcome for the other three categories is the entertainment industry, right? Of course, it might be inappropriate for me to say the best. I should say the most profitable result. Zhao Wei nodded, but his face fell. Dean Zhao, I believe you should be clear about what this group of kids will face if they enter the entertainment industry. Even 80% of them, in the end, are just crawling around in the 18th line and then losing to reality. But, then at least they tried. Dean Zhao, chicken soup does sound uplifting, but reality is not a fairy tale. Zhao Wei frowned without saying anything. Seriously, in all of China, there weren't a lot of performing, singing colleges, but the ones that really caught fire were just a few. What are you trying to illustrate? Instead of filling them with this chicken soup all day long, why don't we let them make a way out for themselves? A way out? Anchor? And then I'm going to watch my students end up sinking into one of those gold grottos where they don't work for it, or they hate the poor and worship gold? Zhao Wei was a little agitated. Nothing is set in stone. The entertainment industry looks down on the anchor circle, and the reason for this is that the anchor circle can smile and apologize to others for the sake of money. The entertainment circle feels noble, but in my opinion, it is all about spreading culture and entertaining the public. There is no difference between high and low. The anchor circle has her dark side. The entertainment circle likewise has. I think the academy should be more than forcing students to dream while facing a cruel reality. Sulu said this and looked at Zhao Wei. I think the academy should teach the student to understand the darkness she will face before she is still willing to be the white lotus that comes out of the mud. Zhao Wei looked at Sulu in shock, and shook his head. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Some rules can't be broken just by wanting to break them. Dean Zhao, to be honest, the anchor industry, I actually don't know anything about it. It's just that my friend wants to do it, and then I also have an anchor friend who often complains to me. That's why I developed an idea that I wanted to try and change it. Admittedly, probably head over heels, the reason why I came to your school was to try to change the anchor scene, to pull up its ceiling, to raise the status of anchors. What do you want to do? Zhao Wei was obviously fooled by Sulu's turn of phrase. I haven't thought about it yet. I just came to take a look today and saw your office, so I came in for a chat. Sulu touched her head. You. Ha ha. Zhao Wei laughed. This was really a young man with an idea. He went ahead and did it, without thinking about anything. In fact, there's still a general goal. That is, I want to make the anchor. Other people mention the anchor can be the same as a star, but it's more personal than a star. You're, in effect, trying to change the anchor's inherent labeling. Honestly, it's hard. Zhao Wei shook his head. So, I just have a rough idea right now, which is to screen a group of anchors with real talent to spread culture and positive energy. In the early stage, mainly through live drama, live some script kills, or other things, some ethnic dances, songs, appropriately reduce the interaction. Of course the normal anchor process is still needed. Very good idea. Zhao Wei nodded. Compared to stars, anchoring did have its advantages. Allow me to think about it. Zhao Wei nodded. Alright, thanks a lot. In addition, regarding the $100 million I invested, Dean Zhao can tell me the candidates, and I will match up with them one by one to make the investment. Then thank you Mr. Su, I'll give you the reply as soon as possible. After all, I also need to know what the students think. That's the way it should be. Dean Zhao, I didn't bring a business card either, so I'll leave you a phone number. Su Lu said, picked up the paper and wrote her number on it. Okay, thanks Mr. Su, good. Dean Zhao, then I'll take my leave first. Su Lu said, getting up and leaving the dean's office. Little Han, let's go. Su Lu took out his phone. Brother, wait for me for a while. The voice on Han Li's side wasn't quite right. Bastard, hurry up. I'm going back to the car first. Su Lu said, hung up the phone and walked out of the Pengchang Art Academy. The reason why he didn't go to Magic City to find a larger scale film and television academy or arts academy was mainly because, after all, this was his hometown. That was naturally the priority. In a couple of days, then take a look. If it didn't work out, then forget it. Take your time. Chapter 38, Technician number 66 at your service. Little brother, you're so handsome. Liang Liping sent a message. Not bad. Su Lu was bored of waiting in the car, so he took out his cell phone and chatted with the lilac girl just now. Little brother, I'm a senior in the dance department. What about you? I just casually stroll around. Hobo. Alright then. Sorry little brother for the interruption. What's wrong? So there's a purpose? It's not hitting on me. I'm sorry, I thought you were a talent scout for an entertainment company. We have them at school all the time. I thought you were. I'm not a talent scout, but I should be able to help you. But I need to see your strength. Sulu thought about the wording. It can't make people feel like a liar. Really? Little brother. I'm sorry, I'm about to graduate. There's really no way. Look at you. You don't look like a liar. What a simple child. Video, video, video. This is my usual dance. Sulu opened them one by one and looked at them. Although he didn't know how to dance, but he knew how to fight. When the girl danced, her body contained a lot of power. It was still visible. 3 videos, 3 dance styles, folk dance, waltz, street dance. Sulu watched and nodded with satisfaction. Can you sing? Sulu replied. Voice. It didn't take long for a voice to be sent over. Crisp tones, ethereal voice. This girl was a good seedling. Very good. This way, you find a time, place, let's talk face to face. You really aren't a liar, are you? A liar would let you choose the time, place. Ah? Sulu laughed. Oh, little brother. I'm sorry. That why don't we do it tomorrow at noon? Outside the school's meat western restaurant. I'll treat little brother to dinner. Okay. After Sulu replied, she put away her cell phone as Hanli came back with a weak step. Just this will you all be able to canon one. You are also a talent. Sulu looked at Hanli getting into the car. It's not that I met that black silk the other day. You know, little Han. I don't care how you play outside, but there's one principle. In the future, our own company, you don't play this set. The same goes for Miao. Sulu said seriously. Brother, don't worry. Rabbits don't eat grass from the nest. This I definitely won't. Did you find the anchor today? No, not sure yet. I looked for the dean here. He needs to communicate with the students. Then this situation. It is estimated that there are many unwilling. One by one, they all want to run to the entertainment industry. Han Li shrugged. Doesn't matter. My purpose is to let the students know such a thing. Sulu said casually. When entrepreneurship or not, success or failure will not affect his mood. Alright, let's not talk about this. Things are over today. Next, as long as it's confirmed, we'll set off to M City. You don't wave these days, and meow. Arrange the things at home. Okay, brother. Where are we going now? Each to his own home. Each to his own mom. Looking at the teddy-faced Hanli, he said helplessly. Going back so early? It's only noon. Alright, call up Miao to eat together. Saying that, Sulu drove towards the city center. Sulu made a call to Lu Pei in the middle. She said that she wouldn't come out, and had to get the company management. Sulu smiled. Since she was willing to get it, let him get it right. Miao. Didn't bring a girl over. Sulu watched Li Miao come in alone. Let her go back first. Okay, then eat. Sulu opened her mouth to let the waiter serve the food. The few people ate quite well. Brother, will you take you to a SPA in the afternoon? Hanli said with a smile. Sulu and Li Miao's eyes lit up. Walking? Shangshi Dynasty. This place can be Sulu entered the hall looking at the decor. Isn't that a must? Welcome. Inside, the welcome guest bowed and greeted. Hanli nodded and led Sulu and Li Miao towards the upper floors. 3 VIPs upstairs. Mr. Han, what project are you doing today? A waiter on the second floor saw Hanli and immediately greeted him. Just arrange for Supreme Rouge. Mr. Han, arrange it right away. The waiter wore a happy face and winked at the 2 colleagues beside him. Instantly the 2 people walked to Sulu and Li Miao respectively to lead the way. Sir, what kind of tea to drink? Entering the room, the waiter opened his mouth to ask Sulu. Just a cup of hot water will do. Okay, sir. It didn't take long for the waiter to walk in with tea and fruit plates. Sir, your tea. The technician will be here soon. Please wait. Sulu nodded and surveyed the room. The same layout as the hotel. It looked quite clean. Hello, sir. Technician number 66 is at your service. At this time the door was opened and a crisp voice came out. Sulu turned her head and saw a long-haired beauty wearing a uniform, short skirt and black silk. Good. Sir, you should take a shower and change your clothes first. The beauty handed over a disposable dress. You're not going out? Sulu looked at the beautiful woman standing still and not moving, and asked curiously. The beautiful woman didn't say anything, but rather, Sulu where he didn't know what was going on. But he didn't have much interest. There were much better looking girls than this woman at home, to the point that he didn't have to play with these. Stop. Sulu waved his hand. Just help me press normally. Brother, how does it feel? It was almost nighttime when a few people came out. Don't really like the bus. Sulu frowned. Jingling. Sulu's phone rang. Hello, it's Sulu. Mr. Su, Zhao Wei's voice came. Dean Zhao? Sulu spoke in doubt. Well, this afternoon I summoned the student council and talked about this matter of the anchor. But, Zhao Wei was about to say something. Dean Zhao, just say it straight. What they mean is that they need a signing fee of $2 million and a future guarantee that they can be sent into the entertainment industry, Zhao Wei said with some shame. Su Lu frowned. These are all little cuties. What? Not earning a penny, but also wanting a $2 million signing fee? Being an ingrate? So the ones who want me to invest are all from the student union as well? Su Lu frowned and said. Yes. Zhao Wei wanted to speak. Su Lu laughed in her heart. An academy dean being held by the student union. It was really hard to say. Alright, Dean Zhao, let me inquire about someone. Liang Liping, is she from the student union? Su Lu interrupted Zhao Wei. She's not. She's a senior student of our college's dance department. First in professional skills, just an average family with no resources. Zhao Wei thought back. This Liang Liping he had a deep impression of. But nay, his family didn't have the resources and didn't have much of a chance to get ahead. Those people in the student union. I won't invest in them. There are no other candidates for the time being. I'll vote for all of them to Liang Liping. I will chat with her myself. Su Lu set out her attitude at this time. Chapter 39, The Young Woman's Difficulties. But, Zhao Wei seemed to still want to fight for something. There's nothing to. Before entering the society, they are so eye-catching. If I really sign them, in the end, they might even bite me back. Su Lu thought very clearly. Greedy people he wouldn't want. Zhao Wei was also helpless in his heart right now. Mainly because after he summoned the student council in the afternoon, he said both things. As a result, this group of student council did some math and averaged about a few million per person. With these millions, it seemed to think that 2 million was just a small amount of money, and also a 9:1 split. At that time, that attitude made Zhao Wei want to lift the table. But, all of this Zhao Wei didn't say. This would. It seems that the previous investment, Su Lu had already had a candidate. This is not good. Okay, Mr. Su, that's it then. Sorry to bother you. Zhao Wei's eyes rolled. Was Liang Liping? Okay. Su Lu nodded. Looking at the two people around him who were staring at him, he first picked up his cell phone and sent a message. Liang Liping, if you find out that the academy is forcing you to do something, or something you find strange, remember to record it and tell me. Zhao Wei's final attitude. Let him feel strange. The dean will be taken by the student union. It is nothing more than having a handle. Can't see the old dean. Old when it comes to strength Liang Liping returned a question mark. You know this in your heart is fine. I still have something to do. Let's not talk about it. See you tomorrow at noon. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Lu put away her cell phone and looked at Hanli and Li Miao. How was it? Well, there's sort of a good seedling. Let's go talk about it tomorrow. Su Lu started the car. After tomorrow's talk, there's nothing wrong. We'll go to Magic City. On the road, Su Lu opened his mouth and said, Okay, brother, I've already arranged this side of the family. My old man retook over. Han Li spoke. I'm the same. My father told me to go out and make a break for it. Returned Li Miao absent-mindedly. Su Lu glanced at Li Miao from the rearview mirror and didn't say anything. Lu, you're back. Lu Peipei saw Su Lu returning to the hotel and said without lifting her head. You still haven't gotten it done? Su Lu frowned. This is too much hard work. Almost done. When we arrive in Magic City, we'll go register the company. I've got the name. It's called Falling Flower Network Technology Company. We are the Falling Flower Guild. Lu Peipei said happily. Falling Flowers. You really know how to name it. Su Lu scratched Lu Peipei's nose. That must be I'm starving. Take me to dinner, Su. Lu Peipei took a step to the side of Su Lu and held Su Lu's arm. Okay, let's go then. Su Lu nodded her head. Pei, we'll go to Magic City tomorrow without any accidents. Afterward, Su Lu lit a cigarette and spoke softly. Okay, I'll listen to you. The tired Lu Peipei mumbled out of her mouth. I'm so tired. I'll sleep first. Lu Peipei said and walked towards her room. Su Lu smiled helplessly. Ding bell. The Su Lu phone suddenly rang. Hello, Su Lu. Quickly come to my house. My ex-husband is blocking the doorway. Tian Li's nervous voice came over. Oh, good. Pepe, I have to go out for a while. Su Lu said to the room. Still coming back? Lu Pepe's voice came out. You sleep first. Su Lu got up and dressed and went out the door. Old me is now swept away. Give me back my money. This person was Tian Li's ex-husband, Zhang Xiaofeng. No one responded inside the door. The neighbor seemed to be disturbed as well and opened the door to look. What are you looking at? Glared Zhang Xiaofeng. Bang! The neighbor immediately slammed the door shut. When Su Lu arrived, Zhang Xiaofeng was still rapping on the door. Brother, it's not good to do this in the middle of the night, right? Su Lu went out of the elevator and saw that the man was still rapping on the door. Who are you? Mind your own business. Zhang Xiaofeng glared at Su Lu. I'm Tian Li's friend. Want to find a place to talk? Su Lu persuaded with the idea of leaving this place first. Well, Tian Li, it's only been a short while and you found a concubine. Open the door. Zhang Xiaofeng sneered. Su Lu frowned. This kind of thing is the most damaging to reputation. You cheated on yourself to go to a rich woman, and now that you've been kicked, you're coming back to me. You are a scum. Tian Li violently opened the door and yelled at Zhang Xiaofeng. When Zhang Xiaofeng saw Tian Li open the door, he immediately wanted to rush like inside the door, but he was blocked by a person, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than Su Lu, who had just called herself Tian Li's classmate. One step further is trespassing, punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. Su Lu just blocked the doorway and said indifferently, "How did you find such a thing?" Su Lu turned her head to look at Tian Li. "What can I do?" Blind. This saw Su Lu come and was no longer afraid. "You bitch. Looking for your concubine to deal with me, right?" Zhang Xiaofeng could only bark incompetently from the side. Su Lu frowned and took out the phone. "Xiao Han, help me look up someone," said Su Lu looking at Tian Li. "What is this thing called?" Zhang Xiaofeng. "Called Zhang Xiaofeng? You should know. Tian Li's ex-husband." Su Lu spoke. "Okay, wait for me for a few minutes." Zhang Xiaofeng saw that Su Lu seemed to be calling for someone. His heart was a bit withdrawn, but his face felt a bit too much. "You pair of dogs, you wait for me." Giving a harsh word, Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly pressed the elevator. "Go in first." Su Lu looked at the somewhat stunned Tian Li and slowly said, "The child is already asleep?" Su Lu received the water that Tian Li poured. "Well, it's good that it's asleep. Otherwise I really don't know what to do." Tian Li lowered her face. "How did it become like this?" Su Lu asked in doubt. At first he was quite good. Then he felt something was wrong. "I looked at his cell phone and found that he was chatting with a woman. We then divorced. That woman should be quite rich. So he netted his family. I guess that woman divorced him now." Jingle bells. "Wait, I'll take a call." Su Lu took out her cell phone. "Brother, found out. The information was sent to your microchat. I have to say, this man is not a good thing. Will play. You probably say, after divorcing Tian Li, he married a 40-year-old rich woman. As a result, took the money given by the rich woman, went to pick up girls, was caught by the rich woman, directly divorced." "That's so," frowned Su Lu. "Brother, you want to screw him?" Han Li spoke. "He came to harass Tian Li again today. I don't care, but people are orphans and widows. I'll take care of this. Don't mess around." Su Lu reminded. "Brother, don't worry. In fact, that rich woman is one of my family's suppliers. Don't worry. I guarantee that I will clean up the obedience. Directly let him leave Pengcheng and won't appear again." "Okay, then that's it for now." Su Lu hung up the phone and looked at Tian Li. "Han Li, remember? He arranged it so that he won't appear again in the future." Su Lu spoke. "Thank you," said Tian Li in a low voice. Chapter 40 Tian Li's Tenderness. Zhang Xiaofeng left Tian Li's neighborhood in a panic. The entire person walked down the road in a state of disorientation. He had nothing left. "No, I still have money." Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly stopped and turned to look at Tian Li's neighborhood. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he finally muttered, "Check out." Zhang Xiaofeng turned back and came to the store near the neighborhood. Taking a fruit knife, he went to the front desk to settle the bill. $26. The cashier looked at the man in front of her, not quite in the right state. Her hand quietly blocked the switch under the counter. Zhang Xiaofeng pulled out his clothes. There was no cash, nor was his microchat balance. Looking around, he picked up the fruit knife and ran out. The cashier didn't call out to him, but immediately called the police. Just now a man took a fruit knife, checked out. He didn't have any money, and then ran away. I feel that he is in a very wrong state. The cashier carefully recalled the details of the situation. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Tian Li was chatting with Su Lu when the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound sounded again. Tian Li was a bit flustered. Su Lu got up and walked next to her, patting her shoulder. Through the cat's eye, she looked over. Zhang Xiaofeng. Su Lu made a gag at Tian Li. "What are you doing?" Seeing Su Lu's expression, Tian Li knew who was outside and spoke angrily. "I just came to get my money back. You gave it to me. I'll leave immediately." Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat frantic voice came out. "This was all decided at that time. The two of us are no longer related." Tian Li spoke sternly. "Humph, that's all my money. Even this house is mine. Hurry up and open the door. I'll take the money and leave." The man outside the door was getting a bit impatient. Tian Li was a little annoyed, but Su Lu was still here. It was not appropriate to let people block the door, so she walked to the door and opened it. Zhang Xiaofeng directly rushed in, rummaging around in the living room. Where's the bank card? Where's the cash? Zhang Xiaofeng asked eagerly. Nothing. Tianli had long ago hidden the money in bank card. Su Lu just watched quietly, looking for an opportunity to create an accident. Su Lu wanted to get him straight in. You can go now. There's nothing at home. Tianli on the side said impatiently. If the money isn't handed over, none of you will have a good time. Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly drew out a fruit knife and directly held Tianli hostage. Tianli instantly felt a wave of fear hit her, completely unable to speak. Wait, you let her go first. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Su Lu opened her hands, signaling that she would not act rashly. Prepare 1 million. I want it now. Zhang Xiaofeng regretted the moment he pulled out the fruit knife, but the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. It had already reached the stage. $1 million? Right. Yes. You can. You release her, I'll transfer it to you right away. Su Lu tried to get a little bit closer. You don't come over. You call first. Zhang Guofeng signaled Tianli to pull out the bank card in his pocket. Report the card number to him. Hurry. Su Lu immediately took out her cell phone and transferred 1 million over. It's already been transferred. You can check. Su Lu's eyes were dead set on Zhang Xiaofeng. When Zhang Xiaofeng heard this, he immediately became excited, because he had already felt his cell phone vibrate. Immediately putting the bank card into his pocket, he then pulled out his cell phone. Gradually a smile appeared on his face. It was at this moment, Su Lu's figure seemed to disappear, instantly holding Zhang Xiaofeng's wrist that was holding the knife. With a twist, the fruit knife fell to the ground. Su Lu reached out and kicked it far away, instantly pulling Tianli down behind him. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a pain in his wrist. He immediately reacted, put his cell phone into his pocket, turned around and ran. Su Lu, who was holding Tianli on this side, reacted and said to Tianli, call the police, then chased out. The elevator had already been pressed by Zhang Xiaofeng, and when he left, he ordered all the floors of the 26th building. Su Lu had no choice but to run the stairs. Don't run. Su Lu chased out of the neighborhood and finally saw Zhang Xiaofeng's figure. Zhang Xiaofeng turned back, holding the bank card in his hand, and flung it at Su Lu, smiling openly. Bang! A police car whizzed by. This was the same police car that the store clerk had called the police to rush over at the beginning. Zhang Xiaofeng was directly knocked out. Su Lu looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Blood started to spread outward from Zhang Xiaofeng's body. The few police officers in the police car were stunned. Not long after, another police car stopped. Su Lu considered for a moment, but went up and recounted what happened. Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation. If the situation is true, the money will be returned to you intact at that time. Many thanks. Can I leave now? Yes, but it's best to keep your phone open. We'll contact you at any time if there's a situation. Okay. Su Lu nodded and left the scene. Su Lu saw that the door of Tianli's house was left open and walked in, gently bringing the door of the room with him. Zhang Xiaofeng, he's dead. Su Lu looked at Tianli, who kept her head down. Her body was convulsing. What? Tianli immediately raised her head. Her tearful eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Su Lu, don't scare me. Are you okay? Or you should run. It's fine. It's a car accident. It has nothing to do with me. Don't worry. Su Lu looked at Tianli's nervous appearance and rubbed Tianli's head in amusement. Great. Tianli's entire body got up from the side sofa and directly sat on Su Lu, fiercely embracing him. Don't be so excited. Feeling the softness in front of his body, already an indescribable fragrance, Su Lu was instantly a little embarrassed. Come down first. Su Lu awkwardly said. Sorry. A little excited, Tianli said with a slightly red face. It's fine. Su Lu shook his head. Can I entrust you for a bit today and sleep in the living room? Tianli looked up at Su Lu and whispered. Su Lu was able to guess her thoughts. I'm a little intimidated. A little scared. Seeing that Su Lu did not react, Tianli opened her mouth to explain. Okay, after all, old classmates, the relationship is also good. Also should be down. The reaction are sleeping sofa. Sleepwear is not sleep. Thank you, Tianli said with surprise. It's okay, then I'll go take a shower first. Su Lu said. It was about to get up. Wait. Tianli had a red face and went to the bathroom to organize her personal belongings. About 20 minutes later, Tianli walked out. The toiletries are all put away for you. The blue ones. There's nothing you can do about the clothes, so I'm going to have to ask you to do it. Tianli said with an embarrassed face. It's fine. Su Lu shook her head. Deal with it tonight. It doesn't matter. When it was difficult in the past, what environment hadn't experienced? Now these are all small problems. Alright, you rest early, I'm going to take a bath. A figure appeared next to Su Lu in the middle of the night. 10,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 41 Wild and Tough Girl. You swallowed it? Aha! What's the flavor? Humph. The next day, Su Lu opened her eyes and looked towards Tianli, who was already busy in the kitchen. Opening her mouth, she said, I might go to Magic City tomorrow. What are your plans? After a while my parents come over to help me bring up my child. We'll see then. Tianli hesitated and opened her mouth. Well, if there are difficulties you tell me. Su Lu hesitated and opened her mouth. That, Su Lu, I was a bit flustered today. So, you don't have any psychological burden. Tianli looked at Su Lu and said seriously. What psychological burden can I have? Su Lu shrugged her shoulders. That's good. Tianli nodded with relief, fearing that from now on, the two people would be awkward at that time. In the future, if something happens, just give me a call. Su Lu patted her chest. Okay. Tianli looked at Su Lu gratefully and nodded. The two of them, Su Lu and Tianli, were sitting in the dining room where they were eating breakfast. Brother, that Zhang Xiaofeng that you asked me to check yesterday died. It couldn't be you, right? Han Li's surprised voice came out. You called early in the morning just to say this, ah? Su Lu rolled her eyes. Brother, you can't do something illegal. Don't worry, it's not me. It's just an accident. Su Lu was helpless and hung up the phone after saying that. Su Lu smiled and didn't say anything. Tianli saw that the child had woken up and started to greet the child. Tianli, I'm leaving. Su Lu said outside. Well, I'll deal with some things today and go to Magic City. Su Lu nodded. Okay, be safe on the road. Well, I'll leave first. Contact me by phone. After Su Lu finished speaking, she walked out of the bedroom. On the way Su Lu bought some breakfast. Back to the hotel. The door to Lu Peipei's room was still closed. Su Lu knocked on the door. Back? Lu Peipei was woken up by Su Lu. Back. Sleep some more? Lu Peipei was confused and fell asleep again. Su Lu shook her head, walked to the sofa, rested, and unknowingly fell asleep. When Su Lu woke up again, Lu Peipei had already sat on the table and started working. Seeing Su Lu woke up, gave Su Lu a sweet smile. Peipei, in a moment I'll go out to do something. You wait for me at the hotel. After I'm done, we can leave. Su Lu finished washing up and said to Lu Peipei beside the computer. Okay, go pick up your girl. Lu Peipei gave the okay gesture. Su Lu shook her head and drove to the Meat Western restaurant next to Pengchang Art College. Ding bell. The Su Lu phone rang. That, little brother. Sorry, I can't go. On the phone, Liang Liping's somewhat choked and flustered voice rang out. What's wrong? Su Lu heard that Liang Liping's voice was a bit off. Nothing much, it's just about the academy. Little brother. I'll hang up first, Su Lu fell silent. That Zhao Wei's problem? Originally, Su Lu planned to directly call Han Li and Li Miao to set off, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a problem, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. This was being counted? But what is the benefit of doing this? Su Lu didn't have anything to lose. Suddenly, Su Lu laughed a little. Did not expect, after all, too young, money can move people. In front of Zhao Wei said that he would give Liang Liping to invest 100 million. Now Liang Liping is naturally being targeted. What can threaten a student is nothing more than the issue of the diploma. Hey, Liang Liping. Su Lu directly took out the phone. Little brother? Come out. I'm at Meat Western restaurant. Come over. Su Lu said in a serious tone. 20 minutes later, Liang Liping, who was dressed in a white dress, arrived at the Meat Western restaurant. Ding! Su Lu fluctuated the service bell. Not long after, a waiter appeared. See what you want to eat and order. Su Lu gently opened her mouth. Liang Liping lowered her head. Alright, 2 of your specialty steaks here, and 2 more pastas. Su Lu looked at this appearance. It was estimated that he couldn't order it, and directly said to the waiter. Tell me, what has come across? Su Lu saw the waiter leave and opened his mouth. They asked me to hand over the money you voted for me. Liang Liping spoke in a low voice. Them? Who? The student council. Are these people intellectually challenged? Is investing and giving money the same? Su Lu wiped her sweat. What if you don't give it? They said that if they don't give it, they'll start a rumor in the school that I'm picking up outside guests. Then why don't you come over at noon? Su Lu curiously looked at Liang Liping. If I don't come over, you should be investing in them. Su Lu was a bit dumbfounded after hearing this. This sister was really simple. Dean Zhao. Su Lu took out his phone and dialed Zhao Wei's number. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Dean Zhao. What a good tactic. Mr. Su, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Well, Have you ever thought about what will happen if I don't invest anymore? Sulu spoke calmly. The other side of the phone fell into silence. Dean Zhao, the ethos of your academy is really worrying, so I won't invest. In addition, I've already submitted the records of bribes in your microchat, as well as the records of rooming with your own students to the prosecuting authority. Sayonara. Flop. Zhao Wei directly sat paralyzed on the ground. Sulu smiled speechlessly. This retard. Sulu just contacted Xiaoma and checked Zhao Wei's chat records under the supervision of the Chinese security authorities. Good guy. Embezzlement of tens of millions of huaxia. Inappropriate relationships with students, that is even more numerous. Although there is no video, but the chat records transfer records, that are enough. I thought it was a good dean for the sake of the students, but I didn't expect that. Knowing the face of the people doesn't know the heart. Sulu shook her head and looked at Liang Liping. Your principal will be arrested soon, and those student council ones will probably be dropped out. Really? A hint of surprise flashed in Liang Liping's eyes. Well, eat first, we'll talk after eating. Sulu's total fork tapped the plate. Liang Liping inserted the steak and began to nibble. Sulu looked at Liang Liping dumbfounded. Her appearance had the feeling of an elegant lady from the Jiangnan water town. She ate, but actually so. That, Liang Liping, have you ever thought that if you eat like this and broadcast it, you will be on fire? Sulu laughed and teased. I haven't thought about it. Liang Liping looked at Sulu dully. Alright, you continue to eat. Sulu didn't intend to be an eater. That kind of exaggerated means looked good and had an appetite. But it was really harmful to the anchor herself. Swallowing and overeating. This was all something that would cause a great burden on the body. This girl was probably really hungry. Chapter 42, Rent 3. $5 billion a year. Lie flat. You this. Liang Liping blushed and immediately slowed down. And in her heart, she secretly blamed herself for not paying attention to her image. That. Usually practicing dance. My stomach is rather hungry, so I eat a little. Liang Liping explained with a red face. It's fine. It's quite good. Eat first, let's talk after eating. Sulu faintly smiled, lowered her head and ate. Is it enough? Not enough, I'll order more. The corner of Sulu's mouth twitched as he looked at Liang Liping, who had eaten 2 plates of spaghetti and a steak. I'm full, little brother. Sorry, a little hungry. Liang Liping covered her mouth and smiled. It's fine. It's quite good to be able to eat. Let's get down to business then? Little brother. Go ahead. Liang Liping sat upright. What is your dream? Put. Skewering the stage. I just want to ask, what do you want to do in the future? Sulu laughed. I haven't thought about it, or dare not think about it. Maybe just be a dance teacher? Didn't you wait for a talent scout before? How come you don't want to now? Sulu was curious enough to ask. Today's incident makes me feel that something is not suitable for me. Liang Liping lowered her head. Then in that case, I'll be straightforward. Sulu watched the sister's mind break down a bit, so she wasn't going to beat around the bush anymore. I've opened a live broadcasting company. I'll leave for Magic City in a while, and I want to invite you to join. That is, if I join, I have to go to Magic City with you? Yes. Sulu nodded, then spoke again. So now 2 choices. Join us and go to the Magic City with us. The second one, don't join and return to your original life. But I will give you $1 million as compensation for what you went through. Liang Liping fell into silence. Sulu did not open her mouth, picked up the juice on the side and took a sip. Can I make a phone call? Liang Liping looked towards Sulu. Sulu extended her hand, signaling to feel free. Mom. Liang Liping chose to seek help from the audience outside the arena. After a while, only Liang Liping covered the phone and came over to whisper. My mom wants to talk to you, can she? Sulu extended her hand, then took the phone Liang Liping handed over. Hello, Auntie. Hello. Sulu received the phone and then greeted. Hello, are you the leader our family Ping Ping was talking about? Yes. Do you have a problem? Ping Ping has a light face. She's too embarrassed to ask. I want to ask him how much he gets paid for being an anchor. Sorry, Auntie. Just now did not even take the initiative to say to her. It is like this. I intend to give her a base salary of 20,000/month, plus gifts after deducting the platform share of 4 or 6. She for company 6. The actual calculation is to reward 10,000 yuan. The company side of the salary before tax get 3,000. She get 2,000 before tax. Boss, do you think my daughter has a chance to enter the entertainment industry? Liang Liping's mother didn't seem to be very satisfied as she said. Auntie, frankly speaking, if she relies on herself, that is really no chance at all. Boss, thank you. I hope you can help out more in the future. Don't worry, Auntie. Liang Liping has a good foundation. I think highly of her. So Auntie is agreeing? Well, I think this is the closest she'll get to her dream, and want to let her give it a try, and at the very least, if she comes back, I'll still be able to support her. Okay, thanks for your trust. After saying that, Sulu handed the phone back to Liang Liping. After saying a few more words over there, she hung up. Liang Liping, what is your decision? I agreed. That's good. Now pack up and go. We're ready to leave. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. An hour later, Liang Liping carried her suitcase and sat in Sulu's car. Sulu first took Liang Liping to the hotel. Pepe, this is Liang Liping, the anchor I recruited. After entering the hotel, Sulu introduced Lu Pepe under Pepe's strange gaze. Liang Liping, right? Not bad. I'm Lu Pepe. Lu Pepe nodded her head. Liang Liping originally had some apprehension about Sulu taking her to the hotel, especially going to the room. She was even more scared. The moment she saw Lu Pepe, she relaxed. Hello, Mr. Lu, Liang Liping said with a bow. Don't call General Manager Lu. Just call me Sister Pepe from now on. Lu Pepe pulled over Liang Liping. Alright, Pepe, pack up. Let's set off to Magic City. Liang Liping, about the contract. Let's sign it when we arrive in Magic City. In fact, I won't hide it from you. The company is not yet established now. Liang Liping looked at Sulu dumbfounded, and then looked at Lu Pepe. Well, although it's not open, but it's all ready. We'll start when we get there. Don't worry. Lu Pepe patted Liang Liping, then started packing her bags. On the other side, Sulu went out to the garage and waited in the car. Little Han. Ah meow. How are you guys doing? We're ready to go. Sulu used WeChat to hit a group chat voice. Brother, I'm ready. Han Li spoke. Brother, that Mengyu also wants to go. Li Miao said with some embarrassment. Who is Mengyu? Sulu asked curiously. It's the one from the bar last time. No way. Sanchuei, are you playing for real? Han Li said in surprise. Well, not really. You know, my family can't possibly accept her. It's just that she wants to follow me. I can't fit in my car. Then meow. You drive another car. Bring little Han. Let's leave now. See you at the center building then. Sulu nodded. Last time when he said he was going to Magic City, he felt that Li Miao had something. He didn't expect it to be just this. That girl is good. At the very least, she is more understanding. She won't get into trouble. So that's enough. Ding. The center building has been acquired, costing 29.8 billion Huaxia coins. The relevant procedures as well as the contract have appeared in the system space. And at the same time, remind you, there is no problem with the source of funds for this acquisition. So please rest assured that you can use it. Sulu's heart moved. Is it possible to use the consumption rebate card for this consumption? This consumption does not belong to my own consumption, so I cannot use the consumption rebate card. Jingling. The Sulu phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, I'm Hule, the person in charge of the property management of the center mansion. You're our new boss. You can contact me if you need anything. A mature male voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I'll be there from Pengcheng in a while. Help me arrange the accommodation. There's 6 of us. Make some arrangements. Sulu spoke. Okay, boss, said Hule respectfully. Right. What's the general situation of our building right now? Boss, our center building, 7 floors of garage underneath, 2 floors of mall land on the ground, and 118 floors of office floors above. The mall has been fully leased out, and the annual rent is around $80 million. The 118 floors above are currently leased out about 100 floors. Each floor is about 6,000 square feet, and the rent is about 3.5 billion Huaxia coins per year. Chapter 43, You're coming to bed? Well, what's going on with the 18th floor then? Sulu asked curiously. The remaining 18 floors have 8 floors that are the top 113, 113B, 115, 120 floors are all whole floors, and there is no partitioning done, so it's a whole floor for rent, and it still needs to be renovated. Sulu did not interrupt and continued to listen to Hule report. There are still 10 floors that are all scattered. Some whole floors are rented for a small portion. I didn't even count them. That is to say that currently the whole floor is not very good to rent. The others are fine. It's just a matter of time, right? Yes, boss. Alright then, the top 6 floors. Don't rent them out for now. If there is a need you can contact me again. Sulu considered the needs. In the future, she might even set up a company. It was quite good to have an office space. Yes, boss. Jingling. Sulu had just hung up the phone when another call came in. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Wang Hui, the director of Pengcheng Police Department. We have verified it clearly. Your money will be returned to your card within 14 working days. Director Wang, Thanks a lot. This 1 million doesn't need to be returned. Just donate it to the police department as a token of appreciation. Sulu said smilingly. Then thank you Mr. Su for your generosity. Director Wang was delighted and quickly thanked him. You're welcome. Sulu smiled and hung up the phone. Then, Lu Peipei and Lian Liping walked down carrying a suitcase. Sulu opened the car door and helped load the suitcase into the trunk. 2 beauties please. Sulu smiled and opened the car door. Lu Peipei was unapologetic and kissed Sulu before getting into the car. Then, Lian Liping also kissed Sulu under Sulu's dumbfounded look. Sulu touched her cheeks and felt pretty good. Beauties, sit tight, let's set off, said Sulu as he got into the car. Lulu, where are your 2 brothers? Lu Peipei asked curiously. That meow. Brought a girl, the car couldn't fit. The 3 of them drove a car. Sulu smiled, started the car and set off. Meow. My side is departing. What about you guys? Sulu dialed Li Miao's phone. Our side is also ready to depart. Are you and Meng Yu going to stay together? I'll arrange a hotel at night. Brother, you can just arrange it. Okay. Sulu hung up the phone. Pepe, at night you. Sulu was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by Lu Peipei. I'll stay with Ping Ping, you go pick up your girl. Lu Peipei sat in the back row and rolled her eyes at Sulu. Understood, Sulu said with a smile. Sent a message to Hulei. 4 rooms. Okay, boss. Along the way, the sky gradually darkened, and from afar, neon lights flashed. Magic City is still really prosperous. Sulu couldn't help but sigh. Can we develop here? Lu Peipei couldn't help but be a little worried. Don't worry, the office building has been prepared. The whole floor, 6,000 square feet, but it needs to be rearranged and decorated. Temporarily use a small one first. Lulu, really? Lu Peipei looked at Sulu in surprise. That must be. So, next in addition to the company development, there is also the renovation of the company's office space in relation to the company. Pepe, you have a busy time. It's fine. I'm not afraid. You also don't expect. The other 2 people, they also have a little wide interpersonal relationship. Other nothing, 2 people at that time, just arrange them to run business related it. Okay, fall. Finally arrived. Sulu parked the car at the entrance of the center building, got off and stretched. Mr. Su, not long after, a figure with a slightly stout figure appeared. Hulei. Sulu opened her mouth. Yes, not long after, a BMW also stopped. Brother, Li Miao and Han Li also arrived. Brother, Meng Yu, who was standing behind Li Miao at the side, called out in a low voice. Sulu nodded at the 3. Hulei, make arrangements. Where are we staying today? Sulu spoke. Mr. Su, our center mansion. A comprehensive building with a hotel and entertainment mall. The hotel that is stationed in our building is the best 6-star hotel in the entire Magic City. The Walton. Mr. Su, I've already done the room. This is the room card, said, handing Sulu go 4 room cards. It's all the same presidential suite. Hard work. Sulu patted Hulei's shoulder and received the room cards. Okay, arrange for us to have a meal first, then you go and get busy. Sulu nodded and looked down. Walton actually rented the 80-89th floors. The presidential suite was on the 88th floor. It was really luxurious. Okay, Mr. Su, let's dine at Walton's restaurant. It's on the 81st floor. Saying that, Hulei led the few people into the elevator, riding the sightseeing elevator, overlooking the Magic City. Sulu instantly felt that the whole person was sublimated. However, Sulu would not be satisfied. It was possible that he would settle in Magic City in the future, but probably after the high school reunion. No chance. Sulu might do a national tour. Going abroad was still too far away. Sulu did not consider it until now. Mr. Su, this way please. Between thoughts, it had already reached the 81st floor. Hulei took the lead to step out of the elevator, reminding the crowd that they had arrived. Hulei, no need to be too troublesome. Just have a simple meal. Everyone is tired from traveling. After eating it's better to take an early rest. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Sulu looked at what seemed to be a more sumptuous arrangement. Okay. Hulei nodded. Everyone eat. After eating go back to rest early. If there is anything tomorrow. Sulu saw that everyone was a bit restrained, so she spoke casually. Little Han. Meow. Don't freeze. Don't worry. When we get to the Magic City, I'll arrange things properly on my side. Okay, brother. The 2 people immediately put their hearts down and began to eat at ease. Wine and rice. A few people went back to the room. Luggage Hulei has also arranged for people to take down from the car to send up. Pictures. Sulu sent 2 pictures to Sister Zhou. one inside the room and the other overlooking the magic city. Su, you big shot. Zhou Shuyi withdrew a message. Emperor Su, you came to Magic City? Don't think I didn't see it, haha. Well, just arrived at night. The place you're staying is so luxurious. It wouldn't be the legendary Center Mansion Walton. Such an awesome one. Guessed right. Live there? Su Lu was surprised. I go. Emperor Su, you wouldn't be unaware that the Center Mansion's Walton is at the legendary level in Magic City. The presidential suite is $180,000 a night. This level of consumption. Moo. Su Lu smiled and shook her head. Relative to the rent here, this price is really not expensive here in addition to paying rent, but also need another diplomatic property management fee. In short, inches of land. It's just okay. Big brother, Versailles. Ha ha ha. I can allow my wife to come over and serve me in bed. Su Lu replied with a smile. Really? I'm coming. Sister Zhou seemed to be very excited. Chapter 44 Preparing to buy a house. San Lan Ting? No way. You're really coming? Humph. Scumbag. I'm not going. Su Lu did not reply again, but sent a message to Li Yao. Sis, I've arrived in Magic City. How are you? Xiao Lu ah. I'm pretty good. Now I'm selling my house. Su Lu's heart moved. It seemed like he could consider buying a house over here. Sister, didn't I give you $1 million? Why are you still going to work? Can't do nothing ah. Just came over here to play for a few days. Too bored. So I found a job. Okay, so are you going to keep selling houses? Or, I'll do it first and see. Li Yao also didn't want to always trouble Su Lu. After all, you can't always let others help. Okay, talk to me if you have difficulties. Where are you selling your house ah? I'm going to buy a house in Magic City. Ha ha, I am in Kanglanting, near the sales office of the new city neighborhood. You know that Kanglanting is the most luxurious villa in Magic City. Su Lu directly searched Kanglanting. Kanglanting is located in the eastern suburb of Magic City. Unique sea view house design, covers an area of 47,384.6 square meters. Only 18 buildings were built. The architectural style of the neighborhood is modeled after the classic architecture of various countries and designed by the world's top architectural design firms. The combination of 8 styles and 8 types of rooms has resulted in 18 completely different architectural personalities. Each building has a floor area of about 1,500 to 1,800 square meters and covers an area of about 2,500 acres, square meters. When Su Lu saw this, her heart moved. She decided on this place. It was a bit far from the center building, but overall, it was suitable for enjoying life. Okay, sis, tomorrow I guess I'll go over there in the afternoon. Why don't you take me to San Lan Ting to take a look? Okay, no problem. Okay, sis, you rest early. Su Lu looked down at the time. It was already more than 10 p.m., so she reminded. Okay, good night. Good night. Su Lu checked her status. For cumulative check-ins, this can continue to accumulate. An investment prediction card, a consumption rebate card 100 times, just in time to buy a house tomorrow can be used. This one is different from the time-limited one. The time-limited one is all consumption within the time limit, while this one is also a single consumption. Wait, single consumption. Su Lu thought of this and dialed the Blue Star Bank's phone number. It can't be that there will be no customer service this time, right? Su Lu looked at the one that was already more than 10 o'clock. For manual service, please press 0. Su Lu pressed 0. Hello, is this Mr. Su Lu Su? An excited female voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello. Su Lu was a bit puzzled. What is this situation? Mr. Su, we finally contacted you. We couldn't get through on your phone. Su Lu then remembered that the cell phone was set to not be able to call in from unfamiliar numbers outside the country. Oh, I've set up a blacklist for unfamiliar out-of-town numbers. Is there anything you guys are looking for me for? Because your account balance exceeds 1 billion. So I want to apply for a black card for you, which is a valued user of our bank. Oh, what's so special about this card? Well, this card can enjoy one-to-one exclusive customer service and multiple security guarantees, such as up to 20 million yuan of aviation accident insurance, and a total of 500,000 yuan of lost card theft insurance 72 hours before the loss. You can use the airport VIP lounge for free. Enjoy the lounge, business center, facilities and other services provided by the VIP lounge, and even apply for aircraft turnaround. Many permissions. Later will be black card benefits are sent to you. It's okay, but I'm calling today because I want to open a large amount of spending. Mr. Su, after your balance reached 1 billion we have automatically opened large spending for you, with unlimited spending and transfers. Okay, thanks a lot. Su Lu nodded. He did a rough check online. The house price of Kanglanting was around 500,000 000-600, 000 per square meter, and the expected consumption was around 1 billion. Sir, look, when are we going to meet and apply for the black card? I'm not in Jinling right now. It's okay, you can be wherever you are. We'll have a specialized customer service to come to your home for you. I'm in Magic City. Mr. Su, our headquarters is in Mordu. You see, let's make an appointment tomorrow? Yes, how about tomorrow night? The specifics will be contacted by phone tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Su, then it's still a trouble for you to turn off the blacklist of foreign numbers. Tomorrow afternoon, we will contact you. Okay. After saying that, Su Lu hung up the phone, casually flipping through her cell phone. Su Lu also felt a little tired, got up and took a shower, then fell asleep. On the other side, Sister Zhou waited left and right, did not wait for Su Lu's reply, sighed quietly. The night's live broadcast was not broadcast, let the second station top it off. Despondent lying on the bed. Dad, what if the person I like already has a girlfriend? Sister Zhou took out her cell phone and sent a message to her dad. With our family's conditions, you just need to find someone who likes you. No need for a bride price or anything. Just be good to you. Zhou dad's message was quickly replied. But, I feel like I just have a crush on him. The others just can't get excited. Then go snatch him up. He's got several girls he's close to. I can't snatch him. I'll be damned. He's a scumbag. Xiao Zhou this is not prospering. Dad, if, what would you do if I followed him? Sister Zhou hesitated for a moment and returned. Possibly, I say possibly I would directly break his legs. Dad, at this time you're still living the whole job. Xiao Zhou this is a scummy guy we can't be cheated by him. Although Dad's marriage is a failure, I still hope you can have a good family. Dad, you should find a daughter-in-law. Sister Zhou pulled away from the conversation. I'm not in a hurry. It's you. Hurry up and find Dad a son-in-law but not the one you're talking about. I know Dad, take an early rest. Sister Zhou finished typing and threw her cell phone on the bed, her whole body covered in the quilt. Actually, it's not that much of a favorite. Just forget it. Sister Zhou mumbled. It was only supposed to be a bit of a good feeling. The next day, Su Lu woke up very early, and her body was fully rested. Made a call to Li Yao. Sis, I'm going over there. I'll be there in an hour. Okay, take it easy on the road. Xiao Lu. Sis, let's go. Get in the car. Take me to see the house. Okay. Not long. Su Lu brought Li Yao into the Kanglan Court Villa. Good day, sir. I am the sales manager. Fan Sinsen. What is your name, sir? At this time a person walked up, and while speaking, he ruffled his long brown hair. My last name is Su. I want to come over to take a look. There are still those few villas over here now? Su Lu opened his mouth and asked. Sorry, Mr. Su, if we buy a house over here, we need to do a capital inspection first. Fan Sinsen face apologized and bowed slightly. A touch of snow white on her chest made Li Yao feel a little ashamed of herself. Chapter 45, $120 billion arrives. It's okay. It should be. Su Lu said, handing over the bank card. Mr. Su, please wait. Fan Sinsen took the POS and started to conduct the capital verification. Alright, Mr. Su, this is your card. Please keep it. Fan Sinsen handed over the bank card with both hands. Su Lu took the bank card, and when she touched it, a softness came from it, and she smiled slightly. Sir, this way please. Currently we still have 8 villas left in Son Lanting, mainly in Chinese style, European and American style, French romance, and classical style. Fan Sinsen blushed slightly and withdrew her hand. For the young and golden youth in front of her, it was inevitable that anyone would develop a favorable impression. Right? Show me the Chinese style. Su Lu followed behind Fan Sinsen and said without revealing anything. Fan Sinsen twisted her waist, her long black silk legs stepping out, leading Su Lu to the sandbox room. Mr. Su, this side is our 2 Huaxia style villas. Fan Sinsen turned to face Su Lu and introduced with both hands spread out to both sides. Su Lu walked towards the left side first. In the sand tray, the villa was golden and brilliant. This is the main imperial palace style among the Chinese style. The building area is 1,800 square meters and covers an area of about 2,500 square meters. Introduced Fan Sinsen at the side. Su Lu shook his head. This style, he didn't like it very much. It was a bit too high profile. Turning around, he went to the right. Mr. Su, this side is the main Chinese garden style. A villa full of natural power and oriental charm. Utilizing the minimalist aesthetics of Chinese gardens, as well as some refined and simplified elements of Chinese architecture. The large overhangs of the roof give a sense of security, while the interior hidden garden rightfully becomes the place where the core of the house's activities take place. The highly communicative landscaped gardens, dark facade materials, panoramic glazing, hidden rainwater sewers and smart home systems between the interior and exterior achieve harmony between the exterior and the interior. This villa has a building site of about 2,000 square feet and covers an area of about 3,000 square feet, and it is also the No. 1 villa of our Kanglan court. Sulu listened to the introduction while looking at the sand tray. His eyes instantly lit up. This style made Sulu instantly think of the bright moon shining between the pines, the clear spring flowing over the stones. This was his favorite style. Sulu carefully looked at the layout of the villa. The double-story design provided enough living space for comfortable living, and provided about 30 parking spaces, as well as the style organic landscape. How much does this villa cost? Sulu smiled and looked at Fan Senzin. This villa is priced at 580,000 per square foot, 134 square feet, and the total price is about 1,237,720,000. Fan Senzin took out her cell phone and checked the sale information of this villa before reporting the price. Yes, I'll take it. Sulu nodded and handed over the bank card. Ah, Fan Senzin froze. So quick? This was 1.2 billion, not 12 pieces, but after all, it was a high-end villa sale. This scene could still be dealt with, and accepted the bank card with an unchanged face. Mr. Su, our side of the property fee is 2 million per year. Your new purchase of the villa, we will give 5 years of reduced property fees, and there will be a professional cleaning candidate to clean regularly. Fan Senzin introduced. Yes, signed the contract. Sulu answered. Mr. Su, this is the key. Later I will take you to Villa 1 for facial authentication, so you can unlock it through your face in the future, and the property certificate will be delivered within 7 working days. Fan Senzin handed back the ID card and bank card, as well as a contract to Sulu. Speaking of the real estate certificate, Sulu remembered that the real estate certificate of the Jinling Golf residence had already been taken to San Euro by Shaoli before. 1 hour later, Sulu had sat in the sunshine tea room in the courtyard and drank tea, using consumption rebate card 100 times. Consumption rebate card 100 times used successfully. The most recent consumption of 123,772,000 yuan, rebate 100 times, has arrived. The source of funds is no problem. Please rest assured to use Blue Star Bank. Your account 8888 was credited on September 18 at 10:58 with 123,772,000 Huaxia dollars. The account balance is 125,367,276,349.68 yuan, more than 120 billion. Sulu calmed down slightly. Money was just a string of numbers. Take advantage of the fact that it was a bit impulsive now. Then sign in. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Accumulated 4 times. Rewarded with God-level driving ability. Comes with consumer immunity. God-level driving ability. Driving ability will increase by leaps and bounds with driving time. Includes not limited to cars, ships, airplanes. Consumption immunity. 1 consumption will make an equal return. Sulu nodded. Signing in multiple times could bring special abilities, and this time it also came with an immunity. Pretty good. Looking at the time, it was almost time. It was time to go back for dinner. By the time things were arranged, there was almost nothing else to do. Sis, let's go. Sulu looked at the frozen Li Yao and called out. Xiao Lu. $2 billion. You're just saying you're buying it, Li Yao said while walking. Sulu smiled without saying anything. Li Yao, you left your post without authorization during work hours. Just after arriving at the sales office of Li Yao's new city neighborhood, he heard a male voice speaking sternly. This is? Sulu looked at Li Yao on the side and asked with a frown. Our manager, whispered Li Yao. Manager, my friend is here. Take him to see the house. And you're lying, you didn't even take the key. What house are you looking at? The manager said aggressively. Believe it or not, Li Yao skimmed her mouth. Sulu did see the stone wall in the center of the sales office wrote, Run City Group, and follow my belief or not. Believe it or not, I'll fire you right away. The manager seemed to feel that he was provoked. Sulu frowned. What is the situation? Jinling is also run City Group has problems. This side's manager also has problems. This Lin Yukai group has problems. Ah, is this how Lin Yukai manages? Sulu said indifferently. The manager was shocked when he heard Lin Yotsai's name. At a second glance, a young man, although dressed in high class, but how could Lin Dong, who was worth $80 billion, know this kind of person? It was probably just a Baidu check of Run City Group. Just you can still recognize our Lin Dong. You are Li Yao's friend, right? The manager's face was full of disdain. Then he looked at Li Yao with a colorful look. Come to the office with me. You know, otherwise I don't think you want this job anymore. Li Yao had a disgusted look on her face, just about to open her mouth. Su Lu stopped her. Then she took out her cell phone and recalled the number on top of the business card Lin Yukai handed over at that time. Hello? Lin Youcai's voice came through. This was his private phone number. Not many people knew about it, but it was either a giant in the industry or someone he favored. Lin Dong, it's me. Su Lu, who bought 2 houses in Jinling at that time. Su Lu said flatly, it's you, little brother. Lin Yukai smiled brightly. Lin Dong, for the properties developed by your company I don't know if I should choose to return them. What? Lin Yukai instantly became serious. What I encountered in Jinling is just a matter of fact. Now I am in Magic City, near Song Lan Ting. My friend works over here, accompanying me to go out to look at the house. I would actually be given a hard time by my supervisor, and have to subterfuge. Is this the management of your company? Su Lu's tone didn't have a trace of anger in it at all. It was just a bland narration. Many thanks, little brother. Lin Youcai's face became cautious. I will immediately deal with this first. Chapter 46, Falling Flower Network Technology. Of course, Lin Yukai didn't take Su Lu to heart. Otherwise, he would have said anything to rush to Magic City. Su Lu hung up the phone. Naturally, he also understood Lin Youcai's meaning. It seems that without social status, even enjoying life will encounter problems. This is a seed that was planted into Su Lu's heart. Still, Lin Dong, I think you are going to fail in pretending, the manager said with an exaggerated look on his face. Then, smilingly, he looked at Li Yao. Li Yao, it's up to your performance, whether you'll come along or be dismissed. Believe me, you who are dismissed, you won't be able to find a job in the entire real estate industry. The surrounding sales staff looked at Li Yao with a sympathetic face. The male sales for Li Yao are a face of regret. Such a beautiful woman is going to be spoiled. While the female sales is a face of gloating. Good looking, and what's wrong with it? It's still not going to be played with. Jingling. Just at this moment, the manager's phone rang. Secretary Li. The manager immediately picked up the phone. A moment later, the manager looked at Su Lu in shock, and the whole person was instantly dumbfounded. The phone had already hung up, and the manager still maintained the posture of picking up the phone, only revealing an unbelievable look on his face. All the other salespeople received the message. Sun Rundong was reported, using his position, practicing subterfuge on a large scale for personal gain. After verifying that the situation is true, he is now dismissed and reserves the right to pursue his legal responsibility. Please continue to work in the relevant sales stores for the time being, and the new manager will be selected separately. This would have all the sales looking at Li Yao with complicated faces. Thank you, Xiaolu. Li Yao naturally knew who did this. Su Lu shook her head. Obviously Lin Yukai hadn't fully realized the problem. Then, the house couldn't be bought over here, and there was no telling what kind of turmoil would come out in the future. Sister, why don't you stop doing it? I've also opened a company, but it's the same to go and exercise on my side. Su Lu looked towards Li Yao and opened her mouth to persuade. No, Xiao Lu, I can't rely on you all the time. I'll do it first. You still have things to do, so go back first. Li Yao hesitated and opened her mouth, saying, all right then, call me if anything happens. Su Lu finished speaking and turned around to leave. As for that manager, he had already sat paralyzed on the ground, but no one paid any attention to him. It was evident how much doing things normally made the people below complain. Returning to the Walton Hotel, Su Lu called a few people down for dinner, and then let Hu Lei arrange an office space on the 66th floor, about 500 square feet of a suite. The people simply cleaned up. Then in the conference room, they talked about the company planning. That Meng Yu, right? Su Lu first looked at Meng Yu, who was sitting next to Li Miao. Yes, brother. Meng Yu nervously pinched Li Miao's clothes and nodded in a small voice. Am I that scary? Su Lu smiled faintly. Brother, it's mainly because your aura is indeed a bit heady, Li Miao on the side said with a smile. Su Lu nodded. It seems that after having money people become confident. This kind of aura is actually a change in attitude. The bottom line of being $100 billion is not something that can be compared to ordinary people, but it is still a cash flow. Well, it seems, we need to go out and get high tonight. Otherwise it's not enough to be flat billion. Su Lu joked, causing Lu Pei, who was on the side, to roll her eyes. Han Li quietly gave Su Lu a thumbs up. Meng Yu, you're also from the art academy? Su Lu smiled and looked at Meng Yu once again. Yes, I'm a sophomore dance student. Meng Yu nodded. Don't you need to attend class? Just run over. Su Lu was surprised. Liang Liping was in her 4th year of college, which in itself was needed to come out to run sets and other practices. so naturally she could not need to be in school. Sophomores should still have a lot of classes. I want to follow Brother Li, Mengyu said and looked at Li Miao with a red face. Looking at Li Miao's smug expression, Han Li and Su Lu instantly rolled their eyes. Also from the dance department. Pretty good. Like this. If Mengyu is willing. In the future, what about being our company's contracted anchor along with Liang Liping? Before that, what sweet guild? Terminate the contract. Should lose money to lose money. Unless there is a particularly good seedling. All the others do not want. I can do it. Mengyu glanced at Li Miao, saw him nod and opened his mouth. That's good. You and Liang Liping will have a uniform base salary of 20,000 per month. The split will be according to 46, excluding the platform split. The company will account for 60%, and you yourselves will account for 40%. This kind of signing is actually a similar contract in the entertainment industry that includes guild bounties. Subsequently, the division ratio will be changed based on your popularity. Do you agree? Aha! Mengyu and Liang Liping nodded their heads. Showbiz newcomer 19 split are normal. This side gave 46 split at the beginning. Also included guild reward. General anchor. Guild reward money is not able to get a penny. Pepe, the ordinary anchors in the future, according to the service fee, plus the handling fee, charge 20%, and the support bounty we give, then do not have to be divided. Okay. Lu Pepe nodded and noted it down. Mengyu and Liang Liping's live broadcasts mainly contain dancing, as well as some daily routines. This Li Miao, you'll be in charge of it, and set up a specialized team to serve them, containing the planning of the live broadcast content, as well as the image, and so on. The standard will be according to the standard of the entertainment industry. Okay, brother. Li Miao nodded. In addition, regarding the live broadcast of the two of them, I have a principle that the top one must be our company itself. I don't want those messy things. This you should understand. Sulu said seriously. Regarding Mengyu and Liang Liping, he was prepared to use it to create a symbol, a logo that would elevate the status of the anchor. This point, Han Li, you will be in charge of this, and form a team that will be used exclusively to run our anchors, as well as for business negotiations in the future. Aha! Han Li nodded. Pepe, you'll be mainly responsible for the company's operations, forming the entire framework of the company, with an additional 10% of management shares given to you. It's up to you to make the distribution. Lu Pepe nodded. Our company name is called Falling Flower Network Technology Company Limited. Guild name, Falling Flower Guild. After Su Lu finished speaking, she touched her head awkwardly. This was taken by Pepe. Don't look for me. Lu Pepe blushed slightly and hit Su Lu. Next, Lu Pepe is responsible for the matter of establishing the company. After establishing the company account, I will make a payment of $500 million. Whether or not the follow-up can make money or lose money, it depends on everyone's ability. Do you all still have any questions? Su Lu looked at the crowd. We won't just live here every day, right? I checked. 180,000 a day. Han Li opened his mouth. If the company really paid, that wouldn't last long. Well, Li Miao, in the afternoon, you and Meng will be in charge of setting up the anchor team first. Liang Liping, you accompany Pepe to register the company and other issues. Su Lu did not answer Han Li immediately. Chapter 47, a big order close to $10 billion. Pepe, I will make a payment of $500 million to you later. You go ahead and register the company. The company address will be written directly on the 120th floor of the center building, the highest point in all of Mordor. And a gimmick. Han Li and I will go to the nearby neighborhood this afternoon to take a look and buy some houses to use as dormitories. Su Lu thought. It just so happened that there was still an exemption to use. Then, Su Lu took out her cell phone and transferred $500 million to Lu Pepe. Okay, next, the meeting will be adjourned. The back will be your own planning off. I won't care much. Su Lu said with a smile. Okay, then take action. Han Li opened his mouth and said. A few people dispersed individually, while Han Li and Su Lu drove around the neighborhood. Brother, this place is nice. Han Li pointed at Phoenix Flower Garden and spoke. Su Lu looked at the appearance of the neighborhood. The townhouse rows of tall buildings, and the spacing of the buildings wasn't very narrow, basically ensuring that the entire building was full of sunlight. The entrance to the neighborhood was also relatively fresh. It looked like the management was very good. Su Lu then got off with Han Li and walked towards the sales office. Hello sir, are you buying or renting? Just as they entered, a salesperson walked over. Su Lu looked over. Sales manager, Huang Zhe. By the way, he looked at it, Yida Group, and nodded in his heart. This is a neighborhood under Yida, and it is just what he wants. Manager Huang, is there a whole building left now? Su Lu opened his mouth and said, Sir, what is your name? Huang Zhe's heart jumped. This was a big order. My surname is Su. His surname is Han. Sulu introduced. Mr. Su, Mr. Han, how are you? Our Phoenix Flower Garden building is 4 units, 36 floors high, with a total of 288 households, equipped with 600 dedicated underground parking spaces. What are all the household types? Sulu nodded after listening and opened her mouth to ask. There are 2 main types of households in our neighborhood. The small 2-room 1-bedroom 88 square feet a household. This type of household, on the other hand, is 8 units, 576 households, equipped with 600 parking spaces, as well as the regular 4-room 1-bedroom, 188 square feet a household. Pretty good. Han Li nodded. How's the decoration? Mr. Han, please don't worry. Our side is well decorated turnkey, and the property is fully equipped. There is a model house over here. Should I take you to take a look? Then go take a look. Han Li nodded. With that, the two entered the neighborhood under Huang Zhe's leadership, taking a look at the 188 and 88s respectively, the exquisite European style with white tone, the basic facilities sofa as well as tables and chairs were all the better reputed high-quality products in the market, and the electrical products were all big domestic brands. Sulu and Han Li looked at each other. This place is just 10 minutes walk from the center building. Then Mr. Su, Mr. Han, Huang Zhe looked at the two men's satisfied look. His heart was also greatly determined. This order is probably going to be a success. How many more of the 88 and 188 whole buildings do you have here? Sulu opened his mouth and asked. Sir, why don't we leave first? The data is all in my computer. I need to check it. Okay, let's go. Sulu and Han Li nodded and followed Huang Zhe back to the sales office. Sulu? At this time a voice came. Sulu turned back and saw a somewhat familiar man. I'm Sun Wenbin. The man smiled too. Sulu instantly remembered. This was his college classmate. The relationship was okay. Just after graduation there was not much interaction. Oh, sorry. Suddenly Sun didn't think of it. Sulu shook his head somewhat awkwardly. You are? I came over to take a look at the house. After struggling for 3 years over here, I finally saved up for the down payment. Sun Wenbin's face showed bitterness. After 3 years of struggling in Magic City, he just wanted to have a home of his own, and his girlfriend had been pushing for it. Mr. Su, you see? Huang Zhe opened his mouth at this time. Then, Sun Wenbin, you look at the house first. My side. Sulu looked at Sun Wenbin. Good. The phone number hasn't changed, right? Come out for a drink together tonight? Meeting a friend in another country is a great joy in life, and Sun Wenbin was no exception. However, Sun Wenbin still showed envy on his face. He actually did not save enough for the down payment at all. Just every weekend, he would come to take a look and give himself a boost. Okay, no change, evening appointment. Saying that, Sulu raised her cell phone at Sun Wenbin, then brought Han Li, and walked into Huang Zhe's office. Mr. Su, Mr. Han, just checked for you. Our Phoenix Garden East is 188 square feet, and for the whole building, there is only one building left. It's Building 20. Phoenix Garden West is 88 square feet, and there are 2 other buildings. It's Building 4 and Building 10. Quite a coincidence. Is Building 10 and Building 20 next to each other? Sulu raised an eyebrow and said, yes, but these 2 buildings are in the northernmost part of the district. Although there is a north gate, it is slightly farther away from the center building. That's fine. Just these 2 buildings. I'll take them. Limited purchase? Sulu opened her mouth. Sir, if it's listed under the company's name, there will be no purchase restriction. Huang Zhe explained. Do you need any formalities? Frowned Sulu. I don't know if this will be taken care of by the company. If the company is registered through an intermediary it should be quick. Need the company name, and the relevant license. In addition, if the company is less than 5 years old it also needs to pay a $1 million handling fee. In addition, it cannot be sold within 5 years. Huang Zhe briefly introduced the formalities. Good. Then let's finalize it. The company formalities. I guess it will be ready in a while. Sulu just received the news. Lu Peipei's side has been taken care of. Registered capital of 500 million. Legal person Lu Peipei. Shareholders, Lu Peipei 20%. It contains 10% of the top management shares, which will be distributed subsequently. Sulu 70%. According to what was said before, it didn't take long for Lu Peipei to arrive at Phoenix Flower Garden with her documents. Bought 2 buildings to hang under the company's name. When the time comes, you guys will pick your own place to live. Sulu said to Lu Peipei. Alright, help us with the formalities. Sulu said to Huang Zhe. Okay, sir, the price of our house here is 88,000, and each property includes 1 year's property fee, as well as a parking space. Also as a discount for purchasing the whole building, we will give away a total of 200 parking spaces in area A10 and A20. Okay, then help me calculate how much in total. Sulu nodded. Block 10 totaling 460, 544, 000 yuan. Block 20 totaling 764, 672, 000 yuan totaling 225, 216, 000 yuan. This side helps you to waive the 000 yuan handling fee. Huang Zhe said excitedly. His hand holding the calculator started to tremble. Don't you shake. Sulu looked at Huang Zhe with amusement, handing over the bank card and relevant procedures. Can you not shake? This is nearly $10 billion. Huang Zhe said with a bitter smile, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement. He took the materials over. Lu Peipei and Han Li on the side looked at Sulu in shock. Chapter 48 Exclusive 1v1 Service. Huang Zhe trembled as he used the POS to swipe his card. Sulu entered her password. The consumption was successful. In order to avoid consumption questioning, this consumption amount is less than the host's balance. It will be deducted directly from the virtual account, exempting the transaction record of one in and one out of the same funds. Sulu's mind suddenly prompted. Mr. Su, the transaction has been successful. Huang Zhe, whose formalities were caused, let out a long sigh of relief. This single down. They are 2% of 1,000 commission, and he took 18 million in commission at once. Fortune is free. Mr. Su, thank you for your support. I see that you guys look like you just came to Mordor. Why don't I arrange it at night? Huang Zhe trembled and said. Yes. Han Li nodded. A first-timer, unfamiliar with this side. A local with, that naturally knows everything. Jingling. Huang Zhe's phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, Mr. Su, Mr. Han, I'm going to take a call. Huang Zhe's eyes glared when he saw the number. The chairman's number. Sulu nodded. Huang Zhe took the phone and walked out. Hey, Dong Wang, good boy. You made such a big order today. Wang Jianxin's cheerful laughter came from the other side of the phone. Dong Wang, it's all luck. Huang Zhe was really excited inside. He was 32 years old and because of this luck, he realized his wealth freedom. Do you know who bought it? I just checked and didn't find out. Called Sulu. Seems to have just come to Magic City. Sulu. Then I know. Chen Gaojie mentioned it to me. The second largest shareholder of their fighting shark. It seems there are other identities. Well funded. What is his company? Wang Jianxin obviously knew that buying so many houses at once must be under the name of a company. Falling Flower Network Technology Company Limited. Well, it was just established with a registered capital of $500 million. Not bad. This person is much better than that kid in my house. Unfortunately, I'm not in Magic City. Your commission, I will directly hit you according to 20 million. Of course, the tax will have to be paid by you. Wang Jianxin's pattern was obviously there. Although it was $20 million, this big order was brought to him by Huang Zhe. And, according to the situation, Huang Zhe will not necessarily continue to do it. So there is no promotion of the job. This depends on the subsequent decision of Huang Zhe. Thank you Wang Dong. Thank you very much. Huang Zhe got excited. In fact, in the end, he was also worried that the company would directly deduct this commission. But now with the chairman's words, the whole heart put down. In that case, I'll have my son go to you later. Make sure to arrange for Mr. Su, please. This kind of cash flow close to $10 billion of God. Wang Jianxin cannot be underestimated. And according to the information just found out, the center building is also under Sulu's name. And even MicroChat shares Sulu is still the first major shareholder. This kind of identity had to let Wang Jianxin attention. Cannot wait to personally go to befriend. But there is something temporary on this side. Cannot go. Okay, Dong Wang, just now I have invited Mr. Su, and he agreed. Very good. Good job. Hang up first. Don't keep people waiting too long. Okay, Dong Wang. Huang Zhe hung up the phone and walked into the house. Mr. Su, Mr. Han, the chairman just called to thank you. In addition, our Wang Dong is currently out of town and can't get away. So he asked Wang Gengzi to come over to get to know you in a while. You see? Well, it's fine. Sulu also knew that this consumption was a bit exaggerated, and it was normal to attract the attention of Yida Group. But thus entering the second generation circle would be a great promotion for him, so he naturally wouldn't mind. Alright, the rest of the formalities, Manager Huang, just arrange it. We'll go back first. After Sulu finished speaking, he nodded with Huang Zhe, and brought Han Li, and Lu Peipei to get up and leave. Lu, just now that was. After leaving the door, Lu Pei immediately took Su Lu by the arm, asking with a shocked face, "Calm down, okay? Go back first, it's already 4 o'clock. It's estimated that Wang Gongzi will be coming over in a while." Su Lu got into the car, started, and a sense of familiarity came. On the road, Su Lu felt that her driving skills were constantly improving. Is this the ability of God-level driving? Quite good. I guess if I drive a few more times, participating in professional racing will not be a problem. Just bought a house. Pei, you arrange it. At night, we few men will go out and get high. Su Lu smiled and said to Lu Pei, "Well, you go and get busy. That's pretty much it for today. You can just watch me later." Lu Pei also knew what kind of person it was tonight. Naturally she wouldn't let Su Lu go. She knew her own position. Don't look at Su Lu all day long saying that she was a little sister-in-law, but obviously, did not really take her as a girlfriend, just a woman, currently not so high status, so she herself to know something, help him to take care of the industry. Just do it, okay? Then you will make your own arrangements. You several girls, unified to live in building 2188 square feet of room. One person one set. Su Lu casually arranged. It was originally the dormitory that was prepared, so naturally it didn't matter. Ah meow. Xiao Han, you two as well. One set each. Regarding the allocation of the house in the future, Pei, you arrange it, Su Lu said, and handed all the point contracts and related materials to Lu Pei. Alright, disperse, the hotel room will be returned tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Pei, Liang Liping, and Meng Yu left in pairs. Su Lu and Han Li Miao looked at each other and smiled. Ding bell. The Su Lu phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Su Lu? A clear female voice rang on the other side of the phone. I am. I'm Blue Star Bank's customer service manager and your exclusive customer service. Su Li Ting, may I ask if it's convenient for you now? Go ahead. I will be applying for your black card. May I ask where you are now? I will go over to you. Room 6606 on the 66th floor of the center building. Su Lu spoke. Okay, please wait. I will go over immediately. It will take about 20 minutes. Brother, who is it? Han Li asked. Bank customer service. Alright, you guys go back and rest for a while. I'll call you when the time comes. Su Lu waved his hand. The two nodded and walked out. In about 15 minutes, a girl wearing a bank uniform with a slightly petite figure and two rabbits that were unusually firm walked in. It was Blue Star Customer Service Su Li Ting. May I ask if it's Mr. Su Lighting walked in and saw the empty hall with a person sitting in front of it. Yes, sorry, just came over. Haven't done much here yet. Are you Su Li Ting? Su Lu got up and looked at the girl who walked over. Looking 23, 4 years old, her face belonged to the angular kind, especially those slightly narrow eyes, making the whole person look with a hint of seduction. Chapter 49, Meeting the Yida Duke to Get High. Mr. Su, hello, I'm your exclusive customer service. You can contact me if you need anything. Su Lighting's gentle voice came through. Su Lu listened to the voice in her ear. Gentle with a hint of crispness. Lark-like voice. Quite nice. Okay, what do we need next? Su Lu looked at Su Lighting. Just provide your ID card. Su Lighting took out the tablet as well as the receiver from her bag. Su Lu handed over his ID card, and saw Su Lighting operating on the tablet. About 5 minutes later. Mr. Su, your black card has been made. According to your balance, you are the 36th Supreme Black Card user. Su Lighting handed over a black card, the account card number unchanged. Thanks a lot. Why don't I treat you to dinner later? Su Lu took the black card and handed over the bank card from before. I'm very sorry, Mr. Su, I have to rush back to the bank immediately to enter your information into the national server. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Su Lighting apologized and looked at Su Lu. It's okay, this is also running around for me. Waved Su Lu's hand indifferently. If Mr. Su is willing to wait, it's fine if I'm busy. I estimate it to be after 6 o'clock. Su Lighting lifted her long hair behind her ear with her right hand. That's fine. You go ahead and busy yourself. We'll make an appointment later. Su Lu itself was being polite. The evening itself had an appointment. Although Su Lighting was very pretty, and compared to Sister Zhou it was all about the same, but Su Lu wasn't the kind of person who couldn't walk when he saw a girl. Not to mention, this was still the first time he had seen her. Okay, Mr. Su, your microchat. I will add you later, and my phone will be on 24 hours a day. You can call me anytime if you need me. Su Li Ting looked towards Su Lu after she packed up her things. 24 hours? In the middle of the night? There is a need? Su Lu deliberately said. Su Lighting looked at Su Lu's appearance, naturally understanding his thoughts. looking at Sulu's young and handsome. Naturally she would not be angry. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she said in a low voice, "I can help you arrange it." As an exclusive customer service, Sulu would be the only customer during Su Lighting's tenure. Through several years of struggle, the clean-cut Su Lighting had also just been promoted to this position this year, and had heard of other exclusive managers' personalized services, but she wouldn't be like this. At the very least, if she didn't like it, she wouldn't hand herself over. This was her principle. Of course, she didn't hate Sulu. "Okay, then you go back first." Sulu smiled. It was a joke in itself. Naturally, she wouldn't care about the other party's rejection. "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll leave first." Su Liting finished, turned around and left. Sulu leaned on the office chair, closed his eyes and rested his mind. Today's one day of running around. It is also true that he is a little tired. Starting tomorrow, he will not care as much as possible. Jingling bell, the phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wang Siming. The 2 houses you bought today are my father's properties, so I specially called over to invite you to show your face and have a meal together." "Principal Wang, I've heard a lot about you," said Sulu with a smile. "It's all a false name. A false name. Just call me Siming." Wang Siming said modestly. "Okay, young Wang, just call me Sulu. In a moment, I will bring a few friends along from my side. Sulu will not really open directly called Siming. After all, have not seen. The relationship is even more uncertain. If in the future with good, called a Siming, can also be, this time cannot take people's politeness as a real, that other people will really think that this person is a little crazy. Okay, Su Xiao, a moment I add you to the micro chat. Send you the location. Let's start early. At night I will take you to experience the nightlife of the Magic City. Okay, it's okay, then I'll trouble Xiao Wang." Sulu hung up the phone. Ding, ding. Su Lighting requests to add you as a friend. Wang Siming requests to add you as a friend. Sulu all tapped agree. Location, Summer Banquet Peony Hall. Wang Siming's message, immediately sent over. Ding bell. Sulu was about to reply when suddenly the phone call came. "Sulu, this is Sun Wenbin. Dinner together tonight?" Sun Wenbin's voice came over. "Sorry, there is a bureau tonight. Next time. Sulu originally wanted to call Sun Wenbin together, but think about it, the relationship is at the very least not so familiar now, even if, "Okay, then next time about," Sun Wenbin said with a smile. "No problem," Sulu replied cheerfully, then hung up the phone. Wang Xiao, 3 people on our side. This will set off and arrive in a while. After Sulu finished returning the message, he called Hanli and Li Miao, and the 3 of them set off in that Maybach S. 20 minutes later, Sulu's 3 people parked the car, opened the door and got out of the car. This summer banquet was indeed not simple. The lights were brilliant. The parking spaces were basically almost full. One could imagine the sound of the fire here. "Good day, sir. May I have a reservation?" Sulu's trio arrived at the door. The waiter respectfully asked. Peony Hall. Surname Wang. "Okay, this way please, sir." The waiter immediately began to lead the way. "Brother, it does feel good to be here in all its splendor." Hanli opened his mouth and spoke. Sulu smiled without saying anything, only quietly following the waiter. "Mr. Su." Just after entering the box, Huang Zhe's voice rang out, introducing, "This is the Yida Group's son, Wang Siming." Huang Zhe got up and introduced to Sulu. "Young Wang, long time no see," Sulu said, extending his hand to shake Wang Siming. "Young Su, looking young, rather handsome, really enviable," Wang Siming said with a smile on his face. "Young Wang, let me introduce. These 2 are my brothers and my hairdressers, Han Li, Li Miao." Sulu introduced them to Wang Siming. "Mr. Wang, hello." Han Li and Li Miao greeted Wang Siming. "Mr. Han, Mr. Li, how are you? Come, everyone sit." Wang Siming shook hands with Han Li and Li Miao respectively, then gestured for everyone to sit up. The wine and food had already been prepared. "Young Su, today's meal is also a thank you. Your generosity has allowed us Yida Group to have a lot more liquidity on our books, and it's also a way to alleviate the pressure on many fronts, so I want to thank you. Come, let's all drink together." Wang Siming gently touched with Sulu. Young Wang is polite. Itself is also coincidental. Can only say that fate has arrived. Sulu did not invite credit. Buying a house is just the same. Where to buy is the same, as long as it can be bought. This is considered mindless. Well said. It is fate. Wang Siming once again raised his glass. "Let's toast to fate." Bang! Sulu and Wang Siming both are not the kind of people who will take the shelf. This meal to also eat to carry on. There is no cold anyone. but also the guests are happy. Next, Su Xiao. Let me arrange it? Wang Ximing slightly blushed and spoke to Su Lu. Then thank you young Wang. Little brother came out and arrived at the first time, and I really don't know where to go. Su Lu faintly smiled. Then let's get going. Chapter 50 Motorcycle Girl. Su Lu also wanted to see the circle of the top rich second generation in Huaxia. Yida Group's market value is about $300 to $400 billion. Far from Runcheng Group can be compared. Not to mention Hanli, Li Miao, who is worth a few hundred million at most. Wang Shilong's family's industry is only 10 billion. Su Lu's circle is too small. This time is also an opportunity. Do not need to rely on them, but many times if the network is established, it will be more relaxed. Wang Ximing arranged a business car, a group of 5 people, and went to meet Bar. Mr. Wang, you're here. What are the arrangements for today? As soon as the 5 people arrived at the bar's entrance, someone already greeted them. Young Su, how about the card seat? Ahow, just the card seat. Wang Ximing looked at Su Lu and nodded, then spoke. Okay, young Wang, there are a lot of people today. 888 specially reserved for you. The 5 people came to the card seat. Su Lu and Wang Ximing automatically sat in the center. Han Li and Li Miao, as well as Huang Zhe sat on the card seats on both sides. Mr. Wang, what kind of wine do you want to drink today? Ahao opened his mouth and inquired. Young Su, what would you like to drink today? Wang Ximing once again looked at Su Lu. Young Wang, just watch the arrangements. I'll do whatever. Su Lu smiled at Wang Ximing and said, okay, let's get high today. Get some foreign wines. Louis XIII first, 20 sticks. Lafite dry red, 10 sticks, and then a divine dragon set to gargle. Wang Ximing said casually. Of course, there was nothing shocking around. It was normal for Wang Ximing to spend $1 million in a bar. Okay, Mr. Wang, do you want to bring the atmosphere set? Ahao asked. Not first. Wang Ximing waved his hand. Wang Ximing took out his cell phone, and the name of a group chat showed up, the Little Elephant Guild. Meet Bar, 888, high-quality girls. Come. Okay, young Wang. A few girls instantly replied back. Collect. Wang Ximing saw that 4 of the girls had already replied, and interrupted at once. There were too many people. They wouldn't be able to sit down at that time. Mr. Wang, what's the situation today? Teacher Park posted in the group. A friend I just met. God's ho. Okay. Teacher Park was instantly relieved. Just one friend. Even if he takes it away, it's just that one, right? Lose it. Wang Ximing put away his cell phone and turned his head to look at Su Lu. Young Su, is it just coming to Magic City? Just came yesterday. Su Lu nodded. This would just be around 9 o'clock. The bar was basically close to full, and the powerful music was constantly blaring. The atmosphere here was indeed high, and the sea of people was indeed rather shocking. Wang Ximing did not say too much, everything after tonight, mainly considering whether to pull Su Lu into his circle to play. After all, Su Lu's character he is not clear. Always need to understand a little. Huang Zhe, you take Su Xiao's friends and arrange them. Wang Ximing spoke. Huang Zhe immediately understood in seconds, raised the light in his hand, and before long, Ahao walked over. Ahao, arrange a few atmosphere groups for us. Huang Zhe pointed at Li Miao, Han Li, and himself. Alright, wait a moment. Ahao instantly understood that the main characters of this table were Su Lu and Wang Ximing, but the others couldn't be nothing. After finishing, Huang Zhe consciously walked across the room and sat next to Han Li and Li Miao to chat. For a while the relationship between the 3 was relatively harmonious. Su Xiao, I called a few anchors over. When the time comes, you can let her stay if you like. Let her go back if you don't. Wang Ximing said with a smile. Su Lu smiled without saying anything, naturally understood Wang Ximing's meaning. At that time to really stupidly let them all go back. That would be really stupid. People were being introduced in a serious way, mixing up in front of themselves. Both temptation, but also to take advantage of. Of course, mainly for the sake of the atmosphere. Not so much complicated things. Not long to go. The wine has come up. The card seat is like divided into 2 waves. The other half, the atmosphere group has come up. A few livestock, one person called 2 girls, has gotten high. Wang Ximing and Su Lu 2 people while casually chatting, while drinking wine, too also does not seem awkward. Of course, more or Wang Ximing said again. Su Lu is listening. Mr. Wang. Suddenly a few yellow warbler calls came from the noisy voices. Su Lu looked up and what came into her eyes were 4 long-legged girls, painted with exquisite light makeup. Their smiles were sweet. Young Su, what do you say? Said Wang Ximing as he looked at Su Lu. Young Wang, I think it's okay. Su Lu gave a thumbs up to Wang Ximing. Alright, You four introduce yourselves to us. Su Xiao. Wang Ximing looked at the four girls. Hello, Su Xiao. I'm the anchor of Little Elephant Guild. My name is Yi Yao. The first wearing black silk, short skirt, naval undershirt, holding a face jacket in his hands, said with a smile, face in two pair swirls. Hello Su Xiao. My name is Little Red Wolf. The second one was the same black silk, but wearing a gray dress with a super short skirt. After the simple introduction, Yi Yao and Little Red Wolf sat on both sides of Su Lu. The other two Qingyu and Nana sat next to Wang Ximing. Young Su, I toast to you. Yi Yao picked up the wineglass and arrived at half a glass of red wine. Bang! The soft clash of wineglasses sounded. Su Lu tilted his head and drank half a glass of foreign wine. Next, Little Red Wolf, Qingyu, Nana, all took turns to toast as well. Su Lu was still more refreshing. The sister half a cup of red wine. Su Lu was half a cup of foreign wine. Brother, the amount of alcohol can be Wang Ximing's face was already flushed after being rounded down by a few sisters. There was no way. He saw Su Lu drinking like this. He could only drink like this, which was the same as nearly a kilogram of white wine went down at once. Wang Xiao, it's fine. Drink less. Su Lu smiled. Come, let's play the game. Wang Ximing left in the mood. On this kind of occasion, Su Lu actually felt that it was just like that. Don't look at Yi Yao and Little Red Wolf as if they were at the mercy of the king. But if you really want to go up and down, it would only make people look down on you. So Su Lu didn't have anything, too many ideas, purely playing games and drinking. You guys stay here, take care of young Wang, I'm going to bounce a few times. Looking at Wang Ximing, who was already a little limp, Su Lu said to a few girls, and got up to walk towards the center dance floor. Head slightly raised, eyes with a hint of deep love, buttons undone too, mouth with a smile, body following the music gently swaying. With a fighting master in the evening, Su Lu, dance is also able to move. The body is constantly bouncing. Not long, Su Lu realized that he was surrounded by girls. From time to time, there were also girls doing a wink at Su Lu. In here, Su Lu saw a girl wearing a leather jacket, chest wrap, tight pants, long boots, braided hair, a proper biker girl. After this girl saw Su Lu looking at her, she instantly leaned towards Su Lu. Chapter 51 Ning Xiaoning's Love at First Sight. The biker girl, who was nearly a head shorter than Su Lu, instantly jumped onto Su Lu's body and wrapped her legs around Su Lu, wrapping her arms around Su Lu. The surrounding girls immediately had jealous gazes in their eyes, as well as a hint of envy, because Su Lu, in order to fear that the girl fell down dangerously, instantly wrapped his arms around the waist of the biker girl. Little brother, you're so handsome. You're my favorite type. My name is Ning Xiaoning. What's your name? Do you want to be my boyfriend? Ning Xiaoning ambushed Su Lu's ear and shouted. You come down first. Su Lu said breathlessly. What did you say? I can't hear you. I said you come down first. Su Lu came up to Ning Xiaoning's ear and shouted. I don't. You tell me what your name is first. Ning Xiaoning kept wriggling on top of Su Lu. My name is Su Lu. Feeling Ning Xiaoning's soft and delicate body, Su Lu inwardly cried out that he couldn't stand it, only to say his name. Su Lu, are you going to be my boyfriend or not? You come down first. Just no. Unless you promise me. Ning Xiaoning, a freshman at Magic City University, also the recognized school flower of freshman year, is a face control, recently just finished military training, today and roommates out to play. Unintentionally seeing Su Lu, she was instantly attracted by Su Lu's face. I have a girlfriend. It's not like you're married. I don't care. This Nima. It's too pitiful. We just met for the first time. I fell in love with you at first sight. I don't even know you. My name is Ning Xiaoning, Magic City University, freshman year. Department of Financial Management. Now you know me. Su Lu shook his head helplessly. This was still a child. He only had to carry Ning Xiaoning back to the card seat just like this, and then threw Ning Xiaoning onto the card seat under the gazes of several people who were surprised. Young Su, what are you doing? Yao curiously looked towards Su Lu. Don't know. Pestering me. Su Lu looked and instantly got up, wrapping his arms around his Ning Xiaoning. I'm Su Lu's girlfriend. Ning Xiaoning. Hello sisters. Ning Xiaoning greeted. Alright, hurry back. I don't know you. Su Lu frowned. I don't. I'm going to follow you. You're my boyfriend. Ning Xiaoning said firmly. You're too clingy. I don't like people clinging to me. Su Lu said impatiently. Fine. I won't cling to you, but you have to add a microchat with me. Ning Xiaoning wasn't a clingy person herself. It was just for contact information. Ding. You have added Ning Xiaoning as a friend. Brother Su Lu. I'll go back first. Remember to think of me. Ning Xiaoning kissed Su Lu on the cheek, then ran back to her own card seat. Su Lu shook his head helplessly. Although Ning Xiaoning's image made him quite interested, but she was too small and too clingy to be sentimental. Young Wang, is it still okay? Sulu looked at the confused Wang Ximing and teased. You guys go back first. Let Mr. Park come to pick you up, Wang Ximing said to Nana and the others in a daze. Then he sat next to Sulu. Bro, let's let them go back first. It's already past 12 o'clock. The hunting moment has arrived. Wang Ximing could see that Sulu had little interest in these anchors, so he said in a bitchy manner. Is someone coming to pick them up? Sulu asked. After all, being an anchor is not the same as being a nightclub as well as presumably coming to be picked up. Bro, don't worry. I let my friend come to pick them up. Wang Ximing's voice was still a bit drunk. About 20 minutes, a man with a horizontally developed body walked over. Mr. Wang, Young Su, I'll take a few of them first. Teacher Park spoke. Be safe on the road, Wang Ximing said. Okay. Teacher Park waved his hand and walked out with the 4 girls. Brother, our first day of acquaintance today. I found out you're a person to my liking. In the future, when you encounter something, a phone call, not to mention anything else, I will definitely try my best to help you. Wang Ximing observed Sulu for a night. Horny but with a bottom line and principles. Calm and composed. Won't look at people with colored glasses. Low profile. These are not comparable to those ordinary rich second generation or thugs. Then thank you, Young Wang. Sulu raised her wine glass. Don't what Young Wang? I'm 36 this year. I should be 10 years older than you, right? Call me Brother Wang. Not taking advantage of you, Wang Ximing said while clinking his cup with Sulu. Then drank it all in one go. Brother Wang, just call me Xiaolu, Sulu said, and also drank it down. Wang Ximing's character. Sulu was sort of clear about it. Although he loved to play, he had his own ideas. Moreover, he does not have the arrogance of many rich second generation, which is still more to his liking. The main thing, in fact, is still Wang Ximing will play, know how to live. This is also Sulu has always wanted to pursue. Enjoy life. Of course, it was also because Sulu was really rich. All in all, it was also considered because of the benefits. Finally, sincere brotherly love. Xiaolu. Next, we will be fighting for each other. Oh, let's see who will bring back a good-looking girl in a while. Oh, Wang Ximing instantly resumed a cynical look. Sulu's heart directly called out that he would play. Then he and Wang Ximing left the card table successively and walked towards the center. On the other side, Ning Xiaoning, who had returned to the card seat, was whispering to her best friend. Ran. I fell in love at first sight with a guy, Ning Xiaoning said shyly. What? The one called Ran was a girl with a royal style, called Wang Yanran, Ning Xiaoning's roommate. It's just that I found my first love, said Ning Xiaoning with a florid face. I'll go. So rash? Wang Yanran said in surprise. What's rash? The other Hu Yajun, who was playing a game with 2 male models as well as Zhou were instantly surprised. Wang Yanran looked at the other 2 people speechlessly. Coming to the bar and calling 2 male models, playing with real flowers. Ah, Ran. Look, it's that one. The one that's dancing. Ning Xiaoning pointed in the direction of Sulu, who had just walked to the center and started dancing. Wang Yanran naturally saw it, and it was indeed handsome, because Ning Xiaoning had been. She saw the one with the most prominent likeness. With this kind of looks, he should have a girlfriend, right? Wang Yanran said. There, and it does not matter, as long as he is my boyfriend on the line. Want to see when you can see on the line? Ning Xiaoning said flamboyantly. This sister is hopeless. Are all face-controlled girls so unique in their thinking? Wang Yanran knew Ning Xiaoning better. She liked to watch anime, especially the kind where the male protagonist was extremely handsome. Even in harem comics, as long as the male protagonist is handsome enough, she doesn't think the male protagonist is a scum. What kind of reasoning is this? When Wang Yanran came back to his senses, Ning Xiaoning was no longer at the card table. Wang Yanran turned his head to look at the center, only to see that Ning Xiaoning was standing in front of Sulu as if she was saying something. Looking at Sulu's helpless face, Wang Yanran touched his sweat. Chapter 52 Ning Xiaoning's sorrow. Ding. You guys can withdraw. No need to call me. Wang Yanran looked speechlessly at the text message sent by Ning Xiaoning in his cell phone. This girl is hopeless. What to do? After all, only 2 weeks. There is no reason to control it. Looking at the other 2 roommates, Wang Yanran covered his face. What kind of roommates are these? The Earth is scary. I want to go back to Mars. Turning to the other 2, Wang Yanran made an index middle finger exchange gesture to them, signaling her to leave first. Hu Yajun and Zhou quietly waved their hands, signaling her to leave first. So Wang Yanran got up and left. Luckily, the 2 rooms they had come out to open. She was prepared to stay with Ning Xiaoning, and now that Ning Xiaoning wasn't going back, it was fine for her to go straight back on her own. On the other side, Taking advantage of the time when Wang Yanran was fuming, Ning Xiaoning immediately rushed over when she saw that Su Lu had started to surround herself with girls again. Su Lu, what a coincidence. This is the second time we've met. Would you like to be my boyfriend? Ning Xiaoning ran next to Su Lu and shouted with a smile on her face. Don't be like this. You'd better go to school properly. It's not early. Go back early. Su Lu said helplessly. I'm not going back. I'm going with you today. Ning Xiaoning said firmly. I really have a girlfriend. More than one. Su Lu's head was getting big as he seriously looked at Ning Xiaoning and said. Then give me one more. I promise to be obedient. Ning Xiaoning immediately stood upright and raised his right hand and said. Su Lu gasped and laughed. Come on. The dance can't be moved. So let's go back to the card seat first. Wang Ximing was already sitting there with his arm around a beautiful woman. Xiao Lu. Wang Ximing just wanted to laugh at Su Lu. Then he was shocked to see Ning Xiaoning follow him up, directly sitting next to Su Lu and wrapping Su Lu's arm. Biker girl, Xiao Lu. You originally like this ah. I admit defeat. Punish yourself with a cup. Wang Ximing nodded at Su Lu, then picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then pulled the beauty up and walked out. Compared to Ning Xiaoning, that beautiful woman of Wang Ximing's was a bit worse. Su Lu looked at her side speechlessly. Ning Xiaoning spat out her tongue at Su Lu. Shrugging helplessly, Su Lu poured half a cup of wine and raised his head to drink it as well. Beside her, Ning Xiaoning pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to Wang Ran, saying that she would not go back. Seeing Su Lu finish her drink and look over, she suddenly blushed, and her heart got a lot more nervous, and the music came to an end at this time, and started to get smaller. I'm sorry, my appearance may have scared you. In fact, I'm not like that. I just like you too much. I really fell in love with you at first sight. Being stared at by Su Lu for a long time, Ning Xiaoning lowered her head and whispered. It also happened that this would switch the music, being heard by Su Lu. Su Lu was silent. For Ning Xiaoning, he really didn't have much feeling. Long is quite beautiful, but also led him quite helpless. Su Lu was not one to shift his impression just because of a girl's words, even if the girl was pretty. I'm sorry, I don't really like you, and it's not like I'm lying to you that I have a girlfriend. Su Lu looked at Ning Xiaoning, who suddenly became silent and opened his mouth. After having Lu Pei, he didn't plan to tease girls anymore. Sister Zhou and Doll's sister also didn't send him many messages recently, and he didn't try to tease them anymore. So, he wouldn't let others feel hopeful either. It was fine to play along and stay up all night, but to play for real, forget it. Then can I chase you? If your girlfriend doesn't mind, I can be your little one. And if your girlfriend does, I can sneak around. I just want to be with you. Ning Xiaoning looked at Su Lu expectantly. Sorry, no, you're still young. This kind of place is best for you not to come. You should go to school properly. Su Lu all felt that she would suddenly become sacred this time. The best life mentor. It was none other than him. Ning Xiaoning looked at Su Lu dumbfounded. Being rejected tears were welling up in her eyes. Ning Xiaoning took a deep breath. Okay, I'll toast you. Ning Xiaoning, forcibly hiding herself and trying to keep the tears from falling, poured herself a glass of wine, then raised it up and drank it down. Cough, choked, and tears flowed down her face. Choked, again. I'm sorry, I'll leave first. Ning Xiaoning haphazardly wiped the tears away and got up, about to leave. A sudden sensation of heavenly spinning came over her. That glass of wine just now was a foreign wine, and it had drunk quite a bit itself, so this time she was directly drunk. Su Lu looked at Ning Xiaoning, incoherent and flustered. Favorability +10, immediately felt that this girl was indeed a bit cute. Seeing Ning Xiaoning get up, the whole person suddenly fell backwards. Su Lu immediately got up, pulled Ning Xiaoning and put her on the sofa. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Wang Ximing, who had just returned, looked at Su Lu in surprise and asked, Brother Wang, this girl drank fiercely and got drunk. Su Lu helplessly said, that's fine, I've already settled the bill. Those 3 brothers, I've already called a car to send them back. I'll help you get a room on your side? Wang Ximing said while raising an eyebrow at Su Lu. Brother Wang, no need. I have a room in Walton. Don't mind me. You guys go first. Su Lu saw that Wang Ximing still had his arm around that beautiful woman, so he naturally knew his next arrangement. That's fine. Xiao Lu, I'll go first. You pay attention to your safety. Wang Ximing nodded, waved at Su Lu and turned to leave with his arm around the beautiful woman. The entire card seat was left with Su Lu and Ning Xiaoning. Looking at the sleeping Ning Xiaoning, Su Lu smiled bitterly. Raising his hand, he signaled the waiter to come over. Prince Su, the person who came was none other than a Hao. Is there tea? Alcohol-free? Su Lu asked. Yes, have a cup of strong tea. Su Lu added a Hao's microchat and directly transferred 1,000 over. Okay, Mr. Su, wait a moment. Aha was naturally happy. A 1,000 tip was not something that could be earned at any time. Not long after, Aha brought over a teacup. Sir Su, it's a bit hot. Okay, put it here. You go and get busy first. Su Lu nodded, pointing to the table. He signaled Aha to put the tea down. Okay, Mr. Su, if you need anything, you call me. After Aha finished speaking, he left. Su Lu picked up the teacup and started blowing on it. Feeling that it wasn't too hot anymore, he helped Ning Xiaoning up and leaned in his arms, holding the teacup and feeding it. Ning Xiaoning opened her eyes in a daze, saw herself leaning in Su Lu's arms, and murmured, "Am I dreaming? You're awake? Feeling better?" Su Lu's gentle voice came, instantly causing Ning Xiaoning's heart to burst with sweetness. "Dizzy, it feels like the entire sky is spinning." Ning Xiaoning felt like the entire sky was spinning. Su Lu's heart sank after hearing this. Chapter 53, I don't have a Masammune's gaze. Did you take your cephalosporin today? Su Lu asked Ning Xiaoning seriously. No, I guess, replied Ning Xiaoning in a daze. Su Lu immediately picked up Ning Xiaoning and left meet, directly getting into the cab waiting at the entrance. Taking out his cell phone, he transferred 1,000. Master, please hurry up, to the nearest AAA hospital. Alright, young man, sit tight. The driver master immediately got excited. Brother Su Lu, I'm so cold. Ning Xiaoning looked at Su Lu, her cold hands holding Su Lu's hands. Hold on, Su Lu said in a deep voice. Master, hurry up, human lives are at stake. Don't worry, little brother. Ning Xiaoning, can't sleep. It's almost time to reach the hospital. Su Lu said loudly to Ning Xiaoning. Brother Su Lu, I'll listen to you. I'm not going to sleep. I feel so cold. I keep turning, said Ning Xiaoning breathlessly. Su Lu immediately wrapped Ning Xiaoning in his arms. 5 minutes later. It's here. Thanks a lot, Su Lu said, immediately opening the car door and carrying Ning Xiaoning down. The door doesn't need to be closed. I'll do it. You go, the driver master said. Su Lu immediately ran towards the emergency clinic. Doctor help. Passed out after drinking. Now feels the sky spinning, but instead keeps saying cold. Not sure if I have eaten a cephalosporin. There is also a possibility of alcohol poisoning. Su Lu flew to the doctor and explained. Quickly, push into the diagnosis and treatment room. The doctor obviously also knew the priorities. You now wait over here for a while. The later doctor saw that Su Lu was also going to follow him in and stopped him. An hour later, the door to the treatment room opened. Doctor, how is it? Su Lu immediately went forward to ask. Fortunately sent in time. Heavy alcohol poisoning. She herself still has a slight alcohol allergy. Already had her stomach pumped. She's fine now. As the doctor spoke, Ning Xiaoning was also pushed out. Thank you, doctor. Su Lu took a long breath of relief. Send it into the detention room. After the water is hung up, rest for the night. Then you can leave. First go pay the fees. The doctor yawned. It was already past 2 a.m. Okay, these doctors, you have worked hard. Su Lu thanked and immediately went to pay the fees off. Sitting on the hospital bed, looking at Ning Xiaoning who was sleeping with a somewhat pale face, he suddenly had a somewhat complicated mood. Was this girl specially sent to torture him? This night, too thrilling. Almost this girl is gone. This will Su Lu's heart is not too calm. At more than 10 o'clock in the morning, Ning Xiaoning slowly opened her eyes, and the place where she entered was a snowy white. Where is this? Looking around. Hospital? Then she saw Su Lu lying on the side of the bed asleep. Heart a warm. Seems to like the right it. Su Lu slowly opened her eyes and saw Ning Xiaoning who was looking at herself blankly. You're awake? Su Lu said in a hoarse voice. What's wrong with you? Hearing Su Lu's hoarse voice, Ning Xiaoning said with a worried face. Well, you had alcohol poisoning yesterday. I sent you to the hospital, and then I didn't drink any water. So that's how it is. Wait, I'm going to drink a glass of water. Su Lu got up and stretched. Gulp, gulp. After drinking 2 cups of water continuously at the drinking place, Su Lu finally felt alive. Ding bell. Su Lu picked up the phone. It was Lu Pei Pei. Hello, Pepe. Lu. Good morning. You called just to say good morning to me? Su Lu said with a smile. That. You didn't come back last night. I didn't see you in the morning and didn't come back. So I thought. Lu Pei Pei to not unhappy. Just a little worried about Su Lu. Some time ago, Su Lu played outside. No matter how late, we'll go back. Even if it's morning, we'll go back. It's hard to say. This will be in the hospital. What's wrong with you? Is it alright? Which hospital are you in? Lu Pei Pei panicked feet mentioned the foot of the bed to go. The pain screamed out. You pay attention to not me. Is a little girl? Yesterday pestered me. And then I refused her after. Directly drink a cup of foreign wine. Alcohol poisoning. Fortunately sent in time. Otherwise the person is gone. Then I've been in the hospital. Sulu told Lu Pei. It's good that you're fine. Do you want me to pick you up? You probably didn't sleep well all night. Lu Pei said gently. Well, I'll put the address and send it to you. Be safe when you come. Right. The car should be at Xiaoyan's place. You take the spare key. Sulu said with a smile, feeling warm in her heart. Okay. Lu Pei sweetly said back. Sulu, who hung up the phone, returned to the hospital room and looked at Ning Xiaoning, who was leaning on the hospital bed. Let's go. Go find a doctor and see if you can be discharged. Ning Xiaoning nodded, getting out of bed obediently. After 20 minutes, the blood test report came out. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Pay attention. Your girlfriend is allergic to alcohol. Don't drink, the doctor admonished. Thank you, doctor. Ning Xiaoning smiled sweetly when she heard that Sulu didn't retort. Ding bell bell. Hey, Pepe. Sulu picked up the phone. Okay, coming. Let's go. Sulu spoke to Ning Xiaoning on the side. Is Pepe your girlfriend? Ning Xiaoning lost her head and looked at Sulu. On her lips, she said that she was being small and sneaky, but really knowing that Sulu had a girlfriend, she was still a little disappointed. Aha! Sulu nodded and coped. The two walked to the entrance of the hospital. Sulu saw the Maybach S parked at the entrance. Get in. Sulu opened her mouth and said, then opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. A sense of aggression came over Ning Xiaoning immediately. Standing still for a moment. Get in the car. Sulu opened the window and spoke to Ning Xiaoning. You guys go first, I can do it myself. At this moment, Ning Xiaoning suddenly felt superfluous. Looking at the gentle and intellectual sister in the driver's seat, Ning Xiaoning felt ashamed of herself at this moment. After saying that, Ning Xiaoning turned around, lost in thought, and walked towards the roadside. Sulu looked at her like this, and instantly felt some heartache. Glancing at Lu Pei. I'll go pull her up. Otherwise this is too dangerous. Hurry up and go. I can still disagree. I'm just your employee. I don't have the gaze of the main palace. Lu Pei laughed and pushed Sulu. Sulu didn't care to joke with Lu Pei. Opened the car door, walked a few steps quickly, and pulled Ning Xiaoning in one go. Let's go. Stop it. Sulu said gently. Aha. Ning Xiaoning answered in a small voice. Then she followed Sulu and walked. Get in the car. Sulu opened the back door and watched Ning Xiaoning sit in, then closed the door and got into the passenger seat. Magic City University. Sulu reported an address. In this state, it's not quite suitable for her to go back to school, right? Lu Pei looked at Ning Xiaoning who was in a mess and full of loss. Turning to Sulu, she said, well, then let's go to the center building first. Sulu nodded. Chapter 54, The Brick Moving Squad. What's her name? Lu Pei parked the car and looked at Sulu. Ning Xiaoning. The room hasn't been checked out yet. I'll take her to my room to wash up. You also go back and wash up. Lu Pei loosened her seatbelt and spoke to Sulu. You take her, I'll go up and clean up first. Sulu took off her jacket and handed it to Lu Pei, then walked into the building. Ding, a message came from the microchat. Mr. Su, do you have time in the evening? I'll treat you to a meal. Su Lighting's message. Evening? Can. Tell me the place by then. Sulu now suddenly felt a little tired. Casually threw the cell phone onto the bed. Then the whole person lay down. The slight elasticity, making Sulu feel a slight sway. Ning Xiaoning's matter made Sulu a little annoyed, and even suddenly a little fearful, because her appearance made him realize that apart from being handsome, he had nothing. Just kidding. Ning Xiaoning was the first girl in recent years who took the initiative to approach her not because of money, so Sulu didn't want to hold her back. In internet terms, this was a treasure girl. Ding! The microchat message interrupted Sulu's thoughts. Xiao Lu, pulling you into a group. They are all friends who usually play together. Wang Ximing recognized Sulu, so naturally he would pull him into his usually own circle. Okay, brother Wang. Sulu's heart stirred. Was this the person from the circle that Wang Ximing usually contacted? Wang Ximing invites you to join the brick moving squad. Sulu was instantly happy to see this group name. Lin Xinchen, this is? Wang Ximing, my new friend. Teacher Park, welcome. I met him yesterday. He's really handsome. Lin Xinchen, as handsome as me? There weren't many people in the group, plus Sulu. There were only 8 people. Sulu, hello everyone. Sulu didn't pay too much attention. Just said hello. It's not very familiar now. If you have a chance to come out and get to know each other, it's pretty much the same. The others didn't say anything. Presumably they were also observing. Wang Ximing, that's it. Let's find a time to come out and get together. Let's get to know each other. Nice people. Lin Zixuan, let's do it at the end of this month. I'm still abroad. Agreed. Clearly agreeing, Sulu also followed and sent one. Seeing that this Lin Zixuan was afraid that her status was not low, as soon as she gave her word, everyone replied. Lin Zixuan, alright, that's it for now. You guys continue. The new little handsome guy pop a picture. Sulu was instantly a bit speechless. Brother Wang. This. Sent a message to Wang Siming. It's okay, ignore her. This group has a few of my friends. There are rich kids, bosses, and stars, that Lin Xinshin is. So, they usually talk about everything, and sometimes there are some investment aspects that you can participate in if you're interested. Okay, Brother Wang. After Sulu received it, she ignored the brick-moving squad. Okay, Xiao Lu. First of all, I'm going to the field. Come back in a couple days. Let's get together again. Good. Pepe, how's it going? Sulu closed the chat interface with Wang Siming and sent a message to Lu Pepe. It's fine. I've already talked to her. We'll have a meal together at noon and send her back to school. Okay, it's almost time. Call them and let's eat together. Next you guys will start to get busy. Sulu sent the message, and went to Walton's restaurant. It seems that there's still some more cars to buy. One car was a bit insufficient. Next, it's up to you guys. Let me know when the guild premieres. I'll be there to support the show. After finishing his meal, Sulu wiped his mouth, then opened his mouth. Brother, don't worry. Hanli and Li Miao nodded in response. Pepe, that car will be for you. For the company's renovation, equipment, and use of the car in the back. You should plan it yourselves. Sulu looked at Lu Pepe. Okay. Lu Pepe nodded. Pepe, remember to send Ning Xiaoning back to school in the afternoon. I still have things to do behind me, so I'll leave first. Sulu said, about to get up. Okay. Lu Pepe nodded. Brother Sulu, wait a moment. Ning Xiaoning chased after him and called out to Sulu at the door. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Ning Xiaoning apologized. It's fine. Go back to school and don't drink anymore. I will. Thank you. 20 minutes ago. Watching Sulu leave, Lu Pepe turned her head to look at Ning Xiaoning behind her. Ning Xiaoning? Lu Pepe's gentle voice came, causing Ning Xiaoning to unconsciously raise her head and look at Lu Pepe in the driver's seat. Sister, you're so beautiful. Ning Xiaoning said dully. You're pretty too. You like Lu? Sulu? Well, he's so handsome. I like it so much. Ning Xiaoning's eyes instantly lit up, but they quickly dimmed. Sulu told me about you. You're too tigerish. I don't think you're the right character like you acted yesterday. Well, I was too excited yesterday. Ning Xiaoning listened to Lu Pepe's gentle words, unconsciously willing to talk to her. Probably because Lu Pepe didn't stop her from liking Sulu. Just do well for yourself. That's all. If you lose yourself because of the person you like, that's ruining you. Ning Xiaoning was silent. Silently, she took out her cell phone, looked at the dozens of calls on it, and sent a message. Ran. I'll be back in a bit. Don't worry. It's fine. Go back and talk. Staring at Ning Xiaoning, feeling that her mood had calmed down, Lu Pepe didn't say anything else. After all, this was Sulu's business, not hers. Let's go. Go change some clothes. Lu Pepe opened the car door and got out. Looking at Ning Xiaoning, she also got out of the car and approved Sulu's jacket. Let's go. Ning Xiaoning had been thinking that yesterday's her. She had indeed gone a bit overboard, even making Sulu lose face and keeping him up all night. If you like someone, you should make the other person happier and happier. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoning spoke. Brother Sulu, I like you, but I won't bother you. I hope you won't hate me. Don't hate you. Sulu smiled, as if it was the spring sunshine. Good. Ning Xiaoning nodded heavily, pushed open the door, and returned to the private room. Sulu shook his head, turned around and left. Walton's room had already been checked out. The business startup was finally busy, and he didn't have to worry about the back. He finally felt relieved. Sulu slowly walked out of the center building, looking at the busy streets, and got into a cab parked on the side of the road. Master, go to Kanglin Court. Please fasten your seatbelt. Mr. Su, welcome back. The security guards at the entrance of Tsong Lanting greeted warmly. Sulu nodded slightly at them and walked in. Ding! Through face recognition, the courtyard gate opened. Sulu looked at the environment that returned to nature in general, and immediately felt that the lethargy of these days was swept away. Coming to the sunshine tea room in the center, he brewed tea and watched the flowing water slowly. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Sulu walked to the door of the living room, looked at Fan Sinsen's pretty face in the camera and spoke. Manager Fan, what's wrong? Chapter 55. What can a long tongue do? Mr. Su, the doorman notified you that you're back, so I've come to pay a visit. Fan Sensen's crisp voice came. Please come in, Sulu said, pressed the unlock. then opened the door to the living room, and saw Fan Sinsen in a professional suit, a black silk, twisting her legs, and walking in with great poise. Mr. Su, watching Fan Sinsen come to the door, a fresh fragrance came, refreshing the heart. Sulu took a pair of disposable slippers from one side and handed it over. I don't know. What is it that Manager Fan came over for? Sulu quietly asked. This. After Fan Sinsen changed her slippers, she looked at both sides, signaling that standing here was not quite appropriate. Come on, let's go to the tea room and talk, Sulu said, turning around and walking towards the tea room. Mr. Su, the environment here is not bad, right? Fan Sinsen sat down opposite Sulu and looked around. Sulu did not immediately reply, quietly began to brew the tea, and after a short while, it reached about 7 minutes full, and then handed it over, before he opened his mouth. Manager Fan, do you have something to do today? Fan Sinsen was slightly stunned. She was very confident in her own face value, but it seemed that she was defeated here in Sulu. She actually came here today with a purpose. There weren't many who were so young and could buy a villa in Son Lanting with full payment. If she could hang on to such a man, then she would be able to realize crossing the class. Mr. Su, seeing as you're living here alone in a villa, do you need housekeeping services? Our company can provide introductions for all of these. Fan Sinsen thought of a reason. No need. These, as long as the property is normally arranged to clean. Sulu lived alone and was not a slovenly person herself, so there was no need for someone to arrange anything. Mr. Su lives alone. Don't you feel bored? Seeing Sulu's unmoved look, Fan Sinsen simply said something explicitly, and at the same time, stuck out her tongue. Sulu was surprised to see Fan Sinsen's tongue was about 10 centimeters long, wiggling slightly from side to side at his chin, then retracting it. This tongue can tie knots and ropes, and the bullish ones can even be tied in a chain. The most crucial thing is that it can lick yogurt clean. As for the rest, enlighten yourself. Sulu of course also thought of the others, but this kind of person with a strong purpose can't be messed with. When the time comes to mess with the body, can't even shake it off. Manager Fan, if there's nothing else, let's stop here today. I still have some things to do. Sulu frowned. I want to buy a watch. Any good recommendations? Sulu took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Liting. Fan Sinsen's face was a little embarrassed. This person she actually couldn't hold, lowered her head and contemplated for a moment. Mr. Su, could it be? Am I not good looking? Is this one not seductive? Fan Sinsen's face was ugly as she looked at Sulu. After she finished speaking, her mouth was slightly open and her tongue was constantly stirring. Manager Fan, if it wasn't for the fact that you are the sales manager of Son Lanting, you wouldn't even be able to enter my house today. Please go back. This is the first time, and I hope that this is also the last time. Sulu said with a sullen face. Wanting money can be straightforward. We all love each other. But trying to use one's own self-perceived charm to plot for something bigger, that's also underestimating the fixation of rich people. Sulu admitted that Fan Sinsen's poise as well as her special tongue was definitely an excellent heartborn companion, but with too much ambition, then, one would never cross the threshold by half a step. Humph. Fan Sinsen's face was a bit unhappy, and with a light humph, she got up and left. Sulu looked at Fan Sinsen's back, her face slightly sunken. Just this kind of going up to the pole. I'm afraid that a few other households have driven through it, right? Mr. Su, do you want to buy a watch? Su Liting's message came back just in time. Well, there is this idea. Then I wonder if you're free this time? I'll accompany you to take a look. Aren't you busy? My job is to serve you. That's fine. Where are you? I'll go over to pick you up. Location, let me know when you arrive. Su Liting looked at Sulu's location and sighed. This is the most luxurious villa area in the whole of Magic City. It's worthy of being Mr. Su. Taking the key, she drove her Audi A4L and set off towards Kanglanting. Mr. Su, I'm at the entrance of the district. They won't let me in. Su Liting's phone call came through. Okay, wait for me. I'm coming out. Sulu didn't let her drive in anymore. A few steps away. Okay, Audi A4L. Mr. Su, sorry, didn't know she was here to pick you up. The security guard at the entrance saw Sulu walking towards that A4L and immediately apologized. It's fine. Duty calls. Hard work you guys. Sulu nodded at them, felt his pockets, shook his head, and got into Su Liting's car. Mr. Su, are we leaving this time? Manager Su, I don't know much about Magic City. You recommend a place. Okay, Mr. Su, sit tight. Let's go to Gujin Plaza. There will be some limited edition watches there. Just call me Sulu. Alas, see you are not very old. Sulu sat in the car and casually chatted with Su Liting. Mr. Su, I am 25 years old. It's been said, don't call Mr. Su, you're a year younger than me. If calling your name isn't too appropriate, just call me brother, otherwise it's too high profile, and also, next time, don't wear a bank uniform. It's too conspicuous when walking together with you. Sulu waved his hand. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Oh no, brother Su. I will pay attention next time. Su Lighting hurriedly changed her words under Sulu's gaze. Good. In fact, there is no need for you to be so formal. Just come as you still are. The two people chatted for a while, and Su Lighting was also clearly not as restrained as before. Brother Su, we are here. Su Lighting set the car upright and said to Sulu, okay, let's go. Any recommendations for watches? Sulu looked at Su Lighting. With your character, Patek Philippe may be a little more suitable for you. Extremely elegant, low-key perfection. Su Lighting said with a smile. Alright, then let's go Patek Philippe. Sulu said, and walked forward. Okay, brother. Su Lighting covered her mouth with a smile and followed. Sir, ma'am, hello, welcome to Patek Philippe. Just as they entered, a female attendant greeted them. Hello, show us the watch. Su Lighting smiled and spoke to the waitress. I don't know. What price range would the two of you like to see? Well, for men, a higher value would be best. This way please. Saying that, the waitress brought Sulu and Su Lighting to the counter. Sulu slowly browsed, and suddenly her eyes lit up, seeing a roll of watches with blue dials. Can this one be taken out and looked at? Sulu pointed at the wristwatch and spoke. Hello sir, this is the Patek Philippe Star and Moon Lump Flywheel Ref. 6002G. The entire case is hand-carved from a single piece of man-made white gold. The price is 42 million. The waitress was immediately a little nervous. After all, it was not tens of thousands of dollars. Well, it's fine. Take it out and take a look. Sulu said casually. Chapter 56. Is clear soup hot pot considered light? The waiter carefully took out the exhibition box. Sulu looked at it and nodded. Not bad. It's him. Sulu directly took out her black card and handed it over. Sir, you? The waiter hesitantly asked. I said, he's the one. Swipe the card. Bring it for me. Sulu watched the payment succeed and retrieved the black card, then stretched out her left hand and turned her head to Su Lighting who was at the side. Okay. Su Lighting rolled her eyes. She doesn't know how to bring it on herself, but letting me bring it to you is taking advantage of me. But Su Lighting was not angry. When a girl does not hate you, and even has some good feelings, and is willing to go shopping with you, this kind of physical contact is generally not rejected. Looking at the wristwatch on her hand, Sulu nodded. Quite good looking. Help her choose a women's watch, said Sulu, pointing at Su Lighting. Brother Su, I don't need it. Su Lighting waved her hand. It's fine. Just thanking you for bringing me here. Otherwise I don't know when I'll come across a suitable watch. Sulu directly pulled Su Lighting to follow the waiter. Humph, this bad egg, taking the opportunity to hold my hand. Su Lighting, who was following Sulu, had a lot of inner drama, while Sulu was completely unaware of it. Just this one. Sulu saw that Su Lighting hadn't been able to choose, staring at her face and the snowy whites above her chest, pointing at a rose gold wristwatch. He said, okay, sir, the waiter replied, then took out the rose gold watch. Brother Su, this is too expensive. Su Lighting had a difficult look on her face. Patek Philippe 7118 Brilliant Star 2, 85 million. It's fine. Sulu waved his hand and handed over the black card. Then she directly took Su Lighting's left hand and put the wristwatch on. The white tender wrist with the rose gold was simply perfect. Sulu released her hand and took the black card, lifting the two boxes of paper bags handed over by the waiter. He pulled Su Lighting and walked out. Brother Su, if you're like this, said Su Lighting with a difficult face. Don't be burdened. You're my exclusive customer service. In fact, there's another way of saying that you're my personal assistant, right? Aha! Su Lighting nodded. So, I might even take you with me when I go out in the future. So your dress code accessories, they always have to be a bit more upscale. Do you prepare these yourself? Su Lighting was in deep thought. Is that the way to put it? I'm a personal assistant, not a 24-hour chaperone. Alright, don't think about it. You should know that if I have a balance, the interest alone for a day is more than just this one watch, right? Sulu waved his hand at the dazed Su Lighting. That, brother Su, before I liked you, I don't sleep with you, Su Lighting whispered. Put. Sulu looked at Su Lighting speechlessly, and a brainbuster popped up. Su Lighting covered her head and glared at Sulu. Don't be so nasty in your thoughts, just purely thanking you. I don't lack women. You should know that. Sulu looked at the watch that was exposed because she covered her head and nodded. Not bad, quite good looking. Aha! Su Lighting nodded. Wait, said Sulu, leaving Su Lighting behind and folding back into Patek Philippe. It wasn't long before Sulu walked out carrying 5 more bags. Sulu didn't know why he bought 5. He bought them all. So be it. Brother Su, what are you doing? Su Lighting asked suspiciously. Brought for a few of my subordinates. Oh, Su Lighting suddenly thought as she walked. It's all the same style. She's this. Let's go. It's almost 5 o'clock. Sulu looked at Su Lighting, who had suddenly stopped, and opened her mouth. Oh. Su Lighting reacted and nodded. Brother Su, let's go eat? I'll treat you. Su Lighting brought Sulu to sit in the car, then opened her mouth and said, well, you arrange it. I want to eat something light. I've eaten a bit too much big fish and meat recently. Sulu originally wanted to buy a car for Su Lighting to drive, but thinking that he had just bought a watch that had messed up so much, it was better to wait a little longer. Brother Su, this is a hot pot restaurant near my university. It's especially delicious. Su Lighting parked the car and pulled Sulu inside. Sulu looked at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics in the distance and fell into deep thought. That, you think the hot pot is light? Sulu finally opened her mouth and asked. I ordered the clear soup pot. It's definitely light. Su Lighting raised her head and smiled sweetly at the opposite Sulu. Okay, right. Birds clear. Sulu smiled. Hot pot is hot pot. You went to Blue Star Bank after you graduated? In casual conversation, Sulu asked. Yes, awesome, right? I got in by myself. Su Lighting said proudly. Quite impressive. Sulu nodded. Then I come to you for everything. Aren't you tired? My job is to serve you. Being on call, this is the basic principle. After Su Lighting finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to think of something and blushed a little. Sulu nodded, naturally not thinking in that direction. You eat first. I'm going to the restroom, spoke Sulu. Aha. Su Lighting nodded. Ding, microchat message. Ting ting, come out for a meal together. Myling, I'm having dinner with a client. Dong Myling was Su Lighting's college classmate and best friend, and the two worked together in M City. That black card client? Aha! This is the big man. How old is he? Handsome or not? You're going to accompany him at night? Bad smile. Bad smile. What? Ah, you're too dirty. Ha ha ha. It's just a simple dinner. Client privacy, I can't tell you. You're the most dirty, alright. I've learned it all from you. However, it feels like you're not reliable in this job. Or you should quit. The last time I saw that colleague of yours, leaning on that old man, I felt sick to my stomach. It's okay. This client of mine is nice. Don't worry. Okay? If you need help, let me know immediately. I'll kill you right away. Don't worry. It's fine. I'll contact you if needed. Shall we go? When Sulu came back, she saw that Su Lighting had also stopped her chopsticks, so she was probably almost done eating. Okay, waiter, pay the bill. Su Lighting nodded, then got up and walked to the bar and said, that gentleman has already paid the bill. The waiter pointed at Sulu and said, okay, thank you. Su Lighting turned around, walked next to Sulu and then said, I've said it's my treat, and you're still paying, said angrily glancing at Sulu. It's fine. It's all the same. It's the same if you treat next time. Sulu said casually. He treated Su Lighting as a friend, and when he came out to eat with a girl, it was always right to take the initiative. Okay, brother Su, do you have any other arrangements next? Su Lighting looked towards Sulu. I don't. You do? I don't have any either. Just asking. You go first. I just happen to be strolling over here. The watch will be put in your car first. Tomorrow when you have time, send it to my house. You know the place. It's not convenient for me to take it this time. I'll walk with you. That. I pick up girls, said Sulu awkwardly. Oh, or else. Chapter 57, What a Big Green Tea. Why don't I watch you soak? Su Lighting curiously seemed like Sulu. She was more curious about how boys soak girls. Do you want to watch how I sleep? Sulu immediately felt a burst of sweat on his forehead. How to think of this girl? Can I? Su Lighting's eyes lit up. Alas. No. I said that my first impression when I saw you was that feeling of a gentle woman from the south of the river. This will you. Ha ha ha. That's not too familiar, said Su Lighting with a smile. You hurry up and go. Sulu waved her hand. I want to take a look. I'm more curious. I see that it's the same as in the anime, shall not? Su Lighting said with glowing eyes. Sulu raised her head and looked at the sky at 45 degrees. Su Lighting then kept staring at Sulu, with anticipation in her eyes. I'm scared of you. Sulu covered her forehead. Don't. Let's be together. How about I serve as your wingman? Su Lighting pulled Sulu's arm, gently shaking it. Don't be my wingman. I'll just pick you up. How's that? Sulu felt the elasticity at her arm and suddenly turned her head, a pair of peach blossom eyes, tenderness flowing. Ah, Su Lighting instantly froze. Looking at Su Lu's face in front of her, she instantly blushed. That. I'll go back first. Saying that, Su Lighting immediately let go of Su Lu. Hurry back. Su Lu waved his hand. Not to mention Su Lighting blushing. Looking at Su Lighting's face, that kind of angular features and narrow eyes, it did make Su Lu's heart beat a little faster. Aha! I'll go back first, Su Lighting said as she covered her face. After saying that, she turned around and ran into the car. Su Lu shook his head and walked towards the University of Finance and Economics. Of course he didn't come here to pick up girls, but to see if there were any good seedlings that were suitable to be anchors. Well, that's the reason. Su Lu self-explained to. Whether others believed him or not he didn't know. He believed himself. Graduation also has 3 years. Coincidentally, enter the university campus to feel. Is not the mentality will be different. Su Lu slowly walked on the path within the University of Finance and Economics. Next to the playground, there are quite a lot of students exercising at night. Some running, some walking, and some sitting in 2s and 3s on the center lawn. A leisurely life. Quite good. Little brother, can you give me your microchat? While sighing, a voice was suddenly heard and a girl in a JK outfit walked up to Su Lu, with a cell phone in her hand. Are you shooting a video? Or live streaming? Frowned Su Lu, raised her hand to block her face and opened her mouth. Little brother, I'm live streaming. Look at the pop-ups all saying that you're handsome. There are also those who call you husband. The JK girl smiled and said, sorry, please don't point the camera at me. Su Lu said indifferently. I'm sorry, little brother. The JK girl immediately turned the camera towards herself. When live broadcasting, you can't privately let others into the camera without their permission. It's against the law. I'm really sorry. The JK girl was on the verge of tears. Why is this man on the line? Little Peach, let's ignore him. That's right. He's just a bit more handsome. Zayata Ozi, don't be sad. What kind of person doesn't treasure the opportunity to show his face? Still saying that, if he doesn't show his face, I'll flesh him. Don't say that. Little brother. He's also doing it for my own good. It was originally Little Peachy's fault. Little brother won't be willing to show his face. You others will manhandle him. The JK girl, also known as Little Peach, looked at Su Lu pitifully. Good guy, said Su Lu heart. What a big green tia. Su Lu did not say anything, quietly watching Little Peach perform. I'm sorry I didn't know things would turn out like this. Seeing that Su Lu did not react, Little Peach immediately continued. Turned into which way? Su Lu said with a wry smile. At the same time, she took out her cell phone and casually flipped through the Battle Shark live streaming platform. Not long after, he really flipped to this Little Peach. The popularity was still a bit. About 100,000 or so viewers. Su Lu clicked in. Emperor, running water is relentless, entered anchor, Little Peach's live room. On the other side of the room, Little Peach, who was just about to speak, saw flowing water ruthless live room and immediately said sweetly, welcome Emperor Su into the live broadcast room. What does Emperor Su want to see? Emperor Su is here. Can't Emperor Su also look at that just now? Little Peach, hurry up and show that person's face. Emperor Su is here. This face can't be ignored. Little Peach looked at the pop-ups on the screen and realized that Emperor Su hadn't said anything and hadn't sent a gift, and was puzzled in his heart. Hurry up. Emperor Su has acquiesced. Hurry up and let him show his face. Let's see what this person is getting away with and breaking the law. Right. Maybe he showed his face. Su Huang gift came. Su Huang give gifts or 100 super fire up. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had come to 150,000 people. Su Lu was a bit speechless. What kind of atmosphere is this? Little brother. The water friends in the live broadcasting room all want you to show your face. I'm sorry, otherwise they are all going to humanize you. Or else, you'll just show your face. Little Peach said with a smile. The circumstances of invasion of privacy are serious. Constituting the crime of invasion of citizens' personal information, shall be sentenced to fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or detention, and shall be punished with a fine or a single fine. Where the circumstances are particularly serious, the penalty shall be fixed term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years, and a fine. Su Lu was about to open her mouth to speak, but it turned out that a girl next to her who was running in hot pants and tights walked over. Opening her mouth, she said, if you guys want to go in and squat, you can try. And you, full of green tea flavor, really think others are little cute. Can't you see that other people's little brother doesn't even want to take care of you? The girl gasped slightly and said as she rolled her eyes at Little Peach. Little Peach instantly blushed a little hard. At this point the pop-ups all went blank for a moment. Little Peachy saw that the people in the live broadcast room were not speaking anymore, and was instantly a little flustered. but thinking that Emperor Su was still watching, he said stiffly, "It's just showing my face. It's not going to do anything. It's still just showing your face." The girl smiled contemptuously. "You're violating other people's right to privacy for your personal gain. As a college student, do you not have this legal common sense?" Sulu stared dumbfounded at the girl in front of her, wearing a ponytail, slender and narrow thighs, just a little flat in front. The white skin was stained with a few beads of sweat, emitting a slight heat. "You," choked Peachy, unable to speak, took her cell phone and left. "Is SuperTube there?" Su Huang opened his mouth. Know my identity? Known. What are Emperor Su's orders? This live broadcast room is sealed. You should have seen the reason. The exact time. You guys discuss it." Little Peach, who had left, stared blankly at the prompts in the live room. "Due to your live broadcast being suspected of illegal behavior, your live room is permanently blocked." "It's just blocked? Emperor Su has a background? Hurry, slip away, slip away." Chapter 58, Is Little Brother Here to Fish? Sulu silently retrieved her cell phone and looked at the girl in front of her. "Thank you. To thank me, give me your microchat number." The girl revealed a sweet smile at Sulu. "Okay," Sulu said with a smile, took out her cell phone and opened the QR code. Ding! Pang Xiaoman requests to add you as a friend. Sulu passed the friend request. Pang Xiaoman smiled as she watched Sulu pass the friend application. She had just noticed Sulu. That look, that body was just too compelling. Quietly, she made a note on the microchat. Eyeballing 183 super handsome guy. Handsome guy will be free in a while? Put away the cell phone. Pang Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and looked at Sulu. Aha. What? How about treating you to a late night snack? Pang Xiaoman pulled a few strands of hair hanging down in front of her forehead. It's okay. Sulu nodded. Then wait for me for a while. I'll go back and change my clothes? Okay. I'll stroll around a bit more. Contact me when you're ready? Okay. Handsome. It's a deal. Wait for me. Pang Xiaoman finished excitedly and immediately turned around and ran towards the dormitory. Sulu nodded. Sure enough. Smooth. There was not even a sense of swaying. On the other side, Su Liting, who had left, had already returned home to change her clothes. At this time, her best friend Dong Meiling was sitting on the sofa in her house, staring at her. Watch with scrutinizing eyes. Patek Philippe Nautilus. Say, is he harboring you? Dong Meiling struggled to avert her gaze, her eyes deadpan on Su Liting. Su Liting raised her left hand, shaking it left and right. It's so pretty. Say it. Seeing that she didn't reply, but was instead getting off on it, Dong Meiling, who was on the side, directly pounced over and rode on Su Liting, her hands constantly tickling her body. Ha ha. Ah. Da ba yo. I said, you come down first. Su Liting cried out, begging for mercy. No la. He's the one who gave it to me. Su Liting said with a smile after her best friend sat aside. Look at that. Look at that. A face of philandering. Dong Meiling disgustedly stretched her finger and pointed. No he's just a philanderer. Humph. After saying that as if she thought of something, she blushed. Your expression tells me that you don't mind. Dong Meiling looked at Su Liting's narrowed eyes that were about to narrow into slits and said helplessly. Ha ha ha. I sense jealousy in your tone. Yeah, jealousy makes me lose my color. Jealousy makes me separate my mass walls. Dong Meiling rolled her eyes. Also, seeing you blush, I feel like you're not far from falling. No way. The blush then darkened again. My parents definitely won't agree. What? You even thought of your parents? Dong Meiling was shocked. No. Su Liting immediately snapped out of it and hurriedly waved her hands. Su Liting, on the other hand, inwardly sighed secretly. It didn't even matter if she fell in love with Su Lu. If she really had to get married with him, it was a toss-up whether she could even get married or not. Her parents, 2 university professors, on this kind of thinking, afraid not to break her legs. Oh, handsome guy, long time waiting. Pang Xiaoman returned to the dormitory and took a special bath, wearing a sexy college uniform, a short white skirt with a white uniform. Su Lu looked at Pang Xiaoman in surprise. Wearing like this in the middle of the night, it's really pure desire. Do I look good? Pang Xiaoman daintily, now in front of Su Lu, gently turned a circle. Centrifugal force made the short skirt slightly raised. Well, it's so long. Not good looking. Su Lu looked at Pang Xiaoman's incomparably long legs, and subconsciously said back, where is this leg? It's clearly a life-threatening scissors. Ha ha ha. Little brother. Let's go eat a late-night snack. Pang Xiaoman let out a delicate laugh and walked to stand beside Su Lu. Cough. Are you sure you want to dress like this and go for a late-night snack? Su Lu lightly coughed and awkwardly looked away. This woman is an expert. She can tease. You will protect me, won't you? Pang Xiaoman looked at Sulu daintily, a pitiful look that caused Sulu to shiver. Maybe I'm the one who hurt you, said Sulu, suddenly bringing his face in front of Pang Xiaoman with a hint of a bad smile on his face, speaking quietly. Ah, Pang Xiaoman had never been this close to a male before. Even she could see the long eyelashes of Sulu's eyes, gently ruffling her again. Alright, let's go. Sulu saw Pang Xiaoman's somewhat shy appearance and immediately backed away, speaking softly, without saying anything else. What to wear is someone else's will, but this woman's segment is very high. Was the warmth at the beginning intentional? In fact, Pang Xiaoman's heart is also very panicked. As a female pond owner with a piece of fish pond, this time catching a fish did not work. Is it going to be caught instead? However, seeing Sulu immediately back away, the heart is still relieved. At least there should be no danger. Otherwise Pang Xiaoman certainly will not go to eat a late-night snack. Long handsome little brother should not be a bad guy, right? Yes, Pang Xiaoman was trying to raise fish in the beginning. There is such a handsome man in her fish pond. That feeling, it must be a sense of accomplishment. Thinking back to the 1 to 99 fish fry in WeChat, and then looking at Sulu who had already walked out a few steps, she gritted her teeth and chased after him. Sulu saw the waiter looking at him with a different look, and was a little embarrassed. 2 hours ago, just 2 hours ago, he and Su Lighting had eaten hot pot here, and this will be with Pang Xiaoman to eat here again. Pang Xiaoman inexplicably looked at the eyes of the waiters around him. Was that sympathy that? Look what you want to eat? Sulu ignored the surrounding eyes and handed over the menu. Say, eating hot pot in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of the smell on your body? After ordering, Sulu curiously looked at Pang Xiaoman. Eating with little brother. Of course I have to wear something nice. Pang Xiaoman's eyes curved into a crescent moon and said with a smile. Pang Xiaoman had specially passed on a seductive dress just to make Sulu enamored with him. Ding! Fish +1. The summer insects are also silent for me. And silence is tonight's conxiao. The next part was the two of them looking at each other with deep love. Little brother. You're so handsome. I think so too. I hate it. Miss, how many boyfriends have you had before? I haven't had any boyfriends. They were all my love mentors. What about you, little brother? I've been a love tutor for too long. I've never been in love. Are you willing to be my first love? All of the above is the eyes extended from the imagination. The actual situation. The two people in the stare. This sudden silence. That amorous eyes. Let Pang Xiaoman shouted love. Love. Is little brother here to fish? Pang Xiaoman had a natural good feeling towards Sulu because of his appearance. And even at this moment, she forgot that she originally just wanted to put Sulu into the fish pond. She just looked at Sulu with such a straight face and asked, Chapter 59, can you walk a little slower? What kind of fishing is it in the middle of the night? Do you like fishing? Sulu looked at Pang Xiaoman's dumbfounded appearance, looked at her meaningfully and opened her mouth. I'm not very good at fishing, but if little brother likes fishing, I can accompany little brother. Pang Xiaoman saw Sulu's expression. Her heart slightly tightened. Did her previous performance not leave a good impression? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but Pang Xiaoman still smiled sweetly on the surface. Then, why don't we find a place after the late-night snack in a while, and discuss fishing techniques in depth? Sulu looked at Pang Xiaoman's fists that seemed to be slightly clenched because of her nervousness, and deliberately looked deeply at her and said with a smile, That. Pang Xiaoman instantly blushed. Although she knew how to raise fish, she was all stuck in eating and pulling. At this moment, Sulu's directness made her completely unable to carry it. Sulu secretly laughed in his heart. Although this young lady had a high segment, she obviously hadn't experienced this kind of teasing, and it was estimated that the quality of the fish she raised wasn't good, and each and every one of them was very timid. It was just a little strange. Such a flirtatious woman. So shy? Sulu did not open his mouth again. Teasing her was enough. To say more would be hooliganism. Pang Xiaoman's heart kept beating. At this moment she actually had a trace of heartbeat. Just at this moment, the waiter walked over with the bottom of the pot. Water vapor rose between the two. Handsome man, would pretty girl like some drinks? The waiter inquired after placing the pot bottom. No, thanks. Sulu touched her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already almost 10 o'clock. Pang Xiaoman still had to go back to her dormitory, so she opened her mouth and said. Sulu did not look at her watch. Most people are still used to using their cell phones to check the time. The watch is mainly decorative. Drink. Of course I want to drink. Pang Xiaoman's eyes lit up. As a northerner, that drinking, there was no fear. How about white? Pang Xiaoman raised an eyebrow at Sulu. It's late. Why don't we forget about it? You still have to go back to the dormitory. If you want to drink, another time. Sulu opened his mouth and said. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. This sister really drank too much. He really felt troubled. Pang Xiaoman frowned. She wanted to drink with Sulu. At this moment she especially wanted to understand Sulu. Drinking is undoubtedly the quickest way to bring the two closer. However, this will indeed be quite late, in case the dormitory is really closed. Be obedient. Good boy. When Sulu saw Pang Xiaoman hesitate, she immediately opened her mouth gently. A girl with the concept of door control would not play around. When Pang Xiaoman heard what Sulu said, she raised her head and stared at Sulu's face, feeling Sulu's gentle look and hesitant concerned eyes. At this moment she seemed to have sunk a little. Involuntarily, a thought emerged from her mind. It seemed that following him was quite good. Then why don't you drink a little bit? Pang Xiaoman immediately stretched out her hand, her thumb and forefinger gesturing, about 5 centimeters, squinting slightly. Alright, service, is there a small bottle of white wine? Come a bottle. Sulu shook her head helplessly and said to the waiter. The wine was full. Sulu, I want you to carry me. The drunken Pang Xiaoman stood in front of Sulu and opened her arms. Hold on tight. There are still 10 minutes left. Your dormitory will be closed. Sulu did not hold, but directly walked towards the University of Finance and Economics. Ah, then you carry me. Ha! Watching Sulu walk away, Pang Xiaoman jogged a few steps and directly jumped on Sulu's back. Sulu hurriedly dragged Pang Xiaoman's hips with her hands, preventing her from falling off. Sulu had no choice. This female, drinking wine is really boozy. In the end, hard to pull Sulu one person to drink a caddy. Rascal, you touched my butt. Pang Xiaoman lay on Sulu's back, and lightly grunted at Sulu. The corners of her mouth, however, carried a smile and happiness on her face as she crouched at Sulu's shoulder. Then I'll put you down. Don't. Sulu and Pang Xiaoman walked along the path. Some special sounds were vaguely coming from the small forest next to them. It was a small couple playing music in the forest. Sometimes the sound was low, sometimes high. Sulu felt that Pang Xiaoman, who was crouching on her shoulder, was a little agitated, and the hot breath she exhaled was lingering around his ears. Sulu couldn't help but speed up her steps. Can you not walk so fast? A low fanatical voice rang in Sulu's ears. Sulu was puzzled. Can you not walk so fast? If you don't walk, your dormitory will be closed. You're a little cutie. Do you? Pang Xiaoman said petulantly, and even leaned over Sulu's shoulder and bit it. Your pills are too small. Sulu thought of a reason. You bad egg. Wanted little buns are the only ones that stand up. Pang Xiaoman looked at Sulu in a mesmerized manner and cursed in a small voice. At this time, Sulu did not make any pretense, and directly turned around. The two people opened a room in a hotel near the school. After entering the room, Pang Xiaoman instantly jumped off of Sulu's back, and her entire body came to her senses. She pounced on Sulu. Sulu sensed the girl's raw movements, and it became clear in his heart that this girl was still her first time. You're not drunk? Sulu immediately stopped to look at Pang Xiaoman. This is pretending to be drunk. Ah, the amount of alcohol can be. Ah. Are you surprised? Pang Xiaoman whispered. Well, I feel like you are like a sea queen. I didn't expect you. Sulu said helplessly. I just like the feeling of others pursuing me. I won't just agree to others. Pang Xiaoman skimmed her mouth and said. Then what are you? Sulu looked at Pang Xiaoman in doubt. At the same time, she reached out her index finger and scraped her nose. I suddenly realized that the original you at this time is completely not as old-fashioned as you were just now. I can guess what you're thinking. Pang Xiaoman's parents divorced a long time ago, and she followed her mother. And when she grew up, she was watching her mother bring home all sorts of men. Only after she grew up did she realize what her mother did. Pang Xiaoman knew how unacceptable her origin was, how unacceptable it was, but she wasn't ashamed of it, because that was the reason she was able to live up to this point, as well as being able to go to college. Today, her heart was moved. Alright, I'll go get another room. Sulu shook her head and walked out of the room. For Pang Xiaoman, chatting was quite interesting. To further development, even if Sulu walked all the way, knew quite a few girls, but there were not many that could gain Sulu's trust. Pang Xiaoman could only say that she didn't have any heart for him, but she didn't hate it. If possible, she would give Pang Xiaoman a chance to invest in her. But this is only the first day of acquaintance, but also did not receive. Still need to understand a little more. Thinking, Sulu returned to her room, stealthily opened Sister Joe's live broadcast, listened to Sister Joe's voice and fall asleep. Sulu basically slept like this during this period of time. Although Sister Joe's voice was a little hoarse, but Sulu felt at ease when she listened to it. The cell phone was put to run out of power and automatically turned off, and Sulu had also fallen asleep. With Sister Joe's voice, Sulu's insomnia was getting less and less. This may also be a reason why Sister Joe has some special status in Sulu's heart. Chapter 60. The strongest fishermen have been landed since then. The next morning, Sulu knocked on Pang Xiaoman's door. Sulu sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette and slowly smoked it. Xiao Man, is it okay to call you this? Sulu slowly exhaled the smoke ring and gently looked at Peng Xiaoman. It's okay. Peng Xiaoman nodded with a slightly red face. Xiao Man, what do you think? Is there a reason? Sulu felt last night that Peng Xiaoman seemed to have something on her mind and looked at Peng Xiaoman seriously. I don't want to say. Peng Xiaoman was a little shy from being looked at, but thinking of those things in her heart, she slowly lowered her head and opened her mouth in a small voice. Sulu extinguished the cigarette and nodded. Since she didn't want to say it, Sulu also stopped asking. I like you. Peng Xiaoman suddenly opened her mouth. Sulu was silent. Alright, I'm talking for fun. Peng Xiaoman looked at Sulu's appearance and said with a smile. You like me? Sulu looked at Peng Xiaoman's appearance of a forced smile and opened her mouth. I'm not sure. After all, we met on the first day today, but I just feel, said Peng Xiaoman blushing slightly and lowering her head. Feel what? Think that you are gentle, handsome, and especially charming. Peng Xiaoman whispered. You are also very beautiful. Sulu nodded after hearing this. At the same time, he complimented. That's for sure. Humph. I have 99 fish in my cell phone, and there are more chasing me. Peng Xiaoman proudly said. Sulu was surprised and looked at Peng Xiaoman. You do short videos? Yes. Just do some fitness teaching. And, Peng Xiaoman said as her voice suddenly lowered. And then there's teaching people how to tease their little brother. Put. You don't even have a boyfriend. And you still teach people. Sulu burst out laughing all of a sudden. It's really one who dares to speak and one who dares to listen. Aha! Xiao Man, I already have someone I like. Sulu thought about it and opened her mouth. A touch of loss surfaced on Peng Xiaoman's face. Actually, I think there might be some reason why you haven't been willing to open yourself up. Sulu thought about it and opened her mouth. Well, I'm sorry, I have reasons I don't quite want to say. Peng Xiaoman lowered her head and spoke in a small voice. I can see that you are a good girl, but you are doing things that make people misunderstand. Peng Xiaoman didn't say anything. In fact, in this world, it's very simple. Giving is always rewarding. Life is equal. No one can choose their own origin, but they can choose an origin for their children. Sulu looked at Peng Xiaoman's appearance. She could probably guess her situation. After all, Sulu had seen quite a few people. There would always be people with this kind of difficulty, that kind of predicament. Peng Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Yes, I can choose my child's origin. Thank you, I understand. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. Can I call you brother? Peng Xiaoman looked at Sulu expectantly. Of course. Sulu smiled. In his heart, he was also amused. This was almost becoming a friend of young girls, helping one girl after another. But Sulu didn't feel this was bad. Passing on positive energy. This was one of Sulu's ideas. It's already 9 o'clock. I have classes in the morning. Peng Xiaoman took out her cell phone and looked at it. Brother, I'm going to class the entrance to the University of Finance and Economics. Look guys, isn't that school flower Peng Xiaoman? He has a boyfriend. A man pointed at Sulu's side in shock. San Tian Moreover, she doesn't return home at night. I've lost my love. Another man even let out a miserable scream. Peng Xiaoman listened to the surrounding murmurs, and did not refute, but instead was a little surprised. My strongest fisherman. From now on to the shore. Never want to raise fish again. Sulu took off his jacket and granted it on Peng Xiaoman's body. Go back and change your clothes before going to class. Waved his hand, then turned around and walked towards the school grounds with narrow legs. Sulu pulled out her cell phone. Ting Ting, please come pick me up. I'm at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. Okay, brother Su. Su Lighting heard that Sulu was at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics, and immediately her small mouth turned up. Ting Ting, what's wrong with you? Dong Miling looked at Su Lighting curiously. My client asked me to pick him up. At the University of Finance and Economics. What's wrong? He was at the University of Finance and Economics yesterday, and he's still there today. Humph, he's just there to pick up girls. Su Lighting muttered under her breath and waved her small fist. Put, are you a whiny bitch? Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm leaving. Su Lighting reddened her face and took the car keys and turned out the door. Dong Miling looked at Su Lighting's back, shook her head, and followed with her back foot. Going to work. Humph, a womanly odor. Su Lighting watched Sulu get into the passenger seat and sniffed her nose. I didn't expect brother Su to be so great. A casual bubble is a springtime. Keep a low profile. Hearing Su Liting's conspiratorial voice, Sulu just smiled. There was no explanation. In fact, what he did looked a little bit like he was a womanizer, but in reality, he was clean and honest. Put. Sulu didn't care about other people's misunderstanding. Sometimes it's easier to do good things instead of letting other people feel that they are not good people. Right. At the very least, when you really don't do good things for some reasons, without receiving accusations, people take the initiative. I'm not good at all to refuse. Sulu added scumbag quotes +1. Cool or not? Asked Su Lighting as she lowered her voice. Cool you sister Pay attention to driving. Go back to Kanglan Court. Sulu blankly glanced at Su Lighting without any good humor. This girl was completely letting herself go. Her nature exposed. Okay, boss. Please fasten your seatbelt. Su Lighting immediately said in a serious manner. Mr. Su, welcome home. The doorman saw Sulu in the passenger seat and immediately saluted in greeting. Well, thanks a lot. Sulu took out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them over. Before he didn't have any cigarettes on him. This time he specially bought a few packs on him. Mr. Su, you are too polite. The security guard received the cigarettes and said with a joyful smile. It's okay, hard work. We'll go first. Alright, you go slowly. Brother Su, your home is too luxurious. Su Lighting looked enviously at Sulu's home. Said, if you want to, you can also live in. Sulu smiled. Not at all. You're too philandering. Su Lighting beamed and said, overthink it you. It's that my family lacks a nanny. You came over to be a nanny only. Sulu said, shook her head and spoke again. Little age, thoughts are too complicated. You just say the real world old dirty woman. Su Lighting's face flushed. This Sulu completely hit the nail on the head. She usually liked to read some comics, novels, all kinds of paragraphs, connotations. She was open-mouthed. Usually, she was already very much in control of herself. Brother Locke, see through it and don't say it. Su Lighting was also sort of broken, admitting it frankly. Chapter 61 Lunch with Sister Zhou. Sulu shook her head and didn't continue the topic. Saying more would become molestation. Looking towards Su Lighting. Find some time to go change the car. It's not that comfortable to sit in. I don't have the money to change it. Su Lighting rolled her eyes. I'll reimburse you. Sulu pulled out her black card and waved it at Su Lighting. Quickly go and rest you. I'm leaving first. Su Lighting pushed Sulu. Smiling, she said. Alright, then you go back and be safe. Remember to change your car. I like a little more space. Okay. Watching Su Lighting's petite and chic figure leave, Sulu shook her head, picked up her clothes and walked towards the washroom. The washed-up Sulu, wearing her pajamas, walked out. Ding bell. Lu Peipei opened the video phone. Lu. When Sulu connected, Lu Peipei's voice came. Pepe, what's wrong? Our team, as well as the company have prepared for the premiere. Liang Liping and Meng Yu are preparing for the premiere. It's scheduled to start at 8 p.m. on 9/24. Lu Peipei reported. There's no need to report these to me. You're the boss. Sulu looked at the video where Lu Peipei was dressed in formal attire, as if she was in the same style in T-City before. It was indeed quite beautiful. Okay, Lulu, said Lu Peipei with a sweet smile. Then I'm going to get busy. On another note, so sexy. Sulu smiled and hung up the video call. Lying on the bed, Sulu realized that she suddenly had nothing to do. She was still really bored, casually browsing her cell phone. The headline news. Powerful explosion. What is the identity of the newly promoted godly hero? Emperor Su, who actually did this to a female anchor. The shark-fighting divine hero, running water, known as Emperor Su, even directly ordered the super tube to seal his number. What exactly is his identity? Sulu casually flipped through the pages and actually found that last night's incident had already been exposed, but there was no knowledge of his identity, and it was impossible for the fighting shark itself to say. Then Fighting Shark also immediately responded, it does not allow any anchor to live broadcast others without their permission. Heavy reward, looking for the little brother who appeared in Little Peach's live broadcast last night in a shocking manner. Sulu found a post, frowned, and clicked in. A blurry screenshot, and a photo of a hand raised to block his face. It could still be seen from the outline that it was himself, but of course it was only something he could see, and those who weren't familiar with him probably couldn't see it. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Though everyone saw part of it, other than being handsome, they really couldn't see much else. Picture. This is you. Right. Sister Zhou sent 2 pictures. Exactly the 2 screenshots in the post. Yes. Why did you run to the University of Finance and Economics? Went to take a look. Sulu replied casually. The recent estrangement of his relationship with Sister Zhou made him no longer want to actively provoke Sister Zhou and dull Sister. Oh, there seemed to be more of a disconnect between the 2 people. And the chat was no longer as casual as before. Sulu himself actually knew that the reason was actually in him. But if he took the initiative, even if they wouldn't become a couple, they would become friends on top of that. Come out for a meal together? Sister Joe's side after a while, or sent a message over. Okay, you set the place. I'll treat you. Location. Sulu took a look. This is not the place where Wang Ximing invited him for dinner last time. After all, in Magic City, Sister Joe is considered a bit of fame, although not as much as a star in general, but the general place to eat? There could really be trouble. Sulu thought for a moment, brought a Nautilus watch and put it on his body. Then he went out the door, then smiled bitterly. No car. A little inconvenient. It seems that the follow-up will have to buy another car. Sulu had no choice, walked out of the neighborhood on foot, took a car, and went straight to the summer banquet. Jinling's car. Find a chance to go and drive back. Sulu just arrived at the summer banquet, saw 3 girls waiting at the door. Sister Joe, what are you waiting here for? Sulu walked straight over and greeted Sister Joe. Sulu, you came? A smile surfaced on Sister Joe's face, then pointed to the 2 girls beside her. These 2 are my girlfriends, Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure. Sulu nodded at Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure. It was considered a greeting. Let's go in then. Sulu looked at the 3 women. Let's go. With a wave of her small hand, Sister Joe directly tugged on Sulu's arm and walked inside. Sister Joe, wait. After entering the summer banquet, Sulu suddenly saw a familiar figure and immediately stopped, pulling out her cell phone to take 2 pictures. Sister Joe followed Sulu's gaze and found that a man and a woman were feeding each other intimately. Only the age difference between the 2 was slightly too big. People's fathers and daughters eat and eat. Well, when I didn't say it. Sister Joe saw Sulu taking pictures and just opened her mouth when she realized that the male had put his hand into the back of the girl's pants. Go away. Sulu shook her head, put away her cell phone and opened her mouth. What's this? Sister Joe and Sulu walked side by side. Sister Joe asked in a low voice. My college classmate. Why are you filming people? Sulu, you're not right. Are you preparing to blackmail her? You old colorful bastard. Sister Joe squinted her eyes at Sulu. What are you thinking? Sulu extended her hand and curled her fingers to flick Sister Joe. Put. 2 laughs came from behind her. Sister Joe turned around with her left hand covering her head, with her right hand together in a hand-sword shape. She feigned anger and waved her hand. Alright, here it is. Sulu pulled Sister Joe who was performing with vigor, pointing at the Rose Hall. Oh, let's go in. Sister Joe was pulled by Sulu and almost bumped into Sulu. She immediately reacted and greeted the few people to go in. Sulu, I'm treating you today. You order the food. Sister Joe just sat down and said to Sulu. The waiter at the side immediately walked next to Sulu. Sister Joe, you order. I can do it. Sulu, on the other hand, looked at Sister Joe and did not choose to order. That's fine. I'll do it. Want some wine? Sister Joe looked up and asked. Look at you. I'll do whatever. Alright, then let's have some. This side is a Chinese restaurant. A bottle of white. Sister Joe said casually. This meal of Sister Joe's was decided after she had considered it for a long time, and after chatting with her father and the calmness of this period of time, she had sort of made a decision. Sister Joe, you don't have a guild, do you? The dishes were quickly served, and the waiters all went out. Sulu suddenly opened her mouth and said to Sister Joe who was standing at one side pouring wine. Yes, right. It hasn't been long since I terminated my contract. What's wrong? Sister Joe finished pouring the wine and returned to her seat to get ready. Well, I invested in a guild. Sulu spoke directly. Yes, she wanted to try and see if she could pull Sister Joe over. We'll talk about these later. Sulu, I'll toast you first, to celebrate our acquaintance. Sister Joe pulled away from the topic, seemingly not too keen on discussing this, raising her wine glass to Sulu. Chapter 62. Sulu, let's stop here. Sulu smiled, picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Sister Joe. Then she looked at Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure again, raised her glass, and clinked it in vain. Took a sip and put the wine glass down. What about raising Fishu? Sister Joe held up her empty glass and shouted at Sulu. Shuna Nai and Egg Treasure on the side looked at Sister Joe in shock. Drinking like this hurts your body. Sulu helplessly said to Sister Joe. I don't care. This cup must be drunk. Shu Bao, Egg Bao. You two should stop drinking. You have to drive in a while. After Sister Joe finished speaking, she stared at Sulu. Alright, Sulu said, picked up the wine glass, tilted her head, and drank 2 tails of white wine directly. Good. Sister Joe clapped her hands, immediately picked up the wine bottle and filled it up for Sulu. This second cup. Sulu, I toast you, because, hey, you're still my top one now, so no one can bully me. Sister Joe suddenly giggled as she spoke, then tilted her head. Another glass of white wine. Sulu slapped her head. This is a bit too much. You drank too much. Sulu looked at Sister Joe and said helplessly. More hair more. You quickly drink. Sister Joe looked at Sulu angrily. Sulu only had to pick up the wine glass and finish off the second cup. Eat the dishes, eat the dishes. Sister Joe greeted the several people. In the middle of this, Sister Joe continuously pinched dishes for Sulu. In the middle, Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure also toasted Sulu. Shu Bao, Egg Treasure, you two go ahead and settle the bill. I'll come over later. Sister Joe spoke to the two. Aha. Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure glanced at each other curiously, got up and walked out. Sister Joe watched the two, Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure, go out. Picking up the second bottle of wine, she filled it up respectively. Sister Joe, you've drunk too much. Sulu tried to stop, but was dodged by Sister Joe. Sulu, this third glass of wine, to you. I wish you a bright future. Sister Joe's eyes began to moisten and her voice choked a little. Sister Joe, what's wrong with you? Sulu saw Sister Joe's appearance and immediately became a little nervous. I don't have anything. I just figured something out. Sulu, drink this glass of wine. Let's call it a day. Sister Joe tilted her head and drank the white wine in the cup. At the same time, she secretly said in her heart, Sulu, let's call it a day. Cough. The strong feeling of irritation made Sister Joe cough twice. Then Sister Joe raised her cup in her right hand and just quietly looked at Sulu. Sulu's heart sank. This atmosphere wasn't quite right. Sister Joe, you? Emperor Su. Sister Joe shook the wine cup in her hand. Hearing Sister Joe address herself, Sulu instantly understood what Sister Joe meant. This was drawing a line in the sand. Sulu took a deep breath, tilted his head and drank the wine in the wine glass. He didn't have much reason to reject it, did he? Even if he retained it, he couldn't justify it. Not to mention that the two of them hadn't even been together. It was only just beginning. Sister Joe saw Sulu drink the wine in her cup and reached out to wipe away the tears in her eyes. Emperor Su, I'll leave first. Sister Joe got up, opened and closed the door in a single breath. Go! After Sister Joe went out, she saw Shu Bao and Egg Bao, who had finished settling the bill, waiting at the door and walked up, speaking in a low voice. Sis? Shu Nai Nai whispered. Let's go. It's okay. Sister Joe made a smile on her face. Let's go. Let's go. Egg Pa quietly pulled Shu Nai Nai and whispered. The boss was in a bad mood, and this atmosphere was too bad. Shu Nai Nai and Egg Treasure helped Sister Joe into the car, then sat in the front and started the car without saying a word. Sister Joe reclined on the seat, a hint of moisture in the corner of her eyes. Sulu shook his head. Did he like Sister Joe? Liked it since Sister Joe started live broadcasting. After knowing Sister Joe, he liked it even more, but he didn't like it that much. If he really liked it that much, for the sake of Sister Joe, wouldn't it be okay to only touch her alone? Obviously, the current Sulu was impossible to do. Sulu's mood was suddenly a little low, not only because of Sister Joe, but mainly because of Sister Zoe's words, which made him once again experience a sense of loneliness, being alone. At this moment, he once again remembered that he no longer had any relatives in this world. Sulu slowly took out her cell phone. Pei, I want to go out for a trip. Help me book a ticket. Lulu, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just not in a good mood. So I want to go out for a break. Why don't I accompany you? It's fine. No need. Pepe, you can handle the company's business at ease. I'll be back in a few days. Okay? Lulu, don't think about it. You still have me. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Where do you want to go? It's up to you. That's fine. It feels like you're not in a good mood. So let's go to Yunnan. How about it? Fall. Well, that's fine. Okay, the airfare has been booked. 12:55 tomorrow. Arrive at 4:40 p.m. Pepe, thanks. Come back early. I'll be waiting for you. Good. Sulu closed the microchat, thought for a moment, and dialed a number. Hey, old son. I'm Sulu. At work? Sulu. Yes, but our boss will not be here this time. Out for dinner. Sun Wenbin's surprised voice came. The last time to ask for a meal also did not ask. It is not easy to see old classmates. Indeed happy. Alas. I remember when you were in college in our class show. Joya talk about friends. Right. That. Still talking now. She works with me over here. Do you have time tonight? Come out for a meal together? Sulu heard Sun Wenbin's words inside in her heart. This dude was green. Sulu had almost no interpersonal relationship before. Now he met one about the relationship is not bad. He also intends to development. People can have no network, but cannot have no friends. That way, it's too lonely. However, Joya she works overtime. Can't go. We two men. Why bring a woman? Where will you work this time? Well, I'm at a securities company in the center building. Okay, Then I'll send you the address later. Okay. Sulu hung up the phone. After adjusting her mood, she got up and left the summer banquet, taking a taxi to the University of Finance and Economics. Xiao Man, I'm at the entrance of your school. Brother, how did you come to pull? Wait for me. I'll come over right away. A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. Sulu shook his head and looked at the hung-up phone. Within a few minutes, Sulu saw a girl wearing jeans and a white shirt, running towards him. Pang Xiaoman, surprised, ran towards Sulu. After she went back in the morning, her mind was always Sulu's appearance. With a bad smile, and a gentle look at him, Pang Xiaoman ran to stand in front of Sulu, and smiled sweetly. Brother, why did you come? I came to give you a gift, Sulu said and took out a box from his pocket. This is. Pang Xiaoman looked incredulously at the watch box in Sulu's hands. This is a watch. For you, Sulu said. Then thank you, brother. When Pang Xiaoman heard Sulu's words, her face blushed slightly, and her face took it with surprise. Alright, I'm leaving You study hard Okay, bye brother. Chapter 63, it's all about hard-earned connections. Alright, go back quickly. Look at you, running out in your slippers. Sulu touched Pang Xiaoman's head and said with a smile, Brother, won't you stay for a while? Pang Xiaoman muttered, I still have things to do. I have to go out tomorrow. When I come back, look for you. Sulu shook his head. Okay, then be careful and safe when you go out. Pang Xiaoman was not a clingy girl. Naturally, she wouldn't keep pestering Sulu, thinking about it, but she had her own things to do. Well, go back soon. I'll leave first. I'm leaving. Pang Xiaoman walked in front of Sulu, then squinted her eyes and smiled. Okay, go back quickly. Sulu rubbed Pang Xiaoman's hair. Sulu watched Pang Xiaoman's figure disappear and turned around to get into a cab. Sulu sent the remaining watches, sending 2 to Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoshui. Then taking 1 watch, he came to the 66th floor of the center building, 6606. Sulu saw that there was already a number of employees inaugurated. Sir, who are you looking for? The girl at the front desk saw Sulu walking directly inside and got up to catch up. I'm looking for Lu Peipei. Okay, please wait. The front desk girl immediately ran back to the front desk office seat, picked up the phone and said a few words. Not a moment later, Lu Peipei came out from the manager's office, saw Sulu and walked over with a smile. Under the gaze of a crowd of surprised employees, she took Sulu's arm and led him to the office. Is that General Manager Lu's boyfriend? So handsome. You didn't see General Manager Lu's happy eyes. I didn't think that General Manager Lu still has such a small woman's time in the office. I didn't expect. It's only been 2 days. It's already decent. Sulu nodded in admiration. We've now added self-media, short videos, in addition to the live broadcast business. Lu Peipei proudly said. Not bad. It seems like you're still quite suitable for this business. Well, I think that now. It's quite good. Why are you here? What happened to you before? It seems like you weren't in a good mood. Lu Peipei said, looking at Sulu suspiciously. This is for you. Sulu handed over the watch box. Wow, it's very pretty. Lu Peipei looked at the watch box in Sulu's hands in surprise and took it. Bring it on. Sulu opened it, took out the watch, and brought it to Lu Peipei. How many did you buy? Lu Peipei raised her hand and looked at it, then glanced at Sulu. 6. Sulu scratched his head. Su Lightings was also counted by him. One more? Didn't come back last night? Well, called Peng Xiaoman, doing self-media. Next time, I'll introduce you guys to get to know each other. It just so happens that our company is also doing this piece. Sulu smiled sarcastically. Are you unhappy at noon today? Because of the relationship matter? Lu Peipei pulled Sulu, sat down on the office chair, stood behind him and helped him rub his head. Pretty much, but it's fine. Sulu closed his eyes and enjoyed it. It's time to find a girlfriend. Otherwise there will be times when you are sad in the future. Lu Peipei deliberately used a little force. Pain. Sulu screamed twice. I know, the one yesterday was really an accident. Right, you can check it out when you have time. Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Pang Xiaoman. I always feel that she might have something hard to say. Don't you think it's excessive to ask me to help you check on someone? Lu Peipei said angrily. Peipei. Sulu was embarrassed. Alright, teasing you. Lu Peipei said gently. Mr. Lu, you guys continue. Hanli pushed open the door, saw that both of them were there, and immediately brought the door with him. It's all been seen. Lu Peipei immediately stood up and glared at Sulu. It's fine. Our own people. Sulu said, getting up from the office chair. You sit. Sulu pressed Lu Pei on the office chair and walked to the door herself. "Come in," Sulu said, then sat down on the sofa to the side. "Mr. Lu, brother, sorry." Hanli came in and looked at the two with an awkward expression. "Next time you come in, remember to knock," Sulu said with a serious face. "Yes." Hanli immediately straightened his body. "Alright, you guys chat." Sulu raised her hand to signal them to chat. "Mr. Lu, in our self-media section, although we have introduced a few small bloggers, the traffic is just like that. So right now, various businesses are not too willing to cooperate with us. So, we are now lacking a big blogger who can serve as a front. Any suggestions from Mr. Han's side?" Lu Pei looked at Hanli. Hanli and Li Miao were now both vice presidents of Falling Flower Network, responsible for marketing and administration respectively. "I've got my eye on a blogger for fitness, as well as the emotional side of things. With nearly 10 million followers, it's not exactly top-notch, but she's one of the few individual self-publishers out of all the 10 million levels. This blogger, I investigated, is from the University of Finance and Economics, Pang Xiaoman." Cough, cough. When Sulu heard the name, she suddenly coughed. Lu Pei, with a meaningful face, looked at Sulu. This person I recognize." Sulu raised her hand on the side. "Brother, do you have such a wide range of connections?" Hanli was surprised. "That's right. Your brother's connections. They were all painstakingly fought down one shot at a time," Lu Pei said with a smile. "Alright, this matter, let Pepe take care of it." Sulu smiled helplessly and pointed at Lu Pei. "Okay, brother, Mr. Lu, I'll leave first." Hanli immediately got up and left, and when he reached the door, he suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth in a bitchy manner. You guys continue, Pepe." When Hanli left, Sulu looked at Lu Pei with a grudging face. "What do you mean by one shot and hard work? You tell me." Lu Pei raised an eyebrow at Sulu, but her own face also carried a blush. "Then let me really teach you a lesson with one shot," Sulu said while pretending to start taking off her jacket. Lu, I was wrong." Lu Pei's tone instantly softened. Sulu was originally joking and didn't continue her movements. Yawning, having gotten up too early in the morning, this time Sulu felt a little tired. "Is there a place to rest? I'm a little tired." "There is." Lu Pei opened her mouth and said took out the remote control. Between the office chair behind the bookcase began to move. A room door revealed. "Pepe, is this specially prepared for me?" Sulu smiled and looked at Lu Pei. "Not at all. It's just convenient for me to rest sometimes." Lu Pei gave Sulu a blank look. "Okay, then I'll sleep for a while. You have a good day at work," Sulu said, walking towards the restroom. Lu Pei, watching Sulu walk in, smiled and took out the remote control. The bookcase slowly moved and closed back up. A ghostly sigh. Lu Pei opened the file and read it. Chapter 64. I have a friend who got greened. Sometime later, Sulu walked out, staring at Lu Pei. Lu, what are you doing? I still have to work." Lu Pei was a little nervous when she saw that Sulu had been watching from the side and opened her mouth. "It's fine. You're busy with yours. I'm just casually looking." Sulu waved her hand. Lu, thank you." Lu Pei looked at the documents while opening her mouth and said seriously. "Thank me for what?" Sulu walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Lu Pei, asking curiously. "Just thanking you. Without you, I might have really fallen into the abyss and never had a chance again. Maybe this is fate." Sulu looked up to the ceiling and said meaningfully. If Sulu didn't get the system and didn't have all this, then Lu Pei might have encountered problems in the workplace in the future that required her to make sacrifices. And then, that step, it might be all doom and gloom. "Pepe, I won't have dinner with you tonight. I have an appointment with a friend." Sulu opened her mouth and said, "Okay." Lu Pei nodded. "You are delaying my work." Lu Pei saw that she still had a pile of papers and glared at Sulu. I was wrong, Mr. Lu." Sulu touched her head and said with a smile, "By the way, the one I'm dating at night is a guy. You know him too." Sulu suddenly said mysteriously. "Who is it?" "Sun Wenbin." "Oh, he's also in Magic City," Lu Pei said in surprise. "Well, his girlfriend Joya is also there, but whether she is still a girlfriend tonight or not, I don't know." "What's the situation? What happened to Joya?" Sulu took out her cell phone and showed the photo to Lu Pei. Lu Pei fell silent. She suddenly wondered if she hadn't met Sulu, would she have ended up like this? "Pepe, don't think wildly. That kind of assumption doesn't exist anymore. Rather, what kind of person you are. I still understand." Sulu said, got up, and straightened her clothes. "Don't be busy all the time even if you're fine. Although working, your body is also important. Sulu opened her mouth and said, "Humph, how would the little woman dare to rest otherwise Boss Su is going to fire me." Lu Pepe opened her mouth as she organized the documents. "Pepe, then I'll leave." Sulu organized her clothes and opened her mouth. "Good. Leave tomorrow and pay attention to safety," Lu Pepe said, took out the air ticket from the drawer and handed it to Sulu. "Okay, I'm leaving." Sulu received the air ticket, put it in her bag, and left. The time was almost 5 o'clock. Sulu went directly to the second floor, the food area of the commercial plaza. Relatively speaking, the price is not high, and will not scare Sun Wenbin. Found a Chinese restaurant with a good environment. Called the location to Sun Wenbin. "Roger, about to get off work." 10 minutes to. Sun Wenbin saw that it was on the second floor of the plaza just below the center building and replied. Sulu received the reply and immediately called the waiter to come and order. 10 minutes later. Sun Wenbin froze and looked at the situation in front of him. "That, Sulu, you believe in Buddhism?" Sun Wenbin looked at Sulu in surprise. "Don't believe in it? Then why don't you let me treat this meal? I'll order 2 dishes. It's fine. Don't you think these dishes are healthy? Green and oily," Sulu said with intention. "I'm actually fine with all of them. Veggie dishes are healthy to eat. I gained more than 10 pounds after graduation." Sun Wenbin was completely unaware. Sulu looked at the unresponsive Sun Wenbin. Her eyes rotated and opened her mouth. "Old Sun, there's a matter that I want to ask you about." "You say." Sun Wenbin, who was eating the dishes, put down his chopsticks, took a paper and wiped his mouth, then looked at Sulu. "That is, I have a friend, he was green by her girlfriend. I don't know if I should tell him." "Of course you should tell him, but will it be a little too direct?" "I'm afraid my friend can't handle it." "Then you can be a bit more tactful." "How to be euphemistic?" "Well, for example, this table of dishes you ordered today," Sun Wenbin said halfway, suddenly paused, slowly turning his head. He looked at Sulu expressionlessly, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, and even a little bit of disbelief. Sulu nodded solemnly, took out her cell phone and sent the photo over. Sun Wenbin looked at the photo. His hands trembled a little. "This is my boss." The corners of Sun Wenbin's mouth twitched as he spoke in a low voice. He was suppressing the anger in his heart. Ding! A message came from Sulu's cell phone. "Walton room 8536. The room card is placed on top of the nearest fire cabinet." Li Miao's message. In the afternoon, Sulu arranged for Li Miao to follow Joya. That kind of stayed in place was not like having a working dinner. Sulu forwarded the message to Sun Wenbin. "How?" Sulu saw Sun Wenbin pick up his cell phone and read it, then opened his mouth and asked, "I'm sorry, this meal, it's here. I want to go and run some errands." Sun Wenbin tried to suppress his inner anger. "Okay, then I'll go with you." Sulu stood up and said calmly. "Sulu, you?" Sun Wenbin was surprised. Sulu had already been considered to have helped him a lot. This would also help him stand. "I don't have many friends. I think you are a good friend. I am willing to maintain this friendship." Sulu's idea was very simple. With Sun Wenbin, there was no uncomfortable feeling. This kind of friend, get along, more comfortable. Many college students meet each other, may have a sense of superiority, their own work, how bullish, or how rich they are, and so on. The sense of superiority will be unnatural to show. But Sun Wenbin did not give Sulu the same feeling as when he was in college. This is sincerely treat him as a deceased person to get along with. In an unfamiliar city, encountering an old hometown, or encountering a classmate. This feeling, quite good. Good. Go. A trace of emotion flashed in Sun Wenbin's eyes, followed by firm words. The two came to the door of room 8536 on the 85th floor. Sun Wenbin had already gotten the room card. "I'll be right at the door. If there's anything you need, just call out and I'll rush in immediately." Sulu decided not to go in considering Joya. "Xiao Lu, it's fine, let's stay together." "I definitely won't stay with her. Most of all, I'm afraid I'll beat my boss to death." A trace of complexity flashed in Sun Wenbin's eyes. "Okay." Sulu nodded. Now behind Sun Wenbin. Ding! Sun Wenbin touched the room card, then twisted the handle and the door opened instantly. Sun Wenbin and Sulu quickly walked in. Joya was standing, and behind him was none other than Sun Wenbin's boss. Working out. Because Joya was tall, he blocked the two Sulu. Joya looked at Sun Wenbin in surprise, with panic in his eyes. The man was still working out. Sun Wenbin quickly stepped forward and punched the man in the face. The man and Joya were forced to separate. Joya immediately ran to the bed and wrapped her body in the quilt. Sun Wenbin rode on top of the man and his fists kept swinging. Chapter 65. She said she was in the gym. I actually believed it. Sun Wenbin, I'm your fucking boss. You don't want your job anymore, do you? The man who was brutally beaten by Sun Wenbin roared. The thought of working for people like you, I fucking disgusted. Fuck you I quit. Sun Wenbin stood up after beating him enough, walked to the bedside, looked at Joya, sighed. I don't blame you, really, but, break up. Sun Wenbin looked at Joya, who seemed to want to speak, and reached out to signal her not to open her mouth, continuing. There's no need to say anything. What else do you think needs to be said? Let's just leave it at that. Don't make it too ugly. Sulu, let's go. Sun Wenbin looked towards Sulu. Aha. Sulu nodded and turned to leave the room. Sulu just stood quietly next to Sun Wenbin without opening her mouth. I've made you laugh. Sun Wenbin adjusted his emotions and turned his head to look at Sulu. It's fine. What's the next plan? Sulu waved her hand. Look for a job again. There's still some savings on me. Take a step and see what happens. Sun Wenbin took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out two, and handed it over towards Sulu. Okay, you try it first. Sulu took the cigarettes, lit them and took a drag. Sulu did not choose to directly help him. One is that the relationship is not that good yet. Second, he is not his own son. There is no need, at most, to ensure that he will not be starved to death. Of course, Sulu also had his thoughts. If it was really a talent, then, it was not impossible to give a chance in the future. If it was rotten, then he couldn't do anything about it. Let's not talk about this, brother. Go, just didn't need anything. Find a place to drink? Sun Wenbin extinguished his cigarette and threw the butt into the trash can. Okay, then meet bar? Sulu nodded. Opening his mouth, he said, brother, I can't afford to spend money there. It's fine. I'll treat you. Why don't we change the place? My treat. Sun Wenbin said hesitantly. It's fine. Money is not important today. The important thing is to have fun. Sulu said with a smile, extending her hand to pat Sun Wenbin's shoulder. Then walk. Go. The two people just took a taxi and went to meet bar. Su Xiao. Ahao saw Sulu walk in and immediately went up to greet him. Ahao, help us arrange a card seat. A little bit out of the way. Okay, this way. Ahao said, leading Sulu and Sun Wenbin to a card seat in the corner. Privacy is good, but the sound is obviously much smaller. Okay, this is it. Just a few bottles of the usual foreign wine today. You watch on. Today is not mainly to get high, so Sulu did not order too expensive wine. Just let Ahao watch on it. Okay, Su Xiao, want to arrange it? Ahao could also see that Su Xiao didn't look too much like he was specifically out to play today. No need for the time being. First on the bar, later. Sulu could see that Sun Wenbin seemed to have something to say. Wait until he finished and then see what happens. Okay, then Su Xiao, you guys chat first. I'll go arrange the wine. Ahao nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Lu, should be mixing well now. Sun Wenbin saw Ahao leave and gave Sulu a thumbs up. Not bad, just blindly mixing. Sulu spread his hands and sat in the middle of the card seat. Sun Wenbin and Sulu were not far apart. Joya and I graduated and came to Magic City. Her high school classmate works over here, so the two of us came over. Sun Wenbin would indeed have the idea of confiding this time. I got into a securities company. And Joya she was with her best friend, working in an accounting firm. Then how did Joya know? Sulu was curious. Neither of them were from the same company. How did the two get together? At this time Ahao brought someone and put down the wine in cups. Sulu waved her hand, signaling Ahao several people to leave first. Last month, I made a big order, and I took 10W in commission, so I arranged for a get-together. They should have met at that time. Sun Wenbin waited for Ahao several people to leave, picked up a bottle of whiskey XO, opened it, took out 2 cups, poured half a cup each, and handed one to Sulu. And you didn't realize? Sulu finished the glass, clinked it with Sun Wenbin, and took a sip. I didn't realize it at all. Several times when I called at night, she told me she was working out, and I actually believed it. Sun Wenbin tilted his head and drank the foreign wine, pouring another half glass. Sulu quietly listened. How can I say it? Although I can't empathize, but I can understand. A big old man being put on a hat. That is really not a good taste. Jingling. Sun Wenbin's phone rang. Hey, Sun Wenbin drunkenly picked up the phone. Sun Wenbin, are you alright? A female voice came from the other end of the phone. What can I be fine with? You're Joya's best friend, and you're coming to count me out at this time? Sun Wenbin's voice rose a few points. I wasn't. Half an hour ago. Joya lost her mind and dressed up. Looking at the man with a swollen nose, she turned around and left. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Chen Ting opened the door and asked with concern when she saw Joya's wretched appearance. I broke up with Sun Wenbin? What? I'll go find him. Chen Ting's face changed when she heard this. Thanks to her, she still had a good feeling about Sun Wenbin, but had been hiding it in her heart. It's not his problem. It's me. who didn't resist the temptation. Joya spoke in a low voice. So, it's your problem? You cheated? Chen Ting's face sank as she spoke seriously. Aha. Joya nodded. So, you're looking for me to ask me to help you? Chen Ting's low voice made even Joya's heart a little flustered. Joya wanted to nod his head, but looking at Chen Ting's gloomy face, he ultimately began to not open his mouth. Come in first. Chen Ting turned around and walked towards the living room. Joya silently changed his shoes and followed. Joya, you make me look down. When you first came here, I told you that there are many temptations in the big city. What did you say? Do you still remember? Chen Ting, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Joya sitting next to her and said with an angry face, he gave just too much. More than $200,000 to me before and after. Joya's face showed aggression. Just for $200,000? Is this able to buy a house in Magic City? Or can you buy a car? Chen Ting snapped. I acted on impulse, said Joya aggrievedly. Joya, I like Sun Wenbin. I've liked him since the first time you guys came to Shanghai. But because of you, I've never said anything, nor have I ever thought of trying to steal it from you. Chen Ting saw Zoya with an aggrieved look. A wave of disgust rose within her. At this time, she still doesn't think she's wrong, and she's still looking for a reason. Her face suddenly calmed down, and she said faintly, You. Zoya looked at Chen Ting in shock. She didn't expect her high school classmate and best friend to actually like Sun Wenbin. Chapter 66, Handsome, are you interested in exchanging? Can't see it. Because I thought you guys were in a good relationship and would definitely get married in the future. So I never tried to sabotage you guys. Just blessed. Chen Ting smiled. At this moment, she even regretted a little that she had actually been BFF with Joya for so many years. I'm sorry, said Joya with a resigned face. Don't say sorry to me. You didn't apologize to me. Just like this, I don't have you as my bestie in the future. Sun Wenbin, I will chase him. Chen Ting finished speaking quietly. Joya looked at Chen Ting with a complicated face and finally turned to leave. Chen Ting looked at Joya's back and let out a long sigh, picking up the phone beside her. Sun Wenbin, are you alright? What can I be fine with? You're Joya's bestie, and you're coming to count me out at this time? I'm not. Chen Ting listened to the noisy voices on the phone, as well as Sun Wenbin's voice, and for a moment, she was a bit speechless. Hey, are you Sun Wenbin's friend? At this time, a male voice came from the other side of the phone. That, I am. Chen Ting didn't know how to reply for a moment. Ex-girlfriend, best friend? I'm his college classmate Su Lu. This will be at Meat Bar. Why don't you come over too? Su Lu looked at Sun Wenbin, who was still continuously drinking on the side, and opened his mouth. After all, in his thought, the girl who can call over at this time, more or less means something to him. Okay, I'll come over right away. Chen Ting's nervous voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Su Lu hung up the phone and handed the phone to Sun Wenbin. Then he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Handsome man, is there anyone on your side? Can you buy me a drink? A silver bell-like voice rang out. Su Lu raised her head. What met her eyes was a woman wearing a red dress, exquisite makeup, slightly plump long legs, looking 30 years old. Feel free to sit. Su Lu nodded. On his face, he did not show any emotion. In his heart, he sighed. This is a Yukai. Young woman YYDS. Thank you, handsome. To you. The woman directly sat next to Su Lu, picked up the wine cup and poured half a cup. Before drinking, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Su Lu did not take the cup, but looked at the woman with a smile. Yo, come out to play. Do you still care what you are called? The woman raised an eyebrow at Su Lu. I don't play with just anyone. Su Lu's face revealed playfulness. Handsome boy. So direct. Sister is a bit overwhelmed. Then be my guest. Su Lu extended his hand to signal her to make herself at home. Handsome brother, quite a personality. Call me Winter Sister. Winter Sister laughed daintily and extended her hand to slap on Su Lu's leg. Compared to me, it seems that beautiful girl you have more personality. Su Lu obediently grabbed the Winter Sister's hand and placed it on the beauty's leg. Without the blockage of stockings, the smooth and tender legs, indeed felt good. Then handsome, is there any interest in exchanging? Winter Sister came to Su Lu's ear, blowing her breath, teasingly said, I'm not interested in the bus. Su Lu waved her hand and looked at the Winter Sister with a smile. Handsome, people are sports cars, not buses. Winter Sister raised her hand and gently slapped Su Lu's hand. Unfortunately, I don't have a driver's license. Su Lu spread his hands. I do. I'll drive you. Winter Sister said, got up and pulled Su Lu, walking towards the bathroom. Beauty. This is unnecessary. Su Lu shook off the Winter Sister's hand. Seeing this, Dong Mei shook her head, sat on the side, and drank wine. Sulu himself got up and went to the bathroom. It didn't take long. Sulu returned to the card seat, discovered that at this time, Sun Wenbin sat next to a girl, plain face, was looking at Sun Wenbin with a concerned face. Seeing this, the Winter Sister quietly stuffed a card to Sulu and leaned over to whisper by his ear, "Handsome guy, remember to add me. Next time we'll make a date." Oh. After saying this, Winter Sister twisted her arse and left. Sulu looked at the card. Winter Sister 139 ****6138, President of Temperance Cosmetics Company. This is still a rich white beauty. Sulu shook her head and took the business card. Maybe there might be an opportunity for cooperation in the future. Maybe on a whim. The system gave him a cosmetic company. Are you Sun Wenbin's friend? The one who just called? Sulu put away the business card and looked at the girl next to Sun Wenbin. Well, the girl seemed to be coming to the bar for the first time. A little uncomfortable with the atmosphere over here. Frowning, Sulu understood. Seeing the girl's reaction, he knew that this girl was not the kind of girl who loved to have fun. It should be considered a good match. Then, let's fulfill it. Okay, then he will be handed over to you? Sulu thought of this, looked at the somewhat drunken Sun Wenbin, and said with a smile, "Can you help me take him to the car? I can't lift it a bit." The girl got up and gently pulled Sun Wenbin. Sulu then realized that Chen Ting seemed to be less than 1 meter 6, a proper legal lolia. Secretly sighing, Sun Wenbin, this brat is not blessed with good fortune. He doesn't know good fortune when he is in the midst of blessings. Okay, wait. Sulu nodded and called a how, letting a how arrange for the wine to be divided. Then he walked towards Sun Wenbin and set up his arm, lifted him up, and just like that, walked towards the door. Just that car. The girl pointed to a small car at the door. Well, it really is a little martinet that is popular with girls. Sulu put Sun Wenbin on the passenger side, turned her head to look at the seatbelt, thought about it, and didn't buckle it. Alright, Sun Wenbin will be handed over to you. You go back and pay attention to safety. Sulu closed the car door and said to Chen Ting, who was standing by the side, "Thank you." Chen Ting looked at Sun Wenbin, who had his eyes closed as if he was asleep, with a worried face, and said, "You're welcome. Next time wait for him to bring you along and invite me for dinner." Sulu winked at Chen Ting. "Okay, then I'll leave first," Chen Ting said with a red face, then ran into the car. Looking at the small mat who left, Sulu shook his head. This kid is also considered to have an overachiever. Otherwise, how would the other girl be willing to rush over in the first place? This is obviously a crush for a long time. Sulu shook her head. It was already more than 10 o'clock at night. There was no choice to call Lu Pei Pei and let her come over to pick up. Everyone old iron. Never treat girls as little cuties. Go out to play. Which girl doesn't understand? Now that the self-media is so advanced. Who doesn't understand the content of entertainment places? It's just that they don't want to pick it apart without evidence. Ting Ting, come pick me up. Sulu made a call to Su Lighting. Okay, brother Su, where is it? Su Lighting's confused voice came from the other side of the phone. She should have just fallen asleep, in front of Meat Bar. After saying that, Sulu hung up the phone, took out a cigarette and lit it. Now in front of the bar, blowing a cold wind, but also some leisure. Sister Joe's determination. Let Sulu heart some annoyance. The cigarette has been extinguished. Taking out his cell phone, he quietly watched Sister Joe's live broadcast. Chapter 67. Don't look at me as small. I've practiced before. Brother Su. Where to? It wasn't long before Su Li Ting drove her 4 circles and stopped in front of Sulu. How about going to your house? Sulu got into the car and said with a bad smile. Now that he was alone in the villa, he was a little less accustomed to it, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask Lu Pei Pei to go over there. What flavor? After Sulu got on the car, Su Lighting smelled a strange odor. It should be the flavor of love. Sulu smiled. Old colorful bastard. He must have done something bad just now. Su Lighting wrinkled her agaric nose and hummed lightly. Just exchanged driving skills with a beautiful woman. Gone. Sulu said indifferently. I shared a room with my best friend. Su Lighting said with a slightly red face. Then can't we go? It's okay. It's just that if you go, she'll know that you're my client. It's fine. Go. Sulu nodded. Okay. Su Lighting was a little flustered inside. The two of them, she and Dong Miling, rented a 2-room apartment. How would they sleep in a while? Well, maybe he was just going to take a look. After all, in Su Lighting's opinion, although Sulu was a womanizer, he was still very respectful to women. 20 minutes later. This is where you live? Sulu frowned as she looked around at the darkness. Well, it's cheaper here. My girlfriends and I have been staying here. Normally, we don't go out at night. Su Lighting naturally knew the reason why Sulu frowned. Sorry, I won't bother you next time at night. Sulu apologized. This kind of place, it was indeed not very safe at night. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Don't look at me as small. I've practiced. Su Lighting posed in front of Sulu, looking at the tiny Su Ting who was roughly 155 in size, posing like I'm going to fight 10. Sulu inexplicably wanted to laugh. I know. You're great. Sulu flicked Su Lighting's forehead. This is my bestie Dong Miling. Su Lighting pointed at Dong Miling, who was sitting unimaginatively on the sofa eating snacks, and said, this is my client, Sulu. That. Hello. Dong Miling looked at Sulu dully and greeted. Hello. Sulu smiled and nodded. That. You go take a shower first. Su Lighting blushed, pulling Sulu into the bedroom. That. There are no clothes for you either. This is my pajamas. You wear it after washing. Su Ting took a dinosaur pajama and threw it to Sulu. That. Change of clothes later, I'll help you wash them. Alright. Sulu took the pajamas and walked into the bathroom. Su Ting watched Sulu walk into the bathroom and let out a long breath, raising her hand to fan herself. Walking out of the bedroom, she saw Dong Miling looking at herself with a bad smile on her face. Su Lighting picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it over. Why are you looking at me like that? Look at our little dirty girl. We're going to spring for it today. Dong Miling finished and raised an eyebrow at Su Lighting. He said he was coming, so I didn't think about it that much. Su Lighting lowered her head and said, haven't you ever considered that we'll just have 2 beds? Dong Miling said with a smile. Then, standing up, she stretched. Ah, so tired. I'm going to sleep. With that, Dong Miling walked to the bedroom door and turned her head to look at Su Lighting. Keep your voice down. Oh, this house isn't very soundproof. After saying that, she made a wink at Su Lighting before closing the door behind her. With a thump, the door was still locked. Su Lighting sat on the sofa with an apprehensive look on her face, her mouth constantly chanting, what to do? What should I do? However, she herself didn't realize that she wasn't very resistant, just nervous. Your bestie went back to her room. Sulu, who had finished her bath, walked out in her dinosaur pajamas and saw Su Ting alone over there, shredding her thoughts. Ah! Sulu's voice startled Su Ting, who was in the middle of shredding, with a startled cry. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. Sulu was speechless. That. Put. Su Lighting was about to say, when she suddenly saw Sulu's appearance and burst out laughing. What's to laugh about? It can't be helped. Just make do and wear it. Sulu looked at her image, with a tail behind her, and glared at Su Lighting. It's nothing. Nothing. That. I'll go do the laundry. Su Lighting immediately got up and walked towards the bedroom. Sulu shook her head, walked over to the sofa and laid down. Su Lighting sighed, with a red face, looked at Sulu's changed clothes and took out the basin to wash them. The clothes are washed. Su Ting carried the basin and walked to the living room, only to find that Sulu had already fallen asleep lying on the sofa. Carrying the clothes, she walked to the side of the sofa and looked at Sulu's face. The sound of light breathing coming from her. Su Lighting could even feel the slow airflow that blew across her cheeks. Returning to her senses once again, Su Lighting saw Sulu's eyes open, looking at him curiously. That. I'm going to dry my clothes. Su Lighting immediately got up. Bang! Su Lighting felt a wave of pain coming from behind her, and in her haste to get up, she bumped into the coffee table behind her. The entire person directly plopped down in Sulu's arms, looking at Sulu's handsome face, as well as the pair of affectionate eyes. Su Ting slowly closed her eyes and leaned over. Sulu immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The touch of her lips caused Su Lighting to instantly return to her senses and immediately get up. That. I'm going to dry my clothes. Sulu hadn't reacted to the series of situations that had happened just after she woke up. Luckily, he blocked it with his hand, or else the first kiss of someone else's girl would have fallen on his hand. Shaking her head, Sulu closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Su Lighting hung up her clothes and returned to the living room, finding Sulu asleep once again. Thinking of Sulu who had just covered her mouth, she frowned and lightly grunted, "Bad egg," and ran back to the room. In the early morning, Sulu was awakened by a sound. Looking up, a figure was sitting on the sofa and was staring at him. It was none other than Dong Miling. That. There's something scary about the way you look. Sulu felt that Dong Miling seemed to have something to say. Don't sit up. Ting Ting is my best friend. If you're just playing around, you don't look for her, Dong Miling said seriously. Sulu was dumbfounded. Most of the night chastity like image. Just to say this? What's your expression? Dong Miling frowned. No, Missy, you just said this in the middle of the night? I'm sleeping here. Can't you see? I call this playing around? At most, call it borrowing a room. Sulu covered her head. But you, in the middle of the night making like a chaste woman, almost scared me to death. Ha ha ha. Dong Miling looked down at her image. White nightgown, hair spilling down. Alright, it's the middle of the night. There's nothing to hurry back. Sulu waved his hand. Handsome man, do you want to sleep in my room? Dong Miling suddenly showed a seductive face and opened her mouth. Sulu stated that the way you just spoke righteously and now are two different people. Are you a savant? Chapter 68, Can you let me sleep? Dong Miling looked at Sulu and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Still a bit of self-control. Beauty. I don't have anything with your best friend. Don't test it. This middle of the night. It will lead to a nervous breakdown. Sulu once again felt speechless. This is still serialized. Goose 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 goose. Looking at you. Plus looking for you with this expression. I feel especially funny. I want to tease you. Dong Meiling laughed out a goose call. Well, you're naked. Sulu pointed out that because of the excessive movement, the white nightgown could no longer cover the pink Hello Kitty. Dong Miling looked down and instantly blushed, smoothing out her nightgown. That. You didn't see anything. Dong Miling looked at Sulu's handsome face, as if she thought of something, and was immediately a little embarrassed. Well, I didn't see anything. Can you let me sleep? Sulu rolled his eyes. Ah, that, Ting Ting is still here, said Dong Miling shyly. As expected, it was the same as what Ting Ting said, just a philandering carrot. But why didn't she want to refuse? That. Why don't you come to my room? Dong Miling hesitated for a while, then with a determined heart, she said, Sorry, Ting Ting, this little brother is too handsome. Dong Miling secretly said in her heart, Beauty, be pure in your thoughts. What I'm saying is, you go back to your room. I'll go back to sleep. Oh, I'll go back to sleep. A feeling of embarrassment instantly spread throughout her body. Dong Miling felt like she had already keyed out of her 3 rooms. Finishing with a red face, she flew back to her room. Sulu smiled, and looked at the time which was only 3 a.m., then continued to sleep. He wasn't a bulldozer, so there was no need to follow Dong Miling into the room. Brother Su, get up and have breakfast. In the morning, Sulu slowly opened his eyes in Su Liting's crisp voice. The toiletries are already prepared for you in the bathroom of my room. Su Liting saw Sulu get up, smiled sweetly and spoke. Okay. Looking at the white porridge, eggs, and squash that Su Liting made on the table, she nodded and walked into the bedroom. In the bedroom, Sulu saw the neatly folded own clothes, smiled, really virtuous. Brother Su, do you have any arrangements today? Su Liting and Sulu, who had washed up, sat on the dining table and ate dead breakfast. Su Liting opened her mouth and inquired. Well, going to the airport at noon, traveling to Dali. Sulu slowly said after swallowing the eggs. Dali I also want to go. Su Liting's eyes lit up. Ting Ting. Good morning. Dong Miling came out of the room with a yawn, interrupting the two. Good morning. Sulu and Su Liting turned their heads and smiled in greeting. When Dong Miling saw Sulu, she instantly thought of the early morning incident and blushed slightly, awkwardly sitting across from Su Liting. Without saying a word, she ate her breakfast. What's wrong with you? Su Liting looked at Dong Miling suspiciously. Nothing. It's fine. Eat quickly. I'm going to work. Dong Miling sneakily looked at Sulu and realized that he was looking at her with a smile on his face, and immediately glared at Sulu. Su Liting nodded doubtfully and silently ate. Ting Ting, I'm leaving. 3 bites into 2. Dong Miling opened her mouth and said, then grabbed her bag and headed out the door. Miling is so strange today. Usually she's not this anxious. Guess there's something going on today. Sulu secretly snickered in her heart. This Sadako dirty is really dirty. And shyness is also really shy. Don't you even have to go to work now? Sulu curiously looked towards Su Liting, who was still slowly drinking kanji. Well, as long as you're around, I don't have to go to the office. However, said Su Liting, hesitantly looking towards Sulu. Say it. Can you grant a portion of the money to teach me to take care of it? Su Liting whispered. Why didn't you mention it before? Sulu curiously looked at Su Liting. That. Before I was afraid that you would blackmail me. Su Liting spat out her tongue and continued. Some of my coworkers were like that with her clients because of that. Su Liting lowered her head and whispered. So you're not afraid now? Well, I don't think you're someone who would force yourself on others. Alright, say how much is needed? Sulu laughed. Su Liting was really cute. Love. Sulu deliberately bought 5 watches before. In fact, it was to imply that Su Liting was also his assistant. And for his own assistant, Sulu would never be stingy or reluctant. But Su Liting also knew his situation. So it didn't matter if she didn't mind in that situation yesterday. Why treating Sister Joe differently? It might have something to do with the fact that Sister Joe was a girl he liked before he had the system, so he still maintained the same caution he had with the White Moonlight. But what Dong Miling said last night did make Sulu feel that he had to pay attention to some influences when it came to treating Su Lighting. 10 million will do. Su Lighting narrowed her eyes and looked at Sulu with a smile. 10 million is enough? Sulu stopped messing around with her thoughts. Just let it happen. Well, doing $10 million of financial flow a year, my performance will be done. Su Lighting looked at Sulu expectantly. Alright, just look at the arrangements. Does this need my personal confirmation? Have to. But there's no need for you to go to the bank. At my work tablet at home, just allocate the funds on it. Transfer it to your secondary account and I can operate it. This is my privilege as your exclusive customer service. Su Lighting looked at Sulu with two glowing eyes. The sense of anticipation was great. Alright, then go get it. Sulu nodded. Wait for me. Su Lighting immediately put down the spoon and quickly ran back to the bedroom. Not long after, walked out with the tablet, her hand snapping and tapping on it. Then, handed it to Sulu. Just take a look, then handwrite your signature and tap OK. Sulu took the tablet and looked at it. Party A. Sulu entrusted Party B, Blue Star Bank's exclusive customer service. Su Liting. The amount of 10 million yuan. Sulu clicked on the amount and directly changed it to 10,000,000 yuan, then signed to confirm. OK. Sulu handed the tablet over. Ah, brother Su, you're fantastic. Su Lighting took the tablet and immediately exclaimed in excitement when she saw the tip that $100 million had been transferred out. Alright, Sulu smiled and looked at Su Lighting. Don't be so excited. This money, just watch and arrange it. Okay, thank you brother Luke. Su Lighting bowed. After a while, Su Lighting finally looked normal, pretending to be fine as she continued to drink the porridge. Only her reddened ears still revealed her inner unrest. Alright, don't eat it, it's all gone. Sulu looked at Su Lighting, who had been pretending to drink kanji, and said with a smile, Chapter 69, if you need me, you can call me. Su Lighting looked up awkwardly at Sulu, putting down the spoon in her hand and smiling sarcastically. Alright, I'm leaving. Sulu looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. I'll send you to the airport. Su Lighting took the car keys and was ready to go out. No need. It will take more than an hour to go over here. You're too tired to go back and forth. I'll go by myself. Sulu stopped Su Lighting, not letting her change her shoes. But, Su Lighting just wanted to say that her job is, don't can. It's settled. I'll leave first. Sulu flicked Su Liting's forehead, then changed her shoes and went out. Su Liting covered her head and looked at Sulu leaving. Her face revealed shyness. Gently patting her face, rushed back to the bedroom and flopped on the bed. At the door Sulu made a phone call. Pay, I'll be ready to leave this time. Sulu called a car and headed to the airport. Well, there's no need to send me. I'll be on a taxi this time. I'll be there soon. On Xiao Man's side, you can just go directly to him. Mention my name at that time. Sulu finished, said goodbye to Lu Pepe, and hung up the phone. Ding bell. The phone had just hung up when a call came. Ting ting, what's wrong? Sulu opened her mouth. That, you left your watch at my house. Su Lighting spoke anxiously. Oh, it's fine. Put it at your place first. Wait for me to come back and then take it. Sulu then remembered that she took it off last night and put it on Su Lighting's bedroom nightstand. That's fine. I'm just a little worried. This is a little expensive. 42 million that. Su Lighting whispered. Don't worry. Just put it away. It's not your fault if it's less. Sulu said gently. Okay, that, brother Su. I'll wait for you to come back. Su Lighting hung up the phone after saying that. Sulu shook his head and sat in the car with his eyes closed. Handsome guy, here's a hitchhiking single. Also to the airport, do you mind if I take a carpool? At that time, I will give you less money. At this time the driver suddenly spoke. Can. Sulu didn't matter. The driver's attitude was okay. So he agreed. Handsome. Thanks. The driver operated on his cell phone. Hello, I have a passenger in my car. If you don't mind, you can share a single. I'll give you less. Okay, I'll pick you up. Down the road. 5 minutes away. The driver hung up. 5 minutes later, the driver stopped. A long-haired girl wearing a white dress and draped in a knit sweater stood on the side of the road. In her hands was the suitcase. The driver stopped the car and put the girl's suitcase in the trunk. The girl, wearing a mask, opened the backseat door and froze for a moment when she saw Sulu, then gestured for Sulu to sit towards the inside. Seeing Sulu puzzled move toward the inside, the girl sat on the don't. Bang! The car door closed. Handsome man, beautiful woman. In a moment, one of you will just give me 100. You each save 50. I earn 50 more. How about it? The driver said smilingly. Okay. Sulu nodded. The girl didn't say anything and sat there playing with her cell phone, but her eyes glanced at Sulu from time to time. Not a moment later, the girl put her cell phone in front of Sulu's eyes. It was written on it, "Handsome man, my name is Lian Shui, can I add a micro chat?" Underneath was a QR code. Sulu turned her head to look at the girl, only to see her pull down her mask and smile faintly at Sulu. The white and delicate cheeks revealed a hint of shyness. This was a somewhat sultry girl. Sulu took out her cell phone and scanned the QR code. Ding! The other party agreed to your friend application. Seconds passed. Little brother. So your name is Sulu? The other party's message was immediately sent over. Sulu glanced at it and didn't reply. Little brother. Why are you ignoring me? Just in the car. Is it necessary to chat like this? Sulu was helpless and returned a message. With the driver uncle there. I'm a little embarrassed. Handsome. Where are you going? Dolly. What a coincidence. I'm going to travel. How about you? Handsome? Same. Does little brother want to play together? Sulu looked at the girl endlessly. Thought about it. Edited a message and sent it over. Play together? Together at night too? Sulu put the phone away after sending it. Lian Shui on the side received Sulu's message. Looked up at Sulu who was resting her eyes with her eyes closed. Suddenly her face turned a little red, and then she began to fall into deep thought. Sulu was happy to be clean on the side. Around 12 o'clock, the cab stopped at the entrance of the airport. Sulu waited for the girl to get out of the car, and also got out of the car. Sulu did not bring any luggage at all, just brought along the charging cable, as well as his wallet. Ding! The cab just left. Sulu received a message. If you reimburse the entire trip, I'll promise you. Lian Shui's message sent over. Sulu helplessly shook his head. This sister really promised. If you do this, does your boyfriend know? Sulu previously saw that the girl's cell phone wallpaper was a photo of the two together. The relationship will be until the end of the trip. He won't know. Lian Shui replied. Alright, I'll send you the hotel number when we get off the plane. Sulu finished sending the message and started checking in. Half an hour later, Sulu had already sat in the first-class cabin. Looking around, there weren't many people in the first-class cabin on this flight. Sir, do you need a blanket? At this time a flight attendant came over. Looking towards Sulu, she spoke gently. Thanks. No. Sulu waved her hand. Sir, we are about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt. Saying that, the flight attendant got close to Sulu and helped Sulu fasten the seatbelt. Sulu smelt the fresh fragrance coming from the air hostess and couldn't help but smile. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need it, you can call me. The flight attendant winked at Sulu, then helped Sulu pull the cloth curtain closed. With the pressure up, the airplane took off. Sulu closed her eyes and started to rest. The flight was expected to last about 3 hours and 40 minutes or so. Sir, do you need something to drink? It was still the same beautiful flight attendant from just now. No, thanks. Sulu waved her hand. Sir, let me help you unbuckle your seatbelt. The flight attendant smiled and said to Sulu, then approached Sulu. At this time the two people were very close. Sulu suddenly discovered a secret of the flight attendant. She didn't wear a corset. Sulu felt that this air hostess was doing it on purpose. Sir, my name is Lina. Lina saw Sulu's gaze and smiled sweetly at Sulu. Cough. Thank you. Sulu averted her gaze and coughed lightly. There aren't many people in the first-class cabin today. If you need it, you can go to the bathroom. I'll be nearby. Lina came next to Sulu and whispered in his ear. After saying this, Lina turned around and left with a red face. She heard her previous seniors say that sometimes when you meet a rich person, you can try it. Maybe you can earn a lot of tips. She hadn't done so before, but today she suddenly realized that the passenger she served was actually so handsome, but instead was flying first class, and was probably worth a good amount of money. Most of all, she was really out of ideas, and the money she needed to use was a bit too much for her to support, so she followed what she was taught before and tried it. Sulu looked at Lina's back and smiled playfully, but he didn't get up. Chapter 70, Signing In. Soothing Mood. Sulu had always stated that she had no interest in public transportation, and naturally, she wouldn't be tempted by Lina. This obviously came prepared. However, Sulu thought that this is about to arrive in Dali, so let's sign in. There are also 3 days without signing in. Sign in. Sign in successful. Accumulated 3 sign-ins. Rewarded divine level dance ability. God grade dance ability. With dancing you can rapidly improve your dance ability. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. This ability was good. Just like God tier driving in Fighting Master. They were all talent type abilities that could grow infinitely. Soon the airplane was about to land. Lina came in, looked at Sulu grudgingly, and once again helped Sulu fasten her seatbelt. Threw Sulu a note, then twisted her waist and walked out. Sulu watched Lina go out and picked up the note. Brother, my phone number is 138*******6157. I will stay in Dali for 2 days. You can contact me at night. Smiley face. Sulu laughed as she tore up the note and threw it into the trash. With a burst of pressure, the airplane landed at the airport. Sulu, on the other hand, got up and left her seat, took a taxi to the Dali Mingyue Songzhuang Hotel and opened a deluxe sea view room. Room 1808. Handsome, why don't you send me the room number? Lian Shue's message sent over. Sulu considered for a moment. A person in the field. It really wasn't much fun. So why not just call a friend together? Room 1808 of the Bright Moon Songzhuang Hotel. Say yes first. If I bring you, I'll reimburse you for the whole trip. If I don't bring you, you're free to move around. I'm not responsible. Sulu didn't want to bring her the whole time. After all, Sulu mainly wanted to see it alone. If possible, Sulu planned to start traveling around China after the high school reunion. It would really be too unfortunate if one was free with wealth and hadn't traveled around the great mountains and rivers of China. Okay, handsome. No problem. I'll take a taxi over right now. Is the fare reimbursed? I shine. Transfer 1,000 yuan. Sulu shook her head and transferred 1,000 over. Handsome guy. Atmosphere. Sulu put down her cell phone and walked to the open-air balcony outside the living room. Dusk came, and the lights were bright in the dusty shadows. Sulu quietly lay on the rocking chair, although it was late September. But the temperature on this side of Dali was not very low, the sea breeze gently blowing. Looking at the sunlit rice sea surface in front of her, sparkling, Sulu's mood turned soothing. Ding bell bell. Handsome, they won't let me come up. Lian Shue's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. You gave them the phone? Yes, the ones with me? Lian Shui, you guys register. Sulu calmly said, then hung up the phone. Ding. The sound of a door card came. Then the door was opened. Lian Shui playfully now at the door. Seeing Sulu in the living room balcony, Lian Shui faintly smiled, put down her suitcase and ran over. Lian Shui walked to the side of Sulu's rocking chair, and similarly lay on it, the sea breeze blowing her hair. Thank you. Without you, I can't afford to stay in a hotel like this. More than 10,000 a night. Lian Shui sidled up and looked at Sulu's side face on the side. It's fine. Sulu, who had her eyes closed, calmly said. Lian Shui saw that Sulu didn't really want to talk, so she laid down. All afternoon on the road. This would indeed have some fatigue. Slowly closing her eyes, she felt the peacefulness of the setting sun. Not long after, Sulu seemed to have rested almost. First took out her cell phone, and Lu Pei a few people briefly chatted for a few sentences, then put away her cell phone and looked at Lian Shui. Hungry? A little. Lian Shui looked at Sulu in a delicate manner. Then let's go out to eat. Sulu got up. Okay. Lian Shui responded, got up and took Sulu's arm. The two of them walked out of the hotel together. The two people casually looked around along the way, and there were quite a few people on the street. There were couples traveling together, and there were also 3 or 5 close friends. Sulu and Lian Shui chose a local specialty cuisine restaurant. Try the specialties here? Sulu looked at Lian Shui. Okay, handsome. Don't call me handsome brother, just call me brother Luke. Sulu finished ordering the dishes and opened his mouth to say to Lian Shui. Okay, brother Locke. Lian Shui smiled sweetly. The flavor is not bad. The two of them, Sulu and Lian Shui, ordered all the specialties over here, to the point that they also ate to their heart's content. Let's go back first. Start shopping tomorrow? Sulu saw Lian Shui also put down her chopsticks and opened her mouth to say. Well, I'll listen to brother Luke. Lian Shui seemed to have thought of something. Her face blushed and she nodded her head. The two walked back to the hotel. I'm a bit nervous. Lian Shui looked at Sulu with a nervous face. Nervous about what? Sulu spoke curiously. I'm embarrassed to say. Lian Shui's face reddened. Ding bell. Lian Shui's phone came to life. Hello, honey, are you there yet? I'm here. What's wrong? I'm running, gasped Lian Shui. What are you running for in the middle of the night? I ate a bit too much at night, so I'm taking the edge off. Then you go back early. Okay, you go and review. Hanging up the phone, Lian Shui closed her eyes. Sulu lay on the sofa in the living room with a cigarette in her mouth. Not long after, Lian Shui walked out from the room. Brother, why aren't you sleeping? Lian Shui asked playfully. Don't you think the night is quite beautiful? Sulu said. Got up and walked to the balcony. Lying on the recliner, Lian Shui wrapped her wrapped bathrobe and followed suit, walking to the balcony and laying down on another rocking chair. Why do you want to come out and play? Sulu opened her mouth and asked. Maybe it's too boring in Magic City. My boyfriend is reviewing all day just for the exam. Lian Shui beamed and said. Then is this your first time like this? Traveling with someone else? Well, the most I've done before is with my girlfriends. Lian Shui said and shyly lowered her head. It's fine. You should also know me. I don't really force others. Sulu smiled. Well, I know. I feel, brother. You are very lonely. It seems like you're afraid to be alone. Lian Shui pondered for a moment. Oh, Sulu looked at Lian Shui in surprise. Well, I read a book that said that people who can't sleep at night and love to look at the moonlight are lonely. I don't know if that's right. Lian Shui whispered. Well, it should be sort of, but people are born to be lonely, aren't they? Sulu sighed. Brother, I still think you should make more friends. Lian Shui squinted her eyes and said, tonight's night is beautiful. Sulu glanced at Lian Shui and sighed. The wind is very noisy tonight. Lian Shui responded. This side of Dali was indeed quite beautiful. The mood was all much more pleasant. Sulu lay on the balcony rocking chair, quietly looking at the snowy light. Chapter 71, Encountering Lina. Late at night, putting on her robe, Sulu lit a cigarette and walked to the living room. Brick Moving Squad. Teacher Park, at Wang Siming, have you heard? Fighting Shark is hosting an event at the end of the month. Wang Siming, what event? Haven't heard. Teacher Park, it's rumored to be a game special, inviting a few stars to play a few exhibition matches. Wang Siming, you were invited? Teacher Park, that's a must. How can I say that I'm also one of Do Shark's first brother? Ah, all the big anchors from various boards have been invited. Wang Siming, not interested. Mr. Park, I heard that Mariko is also going. Wang Siming, time, place. Teacher Park, September 30th, starting at 1 p.m. Wang Siming, okay, I'll hang out at your guild and go then. Teacher Park, OJBK. Sulu looked at it and instantly felt funny. Opened the webpage and searched for Mariko, a secondary anchor. After 00 this brother Wang wants to eat young grass with an old cow. Sulu, brother Wang, need a wingman. Wang Siming, Xiao Lu, can your looks be a wingman? It's clearly a scene smashing. Sulu did not tell others in the group about the premiere of the Falling Flower Guild that he invested in. After all, on the one hand, he was not too familiar with it, and on the other hand, he would be looked down upon. However, recently on the headline hotspots, the news of Falling Flower Guild also started to appear. Sulu secretly nodded in his heart. Just have the heat. When the time comes, then use Su Huang's identity to reward it. Right now Sulu's Do Shark account still had about 60 million shark fins in it. It was basically enough. And if it wasn't enough, he could recharge some of it at that time. Lin Zixuan, at Sulu, where's your picture? Sulu, you'll see it later. Smiley face. Ding. Lin Zixuan has applied to add you as a friend. Application agreed. Sulu passed the application breathlessly. Pictures. Lin Zixuan sent 2 pictures. Gray one-piece short dress, black coat, black ribbon letters, slightly wavy long hair naturally falling out. Extremely imperial. Send your pictures. Picture. Sulu wearing a robe casually took a picture and sent it over. Messy broken hair. Handsome face. Little brother is very handsome. A few more. That. Miss. I have a girlfriend. No blind date. Put. At such a young age. You have a lot of thoughts. Alright. I have to be busy. I won't tease you anymore. Wait for it. Come back for you. Lin Zixuan was abroad, and it was still daytime over there, so naturally she still had to carry out her work. Sulu shook her head speechlessly. Lying on the sofa, she fell asleep. Early in the morning, the sunrise slowly rose. The sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the sea, shining with colorful light. The sea surface sparkling blue waves. Sulu slowly woke up, got up and walked to the balcony, stretched and felt the warmth of the sun. Waking up Lian Shui, who was still sleeping, first pulled the dazed and confused her to play a game. Looking at Lian Shui, who immediately overflowed with spirit when she played the game, Sulu shook her head helplessly. It couldn't be helped, probably also because it was morning, an easy and pleasant win. Then the two of them washed up, took a taxi to the nearby mall. Sulu bought some clothes for Lian Shui, as well as bags, packing, cosmetics. He himself also bought some clothes. Brother Luke, this one is pure cotton, and the feel is also soft. It should be quite comfortable to wear. Lian Shui took a pair of men's underwear and said to Sulu, okay, then take a few pairs. Sulu nodded. Brother, I also want to buy a few pairs. Lian Shui whispered. Well, that's fine. Take them yourself. Lian Shui took a few strips with a red face. Sulu glanced at it. Open enough. Sulu looked at the large bag in her hands and shook her head. Taking so many things, it was also indeed a bit much. Lian Shui was naturally full of smiles, experiencing the joy of shopping for the first time, still looking everywhere with excitement. Little Snow, let's go back first to put down our things, find a place to eat, and then go back. Sulu spoke to Lian Shui, who was at the side. Okay, Brother Luke, Lian Shui said sweetly, after eating. So tired. Lian Shui returned to the hotel and directly flopped on the bed. Sulu smiled, sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. Windy Little Yard starring Lu Cece is expected to be finalized soon. Sulu casually tuned the TV. Let's eat. Not eating. I'll go out to shop after eating. Don't want to go. So tired. I just want to rest. How about a banana for energy? You're here on a trip, not to sleep every day. Sulu patted Lian Shui. Then I'll eat with a banana before I sleep. Lian Shui got up, walked to the living room in a daze, picked up a banana and peeled it. Looking at Lian Shui who was eating the banana in small bites, Sulu helped her get a carton of milk. An hour later, Sulu looked at Lian Shui who was lying on the bed unwilling to go out, slowly shook his head. This sister after buying things, she felt that she had gotten enough, and it did not matter if she played on this side or not. Sulu estimated that in the evening, she was going to tell herself that she was going to leave tomorrow. Sulu to also does not matter, was just playing, should play, also played, really quite good. Even Sulu can feel, this girl is a new charger, have not been charged a few times. Sulu got up, brought the door on, and walked out of the hotel, directly took a taxi to the ancient town. The ancient town, even the paths paved with green stone slabs were so ancient, and there were quite a few people in between. Sulu found a snack bar that looked like it was doing good business, and ordered a Yunnan specialty rice noodle. The color was bright, the taste was fragrant, and it really did make one's appetite grow. Sulu picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Sir, is it really you? At this time a pleasant voice came. Sulu turned his head and saw a woman in meow clothing. Sulu frowned in recollection. Lina? Sulu finally remembered. The flight attendant on the airplane. Yes. Lina smiled faintly at Sulu. You are? Sulu curiously said. Came out to take a turn. We're going to fly to Magic City this afternoon. Lina directly made it next to Sulu and looked at Sulu with a sly look. What are you doing? Sulu raised her eyebrows and looked at Lina. It's the first time I took the initiative and you didn't even look for me. Lina whispered. Sulu was speechless. Why did this girl say it so clearly? Doesn't she know that this kind of thing shouldn't be talked about in private? Sulu was surprised to look at Lina, then turned her head left and right. The people around her didn't seem to have any other reaction. Still eating their own food. Lina looked at Sulu's expression. Only then did she react to what kind of occasion this was, and immediately lowered her head with a red face. Why did you come? Sulu saw that Lina had been silent and opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 72, Calling the Insiders Straight. Just have nothing to do and want to come out and turn around. Lina glanced at Sulu, with a hint of charm in her eyes. Sulu looked at Lina with a smile, then continued to eat the rice noodles. Have you eaten yet? Do you want a bowl? Sulu looked at Lina who had been sitting next to him and opened his mouth to ask. Ah, yes, I just came to eat. Lina suddenly remembered that she just came out to eat. Okay, order for yourself. I'll treat you. Sulu waved her hand. Sir, why don't you go sit at my place? After the two people finished eating, Sulu was about to leave when Lina suddenly pulled Sulu and opened her mouth. Just sit? Or do something? Sulu looked at Lina with a bad smile. You can do whatever you want. Lina red-faced whispered in Sulu's ear. I say Miss Sister, what are you doing? Sulu shook his head speechlessly. Why is this sister a little bit demented? On the airplane it was. This will be the same. My colleague said, if you hang on to a guy in first class, then that later he will give a lot of money. The girl spoke bluntly. Is your brain filled with paste? Sulu held her forehead, defeated by this sister. What do you want you don't say? Other people give it all to you, just like you. In the end, you will definitely be hoarded out by other people for nothing. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry. I can't help it. Lina sighed. It's not easy for me to make up my mind yet. Looking for you, but it turns out that you didn't look at me. Rather, you're quite handsome, and I, said Lina as her face flushed a shade of red. What's the situation? Your salary shouldn't be low. Sulu shook her head. My husband is paralyzed in bed, so he needs money. Lina spoke in a low voice. Lina's mood at this time was also very apprehensive. Her own savings were not too much. Her husband's long-term hospitalization as well as the cost of the caregiver was like a huge mountain pressing down on her. Her in-laws' savings had also been taken out. There was nothing wrong in the short term, but in the long term, she didn't dare to think about it. Let's find a place to talk first. Sulu felt that it wasn't good to stand in front of someone's store and chat about this. Just go to the hotel. It's very close. Right next to here. Lina whispered. Okay, let's go. Sulu nodded her head. Sulu surveyed the room. It was not bad. One room, one hall. Is this a unified arrangement for your unit? Sulu sat on the sofa in the living room and spoke. Well, every time we come over, we always stay here. Signed an agreement. Checkout is also delayed until 5 o'clock. Lena sat on a separate couch sit. So, you want money? Sulu slowly spoke. Yes. Lena nodded slowly, her head lowered. Why don't you divorce? Sulu spoke. I was taken care of more by his family. So, Lena whispered. Sulu was not in a position to say anything else. In this situation, there was no way to say too much. Sulu was lowering her head in deep thought. She had to go fly to Magic City in a while. 1,000 words were omitted here. I'll lend you $100,000 every month. Sulu extinguished her cigarette and spoke softly. 50,000 is enough. Lena buried her head on Sulu's belly and whispered. I really suspect that your brain is indeed mush. Giving you money and you still don't want it. Lena was silent. She actually didn't know why she said that. Alright, don't mess with your mind either. It's settled. Keep the extra money for yourself. Sulu waved his hand. Brother Luke. I know. Lena suddenly smiled. A pressure was gone. After her husband was hospitalized, he basically spent his time in the hospital from then on. It was quite good to follow Sulu now. Brother Luke. Seeing as you seem to like playing games, let me play with you. After Lena was free of stress, her entire body became energized. Well, no more playing. You rest for a while. You still have to work at night. Sulu shook his head and leaned on the balcony and said, Alright then, Brother Lu, when you want to play games, just let me know. If I'm not at work, I'll play with you. Lena said with a smile. Okay, go to sleep. Sulu said, taking out his cell phone and casually flipping through it. Nana is up. Sulu saw that it was almost time, gently tapped and shouted. Oh. Lena sat up, her marvelous figure on display. Together with Lena, they arrived at the airport. Look, I'm off. Lena pulled her suitcase out a few steps, turned around and waved her hand. Sulu, on the other hand, took a taxi back to the manhwa Songzhuang Hotel. Lian Shui was lying on her bed playing with her cell phone. Brother Luke, you're back. Lian Shui heard the commotion and got up to look at Sulu. Well, you stayed here for the afternoon? Why didn't you go out to play? Well, it doesn't feel like there's much fun here. It's all walking. Lian Shui beamed. Sulu looked at Lian Shui meaningfully. Why don't I buy you a ticket back tomorrow? You go back first? Brother Luke, aren't you going back? A trace of joy flashed in Lian Shui's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it and asked curiously. I'm still planning to stay over here for a few days, so I'll send you back first tomorrow. Sulu spoke. Brother Luke. Whispered Lian Shui. Chapter 73. This is reimbursement for traveling expenses. And training? It's fine. I don't need you to accompany me next. Sulu said with a smile. Sulu's emotions don't fluctuate too much because of this kind of thing. Lian Shui's heart was already excited. Just by sleeping with someone for 2 nights, she got so many clothes and jewelry as well as cosmetics. 100,000 or so. Sulu did not say anything. He naturally knew Lian Shui's thoughts, but after seeing these, this Lian Shui went back in the future. He did not know if he would be very honest. However, Sulu did not have any sense of guilt. The road is their own. How to choose was her own. If she honestly accompanied Sulu, then in the end there would definitely still be a sum of loose money. Let's go? Let's go eat? Sulu softly said. Okay. Lian Shui playfully answered. Want to go out for a stroll? After eating, Sulu opened her mouth and asked. No. Lian Shui quietly said at her side. I'll accompany you in your limerick. Sulu guffawed. The next day. Brother Luke. I'm sorry. Lian Shui lowered her head at the airport entrance and spoke to Sulu. I'm sorry. What? Lian Shui wanted to say something. Okay, didn't blame you. Sulu was also quite scratched at Lian Shui. Lian Shui's face was a little embarrassed. In fact, she wanted to go back quickly, mainly to bring the things back, put them here, in case they were taken back, then she really had nothing left. However, later on, she actually felt that Sulu didn't care about these things. Even last night when she agreed to leave, Sulu didn't get angry, but it had already been brought up, and Sulu didn't have the intention to keep her. Alright, don't squirm, quickly go inside. Sulu rubbed Lian Shui's hair. Sulu fell back and, go back and be safe. Sulu nodded, took out her cell phone and transferred $50,000 to her, to reimburse you for your traveling expenses. And, training fees? Sulu smiled and joked. Sulu then took a taxi back to the hotel and started to catch up on her sleep. This sleep until evening. Sulu slowly opened her eyes. A few messages on her cell phone. Samu Ro and Yang Xiaoshui's daily. Lu Pei Pei's daily message. Pang Xiaoman sent a few fitness photos. Sulu replied to them one by one. The last was a message from Lian Shui in the afternoon. She had arrived in Magic City. Sulu smiled, put down the cell phone, got up. The room has been cleaned. The cleaning ant in the afternoon is estimated to take advantage of Sulu to fall asleep and directly cleaned. The bedsheet is not changed, but last night did not touch the bed. It's fine. Slowly walking to the balcony, the evening sun is about to fall. Sulu helplessly sighed. The sunset is infinitely good. Bah! No! It's just that I slept too much during the day, so I guess I won't be able to sleep at night. Stretching her waist, she turned around and went back to the house to change her clothes. Sulu was wearing a pair of gray loose work pants, skateboarding shoes, a white loose t-shirt, and a pair of headphones. The little prince of street dance rocking was online. Yes, Sulu was going to prepare tonight to go dancing. Sulu brought the headphones she had just bought and played hip-hop music, her body swaying slightly along with it. Sulu could feel a large number of dance moves as well as the growth of her experience. Irai Fuman Commercial Plaza. At this time, the night had already darkened. Neon lights flashed with multicolored light. A group of big mothers were dancing in the square. Stop. Transitions. Not this side. On the other side there was a group of people who were spectating, and from time to time there was a shout of approval. Sulu came over, discovered that it turned out to be exactly someone was dancing on the stage in the center. And at this time, there was a bracket on one side of the stage with a cell phone across it. Originally in the live broadcast, Sulu's heart contemplated for a moment. Tomorrow happens to also be the premiere of the Falling Flower Guild. It doesn't matter if you show your face now. And it's Falling King. What's the matter with me, Sulu? On the stage a dancer was using her flexible limbs and even her five senses to skillfully and freely dance herself. Suddenly his whole body started to tremble along with the music. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the music was soft and gentle. The dancer's whole body began to wriggle, and the snake-like wave made the audience feel better. The movements were smooth and coherent, sometimes agile, sometimes wild, sometimes soft, rhythmic, breathtaking. Sulu on the side of the watch is also very excited. Sulu looked around, straight to the corner of the stage, hands abrace, jumped up. The person who was sitting beside the cell phone saw Sulu. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Who is this? How did this suddenly appear? Looks like a dancer. Kai's friend? The one who was dancing on the stage was none other than Kai. Kai also saw Sulu walking over, and his dance moves started to turn towards Sulu. Dancers are like that. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. Just dance for a while and you will know each other. See each other's action. Coincidentally at this time the music a pause. Sulu's body is also a poppin'. Right hand fixed in front of the body. At once the scene a burst of hooting and hollering. Happy to see the passers-by go up to the scene of hi. In the live broadcast room. Wow. This little brother is so stylish. Is this pause serious? I want to see little brother's front face. Immediately send over little brother's contact information. I'll thank him for a face. Is upstairs serious? Word me up. Chapter 74 Rocking is an anchor. It's none of my business. Brothers, we'll check the room this time. Sister Joe waved her hand. Give the brothers some benefits today. I want to see Missy. I want to see little Mariko. Quickly, the secondary little Mariko. Let's look at the outdoor area today. Sister Joe had a bright idea. What's there to see in the outdoor area at night? The outdoor area has been very voluminous lately. What with the hiking tour of China and hiking through Tibet? I'm also curious as to what they're doing at this time. Sister Joe casually flipped through the outdoor, when suddenly the name of a live broadcast room attracted her. Square Dance Ultimate Showdown. The most dazzling dolly is waiting for you to battle. Brothers, check out this live broadcast room. Square Dance Showdown. Come on, let me conk out. Sister Joe rolled up her sleeves. But how can a square dance duel? A grandpa versus a grandma? I'm afraid it's not a group dance. Left hand 6, right hand 7. Left leg draws a circle, right leg kicks. Doctor, the brothers upstairs hurry to take away. The moment she entered the live broadcast room, Sister Joe froze, although the dressing style changed, but that side face, that hairstyle, Sister Joe recognized that it was Sulu at the first time. How did you run to Dolly? Sister Joe murmured. Sister Joe recognizes? This little brother's side face. Love. You guys look at Sister Joe's state is not right. This can't be Sister Joe's boyfriend. Sister Joe had a complicated face at this time. Looking at the screen. Let's change and take a look. Sister Joe instantly reacted. No change. Just watch this one. I want to watch this little brother square dance. User, I want to watch this little brother. Gabe Anchor. No air is not called Zhou Shui. Super Rockets X10. Thank you. I want to watch this little brother for the 10 Super Rockets. Thanks. Alright, let's watch then. Sister Joe immediately compared a small heart full of smiles and continued. Then casually ordered an airplane and sent it out. Since she had come to check out the room. Let's hold it up. As for Dolly's side, the music started again. Akai swayed his body. His right hand stretched forward. signaling Sulu to start performing. The corner of Sulu's mouth slightly raised, followed the music and began to jump. The footsteps quickly changed. Suddenly the music a drum beat rhythm. Sulu's side is also suddenly inverted and fixed. Legs open. A Nike shape. T-shirt also because of inversion slipped, revealing 8 blocks of abdominal muscles. The scene was suddenly a shriek. Ah! Sister Joe immediately shouted. Her hands raised to cover her eyes. Oh! This waist! Although the live broadcast couldn't see the front, the side was indeed clearly visible. Wow! This dancing skill! This power! The music continued. Sulu got up and started to continue to dance her body. The music got even more high-pitched. Sulu had already gotten high from dancing. The windmill, Thomas, started to take over one after another. Finally, a perfect frame. The dance and music came to an abrupt end. The onlookers under the stage immediately screamed and applauded. And Kai on the side also looked at Sulu in admiration. Sister Joe was already stunned at this time, her mouth open. This dance, brothers tell me, is this floor movement bullish? Sister Joe slapped the table and shouted. 10 years B-boy said, this one I can't dance. This sense of rhythm, this sense of power, it's perfect. I'm wet. Wait, you're not right upstairs. The pop-up screen burst with compliments. Sister Joe's mouth was grinning to the roots of her ears. Brothers, should we continue watching? Sister Joe suddenly said. It's a must. At this time, Sister Joe's live broadcast room had all sorts of gifts that indicated to continue watching. Seeing that there were so many gifts, Sister Joe once again swiped 2 airplanes in this square dance live room. One more? Ah, Kai shouted to Sulu. Sulu turned her head and looked at Kai making a locking motion, then made a point pointing at Kai. Locking dance relies on fast, obvious arm and hand movements, with the sudden freeze of the movement, to highlight the effect of locking, to produce a strong contrast, and accompanied by a variety of clapping, jumping and splitting and other techniques, often with a strong sense of rhythm and closely integrated with the music. At this moment, because Sulu's head turned, the pop-up screen in Sister Joe's live room was suddenly empty, followed by a pair of young ladies frantically sending out pop-up screens. What a handsome little brother. Sister Joe, do you know him? Quickly introduce him to us. Sister Joe, contact information. As Sister Joe looked at the pop-ups, an emotion suddenly welled up inside her. It was strange. If there was nothing wrong with Sister Joe, this emotion was called pride? A fast-paced music played. Kai began to keep doing the lock dance. Sulu also began to quickly follow suit. The two of them moved in unison with an explosive visual sense. And in the middle of the transition music, the two of them did a funky guitar, simulating the feeling of playing a guitar, at the same time. Then they did a split at the same time, after jumping up. When landing on the ground, feet open, a straightening and bending, forming a downward split feeling. At that moment, they drew a lot of cheers and screams from the scene. At this time, Sister Joe had already been stunned by the scene's dance and completely lost her reaction. The whole person was completely frozen, but her sight kept following Sulu. The original immersed heart seemed to be beating once again. Finally, Sulu and Kai paused on the last note, and Sulu gave a thumbs up to Kai. Ah, Kai first bowed to the stage and then said, today's performance ends here. Only then did the many viewers reluctantly leave. Boy, I'm live here. Mind? Kai pointed to his cell phone in the distance. It's fine. Sulu shook her head. Okay, I'm Kai. That one over there is way how Kai held out his fist. I'm rocking. Sulu similarly extended her fist and touched it. The two of them then opened their hands and shook them to pull them farther apart. Rocking, brother, the popularity of our live room has broken 1 million. Wei Hao shouted at this time. Rocking wanna join me in saying hello to our friends in the live room. Kai invited. Can. I'm actually an anchor too. Sulu guffawed. In order to advertise, Sulu also put up a fight. Anyway, you rocking is an anchor. It's none of my business Sulu. Hello everyone. I'm Kai. New friends please click a concern. After Akai and Sulu went to the side of the phone again, Akai started to introduce himself. This brother next to me is someone I just met today. A very strong dancer. He's also an anchor. I'll let him say hello to everyone. Anchor, don't block the little brother. This staff, you're blocking the anchor. Sulu saw the pop-ups crossing over a burst of laughter in her heart. And at this time, Sister Joe, her heart was even more shocked. When did Sulu become an anchor? Oh yeah, he said a falling flower guild before. Hello everyone, I'm Rocking, a dance anchor. I'm from the Falling Flower Guild. Our guild premieres tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Fighting Shark. Chapter 75. Are the advertisers so rolled up now? Good guy. I'll say good guy straight away. This advertisement is too hardcore. Is there a possibility that this little brother himself came to dance just to advertise? This little brother is afraid that he didn't come specifically to advertise today. Good guy. I understand that delivering takeout is so rolled up, but now advertising is also so rolled up? Such a handsome little brother. What's wrong with an advertisement? Sister Joe was also directly lying on the table. Goose 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 kept laughing. A hardcore advertisement at this time. There was no one else. Sister Joe is laughing out a goose call. This is definitely recognized. Sister Joe. Kill Sister Joe and rob little brother. There was also a part of Sister Joe's live broadcast that started to get curious. Falling Flower Guild. Seems like I've heard of it. It's been teased recently. I remembered. Didn't the preview say that tomorrow's premiere would be two young ladies? What's with this rocking? After Sulu finished speaking, she compared Aya to Kai. Kai handed the live broadcast to Weihao and told him to broadcast first. Bro, are you interested in going to the competition? I heard that's going to start this as Street Dance 5. Kai looked at Sulu curiously. I'm just casually dancing, but I don't intend to participate in the competition. Sulu shook his head. Jokingly, the previous seasons, that one tired into that. He didn't want to. Kai shook his head in disappointment. Kai, I'll go back first. You guys continue. Sulu waved her hand at Kai and turned to leave. Sulu slowly walked on the street. The excitement of dancing just now gradually eased down. Putting the headphones on, she played some soothing songs. Sister Joe sighed. Back to God. Saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. I ignored it, pretending not to see it. Immediately exited Kai's live room. Brothers, this dance is too fried. How do I have a feeling? This is the dance area. This is the dance. Sister Joe, I'm afraid I'm mesmerized by that little brother. Sister Joe definitely knows that little brother. She just won't say anything. Sister Joe looked at the pop-up screen, and an impulse surged within her to say that she knew him, and then the relationship was extraordinarily iron. Is it still iron? Saying that day, and even afterward, they hadn't contacted each other again. She eventually restrained herself and quickly pulled away from the topic and continued her hosted game broadcast. And Sulu's two dances were also uploaded to a short video, instantly bursting into flames, but it was not clear to see the face. Many people were also asking who this male lead was. So, the water users who watched the live broadcast enthusiastically replied. Falling Flower Guild anchor rocking. Lu Peipei was doing yoga at home when a call suddenly came. Sister Peipei. It was assistant Ning Xiaoning. Yes, Lu Peipei had finally asked Ning Xiaoning to come and be her assistant after she went back to school and finished dealing with school matters. Of course it was just a name to hang on to. After all, she was only a freshman, and she still spent most of her time attending school. So it was kind of Lu Peipei's heartache for her. What's wrong, Ning? Lu Peipei said suspiciously. I sent you a video on WeChat. When did our guild get a rocking anchor? Lu Peipei scratched open the microchat and opened the link Ning Xiaoning had sent over. First looking at the video, a smile instantly appeared on her lips. Then looking at the comments, she instantly realized what was going on. It's fine. This is Sulu. Lu Peipei said with a smile. What? Brother Sulu. He dances so well. Ning Xiaoning's surprised voice came out. When Sulu arrived at the hotel, he went into the bathroom and took a shower, changed into a bathrobe, and laid on the living room sofa. Ding bell. Lu Peipei's phone call came. Lulu, I didn't disturb you at night, right? Lu Peipei's gentle voice came. Then how could it disturb me? Sulu naturally understood Lu Peipei's yin and yang and said with a smile. There is no beautiful woman to accompany you? Of course not. Sulu said righteously. Even if there was, he had to say no at this time. That rocking is you? Lu Peipei itself was just teasing Sulu. She wouldn't care if Sulu had a girl by his side. She knew that Sulu had her in his heart and that was enough. Well, yes, just in time for the wave of advertisements. Sulu said with a smile. Humph, you advertised. Tomorrow's premiere. You didn't broadcast live. What to do? That. Sulu was dumbfounded. Yes, the advertisement hit. It seems to hit the wrong way. Ha ha ha. Lulu, aren't you very smart? How did you drop your wits today? Lu Peipei's mocking voice came. I did it on purpose. I will link up with both of them tomorrow. Of course Sulu would not admit in front of her own woman that she got high from dancing and completely lost her wits. Good. Lulu, have you been in a better mood lately? Lu Peipei asked with concern. Much better. It's fine. I'll be ready to go back in a couple days. This place is really quite good. I'll take you out for a trip together when I have the chance. You'll definitely like it. Then it's a deal. Lulu, Lu Peipei said happily. Although she wouldn't be in charge of Sulu, she was still looking forward to being able to travel with Sulu. Well, it's a deal. Sulu nodded. The two chatted for an hour. Almost 11 o'clock before hanging up. Sulu was in a happy mood, gently swaying her body, ready to go back to her room to sleep. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Sulu ignored it. Knock knock knock. Another more urgent knock came. Sulu was puzzled and walked over to open the door, only to see a woman with sunglasses, mask, covered tightly. A woman stood at the door, stared at Sulu for a while, then bypassed Sulu and walked in. Wait, who are you? Sulu immediately turned around and opened her mouth in doubt. This woman was tall, with long pure black hair reaching her waist. The entire S-shaped figure was mentioned to the fullest. Close the door. A clear and cold voice came out from the woman's mouth. No, do you recognize me? Or, what are you doing in here? Sulu frowned, her voice somewhat serious. Close the door first. Let's talk later. Someone is chasing me. I'll hide for a while. The woman's voice made Sulu sound somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall it. Sulu thought about it and decided to close the door first. Sulu pulled the door handle and slowly closed the door. The moment she finally closed it, Sulu seemed to see that there were 3 people walking from the doorway to the opposite corridor. Bang! The door of the room was closed with a sound. Sulu looked outside through the eye of the door. There were 3 people who were now looking left and right in the corridor. Indeed, like they were looking for someone. Until the 3 people shook their heads helplessly and turned to leave. Only then did Sulu turn her head to look at the woman, only to see that she had already taken off her shoes, and her mask and sunglasses, and her entire body was nestled on the sofa. You are. Sulu couldn't think of what to call her for a moment. Chapter 76, Are You, Lu Cc? On the afternoon of September 23rd, a small courtyard in the ancient town of Dali, Ka. I announced that there is a windy small courtyard is killed. In a small courtyard in Dali, the director shouted with a loudspeaker. Pa. The surrounding staff as well as the actors applauded with smiling faces. Tonight at 6 o'clock at the Wabi Sabi Hotel, the killing banquet. Everyone must come. Our investors are coming over as well. The director then spoke. Sister Cece, are we going tonight? Lu Cece's assistant, Zhao Xiaonan, whispered. Trouble. Go. Lu Cece frowned, her cool voice reaching Zhao Xiaonan's ears. Zhao Xiaonan looked at Lu Cece's appearance. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she took out her cell phone and secretly sent a message. Yi Xiao. This evening, Sister Cece will attend the killing banquet. Lu Cece looked at Zhao Xiaonan meaningfully from the side and sighed in her heart. Zhao Xiaonan had followed her for more than a year. During these months of filming, every time the director organized a farewell banquet and a reception banquet, Yi Chen would appear, and I heard that he was the son of one of the senior executives of the funding party. Sometimes when they were resting and ready to go out for a stroll, Yi Chen would also come over. Natural familiarity, as well as condescending. Let Lu Cece not win, but there is no way to offend two dead. She also knows that recently re-emerged out of the activities, really need resources. Lu Cece also understood about her own situation, just that this assistant could not be wanted. 5:30 p.m. Sister Cece, shall we go? Zhao Xiaonan stood in the current room's living room and said, let's go. Lu Cece nodded, put on her sunglasses, mask, and went out the door with a tight cover. Cece, what a coincidence. Just as she went out the door, she saw a man walking over. Inch head, ear studs, fancy look. Yi Xiao. Lu Cece slightly glanced at him and averted her gaze, forcing herself to hold back the discomfort in her heart and greeted him. Cece, do you want to ride in my car? I just picked up the Porsche 911 today. Do you want to experience it? Yi Chen directly walked next to Lu Cece, took out the key and flung it. Thanks a lot. No need. We have a car. Li Cece quickly walked out of the hotel and got into the business car waiting at the entrance. Yi Chen watched as Lu Cece got into the car, his face grim, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Hefeng Hotel, Irai Hall, a dozen tables of people, one after another, had already filled up. Lu Cece, who was the lead actress, was naturally sitting at the main table, and to her left was the lead actress Li Si, and the two were talking. Yi Chen flung the car keys in his hand and walked directly to Lu Cece's right-hand side and sat down. Lu Cece immediately felt that her mood was not even too beautiful. Cough. With a dry cough, Lu Cece sat upright. Come on, Cece, have some of this. Yi Chen smiled at the side and added dishes to Lu Cece's plate. Lu Cece hadn't moved her chopsticks since Yi Chen had added the dishes. Director Ding, to you. Lu Cece got up and smiled at the director and spoke. Alright. Director Ding got up and shook his wineglass in vain. Lu Cece gently took a sip. During the seat, it was considered that the guests were happy. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Cece got up and opened her mouth to Li Si. Said. Got up and left. Tall curves. Another turned his head. Yi Chen no longer hid the desire in his eyes. Looking at the crowd all talking to each other and mingling, Yi Chen took out a pill from the inner pocket of his jacket. Looking around, he broke open the shell and poured it into Lu Cece's cup. Yi Chen didn't notice that Li Si was on the sidelines and saw the final process. Immediately acting as if nothing had happened, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Sisi. Don't drink the wine. Lu Sisi came out and saw Li Si's message. With a slight condensation in her eyes, she didn't move and put her cell phone back. Director Ding, I'm a bit overwhelmed by the wine, so I'll go back first. Lu Sisi did not return to her seat, but walked straight to the side of Director Ding and spoke. Okay, go back and be safe. Director Ding was already drunk and waved his hand, signaling that Lu Sisi could leave. Alas, Sisi, I'll toast to you. I'll send you back after drinking. Yi Chen saw that Lu Sisi was about to leave directly without drinking, immediately got up and took a glass of wine, handing it to Lu Sisi in front of her. Lu Sisi looked at Yi Chen with a cold face. Ignoring it, she directly left. Lu Sisi, are you not giving me face? Yi Chen immediately became anxious and spoke loudly. At this time, the surrounding people were also attracted to lean over by this sound. Lu Sisi turned her head, looked at the wine glass in Yi Chen's hand, and stretched out her jade arm to receive it. Yi Chen had a smile on his face, looking at Lu Sisi expectantly. The corner of Lu Sisi's mouth revealed a cold smile. With a wave of her arm, a cup of wine was directly splashed on Yi Chen's face. Then she kicked out a foot and turned around to leave. Sister Sisi, Zhao Xiaonan at the other table saw Lu Sisi and immediately followed her. You've been dismissed. Go and find Lu Summarize tomorrow to settle your wages. Lu Sisi said coolly, put on her mask, put on her sunglasses, and directly went out of the hotel. On the other side, Yi Chen, who fell on the ground and bowed into a shrimp, immediately called and said fiercely, hey, find Lu Sisi for me and bring her to my room. Lu Sisi didn't get on the RV, but walked towards the Arai side. Finally finished filming. Now she can be salty for a while again. Just not long after arriving at the Arai side, Lu Sisi realized that not far behind her there were a few people in suits, sneaking around. At once, her heart sank. Fortunately, the current flow of people is quite large. Lu Sisi pretended to act as if nothing had happened, and suddenly made a flash and walked into the manhwa Songzhuang Hotel. Lu Sisi looked around and saw that the light that had been checked in was on next to the room door in the deepest part of the corridor, and immediately walked over quickly. Bang bang bang! Lu Sisi suppressed her inner tension. Seeing no response, Lu Sisi once again tapped on the door. Knock knock knock. The door to the room opened and a man in a robe opened the door. Lu Sisi looked at it. Quite handsome, and there seemed to be a righteousness between his eyebrows. It shouldn't be a bad guy, so she walked in around him. You are Lu Sisi? Sulu was surprised and looked at the woman who was nestled on the sofa. Lu Sisi's clear and cold voice came out from her cherry lips. What are you? Sulu opened her mouth in doubt, while sizing up Lu Sisi. The fair and flawless face, lazily lying on the sofa, was indeed charming. Hiding here in your place. I will leave in a while. Okay. Sulu nodded and made it to the sofa on one side. Lu Sisi and Sulu just sat on the sofa with one of them and the other nestled on the other side of the sofa, staring at each other. Cough. Do you want some water? Sulu was a little embarrassed by the look. Opening her mouth, she inquired. Lu Sisi nodded. So high and cold. Sulu sighed in his heart and poured a glass of water and handed it over. Thanks. Lu Sisi got up and took the water. Another moment of silence followed. Fairy sister, a household name, but when he really encountered it, Sulu instead didn't know how to deal with it. Chapter 77, Prepare to ambush your head. What for? That. You make yourself at home. I'm going to go blow off some steam. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Sulu got up and said, it wasn't that Sulu didn't want to go back to her room, but after all, she was considered a guest, and it was a bit impolite to directly go back to her room, but it seemed quite awkward for two people to sit there dry. Aha! Got. High and cold as can be. Sulu shook her head, walked towards the balcony, and laid down on the recliner. The quiet night sky, the slight sea breeze blowing, the ghostly moonlight spilling down, the crescent moon Think about the previous Mid-Autumn Festival were forgotten. Sulu sighed and slowly closed her eyes. A silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Sulu. Sulu opened her eyes, only to see Lu Sisi just standing next to Sulu's rocking chair. Lu Sisi, what are you doing? Sulu was puzzled. Help me buy a cell phone tomorrow. Is that okay? Lu Sisi whispered. Wait, tomorrow, you're not leaving today? Sulu was surprised and looked at Lu Sisi. Don't want to go. Too many things, very annoying. Don't you have a cell phone? It's turned off. Lu Sisi just wanted to have a good rest. Go back. It's circulars, or on the way to find circulars. Alright, you can turn on a flight mode and play around first. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Sulu agreed. Then feeling the late September night, The sea breeze also started to have a slight coolness, while saying to Lu Cece, "You sleep in the room. I'll be fine in the living room." "Thanks." Lu Cece is also not polite, nodded her head, and was ready to walk towards the room, walked to the balcony mouth but suddenly turned her head. "What's your name?" "Sulu." "Well, add a micro chat." After Lu Cece turned her cell phone on and turned on flight mode, she also ignored the other messages of the microchat, opened the QR code and placed it in front of Sulu, smelling the faint fragrance coming from Lu Cece's body. Kind of like lychee flavor. Ding. Sulu took out her cell phone and scanned the QR code to add Lu Cece as a friend. Remembered to keep it a secret. Seeing that the addition was complete, Lu Cece said, then turned around and walked into the bedroom. Received transfer of 10,000 yuan. Ding. The sound of the room door being locked. Sulu shook her head. Feeling the coolness coming on, she walked back to the living room, closed the balcony door, and lay down on the sofa, smelling the faint lychee scent and fell asleep. Lu Cece, after entering the room, looked around for a while, then walked towards the closet, which contained several sets of clothes that Sulu had recently bought. Scanning back and forth, Lu Cece took a shirt and walked into the restroom. When she came out again, she was wearing a white shirt on top, and underneath were her bare jade-like legs. Walking to the bed, Lu Cece slowly lay down. This night, Lu Cece slept very sweetly. The next day, Sulu slowly opened her eyes under a pair of sharp gazes. What's wrong? Sulu looked at a piece of long white legs with a confused face. "I'm hungry." Lu Cece's voice was as before. "Oh, just directly ask the front desk to send breakfast up," Sulu said in a daze, turning around and preparing to continue sleeping. "You get up. I want to eat green vegetable noodles." Lu Cece raised her foot and gently lifted Sulu's leg. "You let the front desk cook it for you." Lu Cece did not say anything, just looked at Sulu. Sulu lay down, always feeling like a man's back, turned his head and found Lu Cece still looking at him slyly. "I'll wash up first." Sulu had no choice, got up and walked towards the bedroom's restroom. Coming out again, Sulu's entire body had been refreshed, and saw the bare-legged Lu Cece, who was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. The body is wearing his shirt. This kind of look. Another Sulu eyes light up. This kind of imperial sister, plus fairy, and then wearing Sulu's shirt. Indeed charming. Sulu looked at Two Eyes, then turned his head. "Wait for me. I'll go get you bok choy noodles." Sulu finished, opened the door and walked out. "Have a bowl of bok choy noodles. I'll take it to my room to eat." Sulu spoke to the waiter at the front desk. Sulu pretended as if nothing had happened and looked around. On the sofa at the doorway, she saw 3 people. It seemed to be the very same 3 people who appeared in the corridor last night. Still waiting here at this time? Bodyguards? Or, Sulu thought in her heart. "Sir, the bok choy noodles are ready." The front desk attendant little sister opened her mouth at this time. "Thank you." Sulu nodded and picked up the bok choy noodles, said in a small voice. "Oh yeah, my room doesn't need to be cleaned today. I have an important meeting to hold in the afternoon. Don't let anyone disturb it. Room 1808. "Yes sir." The front desk attendant nodded in agreement and made a record. Sulu nodded, carrying the bok choy noodles, and walked back to the room. "There are 3 people outside the door. Who came with you last night? This will still be here. Are they your bodyguards?" Sulu placed the bok choy noodles on the living room coffee table and opened her mouth to ask. Lu Cece frowned. "This is a bit troublesome. This is not North Star." Looked up at Sulu. "These people are here to arrest me. I offended a capitalist's son." Lu Cece decided to tell the truth. Now in this situation, obviously Sulu was much more reliable than Yi Chen. "Do you want to help you?" Sulu made a sinister expression. His right hand made a chopper shape, and swung hard. "Alright, you look like the kind of honest kid. Don't scare people." Lu Cece instantly rolled her eyes in a blank stare. Sulu was instantly speechless. "What? Him? An honest child? If a man is not honest, he can whip you and call you daddy. Eat first. It's fine. I'm serious. I can send them away if you need to." Sulu didn't care about Lu Cece calling him honest. After all, truly high-end hunters often appeared as prey. "Lu Cece, prepare to ambush your head." "Wait, ambush head for what?" Sulu smiled and laughed. Of course, the above were all Sulu's random thoughts. Lu Cece he didn't intend to provoke. It was too flashy. No need. "I'll stay here for the next 2 days. Then I'll go get another room. It's fine. You're quite safe. The sofa will be for you to sleep on." Lu Cece waved her hand. "I just don't want to sleep on the sofa," Sulu said quietly. Lu Cece suddenly changed her face at the speed of light and looked at Sulu pitifully. The seductive figure, the icy pity look, caused Sulu to cry out that he couldn't carry it. "Fine, but I'm going out for a walk today. I originally came here to travel. You're fine here by yourself, right? Sulu opened her mouth and said, well, good, come back early. Lu Cece agreed after considering that as long as she doesn't go out, it shouldn't be a problem in broad daylight, so she agreed. Okay, I'll go out first. You lock the door. Sulu changed her clothes and walked out of the room. Bang! The door closed. Lu Cece's originally cold face suddenly smiled. Immediately barefoot, walked to the TV to get the remote control. Then squatting on the sofa, she started searching for channels. Then looked up and frowned. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message. Sulu, come back and bring some snacks. Chapter 78. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Sulu leisurely walked out of the room and came to the hall. Those three people were still there. Sulu just looked while walking towards the door. What are you looking at? Immediately, one of them couldn't take it anymore and slapped the table and stood up. What are you looking at? Sulu provocatively looked at the three people. Seeing Sulu in this manner, all three people immediately stood up. Sulu hooked her finger at the three people, then went out the door. There were cameras in the hotel. Sulu went out the door, looked around, then walked to the wall to the right of the main door, and these three men in black followed out, saw Sulu, and immediately surrounded them. What are you looking at? The man in black who just spoke again. What are you looking at? Try looking at another one. What are you looking at? I'm doing my lines with you. Sulu directly 3 big then pockets, then kicked 3 feet. The three people immediately sat on the ground in a daze. Sulu clapped her hands, reached out and rubbed her hand on one of the black men's clothes. Taking out her cell phone, she snapped a few pictures and sent them to Lu Cece. Then, with her hands in her pockets, she left. Ding dong! Lu Cece took out her cell phone, and when she saw the photo that Sulu sent, she burst out laughing. / little brother handsome. Sulu took out her cell phone and looked at the emoticon that Lu Cece sent, laughed, and then put away her cell phone. Having been here for 3 days, he hadn't really strolled through the ancient city here, so this would be Sulu going straight to the ancient city. Dali Ancient City. A few characteristic places: Document Building, Protector Road, Manhwa Building, Christian Church. Sulu strolled over one by one, bought a lot of special things. There are some Yunnan clothing, eventually found that cannot take. Looking for a courier point. The things divided, respectively sent to pay 4 people. Then after considering it for a while, he went and picked out some more things and sent them to Su Lighting. Ding! Microchat message. Buy a set of underwear and come back. Lu Cece's microchat. Was this woman's heart so big? Just met and let buy underwear. How big? You guess. Guess you sister. I'm guessing for what? 83, 60, 84. Oh, when are you coming back? I didn't even have lunch. Order takeout. Hang it on the door. I don't want it. You come back soon. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Okay, I'll be back soon. Sulu suddenly realized that Lu Cece was quite cute. At first he thought that she was quite high and cold, but now he realized that this was a little nerd girl. Sulu considered for a moment and directly took a taxi to Iraifuman Commercial Plaza. At the entrance of a domestic big brand underwear store, Sulu hesitated for a while, and seeing that there weren't too many people, she walked in. After Sulu went in, she looked left and right trying to find a waitress. Handsome guy, come to buy underwear, eh? At this time, the boss's wife twisted her hips and walked over with her long legs. I came to eat. But, handsome, you are really good at joking. What kind of underwear do you want to buy? We have all types here. The boss's wife threw a wink at Sulu, silently rolled her eyes. Although this boss lady had a good figure, her looks couldn't help but remind Sulu of Then I'll Go? No, ease up a bit. 83-60-84 Sulu reported the 3 circumference. Handsome man's good fortune is not shallow. The body is good. There is neediness. Take 2 sets of every day. Wear it comfortably. Sulu did not theorize about the boss's wife's flirting and opened her mouth. Okay, wait a moment. The boss's wife went to the shelves and started that, while Sulu stood at the cash register, both eyes empty, silently fuming. Handsome, it's done. The boss's wife handed the paper bag to Sulu. Check out. Sulu directly swept the code to pay, carried the paper bag with her head down, and left the lingerie store. A long breath of relief. It wasn't that entering an underwear store would be good, nor was there any embarrassment to go in as depicted in the novel. It's just that the atmosphere in some stores is indeed a bit embarrassing, especially when there are more young ladies. All kinds of inquiries come out. What kind of bra looks big? That kind is more shapely. Ahem. Sulu dryly coughed twice, then went to buy some snacks, considered for a moment, bought a cell phone holder, tonight to live broadcast for a while, in addition to buying a cell phone for Lu Cece. There's no way, although it's rocking, that caused the trouble. But the finishing touches still have to be Sulu. After buying things, Sulu carried a big bag and took a taxi back to the manhwa hotel. Open the door. Sulu sent a message to Lu Cece. Soon. The door opened. Sulu handed over the underwear and snacks as well as her cell phone and walked into the room. Why don't you turn on the light? The sky was nearly starting to get dark. Lu Cece didn't say anything, took the snacks and underwear and walked into the room. Sulu didn't say anything and turned on the lights. In the living room, she started installing the live broadcasting equipment. Pay. Help me get a live streaming account. Sulu sent a message to Lu Pei. Okay, hold on. 153 ***** 7717 password. Okay, I'll apply for a streak at that time. Okay. Sulu had just put down his cell phone when he saw Lu Cece now in front of him, holding several pieces of cloth in her hands. She was staring at him angrily. Did you buy this? Lu Cece directly threw a few pieces of cloth on Sulu's hand and then walked towards the room. Lu Cece, who returned to her room. Her face was a bit flushed. There were 2 sets of underwear in the paper bag that Sulu took to her. 1 set of normal lace underwear, and 1 set of, nice to look at but too revealing, or a crotchless one. He can't be doing this on purpose, Lu Cece thought with a red face. Sulu looked at the fabric in her hand and instantly laughed bitterly. Isn't this the kind that Lian Shui wore yesterday? Casually threw it into the trash. I said I don't know. Do you believe me? Sulu watched Lu Cece walk out of the room, sat down on the sofa and opened her mouth. I take back the comment that you are very honest, Lu Cece faintly said. The slightly reddened cheeks made it completely impossible to tell if she was being petulant or angry. This I agree with. Sulu nodded with satisfaction. It's not that being honest is bad, but, if the sister thinks we are honest, then it's a bit embarrassing to go down on her again. It's too much. Lu Cece glared at Sulu. This would be the moment she realized. Where is this a little sheep? It is clearly a big bad wolf. However, she didn't hate it. Compared to Yi Chen, Sulu was simply too good. The male child's nature. Can restrain himself? This is the charm of maturity. Can't restrain. That's hooligan behavior. I'm hungry. Lu Cece saw Sulu ignored him and said arrogantly, eat snacks. Sulu did not raise his head, still sitting on the floor of the living room assembling the live broadcast equipment. Meal time? Can't eat snacks. I want to eat rice noodles. I've been over here for so long. I haven't eaten yet. Lu Cece faintly said, order your own takeout. You order. You won't order? I'm lazy, Lu Cece said with a straight face. Chapter 79, Sister Joe collapses. Sulu raised her head and looked at Lu Cece strangely. From the first time she saw her, she always felt that something was wrong. Originally, this is the reason. This is not a big star. Is clearly a housewife and lazy cancer terminal patient. Too lazy to turn on the lights. Too lazy to go out for breakfast. Too lazy to move. Too lazy to order takeout. Fortunately, scientific studies have shown that people will starve to death if they don't eat for a long time, or else they may have to add lazy eating. Alright, wait for me to install this. Sulu shook her head helplessly. What are you? Live broadcasting, so go back to your room in a while. You're the anchor? Well, I'm not. I'm just doing someone a favor. Well, then you broadcast yours. I'll just watch from this side. I won't make a sound. Sulu looked at Lu Cece, and considered for a moment. His own fixed camera couldn't shoot the sofa. Not much of a problem. 30 minutes later, Sulu finally fixed the live broadcast equipment. Is it done yet? I'm very hungry. Lu Cece lay on the sofa, slowly squirming. Alright, I'll order it here. Sulu took out her cell phone and ordered 2 rice noodles. Looking at the table, crossing her legs and eating Lu Cece who had eaten the rice noodles. Sulu was dumbfounded. This kind of boozy pie eating. Immortal brother, is that you? Sulu muttered with her mouth open. Aha! Lu Cece ignored Sulu's flirting, quickly finished eating the rice noodles, and continued to run to the sofa to Nestle, playing with her cell phone, and laughing out loud from time to time. Sulu finished eating rice noodles, simply cleaned up, picked up his cell phone, looked at it. The time was already almost 8 o'clock, considered for a moment. First, sat on the other side of the sofa, opened the dough shark, using the flowing water, but did not enter the live broadcast room. Brothers, today is Rocking's live broadcast. Should we check the room to go? Sister Joe opened her mouth in the live broadcast room. Not going. Sister Joe is just going to see little brother. Sister Joe, give up. Little brother can't look at you. Zhu Chongji isn't just saying that. Bullshit. Where is it that I can't? Sister Joe slapped the table and yelled. Little brother's chest shock is even more obvious than yours. Give me a climb. Sister Joe shouted. 20 hours. Falling Flower Guild Dancing Master Liang Liping Live Room. No stage name, direct real name. Mengyu is still in the learning stage. So today's main focus is Liang Liping. Open broadcast. The live broadcast room black screen instantly ended. Because of the recent advertisements, as well as Rocking's wave of tap water before. The popularity at this time instantly came to 3 million views. A gentle woman in a Chinese dress appeared in the live broadcast room. I'll go. What kind of divine face value is this? Love love love. This temperament. Pow pow rawashi. Forgot about it. Upstairs. Watch daddy perform. Floating if the flow of the wind of the back of the snow. As if the light clouds of the moon. Hello everyone. I am Liang Liping. Welcome to the live broadcast. Liang Liping made a self-introduction. User, I am a chai, rewarded anchor, Liang Liping, with a super rocket X1. Change the black silk to dance. I am a chai immediately sent out a pop-up after sending out the super rocket. Thank you I am a chai for the super rocket. Sorry, we don't accept requests to perform programs in our live room. If you think Liang Liping's performance is okay, everyone who is willing to reward can do so. Liang Liping said in an unassuming manner. So noble? Isn't the rocket brush not enough? Say it, how much to change clothes? This live room is dedicated to performing programs for everyone. I love a firewood. You can contact the second mic for a refund. What gone. Such a puritanical anchor. Who looks at it? That's it. I'd better go watch the young ladies in the dance area. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly dropped from 3 million to 1.8 million. Liang Liping looked at the pop-ups, as well as the popularity, and her face changed slightly. Brothers, this Liang Liping seems to be a bit difficult. Sister Jo was also watching Liang Liping's live broadcast at this time. In fact, there are some words that she can't say. She can only say that this practice of Liang Liping is the practice of subverting the live broadcast circle, and she has to admire the courage of the Falling Flowers Guild. Is this Sulu's guild? What he said to him in the past, he read it all right? This time, Sister Jo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Emperor, running water is relentless, entered anchor, Liang Liping's live room. Sulu saw that it was almost time and directly entered Liang Liping's live room. Emperor, running water emotionless, gifted anchor, Liang Liping, Super Rocket X5000. The brush screen that lasted for nearly half an hour or so. Let Liang Liping, just quietly looking at the screen full of special effects. At this moment, the entire Do Shark platform sensation, all the major anchors, all flocked to Liang Liping's live room. Support! Sulu, who had finished sending gifts, just sent a golden pop-up screen. The entire live broadcast room instantly boiled. The popularity instantly exceeded 100 million. This caused the official Fighting Shark to be alarmed, and immediately contacted a backup server specifically for Falling Flower Guild's Liang Liping to triage. Emperor Su, platoon. Emperor Su, platoon. A series of pop-ups directly filled the entire screen. Sister Jo stared blankly at the gorgeous rocket special effects, and for some reason, she was suddenly a little excited. Brothers, I'm sorry, said Sister Jo, and tears flowed out of her eyes. The heartache of being an anchor. Who could understand? Even if there was more heartache, when it came to live broadcasting, one had to present the best state to everyone. The water friends put forward excessive requirements. Have to be careful to deal with. Too much aggression. This moment made Sister Jo completely collapse. Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm a little out of control emotionally. Today's live broadcast ends here. Sister Jo choked and said, then clicked off the air. Thanks. Sister Jo sent a microchat to Sulu. No need to thank you. Sulu understood what Sister Jo meant, smiled, and replied back. On the other side, Liang Liping saw that there was finally no one to bring the rhythm in the live broadcast room and started her performance. Chinese-style dance, showing all the Chinese bones. Jazz dance, seductive but not flirty dance. The combination of strength and delicacy. A perfect visual feast was staged. Wait, where's Rocking? That's right, didn't we say that Rocking is live today? Although this young lady is awesome, I want to watch Rocking. Sister Jo calmed down and quietly peered at the screen. Seeing that it was almost time, Sulu immediately changed her account and logged on. Walking to her room, she changed into a hip-hop outfit and walked in front of her cell phone under Lu Cici's surprised gaze. Shoo! Sulu made a gesture at Lu Cici, then clicked on Start Live Streaming and chose to connect. Rocking requesting to connect. Wow! Speak of the devil. Miss, pick it up. Quick! Rocking's live room has also gone live. Everyone go see. What a handsome little brother. Liang Liping smiled and clicked accept. Chapter 80. You are indeed quite honest. Hello everyone. Sulu first greeted into her cell phone in the living room, when the screen split into two halves. I'm not a professional anchor, just a staff member. Sulu opened her mouth and explained. Goddamn staff. Does the Falling Flower Guild still need staff? I'm going too. Sulu looked at the pop-up screen and didn't reply. but instead made a gesture to Liang Liping. Then Liang Liping called on Mangyu, and the two stood playfully in front of the camera. It's really two young ladies. Wow wow. Next, we will perform a dance for everyone. Sulu opened her mouth and said, while signaling Liang Liping to play music. Liang Liping and Mangyu had naturally prepared a chi dance for this debut. At Sulu's signal, the music started. The two danced jazz along with the music, and Sulu, who possessed god-level dancing ability, also danced along with the two. Wow. Rocking is so flirty. Look at that move. Is this dance rehearsed? Little brother is dancing the same as them. Lu Cc, who was on the side of the sofa, looked at Sulu with a smile on her face, covering her mouth and forcing herself not to laugh out loud. Lu Cc's eyes had been fixed on Sulu's dancing figure, although it looked a bit flirtatious, but with Sulu's face, it really was extremely charming. Sulu accompanied Liang Liping and Mangyu for two dances, and seeing that the popularity had almost stabilized, he exited the live broadcast room. Sulu, I just want to say, when you get flirty, there's nothing for women to do. Lu Cc saw Sulu close the live broadcast, collected her smile and said with a clear and cold voice, this is flirtatious, not slutty. Sulu was sweating and said helplessly, ha 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 ha. Lu Cc suddenly couldn't strain her cackle and started laughing wildly. You're so ugly when you laugh. Sulu looked at the laughing Lu Cc. Her upper lip was a little turned out, and subconsciously said. Lu Cc instantly put away her smile. Her eyes emitted two cold lights, looking angrily at Sulu. Sulu ignored it, went to the room to get a set of clothes and walked into the restroom. Lu Cc instantly face collapsed, nestled back into the sofa with a depressed face, then spread a smile, as if she thought of something. When Sulu finished showering and came out, he found that Lu Cc had already fallen asleep on the sofa, and softly walked to the side of the sofa. Bending down, Princess hugged Lu Cc. Sulu looked at Lu Cc in his arms. The white and tender skin did not have a single blemish, so that people could not help but want to bite on it. Gently carried Lu Cc back to the room, placed her on the bed, helped her cover the quilt, and gently retreated out. Bang! The slight sound of the door closing resounded. Lu Cc slowly opened her eyes and looked towards the door with a satisfied look in her eyes. Then the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Sulu walked to the living room. Lying on the sofa, opened Do Shark, casually browsed the previous Sweet Guild. There were still about 10 anchors retained, and their appearance was also good. All of them had been screened, possessed certain talents, and their 3 views were relatively positive. After roughly browsing through them, he nodded with satisfaction, having just started broadcasting for just an hour. The popularity of a few of them was very good. Although a large amount of popularity had been shared out because of Liang Liping, the other 10 people had also shared some traffic by taking advantage of the heat from the Falling Flower Guild. At least it was much better than the half-dead state before. Ding bell. When Sulu was about to exit the live broadcast room, the phone rang. Sulu looked at Brother Xiaoma displayed on her cell phone and fell into doubt. Calling at this time? Hey, Brother Xiaoma. Sulu picked up the phone. Mr. Su, hello. What's wrong? On the afternoon of September 30th, our side organized an event with Fighting Shark, a gaming event under our banner, an entertainment tournament for celebrities and anchors. I've heard about this one. I heard that you were recently in Magic City, so I asked if you want to go. Xiaoma mainly wanted to meet up with Sulu. After all, it's been more than half a month and I haven't seen it. This time it's just a heed. We'll go. Okay, I will also go over at that time. Let's meet up? Could be. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Okay, bye. Sulu hung up the phone. Her right hand was raised, rubbing her eyebrows. The industry that she had gotten from her own signing, as well as the company that she had randomly opened, had indeed made herself start to fall into the vortex of capital. The enjoyment of life that Sulu had always expected, but began to gradually detach from it, either actively or passively, was the rules of society. The rules of society are used to comply with and break. The premise is to first comply with, deeply know, then break. Getting from society, then one is already integrated into it. Wanting freedom is because there is no freedom. What are you thinking about? Lu Cic's voice came over. Nothing. Sulu turned his head and saw Lu Cici walking out of the room wearing his shirt. Seeing you mesmerized. I didn't want to call you, but I always feel that you seem to be confused about something. Lu Cici walked to the sofa beside Sulu and sat down. Aren't you sleeping? Why did you come out? Sulu did not answer Lu Cici. This problem, he needed to experience it himself, to personally find his way of life. WeChat is about to blow up in the past 2 days. After thinking about it, to tell you, tomorrow I'm going back to North Star. Lu Cici sighed in a low voice. Going back to be scolded? Probably. but it's more likely that I'll continue to run circulars. Alright then, go to bed early. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. Lu Cece nodded. Turning around, she walked towards the room. Sulu stared blankly at Lu Cece's back. No longer speaking, Lu Cece walked to the door, and the moment she closed the door, she turned her head and said with a smile, "You are indeed quite honest." After saying that, she let out a laugh and immediately closed the door of the room. Ding, the sound of the door locking. Sulu was speechless. This divine sister was afraid that she hadn't seen him before. 10,000 miles of transverse spears to explore the tiger's den. The gun came out like a dragon. 1,000 armies pounded the dragon pool. The aura was like a tiger. Forget it, I'll let you off tonight. Lulu, today's premiere was a success. Lu Pepe's message sent over. That's good. It's not like I'm sending 5,000 super rockets to me in anger. Running water is you. Ha, aha, a godly man. What godly man? I'm just an ordinary person. Today's main push is Liang Liping. Meng Yu's side you also have to deal with. If it's not easy to talk about it, let Miao step in. I know, after all, she's still in the learning stage. I've already talked to her. It's fine. Okay, then you rest early. Let me rest early. You're not picking up girls, are you? You found out. I'm picking up Lu Cece. Really? Get me an autograph. She's my idol. You're still chasing stars? Fairy sister. Who doesn't like her? She's so ugly when she smiles. Don't say that. If the fairy sister looks good, that's all that matters. Sufal, a face of sighing, put down the phone. High school time indeed. That spirit. Ant. What? Fairy air floating. Now well. Face value is also really able to fight. Imperial sister model full. Chapter 81, just knowing the roots. Not actually familiar. Although Sulu was a little confused this night, there was nothing to dwell on. Sister Joe's side is not good. She watched the whole Sulu's dance. That is really charming. Male dancing jazz is not a slut. Slut is usually deliberately made movements or their own character. The image of the problem. It is a beauty of power. Chopping women, that is for sure. Until now, Sister Joe was still immersed in Sulu's dance. Sister Joe himself had dancing skills. He naturally could see that Sulu's dancing skills were strong. People who danced had a kind of charm. One that could make you scream, be surprised, and even hate to dance along with it yourself. Sister Joe was constantly squirming on the bed to the rhythm at this moment. Only this image was somewhat pulled. Sulu. In Lu Cece's somewhat low but clear voice, Sulu slowly opened her eyes. Originally, this is the voice of the divine sister. What time is it? Sulu got up and patted her shoulders that were a little hard because of sleeping on the sofa. It's already 8 o'clock. Lu Cece ruffled her hair. Okay, I'll get up and wash up first. You wait for me, Sulu said and got up and walked into the restroom. Wait, help me sign a few autographs? Sulu took the book she asked for from the front desk as well as a pen and handed it to Lu Cece, who was in full gear. You're not my fan, right? Lu Cece's curious voice came out. Asked for my girlfriends. Sulu responded with a smile. Lu Cece was stunned when she heard this, and then she was relieved. It's normal to be so handsome and have a girlfriend. Then she signed her name and handed the book over. Cough. Sign a few more. Sulu scratched his head. I just said girlfriends, added Sulu. Lu Cece's eyes under her sunglasses instantly rolled her eyes, picking up the pen again, brushing it, and writing 10 pages in a row. Duan Gongzi, is that enough? I think you can call me Lord Wei. Sulu received the book and pen, raised an eyebrow and joked. Can't see it. Originally I thought you were a good person. I didn't expect it. Lu Cece's tone turned a little cold. She, Lu Cece, hated people like Duan Yu the most. Sulu smiled and didn't explain. Let's go. Sulu sent Lu Cece to the airport. The two did not speak again on the way. Lu Cece looked out the window. Her thoughts fluttered. The little good feeling she originally had for Sulu had long since dissipated with the signature. She now only wanted to leave here quickly. Sulu did not have any emotions, because he didn't think that Lu Cece would talk nonsense. He was half joking and half serious. As for what Lu Cece would think of him, he didn't care, since he was already deeply in love. Then he should be honest and deeply in love clearly. Bye. At the entrance of the airport, Sulu and Lu Cece got off the car, then opened his mouth and said, Bye. My clothes, you must go back and throw them away. Lu Cece's eyes hidden under her sunglasses emitted a coldness as she spoke in a low voice. Alright, let's go. Sulu waved her hand and turned to leave. Sulu, who returned to the hotel, threw Lu Cece's underwear into the garbage can, stood at the edge of the bed, spread her hands wide, and directly lay down. The lychee scent filled the surroundings. Sulu's shoulders, which were originally a little sore, seemed to be relaxed at this moment as well. Ah, brother? At this time, a voice came out. Sulu opened her eyes. Just now that moment actually slept. The cleaning aunt had already come in. Ah, brother, do you need to clean today? Clean up. I'll go out first. It was already noon, Sulu said and walked out of the room. The midday sunlight was just right. Sulu saw a bit of Yunnan local specialty restaurant, so she walked in. There were quite a lot of people. Ah, brother, alone? The waiter saw Sulu entered the door and was looking around for a seat, so he walked up and opened his mouth to inquire. Well, it seems like there will be no more seats this time. There's an Ame who is alone herself. Mind sharing a table? May I? I'll ask for you. Hold on. The waiter immediately ran away. Come with me. Not long after, the waiter ran back. Sulu followed, and when she arrived at a table, she saw a woman wearing a black long sleeve and shorts and black silk, eating something. When the woman heard the movement, she looked up at Sulu, and her eyes lit up. Sulu looked at the woman in front of her, and inwardly had to sigh that this world was really small. Why did you come here? Sulu opened her mouth and said, You guys know each other? The waitress said in surprise. Sort of, said Sulu hesitantly, but it's really a coincidence. So what would you like to eat? The waiter asked with a smile. Let's have some specialties. You watch and serve too. Sulu opened his mouth and said, Okay. Brother, you wait for a while, the waiter said and ran away. Come out to have some fun. You also don't order. Eat together. The woman replied with a smile. It's fine. Ordered all. Right. Still don't know what your name is? Sulu said with some embarrassment. Zhong Yuan. What about you? Sulu. There was a sudden awkwardness in the scene. The main reason was that Sulu herself was not familiar with Zhong Yuan. It just simply knew the depth of this woman. Similarly, Zhong Yuan naturally understood Sulu's strengths and weaknesses. The two of them just knew each other, but were actually not considered familiar. This Zhong Yuan was the beauty next door in Jinling. At this exact moment, the waiter brought up the dishes. Brother, your dishes and rice. The waiter put down the dinner plate. Thanks. Sulu began to cover up the embarrassment by eating. How did you leave afterward? Zhong Yuan looked at Sulu, who was bored of eating, and spoke. I went to Magic City and developed over there. Sulu drank water and said, I thought that you were scared away by me. Zhong Yuan said with a delicate smile. How could I? Sulu shook her head. This Zhong Yuan's figure was indeed good. Her appearance also belonged to the upper middle level. Otherwise it would not be so bad that someone would be willing to keep her. However, it was that her vision was not very good. It seemed that the boss was not very willing to give her money, and she could only rent a house. There was silence between the two again. I came alone. After a long time, Zhong Yuan spoke. You should have heard that day, right? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Sulu instantly denied the trifecta. It wasn't appropriate to say that people were juniors at this time. Humph. You pretend. Continue to pretend. Recently he couldn't get out, so he gave me a sum of money to come out and play. So I came over here. Zhong Yuan looked at Sulu with amusement. She didn't feel ashamed of being a mistress. She didn't want to destroy other people's families. Just save some money. So most of the money that the man gave her every month, she saved up and rented a cheap shared room. Even if the man does not want her in the future, then she has enough money to live. As for the future to marry or not, that's another story. At least, she does not have that intention now. Chapter 82. Can I still get your blessing for not having a birthday? It's really quite nice here. I've been over here for a few days and I feel quite relaxed. Sulu opened her mouth and said, Yeah, I came here yesterday. Zhong Yuan seemed to have eaten her fill, stopped her chopsticks and looked at Sulu. Did you come alone? Zhong Yuan said, looking out the window, pretending as if nothing had happened. Sulu heard the sound and looked up at Zhong Yuan. Yes, don't misunderstand. I'm willing to do it because it's you. When Zhong Yuan saw Sulu did not answer, she turned her head to see Sulu's expression and naturally understood what he was thinking. Zhong Yuan actually only had 2 data cables. One was already old and basically couldn't be used more than a few times, and the other one had only been tried twice. Then you check out of the room. Sulu understood what Zhong Yuan meant at the moment and nodded her head in response. This girl was still relatively clean, so Sulu did not refuse anymore. When you go out and encounter this kind of situation, you can choose to help each other. Let's go. First accompany you to check out of your room. Sulu checked out the dishes Zhong Yuan ordered together and turned her head to her. Aha! Zhong Yuan smiled sweetly at Sulu and followed Sulu to leave the restaurant. I'll go. Sulu, the place you live in is too good, Zhong Yuan said as soon as she entered the room. It's okay, at night, you just sleep in the room, Sulu said indifferently. You're not with me. I like to sleep alone. I'll just sleep on the sofa, Sulu said with a smile. Oh, okay. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded. She didn't care. She would save some money if she could. Do you want to go out for a walk? Sulu slept all morning. She couldn't continue to sleep in the afternoon, so she opened her mouth and asked. Sure, spoke Zhang Yuanyuan with a smile. Quickly change. Zhang Yuanyuan, who was wearing the local clothing of Yunnan, looked at Sulu expectantly. Sulu shook her head and put on the clothes here. Not to mention, it matched Zhang Yuanyuan's quite well. Really handsome. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded with satisfaction. This is delicious. Come and have a bite. Zhang Yuanyuan took another meatball and sent it to Sulu's mouth. It might have something to do with the fact that Zhang Yuanyuan entered society earlier, and was indeed very good at taking care of people. No matter what she ate or wore, she took care of Sulu quite considerately throughout the afternoon. You eat like this? Will you still eat at night? Sulu looked at Zhang Yuanyuan, who had been eating all afternoon, and said with a smile. Oh, don't you think the food here is delicious? Zhang Yuanyuan swallowed the food in her mouth and spoke. Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. After the idle chat in the afternoon, he also knew Zhang Yuanyuan's situation. She came out to work at the age of 16, was raised at the age of 24, and now it's been 4 years. She's still 2 years older than Sulu. She secretly told Sulu that she had saved $1.5 million in these 4 years, and the man gave her $400,000 every year. The man gave her $400,000 per year. $300,000 was saved every year, and part of it was earned from her work. Now that the man couldn't work, it was estimated that he wouldn't be supporting her anytime soon, so she was also prepared to go back to her hometown at any time. I guess you won't be too hungry. Take you to the bar and listen to a ballad. Sulu opened her mouth at this time and said, having been here for 4 days, she hadn't even gone to listen to Yunnan's ballads, so Sulu wanted to go and have a look tonight. Okay. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded and answered. Sulu brought Zhang Yuanyuan and found a clear bar called Encounter. The two of them walked in together, and just as they entered, they saw that there was already a singer on the stage holding a guitar and playing. Sulu and Zhang Yuanyuan found a seat and ordered 2 cocktails. The soothing ballad sounded soothing and melodious, with a feeling of healing the soul. The environment here is still quite good. Zhang Yuanyuan spoke up. Yeah, quite relaxing. Sulu nodded her head. Gradually the sky also darkened, and in the clear bar, the number of people gradually increased. What do you plan to do in the future? Sulu took a sip of her cocktail and looked at Zhang Yuanyuan. Maybe go back to my hometown, or go to another city to open a nail salon. I'm doing nail art right now. Look. Zhang Yuanyuan stretched out her hand, letting Sulu look at the nail art on her hand. It's quite pretty. Sulu nodded. Do you want me to help you get one? I brought something with me. Zhang Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Opening her mouth, she said, that's not necessary. Sulu quickly waved her hand. A few cocktails in the afternoon. Zhang Yuanyuan was slightly tipsy. Seeing this, Sulu opened her mouth and said, go back. Good. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded and walked towards the hotel. You've changed. Zhang Yuanyuan said softly. Changed where? Well, changed in confidence. When I saw you before, you were still very young? No, or youthful. Now mature and confident. Sulu nodded and smiled without saying anything. Wait, what's wrong? Sulu asked with a smile. Wait. Zhang Yuanyuan got out of bed, walked barefoot to the side of the suitcase, opened it, and took out a face mask. Come on, I'll put it on you. Zhang Yuanyuan didn't care about the clothes. She just squatted and sat next to Sulu, tearing open the mask. A cool sensation came. Zhang Yuanyuan had already put the mask on Sulu's face, while gently smoothing it with her hand. How is it? Is it comfortable? Zhang Yuanyuan asked softly. Well, quite good. Sulu slowly closed her eyes, feeling Zhang Yuanyuan's fingertips gently stroke through the mask. You have such good skin. You need to pay more attention to maintenance. Zhang Yuanyuan opened her mouth and said, your skin has gotten better too. Which is not. You tell me. Wait a minute. The mask has to be applied for 15 minutes. Zhang Yuanyuan felt Sulu's hand, gently patted it and opened her mouth. Then you do it. Sulu laid down. 10,000 words omitted here. Sulu walked to the living room. At this time the sky outside was gradually breaking dawn. Putting on her clothes, she walked to the balcony. At this time there was a slight hint of coolness outside. Sulu lit a cigarette and lay down on the rocking chair. Chapter 83, 2 or 3 things about Jinling. In a daze, Sulu fell asleep under the sea breeze. Waking up again, it was already more than 8 o'clock. Looking at the extra blanket on her body, and the blanket hanging in front of her, Sulu smiled. Getting up, walking towards the living room. The room was already empty. A piece of paper was placed on the coffee table in the living room. Sulu, I saw that you were asleep. So, I didn't disturb you. This time out. It's actually very simple. I'd been abandoned, so I just wanted to come over here to take a break. Thank you for your company. Remember to take good care of yourself. The more handsome you are, the better you should take care of yourself. See you. The letter was quite long. Sulu read it word by word, and her heart couldn't help but feel a pang of complexity. They didn't even say they were very familiar with each other. Not even a microchat was added. Just like that. Goodbye. Sulu sighed. After looking deeply at the letter, she tore it up and threw it into the trash. Getting up and walking towards the bedroom. The mask packaging bag that was torn open last night was still on the bedside table. Zhong Yuanyuan's luggage was already gone. Although it didn't affect Sulu's mood. Facing this kind of girl would always cause some mood swings. Ding! A message came from Sulu's cell phone. Xiao Lu, I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. Free to come out for a drink? Wang Ximing's microchat message sent over. Okay. After Sulu replied, she put away her cell phone. After thinking about it in her heart, there doesn't seem to be much to play with here, so she might as well go back. Thinking about it, he put away a few sets of clothes bought over here, collected them, called a courier service, and sent them to Lu Peipei. Then, checked out of the hotel, went to the airport, and flew directly to Jinling. In the afternoon, Sulu arrived in Jinling, first went to the Golf Villa area, looking for a 4S store. The Koenigsegg was arranged to be shipped to Kanglinting No. 1 Villa. Jingling, Sulu's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Huang Zhe. The property certificates for the 2 buildings you purchased earlier have already come down. Yes, do you think I'll send it over to you from this side? Well, then please help me send it to Center Building 6606 Lu Peipei to sign for it. Okay. Sulu hung up the phone. Then, called Song Euro. Euro. Brother Lu. Song Euro's surprised voice came. Where are you? Sulu spoke as he walked towards the neighborhood inn. Xiao Xuan, I don't have class today. This will be shopping. Okay, I will go to your house this time. Go to Magic City in the next 2 days. Brother Locke. You're here we'll go home and wait for you. Song Euro's surprised voice came. Well, you guys go back and pay attention to safety. I'll be there soon. Sulu said with a smile. Xiao Shui. Arriving at room 808 of building 16 of the Fairview community, Sulu greeted the 2 girls whose faces were full of excitement. Brother Locke. Sulu followed them and sat on the sofa in the living room. Raising his head, he surveyed the surroundings. The room had changed quite a bit this time, adding many plants and decorations, and the entire home looked cozy. You guys have done a good job. Sulu complimented. The 2 girls excitedly introduced the various decorations to Sulu. Okay, sit down first. Looking at the excited Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoshui, Sulu beckoned the 2 to stop introducing. Brother Luke, you just came back. Have you eaten yet? Song Yuro suddenly sat up and looked at Sulu. Not yet. Sulu shook his head. I'll go cook for you. Song Yuro immediately got up after saying that and walked towards the kitchen. I'll go help. Yang Xiaoxue also got up and followed. Looking at the 2 assistants' busy appearance, Sulu nodded and was quite satisfied in her heart. You guys eat too. Sulu sat at the dining table, holding chopsticks and looking at the 2 women, and opened her mouth. We have eaten. You eat, Brother Lu. Why did you suddenly come back? Yang Xiaoxue opened her mouth and said, a few days ago. I stayed in Yunnan for a few days. I just came back today. I'm going to drive to Magic City in the next 2 days. Brother Locke, ready to stay in Magic City from now on? Song Euro asked in a small voice. Aha! Temporarily prepared to be over there. Sulu nodded. Oh, Song Euro nodded, wanting to speak. When you guys graduate, you still need to go over there to help me. After all, you 2 are my personal assistants. Sulu smiled and spoke. Okay, thank you boss. The 2 girls were instantly beaming with joy. Before they thought that the boss didn't need an assistant anymore. Ding bell. Sulu's phone that was eating suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Sulu picked up the phone. Supervisor Wang. Sulu opened her mouth and said, Little Su, still in Jinling? Supervisor Wang's bright voice came from the other side of the phone. Coincidentally, just came over this afternoon. Sulu smiled, while the 2 women walked to the living room and watched the TV. Come out for a drink? There was a hint of hesitation in Supervisor Wang's voice over the phone. Sulu smiled and answered. Listening to this meaning, it seemed like there was something going on. The address is sent to you. It's at the Yuan Lai private cuisine where we used to get together often. Okay. After Sulu finished speaking, she hung up the phone and looked at the location coming from her cell phone. Yu Ro, Xiao Shui, my friend is looking for me to go out for a meal. Sulu bitterly smiled and looked at the half-eaten meal in front of him, got up and said to the two women, "Okay." Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoshui smiled sweetly and got up to send Sulu to the door. "I'll leave first," Sulu said, opening the door and walking out. "Well, boss, be safe." The two women spoke in unison. Little Su. A big change. The temperament is all different. Wang Wei saw Sulu open the door and walk in the box and spoke. "Supervisor Wang." Sulu greeted with a smile. Made it next to Wang Wei. "Just the two of us? This is for you." Wang Wei did not answer Sulu, but handed over a check. "This is?" Sulu took it and looked at it. $300,000. Last month's order from Mr. Wu. The development has been completed and entered mass production. The development funds have been called in. You paid for the last time, so it's only right to return it to you. Then Mr. Wei added some to you. Wang Wei pulled out the cigarette case and handed one to Sulu. "Okay, I'll take it then." Sulu will receive the cigarette and collect the check. "Supervisor Wang, you seem to have something on your mind?" Sulu lit the cigarette and took a drag, and opened his mouth. "I'm not afraid to laugh at you. You also know that the original orders were all docked by me." Wang Wei took a drag on his cigarette, slowly spat it out and then opened his mouth. "Since Mr. Wei came, she also got involved. You also saw the situation last time. A few orders went yellow." Sulu's heart instantly understood. Some occasions are indeed not suitable to bring a woman, especially a long and beautiful woman. Chapter 84, Sulu's thoughts. "I was originally someone who relied on commission to eat, but as a result, this month, there were only 2 or 3 orders, and my income was reduced by a large portion." Wang Wei sighed. Sulu was silent. This time was also not suitable to speak. Coincidentally at this time, the waiter also started to serve food. Sulu asked for 2 bottles of white wine and poured them separately. "In fact, my salary is not too low. More than 30 years old, with an annual salary of 1 million. It is also considered a small success, but I somewhat can't stand this sense of disparity." Wang Wei picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Sulu, took a sip, and then said, "So, I want to start my own business. Little Su, are you willing to follow me?" Wang Wei spoke his thoughts, looking at Sulu with an expectant face. "What does your family say?" Sulu similarly took a sip, put down the wineglass, did not answer Wang Wei's question, but asked in return. "My wife doesn't agree, saying that I let go of my stable income and don't want it, but have to run out to start a business." Wang Wei sighed deeply. "I'm from the countryside. My wife is a Jinling local. Originally my wife's family was a little bit unworthy of me. The salary is higher, only slightly better. This is not. Heard that I want to quit my job and start a business. 10,000 do not agree. You are thinking that you have skills and contacts. The company originally relied on you to make money, so starting a business should not be difficult?" Sulu pondered for a while and opened her mouth. "Of course I don't think so. Entrepreneurship, which is so easy. This network of people, to put it bluntly. Are the company sheltered? Just leave the company. Those bosses will still pay attention to, are not good to say." Speaking of this, Wang Wei picked up the wine cup and took a big mouthful. His face revealed a touch of heartache. "A few days ago, my mother's 60th birthday. Invited them to go, but it turned out to be good. None of them went, and my wife didn't go either. To put it bluntly, can't look at that rural place in my house." Sulu sighed, picked up his wineglass and raised it in Wang Wei's direction. Wang Wei and Sulu clinked their glasses and tilted his head back to drink the white wine in the glass in one gulp. Cough. The strong white wine choked Wang Wei. After coughing continuously for a few times and raising his head again, Wang Wei's eyes were slightly red. "So, I want to start a business. It's to prove myself. Even if my wife says I'm going to divorce me if I quit my job, I still want to start a business." Sulu fell into silence for a moment. They all had various purposes to fight for the sake of their families, for the sake of dignity. For a moment he didn't even know what goals he had. This month of paper drunkenness, dashing and fun, seemed to be very happy, but only Sulu himself knew that every dusk, when night was approaching, he would feel lonely, alone. Whether it was Lu Pei, Song Euro, it was as if they were all some kind of support for him. It was to make him feel as if he still had a meaning of existence in general. At this moment, Sulu suddenly envied Wang Wei. At least he had his own goal. "Little Su, what's wrong with you?" Wang Wei looked at Sulu, fell into silence and opened his mouth. "Ah, nothing." Sulu, who was interrupted in her thoughts, waved her hand and picked up the bottle of wine to fill it up for the two of them. "How do you feel? Twilight on you. You're only 26. Without looking at your face, I thought you were 62. Wang Wei gently patted Sulu. "Just listening to what you said, I realized that I actually have no goal." Sulu spoke in a low voice. It was only then that Wang Wei remembered that Sulu's parents and the elders were no longer there, and he couldn't help but apologize a little. "I'm sorry, Sulu," spoke Wang Wei guiltily. "It's fine." Sulu waved her hand. "You continue." Sulu had a feeling that maybe she would find the answer here in Wang Wei today. "Little Sua, it's not that Wang said you young people should have a young man's appearance. Not that I'm blowing. When I was your age, it was drinking, bathing, singing, bouncing, everything. In person, that threeing battle LV Boo. Of course LV Boo is me. That can kill is 7 into 7 out. Water flow into a river ah." Wang Wei made a nostalgic look while tapping the table. "Brother Wang, it's the same now." Sulu looked at Wang Wei with a bad smile. "It's not working, it's really not working now," said Wang Wei with a face of emotion. "Just one round now, and it's a bit of a rout, and even if I slack off a little, I'm a bit out of my depth." Wang Wei shook his head, raised his wine glass and Sulu touched it again and took a sip. "How to say? Back then, I was also the famous Wang Gongzi of our Jinling merchant Port Street. Just that bunch of people stood at the door. I lightly chanted a song, Drunken Sandfield Gentlemen Do Not Laugh. Ancient conquest, several people back. Then they all directly jumped over and pulled me inside." Sulu looked at Wang Wei's appearance. Heart secretly laughed. "Good guy. On a kiln," said so literary. "Little Su, your Wang brother. I am 38 years old this year. My children are in middle school. Reasonably speaking, wife, children, house, car I have. I should be contented. But, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. Know when I'm happiest? Surprisingly, it's when I give everyone a bonus. When I see a bunch of young people, happy because of the orders I pulled in and the bonuses I shared. I actually get excited in my heart and feel happy." When Sulu heard this, her heart stirred, but did not continue to think about it, but she vaguely had an answer in her heart. "Supervisor Wang, thank you." Sulu raised her wine glass and signaled Wang Wei. The two clinked and Sulu tilted her head and drank it. "I go. Drinking like this is a bit fierce." "Hey, thank me for what?" Wang Wei saw Sulu drink it down, raised his head, and drank it down as well. "Let's be casual about drinking," Sulu said, pouring Wang Wei's wine cup full. "Fortune wine ah." He opened another bottle and filled it for himself as well. "Supervisor Wang, you want to start a business. As for me, I won't participate," Sulu said and saw Wang Wei suddenly look lost. Then spoke. "In fact, you can also see, I'm not short of money now. You want to start a business, although I can't go and help you, but I can invest. Ever thought about starting a business to do what? Continue to do the machinery industry?" Sulu finished and looked at Wang Wei doubtfully. "I was doing mechanical design in the beginning, so I only know this business, including now. Our company is also all about work equipment. Equipment. This is what I'm good at." Wang Wei nodded and replied. "The machinery industry is not doing well now." "Well, I know, but there's always a market for it, and I'm not good at other aspects, so if I really go into it, it's easier to fail instead." "So you're planning this already?" "Well, my wife and I have already negotiated an agreement. Divorce, I 5 million in cash. The house, the children all go to her." Wang Wei sighed and said, "The child didn't fight for it?" "Well, the child has to follow her mother, and if I really start a business, it's not appropriate for the child to follow me, but it's also been negotiated. When I stabilize later, the child can go to my place for 4 days every month," Wang Wei said with a smile, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Chapter 85, Departing Back to Devil's Capital. Sulu looked at Wang Wei and instantly thought of Hanli, Li Miao, and Wang Shilong, which were all close friends who were keen on starting their own businesses. They were also all still young. All of them were afraid to break into the world when they were young. And when you get older, there will be a lot of factors that make you unable to break into the world anymore. There is no harm in venturing out and seeing more while you are young. Sulu suddenly had some ideas at this moment. He could consider helping people in need in the future, transferring positive energy and supporting them to realize wealth freedom. What is wealth freedom? Wealth freedom is having the power to say no when faced with choices. Supervisor Wang, I support you in your entrepreneurship. If you cannot get divorced, try not to get divorced. After all, many years of conjugal love, and there are still children. Sulu patted Wang Wei's shoulder. Well, go back and I will communicate and communicate. Wang Wei nodded. After so many years, how could there be no feelings at all? Problems always need to be solved little by little. Okay, let's not talk about this today. When you get your business plan right, let's talk about the investment. Sulu raised her wine glass and said with a smile, "Wait, this wine, let's not drink it first." Wang Wei waved his hand and spoke. "Oh," Sulu sniffed and put down the wine glass. "Mr. Wei's side is chanting about you every day? Don't you have any ideas?" Wang Wei said and winked at Sulu. "No, Wei Miling? Mr. Wei knows that I'm having dinner with you today, and specially asked me to treat you well, Wang Wei said with a smile. Doesn't she know you're starting a business? I talked to her about this, and she told me to cultivate as many good people as possible before I start my own business. She wouldn't stop this kind of thing. Blocking someone's way is like killing their parents. But you, it seems like you're not really into Wei? She's not my dish. It looks like she's only in her 20s. Our company has a market value of more than $1 billion at least. This is directly parachuted in. Can there be no background? Sulu faintly said. Is it bad to have a background? Rich woman ah? Little Su ah. I advise you ah. The young do not know the rich woman good ah. Wang Wei narrowed his eyes and shook his head as he said. Sulu smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Wang Wei on the side quietly sighed. Little Su, let's not drink this wine. In a moment I'll arrange it. Let's go have fun. Wang Wei looked at the full third cup. Suddenly some headache. Cheap smile opened his mouth. Take you to play a fun game first, Wang Wei whispered. This neighborhood newly opened a foot spa. There is a purple jade special massage, so that you can fully relax. Wang Wei's eyes are smiling narrowed. Got up and pulled Sulu to go outside. Sulu looked at Wang Wei speechlessly. This old man was afraid to be a little horny ah. Honestly, Sulu was really not interested in these. The names that were given were all fancy, with flying fingers and national colors. Looking at the environment in the room, the electricity bill here is afraid not to be a few $1,000s a time. This light is also too dim right, but also a little like the red and pink light of the hair salon of the year. No, all understand. Sulu even wanted to light a candle. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and an OL girl with a veil walked in. Sir, Technician 58 is at your service. The voice was still slightly breathless. Sulu nodded and lay on the massage bed without moving. 1 hour later, Sulu's eyes stared at the ceiling listlessly. Did she just do something? It seems like nothing was done. Sir, do you want to add bells? A gasp with the general sound of chewing gum came from the ear. No need. Sulu, who came back to her senses, opened her mouth, changing her clothes and walking out. I'll go out for a turn first. Taking out her cell phone, she sent a message to Wang Wei. Wait for me. I'm coming out. Wang Wei replied. This is coming out? Coming out. You can't. Rub. Looking at the enjoyable Wang Wei coming down from upstairs, Sulu was speechless. This was the soft style. There was no force of massage, and there was no release after candor. There was just the teasing feeling that you thought you had done everything, but it turned out to be nothing. Sulu was faced with this situation, and when she saw the 58th technician panting, she also knew that she was quite tired, and she just gave a slight hardness to show her respect. The two people walked out of the foot massage parlor, one with a spring in her face, the other flat. No way. Little Su, you don't feel anything? Wang Wei looked at Sulu's bland face and said in surprise. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Sulu looked at Wang Wei with a deep expression. Let's go. Let's go for the next game? Wang Wei completely failed to appreciate the meaning expressed by Sulu and said with his arm around Sulu's shoulder. Forget it. It's not early. Sulu looked at her cell phone and realized that it was already more than 10 o'clock. Little Su, you this? Accompanying my girlfriend, Sulu explained. Okay. Wang Wei nodded. Well, go back early. When your business plan is ready, look for me then. I'll invest for you. Okay. Wang Wei nodded and helped Sulu call a car. After Sulu sat in the cab, she vaguely saw Wang Wei turn his head and walk into the foot massage parlor again, and shook her head speechlessly, not knowing the depth of the water of the soft style. Ah, brother Luke, you're back. Sulu returned to Song Yuro's place. The two girls were leaning on the sofa watching TV. When they saw Sulu enter, they had a surprised look on their faces. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Sulu nodded and spoke. After taking a shower, Sulu greeted Song Yuro, Yang Xiaoxue, and returned to his room. In the middle of the night, Sulu logged into the game and invited Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoxue. Early the next morning, Sulu bid farewell to Song Yuro and Yang Xiaoxue, drove his Mirage, and headed to Magic City. Pepe, I'm ready to come back. Sulu made a call to Lu Pepe. Lu Pepe's surprised voice came. Yesterday, a guy named Huang Zhe sent a bunch of real estate certificates. I put them in the company safe. Well, it's okay, that one was originally prepared for the company as well. Sulu said casually. That, Lulu, I received an invitation from the Fighting Shark live streaming platform, inviting us to participate in the event they organized on September 30th. I know about this. You look at the arrangements. There's no need to talk to me about company matters. You're the boss. Sulu said with a smile. I know. I'm just a bit scared. You also know that I don't have much experience. I'm afraid of losing the company. Lu Pepe said worriedly. Don't worry, casually mess. Just go to the end with problems. Don't worry, I will step in. Sulu said casually. Thank you, Lulu. Lu Pei's gentle voice came out. Thanks for what? Alright, I'll hang up first. Ready to drive. Okay, you pay attention to safety. Aha! Hanging up the phone, Sulu confirmed that the seatbelt had been buckled and started the car. The elegant body disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 86. The arrogant Yi-Chen. Sprinting all the way. After 4 hours of driving, Sulu arrived at Magic City, San Lan Ting Villa area. Sulu stood at the door, looking at the staff unloading the Koenigsegg, a slight smile. Ding bell, the phone rang. Wang Ximing's phone. Brother Wang. Sulu picked up the phone. Come out and have dinner together. Okay. What bureau? Sulu opened his mouth and asked. Just the two of us. Okay, be right there. Send me the location. Sulu hung up the phone, and not long after, he received the location sent by Wang Ximing, driving the Mirage out the door, on the way, causing crowds of onlookers. Sulu now didn't have the same emotion she had at the beginning. I still remember the first time I drove this car. I felt it was too high profile, but now, there was no special feeling at all. This is the change of mindset. Suddenly rich, no inner strength, unable to adapt to the envious eyes of others. After you have accumulated your wealth, you will naturally look at luxuries and money with less concern. Brother Wang. Sulu frowned and looked at Wang Ximing, because next to him, there was another person standing, with an inch head and ear studs. This person had a haughty face and didn't even look at Sulu. Little Lu. Met on the road. Wang Ximing made a wink at Sulu. Cough. Introduce. This is a friend of mine. Yi-Chen. Wang Ximing spoke. Prince Yi. This is my brother Sulu. Prince Yi? Sulu extended his hand. After all, it was introduced by Wang Ximing. The face that should be given should still be given. Yi-Chen saw Sulu. Then a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes and stood still. Sulu shook her head breathlessly and withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Wang Ximing could only snort. Let's go. Let's eat first. Saying this, he swept Sulu towards the Wu family eating house. Yi-Chen, who was in front, walked ahead by himself. Xiao Lu. I'm sorry, this person is the son of one of the shareholders of WeChat. The family's assets plus the shares of WeChat. The value of the family is about 600 billion. I can't afford to offend. Wang Ximing explained in a small voice. Not much difference. This you are. Sulu said faintly. Mainly, his family is stuck with a portion of the construction materials. There's no way. I just happened to meet today, to pit me against a meal. Sulu nodded and didn't say anything. Waiter, serve the food. The three of them were seated, and Wang Ximing asked the waiter to start the dishes. Wait. Yi-Chen looked at Wang Ximing with a bad expression. Just the three of us? Yi-Chen's body leaned back slightly as he spoke. Yeah, Mr. Yi, you here? Sulu sat in her seat, took out her cell phone, and sent a microchat to Brother Xiaoma. Brother Xiaoma, is there anyone surnamed Yi in the microchat shareholders? Ding, the message came back instantly. Mr. Su, there is one. It's our third shareholder here. Yi fan. Sulu saw the message reply and had a clear idea in her heart. Didn't say anything, although now Sulu's family is just over 300 billion. But Sulu has one thing, more than 110 billion in cash flow. Taking out his cell phone, he looked up Yi Fan's information. Yi Fan, 45 years old, chairman of the board of directors of the Fondwan Group of companies, 67% of the shares, absolutely controlling. Microchat shareholders, 7% shares. Fondwan Group. The industry covered contains building materials, automotive, new energy, real estate development. Guajin building is its industry. Sulu frowned slightly. The industry is too much. Completely clueless. Not that, because others ignored him, Sulu was going to mess up other people's companies. But Sulu just wanted to understand. What exactly does this Yi-Chen have the capital to be so arrogant? Ting Ting, help me check the situation of Fandang Group within your authority. Sulu finally sent a message and put away her cell phone. Ding bell. Sulu's phone rang. You guys chat. I'm going out to take a call. Sulu took the phone and walked out. Help me arrange for a few anchors to come over. Yi-Chen saw Sulu walk out and faintly spoke to Wang Ximing. Prince Yi, you're joking. I've long since left the live broadcast circle. Wang Ximing frowned slightly. This Yi-Chen was looking for trouble today. Just that what's her name sister Zhou, isn't she in Magic City? Get her here for me. The corner of Yi-Chen's mouth rose slightly. Because of Lu Cici's relationship, Yi-Chen had found an anchor in Dali. Only then did he realize that the anchor circle was so much fun. Today, he happened to run into Wang Ximing. And in Mordor, this must not let him arrange it. His dad still has Yida Group under him. nearly 10 billion orders, casually raise the price. Yida Group cannot carry it. Wang Ximing frowned. Sister Zhou is famous in the circle with principals. This kind of thing never participate. Mr. Yi, Sister Zhou is different from other anchors. She doesn't participate in this kind of bureau. Wang Ximing looked at Yi Chen and spoke. Is there not enough money? Just tell her 10 million. If you can't, then 20 million. Anyway, I'll put my words here today. Yi Chen said with a crazy face. What words are put here? Su Lu came in from the doorway, heard Yi Chen's arrogant words and opened her mouth. 10 minutes ago. Brother Su. Su Li Ting's phone call. Well, how's it going? Just checked. This Fandang Group, listed company, market capitalization of about 400 billion. In our Blue Star Bank debt of 320 billion. Debt ratio as high as 80%. Continue. Su Lu nodded. Currently, several outstanding loans have reached their repayment period, but they have all applied for delayed repayment, totaling about 12 billion. So it's not ruled out that Fandang Group's actual liabilities are higher than 400 billion? Yes. After all, it's possible that other banks own the borrowings, and I can't check the corporate credit. If, for example, I ask to make a collection call on them or restrict the borrowings, is there this authority? Yes, Brother Su, as a black card user of our bank, you have the right to restrict loans against any private enterprise, but there's no authority to call in accounts for this. But recently they have another $20 billion loan being applied for. With such a high debt ratio, isn't your bank afraid of not getting back the money it lent out? Su Lu was curious. This kind of large amount of borrowing is through asset collateralization, as well as share collateralization. So for us to lend out 320 billion, it means that there are 320 billion assets collateralized in our bank. Su Lu nodded. A hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. Okay, Ting Ting, this 20 billion. Suspend it first, wait for my notice. Su Lu said with a smile. This kind of behavior of tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Su Lu was almost played out before last month. Suddenly letting you have one less piece of wall, the capital chain would instantly break. Brother Su, did this person offend you? Su Lighting asked curiously. Not really for now. So let's see how he behaves. If he doesn't come to find me in trouble, it's just a matter of suppressing it. If he finds me in trouble, he'll just cut off this loan. Su Lu smiled. Being kind to people was not to be bullied and mocked. Chapter 87. You've got one thing wrong. What words to just put here? Su Lu came in from the doorway. Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, she opened her mouth and said, Su Lu, is it? I just asked Xiao Wang to call Sister Zhou here. He said that Sister Zhou won't come, so I'm going to smash it with money. What do you think? Yi Chen smiled and opened his mouth. When Su Lu heard Sister Zhou, her eyes instantly turned cold. Instead, she did not say anything. How do you say it's a second-generation circle? Now this kind of forced prostitution is also done? Su Lu said with a mocking face. You. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Little Wang, is this your friend? Yi Chen then looked at Wang Ximing. Su Lu shook her head. From the establishment of the Fandang Group to now, it was only 2 or 3 years, and the shares of Microchat were also completely smashed out by money. This Yi Chen is also these 2 or 3 years suddenly rich, during which Yi Fan used, which means will not be talked about. On this kind of mentality, it is estimated that if it is not in the way of business dealings, the probability, oh no, is simply will not be someone to take him to play. Ding! Wang Ximing's cell phone came with a message. Is there no other home for building materials? Your family has enough cash flow now, right? Will you still be stuck with him? Su Lu's message was sent over. The other homes are about 20% more expensive. Brother Wang, it's not that I'm talking about you, just a 20% difference. Suffer this shit. Ask your dad if he's willing. Su Lu was speechless. Wang Ximing had failed in his business before. He might have more or less lost the youthful exuberance. Little Wang. Yi Chen saw Wang Ximing ignoring him, and his voice got a little louder. Yi Gongzi, let's eat first. The rest, let's go to meet bar in a while to have some fun. Wang Ximing was also a bit impatient. This second generation is indeed a bit noisy. Rather, it is also low. The second generation circle is also a circle of contempt. Suddenly rich will not be discriminated against. But after suddenly rich, do not know their own last name? This kind of person, normal will not be willing to deal with. Okay, what no one accompanied. This will be how to eat? And this Su Lu also despised me. This time, if you don't deal with it, your family's material will wait. Yi Chen said indifferently. Sorry, going the wrong way. Sister Zhou opened the door of the box and spoke. Halfway through speaking, she suddenly realized Su Lu. Su Lu? Sister Zhou called out. Su Lu, who was looking at her cell phone, raised her head and saw Sister Zhou. Frowned. Why are you here? Sulu opened her mouth and said, "Isn't this an event in a few days? A few of my friends came to look for me. Just dull Sister and Foamy. Little Mariko. We came out to eat together." Sister Joe explained. "That, you guys eat. I'll leave first." Sister Joe saw that there seemed to be a bit of a wrong atmosphere in the box, and next to her sat Wang Ximing, which she naturally recognized. Opening her mouth, she said, preparing to exit. "Sister Joe?" Yi Chen looked at Wang Ximing in surprise. "Young Wang. Ah, did you see that? This is fate." Yi Chen showed a joyful face. "Sister Joe, why don't you call your friends over to eat together? My treat." Yi Chen got up and said with a smile. Sister Joe frowned. She didn't like this person's tone and look. "No need. You guys eat," she said, and was about to exit. 10 million. Stay and have a meal. Yi Chen's voice came. Sister Joe's face changed and she ignored it. 20 million. I'm going to fuck you. Sulu got up and sent a direct punch. With Sulu's fighting master's ability, this punch went down and Yi Chen directly fainted. Sister Joe looked at Sulu in shock. At the same time a hint of happiness flashed in her eyes. Was this protecting her? Alright, Sister Joe, you go eat first. Don't bother here. Sulu waved her hand and spoke to Sister Joe. Sulu, you? Sister Joe hesitated. This person didn't look too good to mess with. She was a little worried about Sulu getting into trouble at this time. It's fine. Sulu's eyes looked at Sister Joe. Unquestionably said. You go eat. Oh. Sister Joe saw such a Sulu for the first time. Her body was full of hostility. She was suddenly a little scared. Closing the door, she retreated out. Little Luyu? Wang Ximing saw Sister Joe go out and looked at Sulu. Well, there's nothing bad to say. Sister Joe is mine. Sulu's face returned to the calmness it started with. Then you still let her go out. Isn't this the time to see you make a big splash? Wang Ximing asked curiously. I don't treat feelings that seriously. Sulu did not explain anything and simply said it. Wang Ximing naturally understood. To put it bluntly, it was Sulu surrounded by too many girls. Sister Joe might have known about this situation. Therefore, did not follow Sulu, but Sulu clearly already regarded Sister Joe as his woman. What about this one? Wang Ximing walked up to Yi Chen, kicked, and opened his mouth. Do you have his father's phone number? Sulu said indifferently. Yes, call him. Good. Wang Ximing took out his phone, found Yi Fan's number and dialed it. Ding, ding. Hello, little one? Yi Fan's voice came from the other side of the phone, slightly and also rough. Boss Yi. A sudden surge of wealth. Don't you think you've lost the 2 words of upbringing? Sulu results in the cell phone. Opened the speakerphone and opened her mouth. Wang Ximing, well said that he opened a company. Size is a boss. You and he is not related. Opening is a small king. Don't you think it's a little too much? Sulu eyes with a hint of boredom. Who are you? Yi Fan on the other side of the phone frowned and opened his mouth to ask. No matter how outrageously rich he was still a boss with a few $100 billion, so he naturally had his own city. My name is Sulu. A silence fell on the other side of the phone. So it's Su Dong. I don't know what kind of instruction Su Dong has in calling me, Yi Fan said in a conspiratorial manner. The only thing his company held was microchat, which was just a little more than a few shares than him. If it was more than 50, or shareholders with decision-making power, then he would have to consider it. As it is now, it's just a $300 billion minion. It wouldn't be put on his mind at all. Boss Yi, your son just offended me and was knocked out by me. I don't know how you are going to deal with it. Sulu just leaned on the chair. What? How dare you? Yi Fan's tone revealed anger. What? Are you still going to jump over and beat me? Sulu mockingly smiled. Yi Fan on the other side of the phone was puzzled. What kind of backbone did this kid have to talk to him like that? This matter Yi Dong handled it correctly. It must be the canine son who rushed you. I apologize to you on his behalf for this matter. I am not going to pursue Mr. Su for this matter either. Yi Fan thought a little bit. Then he was ready to handle this issue cautiously. Since the other party dared to call, they must have something to rely on, or they need to think long and hard. Boss Yi, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. There was a hint of anger in Sulu's calm words. Chapter 88 Sister Joe's Self-Rater. Yi Fan on the other side of the phone frowned. I'm making this call to find you to raise an offense. Don't get that wrong. Don't get that wrong. Sulu's voice was flat. To raise an offense. You beat up my son. You're looking for me to ask for offense. Yi Fan was amused by Sulu. Say it. How to compensate. Sulu didn't pay attention to Yi Fan's laughter, but instead spoke faintly under Wang Ximing's surprised gaze. Ha ha ha. Little friend. Are you teasing me? Yi Fan burst out laughing. Sulu laughed, took out her own cell phone, and called Su Lighting, turning on the speakerphone. Ting ting. Fandang Group's $20 billion loan. Rejected outright. Good. Already rejected. Yi Fan's laughter came to an abrupt end. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He himself knew what condition his own business was in. This would be Su Lu playing such a trick, although it wouldn't be an immediate closure. But once the arrears were defaulted and entered the list of defaulters, this stock price would plummet and enter a vicious cycle. Boss Yi, goodbye. Su Lu ignored the furious Yi Fan and directly hung up the phone. Brother Wang, I guess your family's material is going to be yellow. Su Lu looked at Wang Ximing and said indifferently, it's all trivial. Wang Ximing also figured out that if his dad knew about this, he probably wouldn't say anything about him, who is not a boss anymore. Don't want to lose face. I'll handle this side. Wang Ximing said. Found a few people and sent Yi Chen to the hospital. This meal today, said Wang Ximing mockingly. It's fine. It's all a small problem. It's not like I mind. Su Lu smiled and spoke. Xiao Lu, ask you a question. Wang Ximing spoke. Brother Wang, you ask. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Then show. Wang Ximing just wanted to speak. Su Lu's cell phone rang. On the other side, Sister Zhou exited the box. In her heart, she didn't know why. She was a little aggrieved, probably because she was scared by Su Lu's aura just now. Obviously before, she was such a gentle person, but today's Su Lu made Sister Zhou a little scared. Sister Zhou, what's wrong with you? Only a few people saw Sister Zhou walk in with an aggrieved face and opened her mouth. Sister Zhou didn't open her mouth. Seeing a few girlfriends, she suddenly felt a little out of control of her emotions, and tears dripped down as if she couldn't control them. Sister Zhou, what's wrong with you? The dull sister on the side pulled Sister Zhou's hand and asked with concern. Foamy on the other side, and little Mariko on the opposite side also looked at Sister Zhou with concern. I don't know. Just now I saw Su Lu. He was mean to me. I don't know how. I couldn't control myself. Sister Zhou sobbed. After knowing him for so long, he's become so strange today. I just feel so aggrieved. Sister Zhou was still talking. The other three just listened quietly. Dull sister clearly didn't think much of Su Lu anymore. Splat! Foamy slapped the table. Sister Zhou instantly stopped crying and looked blankly at Foamy. And dull Mazier and little Mariko looked at her the same way. You said you saw Emperor Su, right? Then let's go find him. Ask for a statement. Foamy got up and was about to head out, but was pulled back by Sister Zhou. Don't go, right? He's already a son of a wealthy family. It's normal that he can't look at me. Sister Zhou wiped her tears and said with a smile. Only this tone is indeed a little low. Moreover, he just... Sister Zhou calmed down a lot, and told what just happened to a few girlfriends. I go. That's why you're crying. Foamy rolled her eyes. Ha? Sister Zhou froze and looked at Foamy. This Su Lu was obviously protecting you. Can't you see? He ended up feeling so fierce, making me feel like a stranger. Sister Zhou whispered. Put, you're stupid. You? Do you understand reading comprehension? You have to relate to the context. Foamy slapped her head. Where did your brain go? Let me con. Foamy looked at Sister Zhou with contempt. Dull sister and little Mariko both shook their heads speechlessly, originally thinking that Sister Zhou was sad and went to comfort, but as a result, they actually ate a handful of dog food. This Su Lu obviously likes you. Likes it tightly. Usually not like this, because don't care. Involving you, he lost his mind, only to prove how much he cares about you. Foamy explained as she looked at Sister Zhou's bewildered face. He's surrounded by so many girls. Sister Zhou said in a lost voice. Are they his girlfriends? I don't know. He was all mouthy when he talked to me before. Did he say he had a girlfriend? Foamy was completely defeated by her own BFF. Sister Zhou, who was well-traveled in the anchor circle, fell in love and actually lowered her intelligence. Don't you dare believe it. It seems. No. Sister Zhou thought back for a moment, and it seemed like there really wasn't. Then has he ever said anything to you similar to a relationship? Or like? Foamy's eyes twinkled as she thought for a moment. Foamy was the first sister of chicken eating and held the title of Trainwreck, so she was still quite knowledgeable about male-female relationships. Does him molesting me and calling me his wife count? Sister Zhou thought about the messages the two had sent in the past. Opening her mouth, she said, wife. Dull sister and Mariko shouted at the same time in shock, their four eyes looking at each other. I smell gossip. Well, the sour stench of love. Ugh. Nerd Girl and Mariko sat together silently and decided to ignore Sister Zhou for 30 minutes. Foamy smiled mysteriously. Well, Sister Zhou opened her head to look at Foamy, but realized that she had been silent. Reaching out, she touched her. What for? Foamy skimmed Sister Zhou and just didn't say anything. Eat. So hungry. Foamy. Sister Zhou glared at Foamy. Alright, don't think blindly. I know about what's going on between you and Su Lu, but I can't say anymore. Foamy shook her head. I don't know him, and you're in this mood now. I don't know if he's a good match or not, so I can't say anything now. Foamy shook her head and stretched out her finger to point at Sister Joe's forehead. In Foamy's thoughts, this Sulu absolutely loved Sister Joe, and with his status, there was absolutely no need to consider anything else. In terms of Sister Zoe's appearance, although there weren't many, it would be easy to find that. The only way to treat Sister Joe is to treat her with the caution of an ordinary man, frantically trying things out, and going crazy for her. This is not like, this is what. But because of this, Foam cannot point out. Sister Joe said that he had a lot of girls around him. Who knows if Sulu is a scumbag? If it really is, then Sister Joe sticking it up is jumping into the abyss. Foamy couldn't do that. Sister Joe was silent. She wasn't stupid. Instead she was smart. She understood what Foamy meant. People were like this a lot of the time. One thing, expecting a good result, but always thinking about the answer with their friends in the neighborhood, to make sure that what they think is not the same as everyone else, although the heart knows that he is right, but just still want to confirm. Thinking about this, Sister Joe put down her chopsticks and took out her cell phone. Sulu, are you alright? Sister Joe sent a message over. Chapter 89, A Small Trial of Racing. The ringing of Sulu's cell phone interrupted Wang Ximing's words. Sulu, are you okay? Sulu looked at the content of the message and smiled. I'm fine. Sulu ended up not sending anything else. Brother Wang, what did you just want to say? Sulu put down her cell phone and looked at Wang Ximing. Forget it, it's nothing, let's eat. Just now I didn't eat a single bite of food by that dish-a-bag. Wang Ximing waved his hand. Sulu saw that Sister Joe never returned, put away her cell phone, picked up chopsticks and ate. The two people finished eating and walked out of the hotel, stopping at the entrance. Xiao Lu, there is a racing competition at night, do you want to go? Wang Ximing looked at Sulu. Racing? Sulu asked curiously. Legal, there is a special place, filed. Wang Ximing clearly understood Sulu's thoughts. It's possible. Sulu's eyes lit up. It was just as well that he could try out his divine driving ability. Okay, I'll call you at night. Do you want to participate? Wang Ximing opened his mouth. Give it a try. Sulu nodded. Okay, I'll prepare a car for you at that time. Specially modified. Okay. Sulu nodded. Originally wanted to drive the Koenigsegg, but then thought about it. This car hadn't been here much, and the performance was probably not adapted. It was estimated that there was a possibility of pulling the crotch at that time, so did not refuse. Okay, then I'll go. Sister Joe is coming out. I'll withdraw first. Wang Ximing gave Sulu a wink. Sulu bid farewell to Wang Ximing, turned her head, and saw that Sister Joe was standing playfully at the entrance of the hotel. Sister Joe. Sulu walked over and greeted her. Sulu. Sister Joe turned her head and suddenly saw Sulu. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put it away. I'm waiting for the dull sisters and the girls. Sister Joe then spoke. Aha! Sulu nodded. Then a silence ensued. Sister Joe lowered her head and didn't speak, gently kicking her feet. Inwardly, she shouted furiously, Zhou Shui ah, Zhou Shui, where has your usual state gone? A go up ah, a go up ah. A giant in words, a dwarf in actions. That, I'll leave first. Sulu also felt that the atmosphere was quite awkward, so she opened her mouth and said, where are you going? Should I send you? Sister Joe immediately said back, no need. You still have friends. You get busy. I'm leaving. Sulu didn't know why. She wanted to refuse. Maybe it was his previous behavior that made him always feel a little guilty when facing Sister Joe. Sister Joe watched Sulu turn to leave and skimmed her mouth. Should we chase after her? Foamy's voice suddenly came over. Sister Joe looked at Foamy in surprise. It's nothing. I'd rather not get involved in your matters. Foamy shook her head and stopped talking. Sulu drove back to Lanting and sat in the tea room drinking tea. Xiao Lu, where is it? I'll come pick you up. In the evening, Wang Ximing's phone call came over. Lanting, bastard, Wang Ximing exclaimed. If I had known where you lived, I would have gone with you at noon to check it out. It's not too late to come now, Sulu said with a smile. Wait for me. Wang Ximing hung up the phone. 20 minutes later. Little drop. Your financial power. It shocks me. Wang Ximing surveyed Sulu's mansion. This is nothing. Sulu said indifferently. He planned to sign in on 9:30. By then, in addition to the cumulative sign-in, there was a whole month's reward. There would definitely be more assets by then. So he didn't care about anything that money could buy. Versailles Bensai is talking about you, Wang Ximing said with a sigh. Brother Wang, you said to help me get a car. This will be the 911 you drove over? Sulu looked at the Porsche in the parking space breathlessly. Don't you underestimate him? I specially modified it. Actually my car skills are not good, so I am not prepared to participate per se. I will sit in the passenger seat at that time. We two brothers. Wang Ximing raised his eyebrows. Wait, I see something, Wang Ximing said, looking towards the Koenigsegg 11. You're also too. 100 million ah. If you come to this go at night, you'll say the most beautiful boy in Magic City, Wang Ximing said while touching it. This car basically did not come. The performance is not even tuned. When the time is estimated to pull the crotch, it is not ready to drive. Sulu indifferently said. When will you lend me to drive? Wang Ximing said with a smile. Are you sure this side of Magic City can be driven? Sulu looked at Wang Ximing strangely. Also, Wang Ximing instantly crossed his face. The chassis of this car was too low. The speed bumps in the neighborhood. He probably wouldn't be able to pass. Alright, let's go, Sulu said. Okay, then, first get used to it. Wang Ximing nodded his head and threw the keys of the 911 to Sulu. Let's go, big brother. I'm calling you big brother. This is the highway. We don't drive like this. Wang Ximing looked at Sulu's constant overtaking and congestion. His heart was a little flustered. I didn't speed, Sulu said indifferently. Although you didn't speed, but this kind of road condition, you drove to the maximum speed limit. Isn't it a little excessive? It's all a little bit. Don't be nervous. Sulu fully realized the joy of driving, the feeling of human and car being one. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the road formation, a specialized platoon venue. Young Wang, are you here to participate today as well? At this time a staff member came up. My brother runs. I'll just sit up and see the world. Wang Ximing opened his mouth and said. This little brother looks strange. I am the army. Is this little brother's first time here? Army looked at Sulu and spoke. My name is Sulu. How are you? Well, first time here. Meet me. Sulu Army nodded and extended his hand to shake. It's estimated that there's still an hour to go before it starts. You can go down and run a few laps first to warm up your hands. Army opened his mouth and invited to. How the running is. The actual see the real chapter. Okay, then go and try, Sulu said. Sitting on the 911, Wang Ximing greeted Army and sat in the passenger seat. How long is a lap here? About how long is it? Sulu curiously asked. This track is not a professional track. It is mainly for the second generation to play with cars, so there is no standard measurement. Wang Ximing opened his mouth and explained. But a race is almost 15 laps. The current fastest, about 26 minutes. Sulu nodded and drove the car to the maintenance point. The two put on protective gear. It's generally safer here because the track is still relatively spacious. There isn't much special terrain. Don't worry about driving. Before getting into the car, Wang Ximing spoke. Sulu nodded, with a refined light in her eyes. Speed and passion was also part of a man's romance. Watching, the exit staff signaled. Sulu blasted up with a single gas pedal. Ah! Shouted Wang Ximing. Surprised, he turned his head and looked at Sulu. Chapter 90, Racing Cars. Bro, you're starting a bit hard with this. Wang Ximing felt the speed of the car getting faster and faster and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This speed was afraid that it wasn't already 400. And the strong feeling of pushing back made Wang Ximing a little flustered. Curve ah! Decelerate ah! The feeling of the wind, which was the romance of speed, made Sulu completely sink in at this time. Drifting through the corner. Accelerating. Braking and drifting. It was constantly staged. Sulu at this moment experienced the feeling of flying freely. Vomit. Vomit. Wang Ximing got out of the car and immediately rushed to the pool and started to vomit. Brother Wang, as far as that goes? Sulu stood at the side and teased. I'm old. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Wang Ximing said with a palpitating heart. I'm just familiarizing myself with the car. Should I be so exaggerated? This is more than pretending. I'll give you 99 points. 1 point less is just afraid that you'll be proud. Wang Ximing stretched out his thumb and nodded at Sulu. Young Wang, this brother of yours is awesome. Army came up from the side at this time. Not bad, Wang Ximing pretended. This look completely made people not think of that wimpy look he just had. Sulu, are you interested in participating in the professional tournament? Army looked at Sulu expectantly. Forget it, I'm just running for fun. Sulu waved her hand. It was fine to play occasionally, but it would be a bit tiring if it was really taken as a profession. That's too bad. Right, the entertainment match will start in almost 20 minutes. You guys get ready, Army said and left. Sulu raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Ximing. Get in the car? No, I'll slow down for a bit. According to you, I haven't given it my best shot yet. I'll do a few more laps. I'm afraid I'll be puking directly on the car. Wang Ximing hastily waved his hand and refused. You have to enjoy this kind of pleasure. This is a feeling that you can't normally experience. Sulu shook her head inside. I like it slower. You're too fast to carry it. Wang Ximing rolled his eyes. Young Wang, is this little brother fast? I like it. Can you introduce it to me? At this time a seductive voice came from the side. Sulu turned her head to look over and saw a woman in a tight racing suit, twisting her waist as she walked over. Professional racing girl. Brothers are blessed. Wang Ximing came over to Sulu's side and spoke quietly. You don't recognize? Sulu said doubtfully. Well, it's actually the young ladies here. Just like the atmosphere group. You know. Look at it and directly be your co-driver. Wang Ximing raised an eyebrow at Sulu. What's the name of the beautiful lady? Wang Ximing straightened up and said. Young Wang can just call me Xiaoya. How do you call this handsome man? Xiaoya reached out and pulled her hair. Sulu calmly said. Little handsome man is very high and cold. Do you want me to sit in your passenger seat in a while? Xiaoya walked next to Sulu and came to Sulu's ear and said quietly. Sulu looked at Wang Ximing. The passenger seat definitely needs to be seated, so as to ensure a certain balance. Brothers, I really can't carry it anymore. No kidding, the heart can't take it, Wang Ximing said with a bitter smile, his right hand still pressing on his chest. That's fine. Sulu nodded. Walking towards the Porsche, Xiaoya waved at Wang Ximing from the side and followed Sulu. Little handsome, just now Wang Xiao said you're fast? Really? Xiaoya said in a double entendre. Not bad. Sulu didn't pay attention to Xiaoya's innuendo. How's your heart? Nothing wrong with it? Sulu brought the car to the maintenance point and asked with a frown. This girl was still more troublesome in case something went wrong when the time came. Don't worry, oh, little handsome, even faster impact I can carry it, oh. Don't worry and come boldly. Xiaoya turned her head to look at Sulu, sticking out her tongue and licking her lips. Well, that's fine. Sulu nodded her head. On the side, Xiaoya saw that Sulu did not have the intention to take care of him and did not say anything. The green light came on. Sulu started. The roar of the engine instantly resounded throughout the maintenance point. After just a few laps of tuning, Sulu was now completely familiar with the car's performance. Xiaoya's screams continued. After Sulu's speed came up completely, the car had already started to vibrate a bit, and the noise had completely suppressed Xiaoya's voice. Sulu felt the car's limit state, so she no longer continued to accelerate. After 22 minutes, Sulu slowly slowed down and the car stopped. Immediately a bunch of staff came over and started to cool down the car, and Xiaoya was already sitting stagnantly on the passenger side at this time, and was still twitching from time to time. Sulu looked at it, just a little overexcited. Nothing serious. When the temperature of the body dropped, opened the car door and walked down. At this time the surrounding has already surrounded over many riders. Army also came over. Sulu, you're too bullish. Right. Directly broke this side's record, and also improved by 4 minutes. Army immediately rushed up and marveled. Sulu smiled without saying anything, looked towards electing Wang Ximing and compared a yeah. Brother Wang, I guess your car, you can't drive it in the short term. Sulu walked next to Wang Ximing and opened his mouth. All small things, this is too damn exaggerated. I was watching from above, just a blink of an eye. I can't find your car, Wang Ximing said with a face full of shock. Normal rarely encounters overtaking so frequently. Curve overtaking is also super handsome. Alright, don't blow it off, just drive casually. Sulu smiled casually. Versailles Benzayayu. Wang Ximing skimmed his mouth. Soon, the surrounding people also gradually dispersed. Sulu opened the passenger door. At this time, Xiaoya had a flushed face and slowly got out of the car. Her legs were already trembling. Handsome, you're too good. Xiaoya praised and walked towards her restroom. This girl who doesn't know still thinks. Wang Ximing stroked his chin and said with a bad smile. Alright, go back. After driving for so long, I'm a bit tired. Sulu didn't answer, but opened her mouth and said she was ready to go back. Racing was tiring. One had to be fully concentrated along the way, and at such a fast speed, the slightest mistake could result in either injury or disability. Too high concentration of mind. Sulu felt a burst of fatigue at this time. Okay, I'll call a car and come to see you off. Wang Ximing nodded. Okay. Sulu nodded. Xiao Lu, you rest early. I'll leave first. Wang Ximing sent Sulu to San Langting, and when he saw Sulu's tired face, he proposed to leave. Okay, brother Wang, slow down. Sulu waved his hand. Today's racing had made his depressed mood much better, but this moment of exhaustion was also really hard to bear. The night snack. Sulu did not consider eating it, and directly collapsed on the sofa. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at it. There was a message that was just sent. Thank you, Sulu. From Sister Zhou. Chapter 91, Ultimately the king of the sea is out of the sea, where the prodigal son of the gold is not changed. Sister Zhou looked at the microchat on her cell phone. which suddenly turned into being typed, and immediately squared her body, resulting in not receiving any reply. Sister Joe skimmed her mouth. Lying on the bed with her cell phone in her arms, she tossed and turned. Sister Joe, you look like that deep-rooted whining woman. Foamy teased from the side. Foamy, do you think I'm on the pole? Sister Joe said hesitantly. You can just say dog licking, and up the pole. I didn't learn that vocabulary. Foamy laughed and opened her mouth. Sister Joe fell silent. She was already ready to give up, but she ended up meeting him again by mistake. Alright, don't think so much. If you really can't let go and ask him face to face. Isn't that exactly your style? Foamy said with her eyes closed. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. I'm too tired from the live broadcast tonight. Foamy mumbled and closed her eyes. Sister Joe was silent. Actually, Sulu was in a dazed state when he saw the message, but he thought he had returned the message. When Sulu woke up again, it was already morning. Got up and took a shower. Bell. The doorbell rang. Ting ting, why are you here? Sulu looked at Suli Ting at the door in surprise and opened her mouth. Came to give you a watch. Suli Ting shook the watch in her hand. Come in first. Sulu measured away and let Su Lighting walk in. Brother Su, your watch. Su Lighting handed over Sulu's over $40 million watch. Thanks. Sulu took it and put it on his hand. Say, I asked you to buy a car. Did you buy it? Sulu put on the watch and looked at Su Lighting. I don't know which one to buy. Su Lighting whispered. Well, whatever. See what you like. Sulu said gently. Aha! Su Lighting said playfully. How is that Fandang group doing? Sulu brought Su Lighting to the tea room and opened his mouth to ask. That sum of money we have already rejected. The audit information they submitted again at the back was also rejected by us. And now the Fandwan group has already begun to face debt collection from various banks. Although Su Lighting looked petite and like a small child, she wasn't bad in terms of professionalism. Sulu didn't say anything more. In fact, at this time, she suddenly realized that she wasn't actually good at business. This time, it was also considered to be the right time to pinpoint the Fandwan group. Otherwise, if he really faced this kind of situation, he might be at his wit's end. If he encountered this kind of problem next time, how should he deal with it? Sulu thought in his heart. Sulu was graduated from the Department of Finance, but after graduation, he crossed the line to do involving. For financial things, he had long returned to the school. Ting Ting, take the time to help me buy some financial books, and various investment aspects. Sulu opened her mouth and said, before playing a bit too much. Now she realized that books are not enough when it comes to use. Okay. Su Lighting nodded and responded. Do you think I'm scum? Sulu took out her cell phone and once again saw the message that Sister Joe had sent yesterday, and suddenly opened her mouth. Do you think so? Suli Ting looked at Sulu with a bad smile on her face. Ordinary people have just one heart. You're 5 or 6. Yes. Sulu sighed and nodded. Suli Ting looked at Sulu's appearance a bit wrong, seemingly a bit battered. Wasn't she usually still often mouth-flowering herself? What's wrong with you? Su Lighting lowered her voice, looking a little low. Your state is a bit off. Do you think someone will like me? Sulu opened her mouth. Su Lighting sniffed and rolled her eyes. Does anyone like you not know yourself? Names she wouldn't cite. Su surnamed so-and-so had a crush on you as well. This state, it's not like you. Mr. Su Qianliang. Su Li Ting teased. That's true. Ultimately, the Sea King is out of the sea, which has a prodigal son's gold. Sulu said with a smile. Su Lighting patted Sulu, and as she watched Sulu return to his previous state, her heart followed suit for no reason. Wait a minute. He turned back into a Sea King. What was he happy about? Su Lighting's expression immediately became complicated. What's your situation? A Sichuan opera face change? Sulu said as she looked at Su Lighting, whose face was cloudy across the room. No. Just think I just said the wrong thing. Su Lighting said with a bitter face. Have you eaten breakfast? Sulu shook his head and didn't answer. He naturally understood how the few girls around him felt about him. No. Okay, then wait. Sulu finished, got up and walked towards the kitchen. Not much of a cook, just casually fried 2 eggs. That 2 cartons of milk. Returned to the tea room and handed it over. Is this all you're eating? Su Li Ting looked curiously at Sulu. What's wrong with this? Sulu was curious. Don't you think that it's a bit too simple? I can't even eat enough. Su Li Ting said, her voice lowered. I'm not very good at cooking, and I'm usually not at home, so just mess around with it. And there isn't an ingredient in the house. Sulu said casually. Why don't you arrange it later? Sulu smiled and looked at Su Lighting. Don't. I'm your personal assistant, not a personal nanny. Su Lighting skimmed her mouth and said. Sulu looked at Su Lighting's appearance and did not say anything. It was just a casual mention. Although there was some disappointment in her heart, she would not say anything else. Can I do some paperwork here with you for a while? Su Liting spoke in a small voice. It's all fine, but what are you? Su curiously looked at Su Liting. By your side. I don't need to go to the company. Su Liting winked at Su. Then I'll go lie down for a while. Feel free. Su felt the warm daylight and said with a yawn. Want me to accompany you? Yuck. Su Liting spat with a red face. Su laughed, reached out and nudged Su Liting's forehead, walked over to the sofa and laid down. Most of the time, Su liked to lie on the sofa. Sleeping on the bed more or less felt lonely. Su took out his cell phone, opened the Dough Shark, casually browsing. Looking at the eye, is a few rockets sent out. Su Liting after busy, see Su appearance, also did not immediately leave, but walked to the single sofa on the side of Su sat down, just so quietly looking at Su Looking at Su has fallen asleep, took off the cell phone in his hand, went to the room to find a blanket to cover him, got up and left. Bang! Ah! The cell phone is not taken. Su Liting exclaimed, turning to look at the forbidden room door with a bitter smile on her face. Looking at the door lock verification, Su Liting fell into deep thought. Visitors, please brush your ID card. Su Liting took out her ID card and put it on. Su Liting, the door is unlocked. Su Liting was surprised to hear the voice prompt for door lock verification. With a slight blush, she quietly walked in and took her cell phone. Returning to the living room, she glanced at Su and turned to leave. Why are you still here? Su woke up and saw Su Liting in the kitchen, seemingly cooking. Ah! Su Liting seemed to be startled. Turning her head and seeing that Su had walked over, she immediately blushed. Su Liting also didn't understand what she was thinking. Knowing that the door lock of Su's house was authorized to her, she unconsciously went to the supermarket, bought some groceries, and filled up the refrigerator. I see that it's almost noon, and you're home alone, so I thought I'd help you cook something to eat. Su Liting whispered. Chapter 92, still $2 billion short of the plate. Su's heart was happy. This little girl is still good. Thanks. Su did not flirt with Su Liting. No matter what, people were taking care of him. Ting ting, your handicraft is good. Su took a bite of the dish. His eyes lit up and he marveled. Eat more if you like it. Su Liting squinted her eyes and clipped a piece of ribs to Su. Su nodded and didn't say anything. Quietly, she ate her lunch. Ting ting, if I want to speculate on stocks, can you operate on your side? Su finished speaking and clamped up the ribs and brought them to her mouth. It's possible, but if it's a huaxia stock, based on your level, we can provide up to 10 times leverage. Su Liting said, then her tone suddenly lowered. If it's foreign stocks, we can provide 50 times leverage. However, a handling fee of 0.5% of the amount needs to be charged. Why is the foreign stock leverage so high? Su looked up at Su Liting in doubt. We privately encourage investors to go to foreign stocks to make money. Of course, not everyone can get 50 times leverage. After Su Liting finished, she also looked at Su mysteriously. These foreign stock operations are not open to the public, but are specialized in facing customers with 4 stars or above. Oh, then what level am I? You are a full star customer. Customers with deposits over $100 billion will have their star level raised to full. Su Liting introduced Su. A personal deposit of 100 million or more was a 4-star customer, and 1 billion or more and in a personal account was a 5-star customer. The next 100 billion or more was a full star customer. Su nodded after hearing this. After what happened with the Mortal Dust Group, it made Su decide to spend a little time to boost her assets. At least the next time he faced something like this, he could more directly and quickly mess up his opponent. The first thing needed was capital. The sign-in system Su planned to sign again on the 30th. So he was going to use the investment prediction card in these 2 days. Okay, then help me arrange to open a foreign stock account. Su opened his mouth and said, okay, foreign stocks are closed at this time of the day and open at 9 p.m. Su Liting reminded. Well, then can I operate at night? Su asked. I'll go and help you in the afternoon. After I'm done, you can operate. Su Liting thought for a moment and said, right, the books you want on finance. I've also already bought them and placed them in your study. Su Liting suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth. Okay, let's eat. Brother Su, if there's nothing else I'll leave first, Su Liting said after finishing her meal and packing up. Okay, pay attention to safety. Su nodded. Su Liting still had to go and help him open US stocks in the afternoon. Su, on the other hand, studied the investment prediction card. After using it, the returns of various investments would appear. After choosing, the system would lock the returns and invest them in a reasonable way. Valid for 1 day. Su was happy. This is really to let him continue to swing direct self-arrangement, do not even need to manually, and Sulu has to do is to play money, collect money on the line. Sulu used the investment prediction card. Use successful. Select US stocks. Selected successfully. 1-day yield ranking. Tello Energy, 20% investment amount, 1 billion inch. Sulu looked at it. Most of the returns were in the 10% range and had an investment quota. Sulu shook her head. Even with 50 times leverage, she couldn't make much money. This card doesn't seem to be very useful. Wait. Sulu saw an option on the right side of the screen in her mind. Shorting. Sulu selected. Shorting pineapple technology requires capital of 10,000,000, 000 dollars with a return of 200%. Shorting Tianluan Group requires capital of 20,000,000 dollars. Yield of 1,080%. Handling fees have been deducted. Shorting Taylor Group requires funds of $16 billion. Yield 830%. When Sulu saw this, her heart stirred. The highest rate of return was this shorting Tianluan Group. It seems to have a mess. Now Sulu had more than 120 billion in cash, which was equivalent to about 18 billion. Still need $2 billion. The first choice is Tianluan. The second choice is Taylor. And the main thing is to see if it is possible to get together $20 billion. Thinking of this, Sulu took out his cell phone. Brother Wang, there's an investment. One day, want to get a handful? Oh, what investment? Wang Ximing's message immediately replied. Confidential. Let's put it this way. 1 day's time nearly 10 times the rate of return. What? 10 times? Wang Ximing was shocked, but did not doubt it. I'm still $2 billion short of the plate. Do you want to participate? Sulu did not explain too much. Ding. Brother Su. The account is done for you. Foreign exchange bank account 5547. Foreign stock account. All bearer, so don't worry about the identity. Su Lighting's message sent over. Will there be a record of me transferring money in? Sulu inquired. Since she wanted to go and make a fortune in foreign stocks, it was natural to keep it a secret. Well, if it's before 5 p.m., we can use some means to make it impossible to trace your identity. Okay, first help transfer $18 billion in. If Wang Ximing's side didn't participate, he was ready to mess with Taylor's order. That. Su Liting's message seemed to have something she wanted to say. What's wrong? Sulu curiously typed and asked. Jingling. The phone rang. Su Liting's. Brother Su. Ting ting. What's wrong? You seem to have something to say? Sulu asked curiously. Brother Su. You have more than 120 billion in your account. If you transfer $18 billion out, there is still more than 80 million left in the balance. Su Liting hesitantly said. Okay. Sulu nodded. 10 times would be about 12,000 billion. No, Brother Su. What I mean is, said Su Liting as she fell into hesitation. It's fine. If there's anything you want to say, go ahead. Sulu opened his mouth. It's that if it's more than a month and your deposit is less than $1 billion, I will no longer be your personal assistant. Su Liting spoke in a small voice. Don't worry. I'll transfer it back soon. Sulu smiled. Don't worry. You'll only be my personal assistant. Aha! Su Liting said, and the other side of the phone was nodding vigorously. It was so hard to meet such a good person. If she really changed to another person, in case it was like that male client of her previous co-worker, then she would definitely have to quit her job. At night, do you want me to accompany you to speculate on stocks? Su Liting whispered. No need. I found a team this time. Just rest well. The matter of stock speculation. Wait for the next time we talk alone. As Sulu spoke, her tone began to change, with a hint of teasing. Chapter 93, Brother, are you the man himself? Aha! Okay. Su Liting answered in a small voice and hung up the phone. Of course she understood Sulu's meaning. In fact, what she had in her heart at first, had long been put behind her. Sometimes she dreamed of Sulu. Sulu naturally didn't know Su Liting's thoughts, but among the several assistants, Lu Peipei was gentle and capable, and was now considered to be on her own. Su Liting is different from the others. She herself is a professional financier, and her parents are both cultured people. She naturally carries the gentle temperament of a talented woman from the south of the Yangtze River. Sulu all the way, helped a lot of people, but also are not asking for return. Maybe in the eyes of others, is the wrongdoer, but he has his own ideas. He owed money. That huge pressure of repayment pressed on his body. How much he longed for someone to help himself at that time. Now that he had money, he naturally did not begrudge helping others. What was a show of hands to him could be life-changing for someone else. Of course, He didn't feel that he was doing a good deed, and it was possible that his help wasn't a good thing, or it could have backfired, but that was what he did out of his heart. As for the aspect of womanhood, Sulu admitted it. He had let himself go a bit after he broke up with his ex-girlfriend. Love out of responsibility, after separating, made him completely give up regarding responsibility, although he could guarantee that his assistants would all be clothed and fed in the future. But having so many assistants was an irresponsibility in itself. Ding! The sound of a cell phone message interrupted Sulu's thoughts. Dry up. I'm going to get the money together first, but this $2 billion plate is a bit big, equivalent to 13.8 billion Chinese coins. Do you mind if I send it to the brick moving squad? Get it together. There's no problem, since the ones you pulled into this group, I believe that these artificial people should be good. Sulu returned. Okay, I'll book 3.8 billion first. The money you bought a house last time. My dad should have kept some. Wang Ximing sent. Okay, then I'll send it. You return it. Juk. Sulu rummaged through the moving squad. There's an investment. Are you all interested? Time 1 day. Expected yield 10 times. 13.8 billion huaxia coins on the plate. Closes at 5 p.m. Sulu just briefly stated the contents. Although all the people inside are recognized by Wang Ximing as good people, but when it comes to interests, it's not necessarily so. Personal choice. Wang Ximing replied in seconds. I'll invest 3.8 billion. I'll go raise money now. Mr. Park, what kind of investment? The return is so big. Lin Xinxin, old Wang, you are so powerful. What is the origin of this Su Xiao? Then I will invest 500 million. Lin Xinxin showbiz actor. And Wang Ximing's relationship is very ironic. Seeing that he invested, he directly responded and invested all of his own cash. Ding. Lin Xinxin requests to add you as a friend. Sulu received the message. Agree to the application. Young Su, I'll put in 500 million. Lin Xinxin immediately sent a message over. Brother Lin, just call me Little Drop. Sulu saw that Lin Xinxin supported the first time, but rather it was still 500 million. This much money should be all the cash flow for Lin Xinxin, who wasn't really hot in the entertainment industry. Okay, Little Drop, I'll be generous. I have an iron relationship with Ximing. His brother is my brother. Send me the card number in a moment. I'll transfer the money to you. I'll be in Magic City tomorrow. We'll see you then. Okay, Brother Lin, answered Sulu, then sent the bank card number over. At this time, the moving brick squad group was also buzzing with activity. Chinyu, who is this? Such a big mouth. The ones who come to bed at my house don't even dare to guarantee a 10 times yield. I'll just casually come with $1 billion. Chinyu, a rich second generation of Magic City. Started from gambling in Haozhong. No one knew exactly how much assets his family had, but the once 900 million breakup fee made his fame directly surpass Wang Ximing. Ren Yameng, that, can I participate with just 50 million on me? Ren Yameng, chairman of Huawei Group, Ren Dong's youngest daughter. Sulu, add me as a friend. I'll send you the card number. You can directly call the money. Of course the premise is to trust me. Sulu looked around. Only Lin Zixuan and Chen Shiqi didn't speak anymore. Looking at the time, it was already more than 15:30 p.m. Sulu was not in a hurry. If he really couldn't get it all together, the 8 times yield Sulu would let them participate. This is also considered a kind of show of strength. After all, when he first entered the group, there were only 4 people who spoke. To put it bluntly, although they are all Wang Ximing's circle, they are at most friends with each other. But whether or not the other party will value you, or befriend you, that's up to each individual. Chen Shiqi, sorry, came to play. The program just ended. There is such a good thing. Take me one. In the end, Sulu received transfers, 50 million from Mr. Park, 500 million from Lin Xinxin, 1 billion from Qin Jia, Ren Yameng, 150 million, and Chen Shichu, 900 million. Ren Yameng didn't know where she got an additional billion. Xiaolu, sorry, I ended up getting 3 billion. Wang Ximing typed a message over. It's okay Brother Wang, the bank card number is sent to you. Sulu replied, just got off the plane, how much is left? Lin Zixuan messaged, there's still 8.2 billion. Sulu saw Lin Zixuan's message and calculated that the investment from a few other people was 5.6 billion huaxia coins. I can transfer out 8 billion now. It's possible, transfer it to this bank card. Sulu replied and sent over the bank card number. Okay, I just got off the plane. Adjust my jet lag, I'll look for you tomorrow. Humph. Sulu saw the message and shivered. Imperial sister. Can't afford to mess with her. Can't afford to mess with her. Calculated. There is still a difference of 200 million. He himself still has $80 million. It is also possible to invest in it. As to why not find his own assistants to invest? They themselves don't have much money. If it really comes to a time when they are short of money, Sulu will also send it directly to them. After considering it for a while, Sulu found Wang Shilong. The reason why he didn't look for the other two in the dormitory was also because these two people belonged to ordinary families and weren't in Jinling, so when they went out on a trip in the future, they would call them out to drink together. Lao San, do you have any spare money? Do you want to invest in me? Sulu sent a message over. How much do you want? The message was simple and clear, and one couldn't help but sigh. This brother cheats at the drop of a hat. 200 million. Wait, are you in person? Gotta. The IQ is back. What do you think? Okay. Send me the card number. I'll transfer it to you. Sulu sent the bank card number over. As of 1600 hours, $20 billion were all gathered, letting Su Ting transfer the rest of the money 2 billion into the foreign stock account. Chapter 94, Sun Wenbin's Invitation. Investment Prediction Card Use. Shorting Tianluan Group. Successful use. Foreign stock account has been bound. Current yield has been locked at 1080%. Investment program has been confirmed. This program is arranged by the system to start processing the operation team. Program completion time September 29th is 9 o'clock sharp. Sulu nodded. Tomorrow morning, this gain would arrive. Sulu closed the chat of the moving brick squad. Did not continue the water group. In fact, the group had to be a few other people he had heard of. He just had not seen them. Rather, based on the previous chat, they were preparing to get together tomorrow night. Xiao Lu, tomorrow they all arrive in Magic City. Let's come out and get together. Just after thinking of this, Wang Ximing's message was sent over. Okay, you notify me of the exact time. Sulu felt quite good. Entertainment circle, anchor circle, business circle, just don't know what Lin Zixuan is doing. So rich. Rather, Wang Ximing seems to be a little scrupulous about her as well. Shook off his head. Put aside these thoughts. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Ding bell. Sulu's phone rang. Brother, what are doing? Sun Wenbin's somewhat excited voice came. At home. What's wrong? Sulu curiously said. That. I got involved with Joia's best friend. Sun Wenbin was a little embarrassed. No, the last time you looked for me. Now count more than a week has passed. And you only got better today? Sulu was surprised and asked. That. A little sluggish. Sun Wenbin said with some embarrassment. Congratulations. Sulu smiled and spoke. I called today because I wanted to invite you for dinner tomorrow. Sun Wenbin spoke. Sorry, I have a date tomorrow night. Tomorrow. Wang Ximing, a few of them, had just made an appointment in advance, so naturally, it was not good to push. Then, why don't we choose a date and make it today? Sulu felt it. Sun Wenbin's hesitation. After all, he called a day in advance to make a dinner appointment, and the other party ended up not having the time, but the time afterward was not yet sure if there was anything going on. Today is fine. Then let's do it today. I'll bring Chen Ting later and send you the location. Sun Wenbin said cheerfully. Okay, no problem. After Sulu received the message, she considered for a moment, didn't drive and took a taxi to because the Western restaurant. Sulu walked into the Western restaurant. In the window seat, saw Sun Wenbin, next to that petite Chen Ting. How come there is a girl opposite? Seeing Sun Wenbin waved his hand at him, Sulu raised his hand in a gesture and walked over. Sulu walked to the position, curiously looked at the girl opposite Chen Ting, wearing JK, seemed to be a little embarrassed, glanced at Sulu. A trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes, then lowered her head. Yo, feelings are good Sulu didn't say anything, sat next to the JK girl, watched the two holding together, and teased. Chen Ting blushed and lowered her head without saying anything. Sulu, thank you, Sun Wenbin said seriously. I'll accept this thank you. Sulu looked at the two people's happy appearance, smiled, and then said, however, it always feels like you guys invited me to dinner to intentionally show your love in front of me. Sulu teased. Ha ha ha. Sun Wenbin giggled as he touched his head. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Chan Ling. Chen Ting also suddenly raised her head and spoke. Sulu turned her head and Chen Ling nodded to each other in greeting. What's the situation? After ordering, Sulu took out her cell phone and quietly sent it to Sun Wenbin. That, my girlfriend just wants to introduce you. I'll go. Tell her about it. Don't be embarrassed then. I have a girlfriend. Sulu found an excuse to send it to Sun Wenbin, who still had a mess of debts of his own. Sun Wenbin saw the text message, smiled helplessly, leaned over to Chen Ting's ear and muttered a few words. Chen Ting's face was a little embarrassed and looked at Sulu. Sulu is sorry. I didn't know. Chen Ting opened her mouth with some embarrassment. It's fine. The steak is here. Eat first. Sulu saw the waiter walk over with the steak and opened his mouth. Come, Suzu, you sit over here and accompany your sister. Sun Wenbin stood up at this time and said to Chenling. Oh, okay. Chenling nodded and stood up. Sulu saw Chenling stand up and followed suit, getting up and stepping aside, allowing Sun Wenbin to sit inside. Sulu didn't drive, right? After Sun Wenbin was done, the dishes were also served. Holding the red wine and looking at Sulu asked. No, took a taxi to come. Sulu laughed. Fortunately Lousy counted correctly. This dinner between men. Then there must be wine. Okay, then drink some. Sun Wenbin said. Gave Sulu some red wine. Alas, let's two big men drink. Don't drink like this, just pour it full. Sulu stopped Sun Wenbin, who was ready to pour wine for Chenting. That's fine. Sun Wenbin opened his mouth and returned, directly pouring it full for Sulu. Then he gave Chenting and Chenling to a small half cup, then filled it up for himself as well. Come on, Sulu, today is to thank you, because you are also equivalent to a matchmaker for the two of us. Sun Wenbin raised his cup and clinked it with Sulu, then looked at Chenting and said with a smile. Sulu nodded, tilted her head and drank it off. The wine tasted slightly bitter. Before long, 3 bottles of wine had gone down, and Sun Wenbin's face started to redden. Sun Wenbin had been talking to Sulu about the interesting things in the university. Do you know Luo Yuan? Sun Wenbin suddenly spoke. Who is she? Sulu felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall. She's heard of being a star now. Ugh, you two have gone overboard. We 2 girls are here and you are discussing other girls there. Isn't it a bit too much? Chenting said with a small red face, obviously a little drunk. Ha. Don't talk about it. Sun Wenbin hurriedly waved his hand and doted on Chenting. Sulu suddenly felt someone kicking his leg. Lowering his head, he saw that Chenling's bare feet were kicking her. Sulu raised his head and looked across the room in confusion. Chenling immediately lowered her head and took her cell phone in her left hand and put it under the table. Sulu looked at it. It was a QR code. This was to add him awe. However, what was the meaning of this somewhat hidden? Sulu laughed in his heart, took the cell phone and put it down. Ding! Sulu added Chenling as a friend. No matter what, it was also Sun Wenbin's future sister-in-law. Are you rocking? How do you know? I've seen your livestream. You just came. I felt that you were so familiar. I just found your photos on the internet. Chenling's face carried together excitement, her hands typing rapidly. Rocking? You dance so well. Can you teach me? Chapter 95, A day as a teacher is a day. I'm just casually jumping around. Sulu said casually. No, I've been learning to dance for 10 years now, and I'm not as good as you. I can still tell this. Teach me. Is it good? After Chenling sent it, she looked and realized that Chenting and Sun Wenbin were both a bit dazed, and looked at Sulu pitifully. Brother Sulu. A whiny voice came out from Chenling's mouth. Sulu's body shivered. To hell with it. This girl was really born to seduce. There is a chance. Sulu awkwardly said. Let's go now. Chenling looked at Sulu with a hint of expectation in her eyes. It's too late now. Next time for sure. Sulu looked at the time. It was already 7:30 p.m. It's not too late. I have a dance room at home. Chenling seemed unwilling to give up. My sister is just across the street from my house. Look at them. You can't let me send them back alone. Chenling said and pointed at both Sun Wenbin and Chenting. Come on. With such a small amount of alcohol, the two of them even proposed to drink. But Sulu could also understand their mood. Alright, let's go then, Sulu said, pulling up Sun Wenbin and walking towards the outside. Well, these two had settled the bill in advance. Was this considered knowing that they would drink too much? However, had there been any thought about how to go back after drinking too much? Sulu shook her head, throwing away the thoughts in her head. The 4 of them took a taxi and went to Chenting's house. Throwing the 2 of them on the bed, Sulu did not care anymore. Let him go help Su Wenbin take off his shoes. Sorry, ugly refusal. Let's go, brother Sulu. Chenling pulled Sulu and walked across the street. Brother Sulu, look, this is my dance room. Chenling brought Sulu to a room and pointed. The empty room, specialized wooden floors, a huge piece of glass in front, stereo sound in the 4 corners. This was transforming one of the bedrooms into a dance room. Brother Sulu, wait for me. I'll go change some clothes. Chenling smiled at Sulu and opened her mouth. Sulu nodded. After watching Chenling leave, he casually looked. There was a sound console. Casually clicked on a few songs. They were all jazz music. It seemed that Chenling was studying jazz. Brother Sulu. Not long after, a playful voice came from the doorway. Sulu turned his head and almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. Between them Chen Ting was wearing a Hello Kitty and navel-bearing t-shirt. Between walking around, the two bunnies even wiggled. Cough. Why are you wearing this? Sulu awkwardly said. This is how I usually wear when I practice dancing. Chenling's small face was also a bit flushed. This was actually something she did on purpose. In her thought, how could there be so many good things that others could teach her for no reason? Alright, you dance once to show me. Sulu recited the great compassion mantra in her heart and opened her mouth to say to Chenling. Okay. Chenling walked to the sound console and ordered a piece of absolute music. When the music started, turned her head, blinked her wand at Sulu, and then began to dance. Sulu watched from the sidelines and nodded. Very good. Dancing white. No. Shaking great. Said wrong. Indeed jumped very rhythmic. And movement amplitude is very large. Seductive sense of exhibition. In fact, Sulu watched indeed with some trepidation, fearing that those two rabbits would fall. When the music ended, Chenling's forehead was slightly sweating. Brother Sulu, how did I dance? Chenling's clothes had some sweat stains, and it could be seen that she had danced very hard. The overall rhythm is quite good. It can be seen that it's very professional. Sulu praised. Brother Sulu, I'm not asking you to praise me. Chenling beamed and said. Then fine. I'll just say it and you'll just listen to it. Sulu thought about it and opened his mouth. Okay. Once Chenling heard this, she immediately ran next to Sulu and took Sulu's arm, focusing too much on charm. In fact, with your figure, you don't need to do too many charm moves. After Sulu roughly said a few points, she suddenly realized that Chenling's eyes flashed with tears, and her expression was somewhat dark. Did I say it a little too heavily? Sulu scratched his head. No, everything you said is quite right. It's just that the first time I heard so many questions, it's a little hard. Chenling lowered her head in embarrassment. Brother Sulu, go ahead and say it. It's fine. That's basically it. As long as you slightly adjust later, you will definitely achieve something. Sulu summarized his statement and prepared to leave. I know. Can you be my master? Chenling hesitantly opened her mouth as she watched Sulu about to leave. I can't bring a disciple. Sulu waved his hand. You just made a good point. I do want to go to the 5th season of this street dance, but I don't feel like I can. Chenling lowered her head and couldn't see her toes as she spoke. Actually, your level is already very high. It's just that you lack a qualitative change. Sulu could sense that Chenling's jazz dance had already reached its bottleneck, but many times breaking through the bottleneck did not depend on practicing. Master, what should I do then? Don't call me master. All I can say is to suggest that you can try to learn locking dance, combining it with jazz. Sulu briefly conceptualized it, saying that Sulu danced. Chenling on the side looked at Sulu and fell into silence. Seeing that the dance was finished, Sulu was ready to get up and leave when she saw that Chenling was still silent. Master. Chenling met and pulled Sulu. Said, don't call me master. Sulu shook his head. One day as master is fine. Chenling immediately went forward to hold Sulu's arm and said, I don't have much time. Sulu's body shook and opened his mouth. I can match master's time. Chenling saw Sulu's embarrassment. Master. Then Chenling murmured in Sulu's ear. Come be my master now. Chenling said while putting the Hello Kitty aside. Taking out her cell phone, she opened the game. Oh. Sulu responded and chose an L. 10,000 words were omitted here. Chenling finally opened her mouth and said, Thank you brother Sulu. Sulu smiled and shook his head, opening the door to leave. Sulu heard what Chenling meant in the end. One day as a teacher. And that was what made him not refuse in the end. But it's just tuition. It's just for the sake of not having a reason to rub her the wrong way after going on the show in the future. In fact, the meaning is that it's even today. Sulu shook her head. Rocking identity is not considered very hot. Being prevented from rubbing the heat, to the extent that there is also this possibility. Just this girl is also really simple. Dancing is so easy to fire? There are very few people in the entertainment industry who have danced their way out of the ring, right? She backstage is not even a person. Why fire? Really think that dancing good can be fire? Naive. But this is no longer his business. Took out his cell phone and directly deleted Chenling's microchat. Although he drank a little wine at night, but after a few games, he has long since lost the smell of alcohol. Took a taxi back to Kanglanting. Currently at 2100 hours exactly Chinese time. The investment team has begun to act. It is expected to complete the shorting when 8 hours old, and arrive at 12 hours old. Sensing the system prompt, Sulu nodded, then took a few clothes, walked into the bathroom and took a shower. Chapter 96, Su Lighting's Tangles. Sulu finished her shower, wearing a nightgown, and walked out of the bedroom. Ting Ting, when did you come? Sulu saw Su Lighting was sitting on the sofa looking at him. I just wanted to see if you need help in speculating on American stocks. Su Lighting lowered her head and whispered. She didn't know why she came. Just that when she reacted, she had already arrived at Sulu's doorstep. I've already arranged it. Would you like something to drink? Sulu walked to the refrigerator, looked at Su Liting and opened her mouth to ask. No need. Since you've already arranged it, I'll leave first. Su Lighting said with an embarrassed face. Forget it. It's too dark over at your house in the middle of the night. Why don't you stay? Sulu thought of the last time she went to Su Lighting's house. It didn't look too good there. It might be a bit dangerous at night, and the side opened her mouth to say so. I'm not ready. Su Lighting lowered her head and whispered. Prepare you big head you just sleep in the guest room. The toiletries and stuff are all there. Sulu rolled her eyes. What's in your head day in and day out? Must I dive you? Sulu walked in front of Su Lighting, bending her body, staring into her eyes and teasing her. No. It's getting late. Why don't you take me to my room? No. It's just that you tell me which room it is. Su Lighting said in the middle of her sentence and hurriedly changed her words. Follow me. Sulu got up and led Su Lighting towards the second floor, a door to the right of his room. You can sleep here. There's a new set of toiletries in there, as well as new pajamas. Sulu pointed to the room and said, Oh, okay, thanks. Su Lighting finished, opened the door and walked in. The room was large and had a separate bathroom. Is this really a guest room? Su Lighting murmured in a low voice. Then with a red face, she took her pajamas and ran into the bathroom. Sulu saw Su Liting close the door, smiled, walked back to the room, and lay down. Today Sulu slept extraordinarily comfortably, although Su Lighting didn't sleep with him. But even if someone slept next door, Sulu could still have a good night's sleep. Of course, Sulu also knew that it was actually just a few people. When Sulu woke up, he was attracted by a scent. Ding! Sulu checked the previous reminder in the system. The investment has been completed. The flow of funds is underway. The estimated arrival time is 15,246 billion Chinese dollars. Estimated arrival time 12 o'clock. Sulu saw that it was still a while away from arriving. Nor did she continue to linger on not being able to afford it. Opening the door, he saw Su Lighting cooking. You're like this, making me somewhat flattered. Sulu walked to the kitchen and looked at Su Lighting, who was still busy, and opened her mouth. You are really able to sleep. Su Lighting didn't turn around. While burning the dishes, she flirted with Sulu. Sleeping until I wake up naturally. Isn't this quite good? Doing what? Sulu walked behind Su Lighting and asked in a soft voice. Just casually. Fiddled with it. Su Lighting felt the breath of Sulu's body behind her. Her body was tense for a moment, and she stammered. Sulu looked at Su Lighting's appearance, so she backed away. Walking to the side, she brought the 2 dishes that had already been cooked to the table. It smells good. Then you eat more. Ting ting. Stay here from now on. Sulu pretended to be casual and opened her mouth. Su Lighting opened her mouth. Her face flushed. It's just that I think it's too unsafe for you to live in that alley. I don't live here sometimes anyway. I'll think about it then. Su Lighting said and lowered her head, a smile spreading across the corners of her mouth. Xiaolu. At night, the summer banquet Lotus Hall. Several people in the group have arrived in Magic City. After eating, Sulu laid on the sofa and saw the message sent by Wang Ximing. Su Lighting was probably a little embarrassed because of the dinner topic, and this would have already left. Miling, he asked me to stay at his house. Su Lighting, who had returned to her residence, sat on the sofa, somewhat disoriented, and took her cell phone to send a message to Dong Miling. Kanglin Ting? His villa? Or another residence? Dong Miling's message came back immediately. It's his villa. I'm panicking inside. This is giving you an identity. What are you panicking about? He's too good with women. If I live in it like this, I'm not an identity of anything. If my parents find out, I might have to spend the rest of my life in the hospital. Su Lighting seemed to have thought of something, her face blushing. You're silly. People have let you live in his house. It's originally equivalent to giving you an identity. Can't you even figure this out? But I feel as if he doesn't mean that. If I misunderstand him then, how embarrassing. Then what did you say back now? Did you say yes? I said I'll think about it. Haven't replied yet. After Su Liting replied to the message, she saw a box of potato chips on the table, picked it up and ate it. Then you should just ask him, in what capacity to move in. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? I don't even know what people think. Besides, I don't know how I feel about him right now. Su Liting replied to the message, suddenly a little parched, reaching out her hand to fan herself. That's why you have to ask clearly. Otherwise he'll think you're just taking it casually. By the way, yesterday you didn't come back. The chips in the living room you don't eat. I smeared the rat poison. Su Liting looked at the message. Her heart immediately panicked. and immediately felt the beginning of some discomfort. Her abdomen began to twitch slightly. Quickly, help me, call 120. Su Ting, while the pain in the abdomen is getting more and more intense. Shivering hands sent the message out. Ding! The investment has been completed. The flow of funds has been completed, and will eventually be exchanged for Chinese currency through the foreign stock account. The entire process is problem-free and identity information will not be leaked. Please feel free to use it. Blue Star Bank, your account 8888 was credited on September 29 at 12 o'clock, with 1,524.6 billion yuan in Huaxia coins. Sulu looked at the long string of numbers and smiled slightly. All investors, good noon. The investment is complete. The rate of return is 1,080%. The return has arrived. Please collect the rice. Sulu took out her cell phone, sent a message in the moving squad, and began to operate the transfer. Wang Ximing, 35. 4 billion. Lin Xinxin, 5. 9 billion. Qin Yu, 11. 8 billion. Chen Chichu, 10. 62 billion. Rein Yumeng, 1. 77 billion. Teacher Park, 590 million. Lin Zixuan, 94. 4 billion. Wang Xilong, 2. 36 billion. Finally Sulu looked at his bank card balance, 146. 139 billion, and smiled. Old 4, what's the situation? Why did you transfer so much money to me? Before Sulu had time to look at the group, Wang Xilong's phone had already called. Didn't I tell you? Engaged in some investment, and now split the money. Sulu smiled and said back, Dad. Chapter 97, I want a baby. Dad. I don't have a son your age. Alright, stop talking. Sulu shook her head. Okay, Dad. Next time there's an investment, make sure you remember your son. Wang Xilong's fawning words came. Sulu smiled and hung up the phone. Opening the moving brick squad again. The message had already exploded. Teacher Park, I feel like I missed a few 100 million. No, it's a few billion. Teacher Park himself definitely couldn't have only 50 million. At that time he was able to come up with 50 million. It was probably because he was looking at Wang Ximing's face. This would start to regret it. Sulu smiled and didn't care. This is how friends get along with each other. Sometimes the opportunity is given to you. Whether you will cherish it or not, depends on whether you have enough trust and guts yourself. But Sulu for Mr. Park, although there is no opinion, but the subsequent investment, but also not ready to bring him, no boldness, although this time, because of the investment prediction card, a steady profit, but other people do not know. Even Xinyu, who hadn't communicated at all, had the vigor to take out 1 billion. Of course, Rein Yumeng is not to be talked about. She went from 50 million to 150 million. How did she get it? It is not clear, but it must be all the family's belongings. Lin Xinxin, Chen Chi, that was needless to say. Basically, directly bet all the cash. Lin Zixuan. Sulu was a little complicated when he thought of her. Having never met her, she was so trusting that she directly threw over $8 billion. Wouldn't really look at herself, right? Sulu thought helplessly. Xinyu, big brother. I admit, I said the estimation was a bit random before. Chen Chi, my god. This money makes me feel like I can swing it. What a big brother. Rein Yumeng, big brother should bring me more in the future. Wang Ximing, 6 p.m. Summer Banquet Lotus Hall. Don't be late. You'll all meet the real big brother then. For a moment, the group was all filled with admiration for Sulu. Wang Ximing specially called over to express his gratitude and said that he would definitely accompany him for an extra glass of wine in the evening. Yesterday, the international financial world Tianluan Group evaporated nearly $250 billion between one day. It couldn't be you, right? Lin Zixuan's private chat message hit, and she didn't speak in the group. Originally, she was jet-lagged and had been sleeping. Confused, she saw the bank card arrival message and immediately woke up with a start. 94. 4 billion in cash arrived. Was this a dream? Although she had her own business and owned several $100 billion companies, but over $90 billion in cash flow, it was the first time she had seen it. It wasn't until she read the news in the moving squad that she realized that it was the investment that was given to Sulu yesterday. Inherently proficient in securities and investment, she immediately checked the international news, and only then did she find out about Tianluan Group. The lazy body stretched, smiled daintily and sent a message to Sulu. How could it be me? I don't know anything about stocks or anything. Sulu of course wouldn't admit it, even if all the circumstances looked like it was. Then to say no was to say no. Location. Come find me at my house. Lin Zixuan's message sent over. Sulu took a look at it. San Lan Ting Villano. 8. His heart panicked. So overbearing? Directly telling him to come to his door. Not going. Sulu replied. Send me the address of your house. I'll come over. Won't I see you at night? I want to see you now. Picture. Sulu looked at the picture sent by the other party. A lazy image. A red fitted pajamas, showing the body to the fullest. Okay, be right there. Sulu smiled. He admitted that this Lin Zixuan imperial appearance attracted him. Getting up, he walked on foot to Villa 8 and rang the doorbell. The door opened and Lin Zixuan, dressed in red, appeared in Sulu's eyes. Extremely seductive. What are you waiting for? Come in. Lin Zixuan's slightly low voice came out, interrupting Sulu's thoughts. Sulu followed behind Lin Zixuan and scanned the interior of the house. The simple white European-style decoration. It was indeed quite a compound of Lin Zixuan's character. You came over so quickly and live here as well? Lin Zixuan led Sulu to the living room sofa and sat down. Resting her right leg on her left leg, she then pressed her hands on her knees. The red pajamas gently hung down, revealing the white and tender thighs. Sulu shifted her gaze and sat on the single sofa next to Lin Zixuan. Well, in this neighborhood, after all, it was also the first time they met. Sulu did not say too much. I've investigated you. In the past, you were ordinary until last month, when you received an inheritance from abroad, and in just a month, your fortune was close to $1 trillion. Lin Zixuan looked at Sulu's eyes and said. Sulu was not panicked at all. All the information systems had already taken care of it for him. Therefore, there wouldn't be any problems with his fortune. Even the recent trillions of cash that came from real stock market transactions. However, Lin Zixuan should only be able to find out about his explicit assets. That is, microchat, fighting shark, center building, falling flower network technology company, and his own various properties. Through this investment, it wasn't difficult to predict his own fortune in trillions. Seeing Sulu's complete lack of shock, Lin Zixuan decided not to beat around the bush either. Marry me. Lin Zixuan's mouth faintly spat out 2 words. What the hell? Sulu was surprised. I said you marry me. A rare hint of blush rose on Lin Zixuan's calm face. Miss Lin, I think you're teasing me. Okay, there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Sulu felt a bit puzzled, so she got up and said, still marrying me? Marry you, big head? With this kind of attitude, I'm afraid I'm not finding an emperor for myself. Wait, I know that you have a few assistants, and I also know that you like Zhou Shui. Lin Zixuan's face revealed eagerness as she opened her mouth. You're threatening me? Sulu's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as she stared at Lin Zixuan dead in the face. No, 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 no. Lin Zixuan was stared at with some fear, her face showing embarrassment. A touch of nervousness surfaced on her face. You're mistaken. Sulu looked at Lin Zixuan's appearance. It really didn't look too much like a threat, and sat down. What I mean is, marry me and I can let you bring all your assistants home. Lin Zixuan explained with a blush on her face. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. It seems like you don't have the intention to tell the truth. Then I won't sit down anymore. Goodbye. Sulu got up and walked towards the door. I want a child. Lin Zixuan watched Sulu walk further and further away. Her heart hesitated, and finally shouted at Sulu's back. How nice to tell the truth directly. But let's say first, this matter, I still can't promise you. Sulu retraced her steps back to the sofa and sat down, shaking her head at Lin Zixuan. She said, if it's possible, I would like to hear your, explanation. Sulu looked at Lin Zixuan, who lowered her head and didn't speak, and opened her mouth. Chapter 98. Lin Zixuan's situation. I'm 38 this year, Lin Zixuan said with a bitter smile on her face. Sulu sniffed and glanced at Lin Zixuan in surprise. With this figure, appearance, and being 38 already, there were people who would believe it if she said she was 20. Lin Zixuan looked at Sulu and smiled, getting up and pouring a cup of tea. I was 18 years old. Because of the death of my parents, I was forced to take over my family's industry, and it's been 18 years since then, Lin Zixuan said with a sigh. A year ago, I had a medical checkup and found out that there was something wrong with my body. I had an operation half a year ago, and now I'm unable to have children. Lin Zixuan's face was a little bleak as she said this. Then you said you want a child. I can't do anything about it alone, right? Sulu looked at Lin Zixuan with a somewhat complicated expression. I froze 5 eggs after I checked out that there was something wrong with my body. So, I want you to marry me and give me a child. Lin Zixuan looked at Sulu with an expectant face. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Sulu shook his head. Himself and Lin Zixuan were only meeting for the first time. There was no feelings at all, let alone in his heart. Is it because of Zhou Shui? Lin Zixuan whispered. No. Sulu shook his head. Without saying anything else, Zhou Shui, he didn't have any more thoughts. That's what he told himself. Sulu's thoughts at this time were also contradictory. Longing for a family, yet falling into the temptation of the forest. His assistants, Song Euro or Yang Xiaoshui or Lu Peipei, all of them had such and such special circumstances at home, and it could be said that none of them had ever felt healthy family feelings. A few people who lacked a sense of security embraced warmth. How could he bear to break it? Ding bell. Lin Zixuan's cell phone rang, interrupting the silence between the two. Sis, transfer some money to me. I'm inviting my classmates to sing. Lin Zixuan had just picked up the phone when a crisp female voice came from over there. Every time you call, you ask for money. Wasn't it just yesterday that you were called? Lin Zixuan's stern voice came out, while glancing apologetically at Sulu. Sulu shrugged her shoulders, picked up the teacup and tactically drank water, signaling her to pick up the phone. I invited friends for dinner and used it up. What kind of meal used up $10,000? Lin Zixuan's voice already had a hint of dissatisfaction in it. Forget it if you don't pay. The phone hung up. Lin Zixuan sighed, opened the microchat, found Lin Zitone's microchat, transferred 10,000 yuan, then put away the phone and looked at Sulu with an apologetic face. My sister, who is also the only family member I have left, is now in her rebellious stage, and I can't control her, Lin Zixuan said helplessly. Sulu continued to tactically drink water. Other people's family matters, he really wasn't too good to get involved. I'm sorry, today's request is indeed a bit offensive. Lin Zixuan looked at Sulu with an apologetic face. It's fine, they're all friends, it's just that I really don't have the idea of getting married recently. Moreover, it's still only the first time we've met each other. Sulu shook his head. Lin Zixuan was indeed beautiful, imperial lady model, and had a rich family background, but Sulu actually didn't care much. But if he really got married, his assistants would probably be so scared that they would immediately resign. I'll leave first. Thinking of this, Sulu put down her teacup and got up and said, see you tonight. Lin Zixuan completely lost the big brother aura she had when they first met, and looked like a small woman. Sulu waved her hand and left Villano. 8. Returning home, Sulu walked to the tea room and arrived at a cup of tea. The cash flow on Sulu's body was already huge now, but if it was kept in the bank, it wouldn't be of much use to him at all. What he had already thought about before, to improve his social status, there was no longer nothing he could do when he had to face a situation like the Fandang Group. To open an investment company, to make acquisitions of various industries throughout China, and also to occupy the right to speak. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight, relying on unlimited premium acquisitions. That's not that's wrongdoing. For their own assistant generous point does not matter, but for the same commercial capital, generous, that is silly. This matter is not urgent. Can find a chance to talk to Su Liting? Sulu found herself unintentionally, seemingly always being dragged by various things. Originally, she wanted to casually enjoy life, but as a result, she was engaged in business and investments. There was a party at night, another event tomorrow, then a reunion, and then, there were plans to take Lu Pei out for a trip. When I think about it, there are still a lot of things to do. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. It's not good to honestly take one step at a time. Ding bell. The phone rang. Brothers, sorry the amount of alcohol is not good. Yesterday drank too much. Sun Wenbin's voice came. It's alright, but your drinking capacity is really not good. You need to practice Su Lu said with a smile. There's no way. Innate can't still trouble you. Yesterday even sent me back. It's fine. It's all trivial. Sun Wenbin's words made Su Lu think of Chenling. Those games were indeed quite good. Okay, I'll find you for a drink again when I have time. I drank too much yesterday. I'll just get up this time. Okay. Simply exchanged a few pleasantries. Su Lu hung up the phone. The contact between college classmates is also really less. In the novel, classmates' reunion are said to be a pretentious party. Just don't know the 11th day. Probably not. After all, when high school classmates get along with each other is still relatively simple. The probability is that it is purely a pleasure trip. In Magic City yet? Sulu's cell phone came with a message. Sulu was surprised and looked at the message. Lu Cc sent it. Send me the address. Sulu replied curiously. There's no place to go. You've arrived in Magic City? Didn't arrange a hotel for you? The hotel is too troublesome. Don't want to go. Doesn't your assistant help you deal with it? Sulu naturally knew that this Lu Cc in private is a housewife, also lazy, cannot move, do not move the kind. Didn't bring an assistant. I came by myself. Participate in the activity. Quickly say the address. Lu Cc was in the VIP area of the airport at this time, dragging her suitcase and standing playfully. This time when she went back, she had a big fight with her mom, just because of what happened to her assistant before. Without her mom's authorization, How could her assistant dare to do that kind of thing? Fondwan Group's Mr. Yi asked you to dinner. Fondwan Group has been burnt to a crisp lately. Do you still want to go up the pole to get it? Lu Cece said impatiently. What do you know? It's just a temporary working capital. Not to mention that a thin camel is bigger than a horse. You have to go to the banquet at night. You're crazy about money. 2. Go marry him yourself. Lu Cece stood in front of his mom and said indifferently. Pa. Lu Cece covered her face and looked angrily at the strange woman in front of her. Chapter 99 Lu Cece's arrival. Su Lighting hospitalized. Lu Xiaoli looked at Lu Cece with some guilt, while in her heart, she blamed herself for being so impulsive. Mom, back then you had to let me speculate with that Korean. I agreed. And what happened? A bunch of dirty water on me. Where's your money? Did you make enough? This time if you have to set me up with Yi Chin, then today is the last time I call you mom. Lu Cece finished and left the office. After going back, I don't know why, the self that obviously looked down on that kind of flamboyant person the most, at this moment suddenly thought of Su Lu. It could be that he can be himself as he pleases in front of him, being that very nerdy little waste of space, not having to think about anything, being at ease, not having worries. Thinking of this, Lu Cece immediately got up and packed her things. There was an event on September 30th, although she wasn't invited, but that reason was the reason she came. That's what she told herself. Location: San Lan Ting No. 1 Villa. Lu Cece saw the address and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Holding the sunglasses on her face, she walked out of the airport. Ding-tong, the doorbell rang. Sulu saw Lu Cece, who was dressed in casual clothes, standing in the doorway. Come in. Sulu smiled at Lu Cece and opened his mouth. That, will it affect you? Where's your girlfriend? Lu Cece whispered. Sulu thought about it. Before, when she gave her signature to Lu Peipei, she still didn't believe in herself. Now if she knew that Lu Cece was in her house, she was afraid that she would be excited. I'm the only one here. There's also an assistant of mine. She might come over later. It's fine. You can rest assured that you're staying. Sulu waved her hand and said casually. No matter what, Sulu's feelings towards Lu Cece are still good. It's okay to let her stay for a few days. They are all friends. That's good. Lu Cece nodded and removed her mask and sunglasses. You this? Sulu looked at Lu Cece. It was obvious that her face was a bit off, although it had subsided a lot. But this? Is this beaten? You don't ask. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lu Cece's eyes flickered. Leftovers from lunch. Is that okay? I don't know how to cook. This was made by my assistant, Sulu said while walking towards the kitchen. It's okay, thanks. You're welcome. This time your attitude is different from before, Sulu casually teased. Lu Cece didn't say anything, quietly looking at Sulu. Maybe you are not in a good mood. It's fine. When your own home, casually billed. That is, I have a dinner party at night, not at home. Is it okay to order takeout for you? Sulu smiled, opened her mouth and said to Lu Cece. Thank you. It's okay. I'm not picky. Lu Cece nodded, took the rice handed over by Sulu and started eating. Fairy sister, you haven't eaten for a few days. Sulu looked at Lu Cece, who was exerting herself to dry the rice, and asked curiously. It's really delicious. I came out in the morning, but I haven't even eaten now. Lu Cece stepped on the chair with one foot, her hand kept clamping the food, while muttering her mouth and said, Okay, right. Quite hard are you. Your assistant's craftsmanship is fantastic. When is she coming back? I'm going to follow her from now on, Lu Cece said with glowing eyes. Eat your bar. By the way, the second floor master bedroom is my room. The right side is my assistant's. You pick one at random yourself. The toiletries inside are all new and unused. You're not at home? Lu Cece asked curiously when she saw Sulu say so. This is not to tell you in advance. Afraid that you want to rest. Embarrassed to open your mouth to mention Sulu said with a smile. This time, Lu Cece was not at all as naturally familiar as she was last time. In the hotel it was as if she was in her own home, and this time she was a lot more polite. No. Lu Cece shook her head. This time it was also mainly because she was not in a good mood. However, Lu Cece realized that after arriving at Sulu's house, she felt especially relaxed. All her previous depression was much less. You eat, I'm going to read a bit. Sulu opened his mouth and said, the book that Su Li Ting had bought earlier. He was now ready to start going to old books whenever he had time to improve himself. Okay, you don't have to mind me. Lu Cece waved her hand. Ding bell. Sulu's phone rang. It was Su Lighting's call. Sulu, Ting Ting is in the hospital. Dong Miling's anxious voice came. Which hospital? Sulu asked in a hurry. Magic City Central Hospital. Emergency. Okay, come immediately. Sulu hung up the phone and looked at Lu Cece. My assistant is in the hospital. I'll leave first. You feel free to stay home. Sulu finished, also ignored Lu Shishi, immediately took the car keys and left the door. Lu Cece looked at Sulu's anxious appearance. Without reason a trace of envy flashed across her face. 20 minutes later, Sulu arrived at the central hospital. Ting Ting, how is it? Sulu ran into the emergency room and saw Dong Mailing waiting anxiously. Poisoning? It hasn't come out yet. What's going on? Sulu's heart sank as she sniffed. She ate potato chips with rat poison. That's what I got to catch the rats yesterday. When I told her, she had already eaten it. Oh. Sulu looked at Dong Mailing's collapsed appearance and did not say anything, looking at the door of the resuscitation room with an anxious face. Ding! The door opened. Sulu and Dong Mailing looked at the resuscitation room with an expectant face. Where is the patient's family? The doctor glanced at the two and asked with a frown. Her parents are rushing over from Pingjiang and are still on their way. Doctor, what's the situation? You tell us first, Dong Mailing said. The patient was poisoned by rat poison. Luckily the amount wasn't very large. Her stomach has been pumped. But the rat poison is a bit too toxic. She's still in a coma. It's uncertain when he'll wake up. Can we go in and take a look? Sulu opened her mouth and said, go pay the bill first. You will be transferred to the ward in a while. You are looking at it. The doctor shook his head. Okay. Inpatient ward. Sulu looked at Su Ting who was wearing an oxygen mask. At this time, her face was pale and her brows were furrowed. The look made Sulu couldn't help but feel some heartache. Not long after, the door to the room was opened, and a middle-aged couple walked in a panic. On the side was Dong Mailing who had brought them in. The middle-aged man looked at Su Ting, a look of grief in his eyes. Uncle, auntie, sit, Ting Ting is out of danger. She just hasn't woken up yet. Sulu immediately got up and carried 2 chairs over. You are? Su Sherwan looked at the young handsome lad in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. I'm her friend. Sulu hesitated for a moment, not saying that he was a client. Su Sherwan didn't say anything. On the side, Su Mother Ma Min, on the other hand, shot a glance at Sulu. Then there was a silence. In this situation, a few people were not in much of a mood to chat. Young man, Dong Mailing, you guys go ahead and get busy. We'll be fine here. Not long after, Ma Min spoke. Chapter 100. Who is Brother Su? Young man, Mailing, you guys go ahead and get busy. We'll be fine here. Not long after, Su Mother Ma Min spoke. Auntie, I'll wait here. I'm a bit uneasy if Ting Ting doesn't wake up. Dong Mailing worriedly glanced at Su Ting, who was still sleeping, and said. Sulu did not say anything, quietly standing on the side. This was the second time she came overall, but this time, the mood was clearly different. Mother Su sighed, then looked at Sulu. Young man, you go back first. Don't delay your business. Sulu slowly nodded his head. He really didn't have any reason to stay either. Uncle and auntie, then I will leave first. Sulu glanced at Dong Mailing, made a wink, and left. What's wrong with you? Lu Cece looked at Sulu coming in with an annoyed look on her face and opened her mouth to ask. Nothing. Sulu looked at Lu Cece, who was lying on the sofa and posing on the sofa, forced a smile and waved her hand. Your stay isn't the look of nothing. Lu Cece sat up and waved at Sulu, signaling him to sit over. Tell me about it. My assistant was hospitalized and hasn't woken up yet. Sulu sat next to Lu Cece, his voice a little low. Then why did you come back? Her parents are there, and there's not much reason for me to stay there. Don't think so much. It's definitely fine. Lu Cece patted Sulu's shoulder. She didn't say any more and just sat quietly on the side. Sulu smelled the lychee fragrance coming from her side, and her mood calmed down a lot. Ding bell. Sulu's phone rang. Sulu, Ting Ting has woken up. The doctor has seen that there is nothing wrong. Tomorrow we will draw blood and check again. If there is no problem, we can be discharged. Sulu picked up the phone and Dong Mailing's voice came over. Okay, then I'll come over now. Sulu said in surprise. It's best not to. That. You'd better wait for Ting Ting to find you. Dong Mailing said awkwardly, then hung up the phone. Sulu felt the stone that was weighing on his heart finally disappeared and breathed a sigh of relief. After considering it for a while, he didn't decide to go to the hospital. After all, Su Ting's parents were there. He was a male after all. Going at this time, in his state, might be a little inappropriate. It's already fine, Sulu said easily to Lu Cece. That's good. I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. I won't eat at night. I ate a bit too much at noon. Seeing that Sulu was fine, Lu Cece finished, walked towards the upper floor, and when she reached Su Ting's room, she stopped for a moment, glanced at it, then walked next door, opened the door and walked in. Sulu watched Lu Shishi enter the house, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was already 5:30. Originally, Sulu was not even prepared to go to the summer banquet at night, now put down his heart, and went out the door. Half an hour ago. The Central Hospital. Su mother's face has become increasingly ugly. More than 2 hours of apprehensive waiting, so that their hearts are getting heavier and heavier. Dong Meiling was also feeling bad in her heart. To put it bluntly, Su Liting was actually hospitalized because of her. Brother Su. A gentle voice came out, causing the three to immediately get up and walk over to the bedside. Brother Su. Su Liting's closed eyes moved slightly, her mouth murmuring, Brother Su? Su Sherwin repeated in a small voice, but at the moment, he wasn't considering who this Brother Su was at all. A moment later, Su Liting opened her eyes. Mom and Dad? Meiling. Su Liting hoarsely called out as she opened her eyes and saw the three people in front of her with surprise on their faces. Dong Meiling's face showed surprise as she immediately pressed the call bell. Ting Ting, how are you feeling? Come, drink some water. Ma Min nervously looked at Su Liting, while taking a cup with a straw inside and bringing it to Su Liting. Gulp, gulp. Su Liting drank half a cup of water in one gulp before she felt herself slowing down somewhat. Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. After drinking the water, Su Liting looked at her parents and opened her mouth. Then she turned her face to look at Dong Meiling and smiled. It's good that it's alright. You scared the hell out of us. Ma Min had an afterthought expression on her face. Mom and Dad, sorry for making you guys worry. Su Liting spoke with a face full of guilt. It wasn't long before the doctors came in, interrupting the conversation of several people. The doctor took a look at Su Liting's eyes and inquired. It's already fine, but it still needs to be hospitalized for a bit of observation. Tomorrow morning another blood test will be taken. If the situation is normal, then it can be discharged. The doctor opened his mouth after checking. Thank you, doctor. Ma Min looked at the doctor with a grateful face. It's fine. Pay attention to drinking more water and resting more. There's also no need to keep so many people in the hospital. The doctor finished speaking and turned around to leave. Mom and Dad, you guys go back and rest first. Mei Ling is fine to stay here with me. Seeing the doctor leave, Su Liting said to her parents, Who is Brother Su? Seeing that there was nothing wrong with his daughter, Su Sherwin instantly remembered the name that her daughter had just murmured out of her mouth. Su Liting's face changed at the words, and on her pale face, there was an extra hint of redness as she stammered. That, Dong Meiling for you to say, isn't that the man from before? Su Sherwin's face was serious at this time. Looking towards Dong Meiling, his mood was complicated. Was his own little cotton jacket going to be worn by someone else after all? That, Dong Meiling's heart panicked. How can she say this? Su Liting was also flustered. His parents only knew that she worked at the bank, but they didn't know that she was doing exclusive customer service for others. This if they knew. With their mindset, they would definitely want her to resign immediately. What are you asking? Ting Ting just woke up. Let her rest. Ma Min seemed to have seen something and pulled Su Sherwin. Seeing that several people didn't notice her, Dong Meiling quietly slipped out and called Su Lu. She naturally knew the meaning of the wink Su Lu gave him earlier, and since Su Liting had already woken up, she still had to tell him about it. Cough. In that case, Ting Ting, we'll go back first and come back in the morning. Ma Min looked at Su Liting and said with concern. After the two of them received the news, they immediately rushed over after first taking 2 days off. If you're discharged from the hospital tomorrow, call him to have dinner with you. Su Sherwin's undeniable tone made Su Liting a little weak. Okay, Mom and Dad, you guys go back and rest first. Su Liting's face was bitter, and she could only agree, but her heart was indeed a little flustered. Would Su Lu be unwilling? Rather, her parents clearly thought that he was her boyfriend. Would Su Lu mind? Moreover, he was too much of a womanizer. It seemed impossible. If her parents knew what he looked like, they would beat themselves to death, right? But things had come to this. Su Liting had no choice. Uncle and Auntie, you guys take your time. Dong Meiling, who had finished her phone call, saw Su's father and mother, who were preparing to leave, and greeted them. Trouble you, Meiling. Ma Min pulled Dong Meiling and apologized. Chapter 101 King Su Hai's remarks. Trouble you, Meiling. Ma Min pulled Dong Meiling and apologized. It's not troublesome, Uncle and Auntie. Dong Meiling nodded and responded. Then we'll leave first and come back in the morning. Ma Min nodded and pulled Su Sherwin out of the hospital. Ting Ting, what happened to you? Dong Meiling came in and saw Su Liting's bitter face and asked in confusion. Have my parents left? Su Liting saw Dong Meiling come in and opened her mouth to ask. Already left. What's wrong with you? They asked me to ask Su Lu to have dinner with them tomorrow. Su Liting leaned against the bed and said with a bitter face. Is this treating him as your boyfriend? It should be. Su Liting nodded, scratching her hair in some distress. Why don't you ask Su Lu? Dong Meiling handed her cell phone over. This is the only way. Su Lighting took the phone and muttered, hesitantly looking at King Su Hai in her cell phone's address book. Su Lighting finally opened the microchat. Brother Su, my parents want to invite you for dinner tomorrow. Do you have time? Su Lu went out and was walking towards the entrance of Kanglan Court. A white Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped next to Su Lu. Su Lu, get in the car. Lin Zixuan opened the passenger side glass and shouted at Su Lu. Seeing that the car stopped, Su Lu opened the passenger door and sat up. Looking at Lin Zixuan's dress, Su Lu admitted that she was stunned. A strong imperial sister style with a hint of aroma came to her face. At this time, Lin Zixuan, face color with some redness, may also be because the previous request was rejected by Su Lu. More or less some embarrassment. The two people were silent for a while. Su Lu was somewhat uncomfortable with this awkward atmosphere. Opened the window. The wind said the window blew in. You don't have a burden. I also just want to try. I'm sorry for somewhat affecting you. Lin Zixuan's voice broke the silence between the two. It's fine. No need to apologize. Su Lu also didn't know what she should reply to. She always felt that whatever she said was a bit out of place. Look at you. Saying it's fine, but the way you look, there's still something wrong. It's different from when you first met me. Lin Zixuan's voice was the same as her figure, with a hint of imperial sisterhood. This can still be seen? Su Lu said doubtfully. Of course it can. The current you gives off the impression that you're particularly awkward. Lin Zixuan smiled and spoke. Is it so obvious? Well, actually you don't need to be embarrassed. I just want to try and find someone I'm comfortable with. It's not like I'm forcing you. If you don't agree, forget it. Anyway, so many years have passed. Lin Zixuan said indifferently. Having raised her sister, she herself had become a mom once. Although she longed to have her own child, she wouldn't lose her mind. Aha! Su Lu nodded. Thinking about it, it wasn't like this was a breakup and divorce, and it really wouldn't involve too much emotion. Thinking about this point, Su Lu immediately felt herself become relaxed. That's right. It's fine. There's no need to have any burden. Lin Zixuan glanced at Su Lu's appearance, smiled, and spoke. That said, why do I feel that Brother Wang is a little afraid of you? Su Lu followed suit and smiled. Suddenly remembering Wang Ximing's words from the first water group, he opened his mouth and asked, maybe I often encounter him having a girlfriend? Lin Zixuan let out a delicate laugh. Su Lu didn't say anything. If it was that simple, Wang Ximing could still react that way. Actually, I'm in the investment business, and I have a bit of a stake in Yida's side. He naturally has a bit of. Lin Zixuan explained. Lin Zixuan, Lin's group, started as a wood industry. After taking over the family business, transformed, the main investment, and is now the premier capital in China. Su Lu did not go to check Lin Zixuan's background. In Wang Ximing's words, I make friends don't care if he has money. Anyway, it's not as rich as me. Over. Somewhat pretentious. Su Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughing at what? Nothing. I thought of something happy. Su Lu said in a serious manner. Put. You make me feel like you're so amusing. But Su Lu, let me ask you a question. Lin Zixuan held the steering wheel with her left hand, ruffled her hair with her right hand, and opened her mouth. What question? Driving in the middle of the city, Su Lu felt that the noise was getting a bit loud and closed the window. Have you been tempted by me? Looking at Lin Zixuan, whose window was already closed, her face revealed a touch of shyness, and she softly said, cough, cough. Lin Zixuan's words caused Su Lu to cough in surprise. The last moment was a serious casual conversation. This moment, the quiet car was suddenly in a somewhat ambiguous mood. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Lin Zixuan looked at Su Lu's reaction and rolled her eyes. Mainly because this question. I'm not very good at answering you. Su Lu sat upright, her eyes staring forward. What's so bad about it? I'll be able to admit that I'm attracted to you, Lin Zixuan said frankly. Worthy of being an imperial sister, a rich woman. She gave it so straight. However, Su Lu always remembered her own principle. A girl from a powerful family or a rich family is not easily messed with. Su Lu closed her eyes and did not continue this topic. Lin Zixuan turned her head to look at Su Lu. Seeing that he didn't seem to have the intention to continue the discussion, shrugged her shoulders and focused on driving. Ding! Su Lu's cell phone rang and a message came. Brother Su, my parents want to invite you for dinner tomorrow. Do you have time? Su Lighting's message called. Su Lu frowned and stared at the message. Her heart was also a little drummed. Okay, tomorrow at noon. At that time you send me the time and place. I might have something in the evening. After thinking for a while, Su Lu replied. Then put away her cell phone. What's wrong? Lin Zixuan was attracted by Su Lu's cell phone ringtone. Turning her head, she saw Su Lu frowning as she looked at her cell phone, so she opened her mouth and asked. It's just a message from my assistant. Her parents want to invite me for dinner. This is? Treating you as a boyfriend? Probably. Sulu laughed bitterly. You're scared? Lin Zixuan let out a laugh. That's not it. It's mainly because I don't know if I should go. After all, you haven't taken someone down yet? Lin Zixuan interrupted Sulu and opened her mouth to tease. Sulu wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Sulu, after I got to know you, I made it a point to get to know you. Suddenly rich, although you haven't lost yourself, emotionally, you're actually indulging yourself. Listening to Lin Zixuan's words, Sulu did not open his mouth. He had recently realized these problems. And yet you are constantly hovering above and below the bottom line. Seeing that Sulu did not speak, Lin Zixuan continued. When normal people suddenly become rich, many of them will buy and buy and buy, finding pleasure from consumption, taking revenge on the previous inferiority. But you are not. You are calm and restrained. Sulu did not interrupt Lin Zixuan, because in his opinion, what was basically said was quite right. Chapter 102, the feeling of being seen through is really unpleasant. The breakup of your girlfriend, coupled with the fact that you're, well, alone. You should be feeling lonely, right? Lin Zixuan was not too willing to mention Sulu's parents, so she hesitated. It's fine. My parents matter. It's already in the past. It's fine. You can just say it. Sulu spoke calmly. So, when it comes to feelings, the things you do will be hard to understand. Just met not long ago. You will also generously buy a house and send a car. Sulu nodded, understanding what she said. Your sense of responsibility made you unwilling to abandon them after enjoying the company they brought you. Until you met Zhou Shuyi. Sulu smiled. She completely understood what Lin Zixuan had said. To Zhou Shuyi, your feelings are special. You want to get close, but you have the usual timidity. Arrived. Sulu saw that she had already arrived at the entrance of the summer banquet and opened her mouth to interrupt Lin Zixuan. This feeling of being seen through was really unpleasant. Compared to yourself, I should be the one who understands you the most. Sulu, you're the first man who has interested me and given me a good feeling. After Lin Zixuan finished speaking, she stopped the car and stopped speaking, only saying to herself in her mind, because I can most empathize with your loneliness, and I want to grow up with you. Brother Wang. Sulu did not answer Lin Zixuan, and after getting off the car, she saw Wang Ximing waiting at the door. Little drop. Sister Lin, why are you all here together? Wang Ximing was puzzled when he saw Sulu and Lin Zixuan getting off the car together. Well, passing by, Lin Zixuan resumed her high-cool state and said, oh yeah, Sister Lin, you also live in Songlanting. Hurry up and go inside. You two are the only ones missing. Wang Ximing said and raised an eyebrow at Sulu. Eye contact was made. Brother? Is this taken? Can't take it. You're the first man to sit in her passenger seat. Sulu finally rolled her eyes at Wang Ximing. Brothers, our gold master father is here. After entering the box, Wang Ximing joked. After Sulu entered, there were 5 people sitting inside, all looking at him at this moment. Chen Qiqi, Teacher Park, Lin Xinxin, 3 people were sitting together. Sulu could recognize them all. Ran Yameng, the only girl besides Lin Zixuan, was currently sitting next to Lin Xinxin in a well-behaved manner. The remaining one should be Qinyu, sitting next to Chen Qiqi, watching Sulu come in, nodding at Sulu. Sulu nodded and smiled at the few people, considered a greeting. Come, little drop sit. Wang Ximing pulled Sulu and made him sit on his left, and on his right was Qinyu. There was still a seat between Sulu and Ren Yameng. Lin Zixuan walked over and sat down. Today, I thank you all for coming to Magic City to gather together. All of you sitting here and I have quite a good relationship. Little Drop is also a new brother that I recently met, and I'm also taking the opportunity to introduce you all to each other. Wang Ximing said here and paused for a moment. However, I think everyone should have seen Sulu's strength. I won't say much more. In this day and age, it's not easy to make genuine friends. Let's eat and play openly today. Open up. After saying a bunch of scenes, Wang Ximing said in a quirky manner. Old Wang, you're just talking. The dishes are served. Where's the wine? Qin Yu flirted. This party does not drink. Everyone is sober. Where is the reason to talk about fellowship? My, hasty. Wang Ximing patted his head and called the waiter, arranging for 2 bottles of red wine, as well as a case of white wine. Lin Zixuan and Ren Yameng arrived with some red wine, while the others had full glasses of white wine. The wine is also served, and we're not going to do the whole sparring and socializing thing. Those who can do more will do more. Drink! Wang Ximing raised his glass, gestured to the crowd and opened his mouth. His mouth was wide open, and as a result, the white wine just went down a little bit. Old Wang, this technique of yours, Xinyu holds up a third of the white wine that is missing, and looks at, speechlessly, Wang Ximing, who is close to a full glass. Ha ha, those who can't beat the liquor. Wang Ximing snorted. Little drop. Here's to you. Xinyu shook his head, then looked at Su Lu and raised his cup. Su Lu raised his glass and clinked it in vain, watching Xinyu drink a third of it again in one gulp, and followed suit. It's okay, brother. Xinyu looked at Su Lu's drinking state and sighed in admiration. Little Lu, I'll toast you. Words of thanks are not to be said. It's all in the heart. It's all in the wine. Ah. Chen Shichi also raised his cup to Su Lu. Su Lu shook the cup. The same empty bang. This time Su Lu directly drank the wine in the cup. I go. Xiao Lu, you this. Chen Shichi looked at most of the wine in his hand and said awkwardly. Su Lu smiled. Brother, feel free. Chen Shichi was helpless. Come on, who told me to catch up? Tilting his head, he drank a cup. With that, he put on the pain mask. Su Lu looked at the several people in the back who were leaping forward and wiped her head. You guys are trying to get me drunk, Su Lu said with a smile. The few males looked at each other and revealed a look that they understood each other. Alright, come on then. Su Lu pushed her sleeves. Brothers, I'll say it first. The next, I'm all about full cups and full glasses. You guys watch it. Su Lu directly took the wine and poured the cup full, and raised an eyebrow at a few other people. Lin Xinxin, Teacher Park, and Wang Ximing immediately changed their faces. Looking at the reaction of the three people, Su Lu snickered. This threshold was pulled up, and this speed naturally dropped. Come. Let's not rush to drink. Eat the food first. Eat the food first. Wang Ximing immediately snorted. Are you alright? Lin Zixuan asked in a low voice next to Su Lu. It's fine. Su Lu whispered. On the other side, Ran Yumeng suspiciously looked at Su Lu and then at Lin Zixuan, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Ran Yumeng appeared to look small, but in reality, she was already 25 years old, and her relationship with Lin Zixuan was also very good, so she naturally knew what kind of personality she usually had. At this moment, Lin Zixuan's behavior was completely different from usual, which made Ran Yumeng have a trace of curiosity towards Su Lu as well. Brother Su Lu, I toast you. Ran Yumeng saw that the men had basically shrunk down and took the initiative to speak. You drink less. Just mean it, Ran Yumeng said, drinking the small half cup of red wine in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Lu directly drank half of it. Holding the cup, she shook it at Ran Yumeng, then put the cup down. Why are you drinking so vigorously? Lin Zixuan slapped Su Lu under the table. It's fine. I have a good capacity for alcohol. Su Lu guffawed. Alright, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Then I'll toast you. Hearing Su Lu's words, Lin Zixuan skimmed a glance at Su Lu, took the wine glass and clinked it with Su Lu. Su Lu watched as Lin Zixuan also drank the red wine in one gulp. Naturally she also tilted her head and drank the remaining half cup of white wine in one gulp.